Transformed into an 8-month-old infant within a villainous family of the 1980s, Gu Yousi initially aspired to lead a life of complacent ease, merely enduring the plot until its conclusion. However, upon binding with the family heartfelt listening system, every sarcastic thought she harbored would resonate explosively in her family's minds. In her third day of rebirth, Gu Yousi, realizing that her aunt Gu Yinxing was on the verge of falling into the clutches of the deceitful man Chen Shiwen, found herself wailing in her crib. Her internal monologue, "Stay away from that scoundrel, marrying him is akin to jumping into a fire pit," was overheard in its entirety by her family. From shock and skepticism to tentative belief, the Gu family followed Gu Yousi's heartfelt spoiler to unravel the true nature of the Chen family. Throughout this process, the infant's every quip sparked laughter within the household, from disdain for her grandmother's choice of the name Ernyo to her parents' money-saving strategies, even her complaints about a soiled diaper. The once chaotic 1980s household unexpectedly transitioned into a warm, understanding dynamic, disrupted by the eavesdropped thoughts. As the infant's desire for a laid-back existence collided with her family's compelled revelations, and the traditional familial narratives of the 1980s collided with modern-day incisive commentary, how would this villainous family rewrite their fate? Thus commenced a journey filled with both laughter and tears. Chapter 1. The First Day of Eavesdropping. Be gentle, don't jostle the child. Qianlian adjusted the scarf around her neck, navigating past the coal pile on the floor while addressing her son curtly. While speaking, she also acknowledged the greetings from the neighbors around her. "Mrs. He, has your child returned? How is she?" Old Son from the West Wing was cooking at the coal stove, peering out for news. Qianlian exhaled a breath that turned to smoke in the frigid winter air. "She's fine, the doctor said. It's nothing serious, just a fever from the cold. Once it subsides, she'll be all right." "That's good to hear. If it's not serious, then it's no trouble," Old Son remarked as he stir-fried the cabbage, glancing at Gu Jinshui and Gu Yinxing, smiling as he teased Gu Yinxing, "Since you're discussing marriage today, you'd best dress up nicely." Gu Yinxing resembled a younger Qianlian, fond of dressing well and unafraid to spend money. Clad in a white sweater beneath a beige overcoat, her nose reddened from the cold, she sniffled. "What more do I need? This outfit is the height of fashion in all of Beijing." Gu Jinshui rolled his eyes, kicked aside the cotton curtain, and rushed inside, placing the child down gently. Noticing the infant still with eyes closed, he breathed onto his hand for warmth before reaching out. "Thank goodness the fever has gone down. Just be grateful it was Lianging who discovered it when she got off her night shift. Otherwise, with you sleeping like a dead pig, the child could have." Qianlian, loosening her scarf while tending to the brazier, caught herself mid-sentence, realizing the ominous implications, and shot Gu Jinshui a glare. "In any case, you're a father now, you need to be more responsible." Gu Jinshui rubbed his nose. He was typically carefree and had faced his mother's scoldings before. Yet this time, he knew he was indeed at fault. The infant seemed awakened by the commotion, opening her eyes dark, bright, and clear, gazing at Gu Jinshui, her lips moving in an attempt to speak. "Oh, my daughter can call me Dad now." Gu Jinshui promptly disregarded Qianlian's reprimands, leaning closer to his daughter. "Come on, say Dad again." "Dad, you big head ghost." Gu Yousi gazed at the handsome man before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Having been in this new life for 3 days, she initially felt dazed, questioning if she had somehow arrived in Beijing. As her health improved, she realized she had traversed time to Beijing in 1983. The silver lining? She had transformed into a local. The downside? She had landed in a much earlier time. What did 1983 signify? Gu Yousi had no clear understanding. She only knew that during her hospitalization, the nurses were preoccupied with discussing where to procure pork, needing connections to reserve some fatty meat, and stocking up on hundreds of pounds of cabbage for the new year. One nurse, seemingly rewarded with a bonus of 20 yuan, evoked envy from the others, their eyes nearly turning green with jealousy. Gu Yousi found herself utterly speechless. She had no idea how or why she had been transported. Her life had been neither exceptionally good nor particularly bad. An orphan with a natural aptitude for learning, she had excelled through her studies, eventually traveling abroad to study computer science, earning an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, and owning both a car and a home. Essentially, she had no regrets. She recalled that just before her unusual transition, a middle school classmate had contacted her, recommending a book featuring a character sharing her name. With time to spare, she had read the book in its entirety and, after an exhausting night, awakened to find herself in this new reality. "Mom, I bought half a chicken and a pound of meat." As smoke rose from various kitchens in the communal courtyard, Lianging returned on her bicycle, parking it in the yard before carrying a shopping bag into her home. Upon entering, she first handed the bag to He Chunlian before looking down at her daughter, noticing her flushed cheeks and bright eyes, feeling immensely pleased. Nyo hasn't been fussy, has she? Gu Yousi silently rolled her eyes. This was another aspect of Gu Yousi that she found distasteful. Her nickname, Nyo, had been decided in the hospital, as her grandmother believed that a less auspicious name would ensure a better chance of survival. The logic behind being named second despite being an only child was even more peculiar. The elderly lady believed it would deceive death itself. "No, she hasn't," Gu Jinshui replied cheerfully, lifting Gu Yousi, weighing her in his arms. "How was work at the factory? Did your supervisor give you any trouble?" To care for the child, Lianging had taken a day off the previous day, which was particularly inconvenient given the endo fire rush. Her supervisor was displeased, hurling unkind words and docking a day's wages, yet she had still managed to secure her leave. "No, everything's fine." Lianging shook her head, taking the child from Gu Jinshui. "You should help your mother a bit. The Chen family is likely to arrive soon. Chen Shiwen's mother doesn't seem easy to deal with. Let's not give them anything to nitpick today." Gu Yousi, who had intended to close her eyes, suddenly opened them wide at this mention. "What? Chen Shiwen? Wasn't that the name of the villainous husband who abused and deceived Gu Yinxing in the novel The Little Lucky Star of the 1980s? Sister-in-law, what could possibly be wrong with me? I am not inferior to anyone." Gu Yinxing pouted discontentedly as she styled her hair in front of the mirror. Lianging replied cheerfully, "You're certainly not lacking, but considering that Chen Shiwen is a university graduate working in the Land Bureau, it's worth contemplating. Even if he is a bit older, his family circumstances are quite rare." This statement held truth. Recalling the envious remarks from her colleagues, Gu Yinxing's face lit up with a smile. Meanwhile, Gu Yousi felt a chill run down her spine. A university graduate from the Land Bureau? With such qualifications, Gu Yousi found it hard to convince herself otherwise. He Chunlian cooked swiftly, preparing just 4 dishes: a stir-fried chicken, scrambled eggs, twice-cooked pork, and a bowl of mushroom chicken stew. In this gathering, Gu Yousi felt indifferent towards the dishes laid out, yet in an era where grains, oils, and meats were rationed, and the average income was less than 40, the spread could be deemed exceedingly lavish. Upon entering, Chen's family couldn't help but beam at the sight of the square table adorned with these dishes. "Dear mother-in-law, why such extravagance? Why prepare so many dishes?" Today, Chen's mother had evidently made an effort, donning a brand new cotton jacket and trousers, her shoes also new with a red flower embroidered upon them. Yet, upon seeing He Chunlian's graceful figure and her unwrinkled face, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. "It's nothing much, merely a few home-cooked dishes." He Chunlian welcomed everyone to sit down, graciously offering the seat of honor to matchmaker Aunt Sun. Aunt Sun remarked with a smile, "Oh, this is nothing, Sister He. Is this your daughter's culinary skill? Chen Mei, if your family marries into ours, you will surely enjoy a life of luxury." At these words, He Chunlian's brows knitted together. She replied coolly, "These dishes are made by my son. My daughter cannot cook, especially with her busy schedule at the hospital." Gu Jinshui chuckled, addressing the crowd, "Indeed, my sister cannot prepare these dishes. Once she joins your family, I hope you will be accommodating in any shortcomings. After all, she is my only sister, and I cannot bear to see her suffer." Chen's mother's expression soured instantly. A woman who cannot cook is a significant issue. "I started cooking at 7 or 8 once she enters our household. She must adhere to our family rules." Beside her, Gu Yinxing's countenance darkened, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Shiwen and nudging him with her foot. Chen Shiwen quickly interjected, "Mother, not knowing how to cook isn't a big deal. Besides, both Yinxing and I have jobs, and we eat at the cafeteria, I and the East Room." Gu Yousi listened intently to the conversation filtering in from the main room, growing increasingly aware of its familiarity. She could almost affirm that she had indeed crossed into the pages of a book. Specifically, she had transcended into the family of the story's antagonist. Though only 3 days had passed since her arrival, Gu Yousi had developed a certain affection for her beloved Aunt Gu Yinxing. There was no way she could allow her aunt to fall into a pit of despair. Wawawa Gu Yousi cried out, attempting to coax her mother into carrying her outside. Lianging, oblivious to her daughter's intent, curiously patted her bottom. What's wrong? You haven't wet yourself, so why are you crying? Wah. Take me outside quickly. I must rescue my aunt from the fire pit. A sudden youthful voice echoed in Liangying's mind. Startled, she withdrew her hand, wide-eyed as she gazed at her cherubic daughter. That voice just now, Mom, hurry. Take me outside. That man out there is a scoundrel. Aunt cannot marry him. The voice grew clearer, her daughter's anxious eyes pleading with her. Liangying's mind went blank, and instinctively, she took the child outside. However, she was taken aback when the child stopped crying as soon as they exited the east room. Why have you brought the child out? Gu Jinshui, growing impatient with the Chen family, stood up to take the child. Liangying handed the child over, her lips moving as she struggled to find the words. Ah, it's Jinshui's wife. Let's all sit together for a meal, Aunt Sun suggested, noticing the tension in the conversation. She beckoned Liangying and the child to join them, complimenting, what a charming child. She resembles both of you. The smiles on Gu Jinshui and others grew more genuine. Chen Shiwen also chimed in. She certainly appears to be a beauty. She will surely be as lovely as her aunt. Gu Yousi rolled her eyes. Let not the scoundrel approach, no matter how beautiful my aunt may be. It hasn't stopped you from being unfaithful. At this proclamation, not only Liangying and her husband were stunned, but even Gu Yinxing was taken aback. Gu Yinxing stared in disbelief at Gu Yousi, who was desperately wishing she could speak. Yet, being merely 8 months old, with no teeth to speak of, she could only attempt to convey her thoughts through her gaze. Aunt, you truly must not marry that man. He already has a wife and children in Yunnan from his time there. He abandoned them to return to the city, and he intends not only to refuse a bride price, but also to sell your job after marriage to settle his debts. If Gu Yinxing had doubted the previous statements, upon hearing the mention of Yunnan, she could no longer remain composed. Chen Shiwen had indeed spent 7 years there before. Returning to the city, and at 31 years of age, Gu Yinxing had previously inquired why he remained unmarried. His answer was that he did not wish to marry in the countryside. At that moment, Gu Yinxing's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on her neck, and she seemed ready to erupt. He Chuanlian pressed her hand, smiling as she poured a drink for Chen's parents and Chen Shiwen. Cooking can be arranged, in fact. I believe it wouldn't hurt our Yinxing to learn a bit about it. The following day, after eavesdropping, Chen's mother continued her incessant chatter about how a good girl shouldn't demand a bride price, and how marrying into the Chen family would be a blessing for Gu Yinxing. She seemed oblivious to the increasingly grim expressions of the Gu family, or perhaps chose to ignore them. Seeing the Gu family's faces clouded, Aunt Sun hastily tugged at Chen's mother's sleeve. Oh, Chen Mei, you jest. How could one not provide a bride price? Furthermore, with a daughter as remarkable as Yinxing who has a job, who wouldn't be secretly delighted to marry her? This statement rang true. Gu Yinxing, being young and beautiful, worked as a nurse, and many suitors had approached her over the past 2 years. However, Gu Yinxing set her sights high, determined to marry someone of good standing. Chen's mother scoffed. No matter how good her conditions are, they cannot surpass my son's. He works for the Land Bureau, and is a university graduate. His superior has promised to promote him. If it weren't for the fact that his superior has no daughter, my son would never even consider your daughter. At this juncture, further discussions seemed pointless. He Chuanlian set down her chopsticks. If that is the case, then our Gu family is truly not worthy of such fortune. Our Yinxing cannot hinder your son's pursuit of a leader's daughter. Aunt Sun, I suggest we let this matter rest. Aunt Sun's eyes widened, her mouth agape for a long time, unsure of what to say. The Chen family was equally taken aback. Chen's mother had initially aimed to flaunt her son's desirability to overshadow the Gu family, but was unprepared for their blunt refusal to continue the discussion. Fine, if that's how it is. Do you think my son will be left without a match? Let's go, she huffed, dragging her son away. Chen's father glanced at the sullen Gu family, unsure of what to say, sighed, and followed her. Well, this is. Aunt Sun lamented, feeling despondent. If the match had succeeded today, she would have at least received a 10 yuan red envelope. Sister He, why so impulsive? Shiwen has good prospects. He earns a decent salary every month. He Chuanlian understood Aunt Sun meant well and poured her a drink. Aunt Sun, We are family, and I won't lie to you. Chen Shiwen's prospects are indeed commendable. But did you see the atmosphere just now? Did they genuinely intend to discuss marriage? Aunt Sun took a sip and sighed. That Chen family is rather excessive. After sending Aunt Sun off, Gu Yinxing was ready to explode. She stamped her foot and pointed outside, exclaiming, "Mother, that Chen Shiwen is utterly insufferable." "Lower your voice." He Chunlian approached the door, lifted the curtain to take a glance, and noticed someone at the entrance of the old Song family's east wing retracting their neck. They had evidently been eavesdropping. She closed the door and turned back, saying, "If you speak so loudly, you'll make a fool of us in front of the Song family." Gu Yinxing pouted, her earlier joy evaporating as she looked at her niece. "Then what will happen to my marriage?" Her engagement to Chen Shiwen had been nearly finalized, and the news had spread throughout the courtyard. If it were to fall through, it would surely bring ridicule. However, if she were to swallow her pride and marry Chen Shiwen, that was simply out of the question. "This matter cannot be rushed. I won't let you suffer," He Chunlian stated. Her earlier anger was clearly not a fleeting emotion. As a widow raising 2 children, she had to possess some cunning to avoid being devoured by others. "Mother, what should we do with the boxes of pastries from the Chen family?" Lianging inquired, eyeing the 4 boxes tied with straw rope. "What else can we do? Just throw them away. Their stuff is revolting," Gu Jinshui remarked with a scowl. He Chunlian shot him a glare. "Are you wasting money? We spent a fortune on groceries to entertain them. If we won't eat these pastries, we might as well regift them. Lianging, take a look at what's inside." Lianging complied and opened a box, remaining silent as she placed it on the table. Gu Yinxing stepped forward to take a look and nearly exploded with anger. The pastries consisted of mung bean cakes, poria cakes, and 1 box of donkey rolls that was noticeably half empty. If these pastries were for a casual visit, they might suffice, but today was meant to discuss the wedding date, making them rather meager. "This clearly shows they have no regard for our family." Gu Jinshui clenched his fist. "That Chen family truly believes they are something special. Tomorrow, find someone to investigate their situation," He Chunlian suggested after a moment of contemplation. While she was aware of the Chen family's arrogance, she thought it was understandable given Chen Shiwen's circumstances. However, the Chen family's shamelessness and their schemes against her daughter were intolerable. Gu Jinshui nodded, understanding his mother's meaning. His sister's engagement to Chen Shiwen was nearly finalized, and if it fell apart, it would undoubtedly invite gossip. The reputation of a young woman was paramount, especially since his sister had already been deceived. Only by uncovering evidence of the Chen family's attempt to deceive her into marriage could they ensure her honorable withdrawal from the engagement and restore her dignity. That night, in the East Room, Gu Yousi lay snugly in her bed, sleeping soundly. Lianging, having removed her shoes, climbed onto the bed and noticed Gu Jinshui still staring at their daughter. She nudged him, saying, "What are you looking at?" "Just admiring our daughter," Gu Jinshui replied, propping himself up in his cotton coat. "What do you think about what we overheard today?" As Lianging loosened her hair, she paused at his question. Turning to him, she said, "I thought you wouldn't ask." "How could I not? I just found it hard to broach the subject," Gu Jinshui confessed, unable to resist leaning closer to his wife, who glowed under the lamp's light. "Do you think this could be our father's doing?" Lianging rolled her eyes at him, feeling goosebumps on her arm. "Stop saying such things at night, it's rather unsettling." "Unsettling? I believe it's a good sign. If we hadn't overheard that conversation, our sister might have been taken advantage of." His teeth clenched as he spoke. "I've seen many things in life, but I never thought our hometown would have its share of deceit." "Enough, don't blame yourself. Yunnan is so far, and the Chen family isn't familiar to us. How could you have known beforehand?" Lianging comforted him, aware of his loyalty. Although he often teased Gu Yinxing, he could not tolerate anyone mistreating her. "I'll find someone to investigate tomorrow." Gu Jinshui gritted his teeth, determined. The Chen family resided in a modest courtyard, which had once been a dilapidated plot of land. Years ago, during the turmoil, Chen's parents built a small house here with 3 rooms, and they took great pride in it. "Mother, can't you discuss the dowry matter more reasonably?" After a meager meal and a chill from the wind, Chen Shiwen returned home, with a sour expression. His brother, Chen Shiwen, noticing this, had already retreated to bed. Chen's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Discuss reasonably? How can I, when our family circumstances are so much better than theirs?" They still have the audacity to demand a dowry, and I haven't even asked how much they plan to give as a bridal gift. Chen's father knocked the pipe on the Kong table and filled it with fresh tobacco. Enough, let's not dwell on this. Whatever the dowry is, we must give something. Your brother is waiting for us to repay the debt, and we can't afford to sell our possessions to settle it. At this, Chen's mother seethed with anger. Though she refrained from harshly reprimanding her son, she could only curse the greedy woman and her child in the countryside. That shameless woman dares to ask us for 500. Our Shiwen hasn't even married her. Chen Shiwen impatiently removed his shoes. Mother, the money has been given. If we don't pay, Lin Fengxian will truly come to Beijing to find me. Then it really must be a dowry? Chen's mother's lips quivered with discontent. Deep down, she was unwilling to part with the money. The Chen family had already drained their resources to give Lin Fengxian 500 and even borrowed 380 from Shiwen's uncle. Traditionally, a dowry is given whenever a daughter is married, especially since Yinxing has a job. If we sell her job once she marries, we'll be left in dire straits. You should borrow a bit more from your uncle, and tomorrow we'll speak to Yinxing, Chen Shiwen advised. We should choose an auspicious date and finalize everything quickly. Otherwise, when the end of the year comes and your uncle demands repayment, how will we manage? All right then, Chen's mother relented, albeit reluctantly, as the thought of giving a dowry made her feel a pang of regret. The next day, before dawn, the streets echoed with the sound of bicycle bells. Many families in the courtyard were already awake, with the clamor of cooking, crying children, and the disputes of mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law filling the air. He Chunlian had yet to retire, still teaching at the opera school, so she rose early as well. Gu Yinxing had an early shift and woke up even earlier, while Gu Jinshui and his wife were also up at the crack of dawn. Gu Yousi enjoyed her milk, which was powdered and sweet, resembling soy milk powder. As Gu Yousi relished her drink, she heard her grandmother's voice outside. Huang Shirong scrutinized He Chunlian's appearance. Chunlian, I heard your Yinxing is engaged. Why did that man leave so quickly yesterday? Did you have a quarrel? The old Gu family's main house was in the back, while the east wing housed the old Song family, who were not on good terms with them. Upon hearing this, Song Mei, Huang Shirong's daughter, poked her head out, saying, Aunt, can't things be discussed amicably? I heard Yinxing's suitor has quite good prospects. The surrounding neighbors quietly tuned in, aware of the Chen family's hasty departure the previous day. They knew He Chunlian had a fiery temper, making them hesitant to broach the topic. He Chunlian shot her a glance, wrapping a scarf around her neck. Oh, your information travels fast. However, Song Mei, perhaps you should focus on your own matters. I heard from Aunt Sun that you've been courted by 7 or 8 suitors, yet nothing has come of it. What's going on? At the mention of this, Song Mei's face turned pale, and with a swift motion, she slammed the door curtain and retreated inside. He Chunlian cast a glance towards Huang Shirong and chuckled. Your daughter must be feeling shy. It's not that I mean to be harsh, but Shirong, you ought to advise your daughter a bit more. Everyone wishes to find a suitable partner, yet one must also consider their own merits. My words may sound unpalatable, yet they are undeniably true. Inside the house, Song Mei was seething with anger, nearly ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Had it not been for her sister-in-law Lin Lianhua pulling her back, she would have stormed out to confront He Chunlian. Lin Lianhua gestured dismissively towards the outside. What are you getting upset about? What kind of suitable partner do they have in their family? Just wait and see the spectacle that will unfold. You will have plenty to be angry about then. These words quelled Song Mei's fury. Through clenched teeth, she muttered, let that little vixen bask in her moment of pride for a few more days. Chapter 3. The 4th day of eavesdropping today. Lianging is scheduled for a night shift, so she spends the day at home caring for the child. Seeing that the child is asleep, she advises Gu Jinshui, you should go out and gather information, but be discreet. We wouldn't want them to find out first. I understand, Gu Jinshui replies, donning his cotton jumpsuit. His tall stature makes the outfit appear less cumbersome on him than it would on others. He stands tall and proud, exuding a spirited demeanor despite a hint of mischief in his eyes. Upon exiting, a group of younger fellows approaches him in the alley. One shorter, sweet-tongued boy asks, Brother Jinshui, where are we off to for fortune today? Not for fortune today. There's a matter at hand. Shan Hu and Duzi will accompany me. You go to the outskirts and provide support. You'll get half the share, Gu Jinshui instructs, pulling out a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes. He smokes to himself and tosses the remainder to the shorter boy, who beams with gratitude. Thanks, brother Jinshui. What are you and brother Hu up to? Do you need any help? Shan Hu, as his name suggests, is tall and robust, his eyes wide like a tigress. Why are you asking so many questions? Just do as the elder brother says, he replies. Slightly embarrassed, the younger boy, Sun Yaozu, hurriedly departs. After he leaves, Gu Jinshui shares the cigarettes with Shan Hu and Dizzy. We aren't conducting business today, we're just gathering some intelligence. Neither Shan Hu nor Dizzy protests. Gu Jinshui, having previously inquired about Chen Shiwen's acquaintances, knows a few educated youth who are working in Yunnan. They take a bus to Dongdan, hoping to gather information. However, the responses they receive are either mute or vague. Are you going to speak or not? Shan Hu grabs a frail man, whose face pales in fear. I truly know nothing. If you have the guts, just kill me. If you report to the police, you'll all be in trouble. You're asking for it. Shan Hu's temper flares as he raises a colossal fist, ready to strike. The man shuts his eyes in terror. Shan Hu, hold on, Gu Jinshui intervenes, noting the absence of law enforcement nearby. He approaches and releases the man, who tumbles to the ground, his expression akin to a dying factory. Gu Jinshui crouches down, hands on his knees, peering down at the man.
Zhou Kongyou, right?
You seem educated. You should know it's better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. We're not good people, and if you report us, you'll need evidence. We won't harm you. We'll just follow you. What can the police do about it? Sweat beads on Zhou Kongyong's forehead. He realizes the complexity surrounding Chen Shiwen's girlfriend and, trembling, admits, I have leverage over Chen Shiwen's. Just tell your sister not to marry him. You're not being honest. Shan Hu bellows, raising his fist again. Enough. Let him go. Gu Jinshui orders, understanding that if one person is uncooperative, it may be a coincidence. However, if several refuse to speak, it indicates that Chen Shiwen's had preemptively arranged matters. After releasing Zhou, the three brothers head to a state-run restaurant, where Gu Jinshui consumes 5 buns before putting down his chopsticks. Dizzy looks up at him, boss. We must continue investigating, but it's tough. We don't know anyone in Yunnan. Just eat. I have a plan, Gu Jinshui replies, sipping water and considering approaching his daughter for further leads. At noon, Gu Yinxing has just finished administering an injection when she steps out for lunch and unexpectedly encounters Chen Shiwen's at the office door, who is holding an aluminum lunchbox wrapped in cloth. Yinxing, your boyfriend has come to bring you lunch, he smiles warmly. A few nurses tease her as they exit the office. Gu Yinxing forces a smile and shoots a glare at Chen Shiwen's, beckoning him to step outside. In the hospital, where everyone knows each other, she doesn't want to be the subject of ridicule. Once outside the Friendship Hospital, the surroundings become quieter. With her hands in her pockets, she asks, what do you want? We've already parted ways. Parted? What do you mean? Chen Shiwen insists, grasping her hand. My mother was unwell yesterday. I had no knowledge of the betrothal gifts. I apologize on her behalf. Let go. Gu Yinxing glares at him. Are you going to release me or not? I want tea. Chen Shiwen, sensing her indifference, feels panic. He genuinely has some affection for her. Yinxing, how can you be so heartless? After yesterday, you've just discarded our feelings? Mentioning the incident ignites Gu Yinxing's fury. She feels humiliated at the thought of being with someone like him. You better leave. Chen Shiwen. If you truly cared, your mother wouldn't have said those things yesterday. The more she thinks, the angrier she becomes, her face flushed. We're done.
No.
Yinxing. Chen Shiwen pleads. He drops the lunchbox and lunges toward her, attempting to kiss her cheek. Caught off guard, Gu Yinxing is simultaneously furious and incredulous at his audacity. What are you doing, you scoundrel? A steady male voice interjects. Before Chen Shiwen can react, he is forcefully pushed to the ground, landing painfully on the sandy floor.
Comrade.
Are you all right? Yunnan, having restrained him, then turns to Gu Yinxing. Gu Yinxing blinks in surprise, then shifts between anger and gratitude, delivering several punches to Chen Shiwen's face. You despicable creature. Do you want to take advantage of me? Are you looking for death? Yunnan, observing her fierce spirit, waits until she's calmed down before clearing his throat. That's enough, comrade. If this escalates and blood is drawn, it could cause trouble. His words resonate with Gu Yinxing. She retracts her hand, kicking Chen Shiwen's lightly, then smooths her hair and appraises this unexpected hero. Upon seeing Yan Ren's impressive stature, tall, broad-shouldered, with striking features that surpass even movie stars, she briefly regrets her earlier actions. But quickly shaking off that thought, she recognizes that venting her frustrations is far more satisfying. "Thank you, comrade," she expresses gratefully. "Not at all. What do you plan to do with him? Should I take him to the police station?"
Yunnan.
Refraining from making decisions hastily, aware that the dynamics between the two could be complicated. "Yinxing, please, you can't report this," Chen Shiwen begs, his swollen eyes pleading with her. Gu Yinxing glanced at him and curled her lip, inquiring whether he would dare do it again. She was acutely aware that this matter should not be blown out of proportion. After all, Chen Shiwen merely attempted to kiss her and would not be charged with any offense at the police station. Furthermore, if this incident were to spread, she had numerous adversaries who would relish in distorting the tale. "I wouldn't dare, I promise," Chen Shiwen hastily replied. Gu Yinxing turned her gaze towards Yan Ren, feeling somewhat awkward. Yan Ren understood and released her hand, concluding that the matter would end there. He glanced at his watch and stated, "I have other matters to attend to at the hospital. You." His eyes lingered on Gu Yinxing's blue nurse uniform. She quickly responded, "I will accompany you." As dusk approached, Gu Yinxing rode her Forever brand bicycle into the courtyard. Upon stopping her bicycle at the entrance, she noticed a little girl peering out from the east wing, only to retreat swiftly. Gu Yinxing grimaced and lifted the curtain to enter the house. After taking a sip of water, she addressed He Chunlian, who had already returned from work. "Mom, what's with that granddaughter next door? She's barely a few years old and already sneaking around." The little girl was named Song Chaohua, the granddaughter of Huang Shirong. Gu Yinxing had little recollection of the child, but she distinctly remembered her brother, Song Daba, because Huang Shirong boasted about him incessantly, as if he were the pride of the entire courtyard. "That child is quite unfortunate. I just saw her outside washing diapers," Lianging remarked as she emerged from the house. The empathy of a mother inevitably stirred within her. It was harsh for a 4-year-old to have to work.
Indeed.
"It is pitiable," He Chunlian said, "but I can't shake the feeling that something's amiss with that child." Little did they know, while they sensed something was off, Song Chaohua felt it too. She had been reborn at the beginning of the year. In her previous life, she endured hardship. Her parents favored sons over daughters and lacked any means. Her aunt married Chen Shiwen, a man prone to domestic violence, often returning home in tears. By the time Song Chaohua matured, her family hastily arranged her marriage to an older bachelor for a bride price. On the day she returned to her maternal home, she witnessed the old Gu family moving out of the courtyard and into a Sahiwan, where her younger neighbor, Gu Yousi, emerged dressed in the latest fashionable dress from a department store, her small leather shoes glimmering, a radiant smile gracing her face. Song Chaohua felt a deep sense of inequity. She could not comprehend why her family endured such suffering while Gu Yousi enjoyed a life of luxury, cherished by her parents. Thus, upon her rebirth, her first course of action was to thwart her aunt's attempts to seduce Chen Shiwen and instead encourage him to court Gu Yinxing. Everything seemed to progress smoothly until a sudden disruption arose at the last moment. Song Chaohua bit her lip, feeling an ominous premonition since her rebirth. Her family was inextricably linked with the Gu family. When the Gu family thrived, her family faltered, and only when the Gu family struggled could they enjoy prosperity. Chapter 4. The fourth day of eavesdropping, Gu Jingshui returned home shortly after 8, the lights still aglow within. He removed his hat, settled into a chair, and devoured the noodles left for him. Lianging emerged, cradling Gu Yousi, followed by He Chunlian and her daughter. He Chunlian inquired, "Slow down your eating. Look at you. Did you not have anything to sustain you outside? If you've eaten, it will all be digested by now." After slurping down a bowl of noodles, Gu Jingshui finally set down his chopsticks. He glanced at everyone and stated, "I went to inquire about Chen Shiwen's situation today. There is something amiss with that fellow. But those educated youth are unwilling to speak. They certainly won't reveal anything. Chen Shiwen has set a trap for them, compelling them to steal the white steamed buns he brought. They wouldn't dare confess." Gu Yousi mused inwardly. Indeed, it proves useful. Gu Jingshui exchanged a knowing glance with Lianging. Lianging replied, What shall we do then? If we call off the engagement over the lack of a bride price, we might become the subject of ridicule. Brother, I refuse to marry that scoundrel. He even came to the hospital to harass me today. Gu Yinxing clenched her fists, her pearly teeth clattering. He dares? Has he done anything to you? Gu Jingshui's expression darkened as he tightened his fists. No. He tried to act lewd, but was apprehended by the soldiers. I gave him a good beating. Gu Yinxing recounted, still feeling a sense of relief. He Chunlian and the others were momentarily startled, seeing that Gu Yinxing appeared unperturbed, their expressions reflecting a mix of exasperation and amusement. Jinshui, we must devise a plan swiftly. If it comes to it, we can call off the engagement, he Chunlian suggested. Just say I do not favor that Chen boy. We should inquire with Chen Shiwen's uncle. He borrowed some money without his wife's knowledge. Gu Yousi, growing increasingly anxious, attempted to articulate her thoughts but struggled to find the words. Meanwhile, Lianging and the others seemed to brighten with realization. Gu Jingshui remained composed. Mother, do not fret. Tomorrow, I will speak to his relatives and ascertain their situation. Those in the know have hinted that he is not suitable for marriage. As for Yinxing, she is my only sister. I must ensure her marriage prospects are sound. Then keep a close watch, he Chunlian felt reassured. Gu Jingshui pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Here, mother, keep this for household expenses. The pile of cash was substantial, at least 20 or 30 bills. Gu Yinxing's attention was immediately captured by the money. Brother, can selling scrap truly earn this much? Gu Jingshui chuckled dismissively. It depends on the person. With your intellect, you should abandon such thoughts and focus on your nursing duties. He handed her 2 yuan to dismiss her. Upon returning to their room, Gu Jingshui produced a tin of face cream and handed it to Lianging. You should apply some before your night shift. It's said to protect against the cold. Lianging rolled her eyes at him, and noticing their daughter's gaze, playfully dabbed a bit of cream on Gu Yousi's face. Don't waste my money. Spend wisely when you're out. And eat well instead of returning home with an empty stomach. I know my wife cares for me, Gu Jingshui said, wrapping his arms around Lianging's waist. His hands wandering. Noticing Gu Yousi watching, he coughed and lifted the child to take her to Hichunlian's room. The next day, Lianging returned from her night shift around noon. Upon entering, she saw her mother-in-law tending to the child and asked, Mother, why are you home so early today? Hichunlian explained, the matters at school have concluded, and I can officially commence my winter break. They distributed 2 cans of preserved food and 4 bottles of soda. She pointed towards the cupboard in the eastern room. Their family cooked outside, but stored their items in Hichunlian's room to avoid theft in the bustling courtyard. Lianging glanced at the items and remarked, what is the reasoning behind distributing soda in winter? Indeed, our school is struggling and the leadership lacks capability, Hichunlian complained. Other schools receive grain tickets, industrial tickets, and canned meat, yet we are given this paltry assortment. Better something than nothing, Lianging replied. I wonder what our textile factory will distribute as New Year gifts this year. I believe some meat would be the most practical. Gu Yousi, overhearing, perked up, feeling as if she had forgotten something important. Just as she pondered this, a voice called from outside. Aunt He.
Aunt He.
Recognizing Dizzy's voice, Hichunlian quickly lifted the curtain. Dizzy, riding a dilapidated bicycle, exclaimed, Aunt, hurry with me. There's trouble. Hichunlian felt a pang of anxiety. Exchanging a glance with Lianging, suspecting it pertained to Chen Shiwen's, she hurriedly handed the child to Lianging. Watch her. I'll return shortly. Be careful, mother, Lianging cautioned. She watched as Dizzy took Hichunlian away and noticed Lin Lianhua from next door emerging, inquiring, Lianging, what has happened? Where did your mother go? Lin Lianhua wore a gentle, amiable smile, but her eyes flickered. Lianging replied coolly, how would I know? Lin Lianhua, feeling rebuffed, though displeased, did not leave but continued, did you know? I heard our factory plans to distribute television tickets this year. Su Wen is in for a windfall. Hearing this, Grandpa's son from next door interjected, is that true? Television tickets are worth a fortune. Indeed. Lin Lianhua continued, glancing at Lianging, I heard that in the black market, a television ticket is worth 2 to 300. Grandpa's son gasped in astonishment. 2 to 300? The construction worker's wife is set to make a fortune. I think the construction worker's wife should express gratitude to Lianging, Lin Lianhua remarked. Originally, the factory's advanced distribution was meant for Lianging. But the leadership claimed her credentials were lacking, so… Lianhua, that's not my intention, Lianging interrupted. If you believe the leadership is in the wrong,
You should speak to them.
she grew increasingly impatient with Lin Lianhua's words, dropping the curtain and retreating inside to warm herself by the fire. Grandpa's son glanced at the dropped curtain, then at Lin Lianhua, muttering, "I'll go prepare lunch." As he entered to gather ingredients, Grandma's son pinched his ear. "Why are you engaging with them? Their families have never gotten along. Let us not meddle." "Oh dear, you old hag, let go." Grandpa's son's voice faded into the background. Meanwhile, Liang Ying remained preoccupied with worries about how her husband and mother-in-law were faring with their situation regarding Chen. At the Chen household, Gu Yinxing forcefully pushed past Chen's father, landing a punch on Chen Shiwen's face, causing him to see stars. Chen's father, frantic, turned to his brother-in-law, "Brother-in-law, can't you do anything?
Help me.
His brother-in-law, son Guqiang, attempted to intervene but was restrained by his wife, who coldly remarked, "Brother-in-law, why don't you step in? Guqiang is old enough. He can't be of much help with those old bones. Moreover, today's turmoil was instigated by your own family." Chen's father turned pale with fury, casting a glance at son Guqiang. Son Guqiang felt a twinge of guilt. Yet upon recalling the scolding he had just received at home, he believed he was truly a victim of circumstances. "Brother-in-law, do not look at me that way. I have been more than benevolent to your family, lending you several hundred yuan. If your family chooses to deceive your daughter, it is only natural for others to confront you. I cannot be of any assistance." Upon hearing these words, Chen's father nearly fainted from rage. The onlookers, initially unaware of the situation, assumed the Chen family was being bullied, but upon hearing this, they sensed something was amiss. An elderly woman inquired, "What is happening here? Old Chen, should we call the police?" "No, we cannot involve the police," Chen's father replied hurriedly, shaking his head. "This is a trivial matter. We need not trouble the police." "How convenient for you to say." At that moment, He Chunlian and Duzi arrived, coincidentally catching this exchange. With her hands on her hips, she retorted, "Of course you wouldn't dare to call the police. You wouldn't want anyone to know about your family's petty affairs. Dear-in-laws, dear-in-laws." Chen's father, in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat, silently pleading with He Chunlian to refrain from revealing more. However, He Chunlian merely scoffed. Noticing a woman in a red armband approaching, she quickly went to meet her, exclaiming, "Madam, you have arrived just in time. Please help us settle this matter. Our families were once discussing a match, and the couple was getting along splendidly. But then, we heard rumors that Chen Shiwen has a wife and children in Yunnan. It was the peak hour for neighbors returning home from work, and the commotion around the Chen household drew attention." Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd erupted into chatter. "Surely not. Chen Shiwen does not seem like that kind of person," one elderly woman expressed her skepticism. "People do not confront others for no reason," another man chimed in. "If he has indeed married elsewhere and is pretending to be single in Beijing, it is no wonder that the girl is upset." The neighborhood committee member furrowed her brow at the gossip. Witnessing Gu Jinshui strike Chen Shiwen, she felt it was inappropriate and interjected, "Let us not resort to violence. We can discuss this calmly. If the Chen family has wronged you, I shall mediate." "Gu Jinshui, do not continue." He Chunlian quickly signaled Gu Jinshui to cease his actions. Understanding her cue, Gu Jinshui released his grip, while Chen Shiwen covered his face, pointing at Gu Jinshui. "Director Liu, you must uphold justice for me." "Director Liu." He Chunlian turned to him. "While our family may not be of high standing, we cherish our daughter dearly. My daughter has endured a difficult life, losing her father at 3 or 4 years old. As a widow, I raised my children with the hope they would find good partners, not demanding much, just kindness. Yet, we find ourselves in this predicament." He Chunlian took a handkerchief from her pocket, dabbing her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Duzi stood by, utterly astonished. And he truly possesses the talent of a performer, effortlessly shifting her demeanor. As he stood in a daze, he noticed He Chunlian signaling him frantically, her eyes nearly bulging out. Duzi quickly responded, "Aunt He, please do not cry." Director Liu is here, and he will surely ensure justice for your family. In just a few moments, the Gu mother and son, who were supposed to be reprimanded, were transformed into the victims. Director Liu, perceptive as he was, chose not to expose the truth, instead stating, "It is not wise to argue outside. Let us step inside." And he, "Do not feel wronged. If what you say is true, I will take responsibility today." Chapter 5. The fifth day of eavesdropping. It was around 7 or 8 o'clock. The north wind howled outside, and the heavy snow adorned the sky with a frosty layer. Inside the house, Liang waited anxiously for Gu Jinshui and the others to return. Gu Yinxing held a child and said, "Sister-in-law, if you are worried, I can go out to take a look." "No, it's too dark outside. It's unsafe for you to go out alone," Liang replied, pondering whether to ask Grandpa Sun for help. Just then, she heard the sound of bells from a vehicle. She quickly rose to greet them, and, indeed, it was Gu Jinshui and his group. They carried a considerable number of items, leaving Liang stunned. "Come in quickly. Why are you freezing out there?" Gu Jinshui pushed her shoulder gently, ushering her inside, followed by He Chunlian and the others. "Mom, how did it go?" Gu Yinxing's heart raced like a drum. Although she trusted her mother and brother to handle matters reliably, the stakes were high, and anxiety gnawed at her. "It worked out," He Chunlian said, removing her scarf and pulling out a bundle of items from her pocket. "Director Liu over there spoke on our behalf, and the Chen family compensated us 10 yuan, plus this bundle of tickets. It's all for you." Gu Yinxing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money and tickets. Gu Yousi felt puzzled. The Chen family did not seem like the type to easily part with money after calling off the engagement. This matter relied on the eldest brother's maneuvering. Duzi took a sip of water, gazing at Gu Jinshui with admiration. It was the eldest brother who set the trap for that young man's uncle and aunt, compelling them to reveal the truth. Otherwise, seeking justice would not have been so straightforward. "Really, brother, you are quite capable." Gu Yinxing glanced at the tickets, bit her lip, and handed the money to Gu Jinshui. "You keep the money, I will take the tickets." Gu Jinshui shot her glance. "Fine. Keep this small amount for yourself. I have no interest in it." The next morning, Huang Shirong's family rose early. Song Mei and her niece Song Chaohua headed to the public restroom outside. Their shared courtyard had no toilet facilities, necessitating a trip to the women's restroom. Waiting in line at the restroom was undoubtedly cold and unpleasant. As Song Mei stamped her feet, she overheard someone say, "Did you hear? The nurse from your courtyard nearly fell victim to a marriage scam." "What?" "I hadn't heard," a woman chimed in. "My husband came home this morning after buying some pancakes and told me about it. He said that guy is a university student putting on a show, but he already has children in Yunnan." "How shameless." Someone nearby could not help but interject. "What's wrong with being a university student? Those who have held official positions or been professors have committed plenty of disgraceful acts," the woman retorted. "I believe it's fortunate that the girl's family investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, if they had married, it would have been a disaster. My husband said that guy's family is still fixated on the girl's job." These words detonated in Song Mei and her niece's ears. Song Mei could hardly believe it. She quickly asked, "Is that person's last name Chen?" "I think it is," the woman replied, looking at her curiously. "How do you know?" Song Mei remained silent, pulling Song Chaohua back towards their courtyard in haste. Inside the courtyard, Gu Yinxing was about to refuse a frozen pear offered by Granny Sun when she noticed Song Mei's return, her eyes revealing confusion. Song Mei halted, propping her hands on her knees, breathless. "Gu Yinxing, did you really date Chen Shiwen?" "Yes, have you heard?" Gu Yinxing replied. Yu Song Mei stammered for a moment before finally saying, "Isn't Chen Shiwen's background quite good? Are you really willing to let go?" Granny Sun interjected, "Song Mei, that's where you're mistaken. We must not only consider background, but also character. In this regard, you fall short of Yinxing. What she said earlier was quite right. No marriage founded on deception can endure." Gu Yinxing smiled sheepishly, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, those words were not hers but rather a thought she had overheard from her niece. Song Mei's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. She glanced at Gu Yinxing, wanting to say more. Inside, He Chunlian drew back the curtain and said, "Yinxing, why aren't you at work yet? What are you doing here? Hurry up. Or, if the hospital distributes the New Year's goods and you're not around, they might send someone back to inform you." "Understood," Gu Yinxing replied. Song Mei could only watch her ride away on her bicycle, her face turning pale with anger. Song Chaohua felt equally disheartened. Watching Gu Yinxing's retreating figure, she bit her lip, reflecting on how the Song family had rejected Chen Shiwen because of her earlier slip, exposing his ulterior motives. Yet, was the Gu family truly so fortunate? Just as they were on the brink, could this matter still fall apart? Mom, I'm going too. Please watch the child today. Lianging said, swiftly packing her lunchbox. All right, He Chunlian replied, holding Gu Yousi. If you don't get enough to eat at noon, take some money to buy some steamed buns. Don't let yourself go hungry. Lianging smiled and agreed. If there was one decision Lianging never regretted in her life, it was marrying her husband. Others might find her family peculiar, but she felt her kin were exceptionally dear. By the way, what will your textile factory distribute for New Year's goods this year? As Lianging prepared to leave, He Chunlian inquired, is it a lot? Lianging paused and replied, it will probably be like previous years, just some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candy, maybe a few fabric coupons. Having fabric coupons is good. I was thinking of making a set of clothes for our child for the new year. He Chunlian gently stroked her granddaughter's cheek. Gu Yousi, lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, Mom, you need to be careful today. Someone is going to slander you for stealing. Lianging felt a jolt in her mind. Instinctively, she looked at her daughter. Gu Yousi, sensing her mother's concern, reached out for a hug, recalling that someone would hide a television ticket in Lianging's cupboard today, framing her as a thief. With no other option, Gu Yousi could only attempt to keep her mother from leaving, hoping to avoid trouble for the day. Lianging inhaled deeply, maintaining her composure. Mom, I'm off now, she said, patting her daughter's head before stepping outside with her net bag. Working at the textile factory was no easy task. Lianging was responsible for guiding the weft yarn, a position demanding great focus and precision. Otherwise, the quality of the yarn produced would suffer, impacting the team's evaluation. Thus, after a busy morning, when lunchtime arrived, everyone was famished. Sister Liang, shall we go to the cafeteria together? Bai Xiaoyan naturally approached Lianging. Lianging smiled, surveying the surrounding crowd. All right, but let us not rush to eat. The factory is distributing New Year's goods. Everyone should collect them first before eating. The team leader called out. Upon hearing about the distribution, excitement rippled through the crowd, and hunger was momentarily forgotten. The distribution took place in the factory's second-floor office. Indeed, the New Year's goods consisted merely of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candy.
So when?
Here is your television ticket. The logistics director handed a ticket to Suwon. Instantly, all eyes turned toward her, filled with eager anticipation. Thank you, leader, Suwon replied. Her face flushed as she accepted it with both hands. Some nearby were complimenting, while others were envious. Suwon, you truly possess remarkable abilities. This is a television ticket. We have never seen one before. Suwon, let us touch it. Suwon was not stingy and allowed everyone to feel the ticket. Lin Lianhua, with a cheerful smile, remarked, Lianging, why don't you touch it? This is a television ticket. Suwon turned her gaze toward Lianging, instinctively biting her lip, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and guilt. I'm in a hurry to eat. I don't want to touch it, Lianging replied with a slight smile. The group first carried the New Year goods to the changing room before gradually heading to the cafeteria for their meal. Lianging declined to dine with Bai Xiaoyan, excusing herself to go to the restroom, and secretly returned to the changing room. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the factory had closed for the day. Everyone returned to the changing room to change clothes and collect their New Year goods. Suddenly, Suwon let out a scream, pulling out a cotton monkey from the cabinet and rummaging frantically inside. What's going on? The people around immediately gathered. Suwon turned to face them, the television ticket. Mine is missing. Missing? Bai Xiaoyan quickly squeezed her way over. Suwon, you must be mistaken. Perhaps you put it in the wrong place? No. Suwon shook her head vigorously. Her face had turned pale, the earlier joy completely vanished, and her lips trembled. I distinctly remember placing my television ticket underneath my cotton monkey. How could it be gone? Could it be that someone stole it? Lin Lianhua said in a soft voice, I've heard that television tickets are quite valuable. Perhaps someone had ill intentions. Upon her utterance, the changing room fell silent. The expressions of the crowd varied. Some, who appeared upright, showed no signs of fear, while others seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Lianhua, your words are rather harsh. This changing room only contains us. Are you insinuating that one of us is a thief? An older woman exclaimed in anger. Lianhua replied, Sister Zhao.
Please don't be upset.
I am merely speculating. Such a valuable item as a television ticket, if it truly is missing, we cannot simply let this matter rest. As she spoke, she looked at Liang Ying. Do you think my reasoning is sound? Chapter 6. The 6th day of eavesdropping, are you asking me? Liang Ying gazed at Lianhua, finding the situation rather amusing. Indeed, aren't you the most well-liked person in our group? Lianhua remarked. You should offer some advice on this matter. Su Wen glanced at Liang Ying, her eyes reddened with emotion. After a moment of silence, Liang Ying replied, In my opinion, everyone in our group is good at heart. I believe no one would resort to theft. Moreover, stealing is a crime that not only tarnishes one's reputation but also leads to imprisonment. Therefore, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Lianhua countered. Who knows if someone might act impulsively and commit such an act. I think we should search through everyone's lockers to determine the truth. The group exchanged glances, each remaining silent. What are you all doing? Why haven't you returned yet? The group leader entered and sensed the tension in the air. You arrived at the right moment. Su Wen's television ticket has gone missing, and we were just discussing whether we should search the lockers, Lianhua interjected, pulling the leader's hand and pointing at Su Wen. Just look at how anxious Su Jia is. The leader furrowed her brow. Did it really go missing?
Su Wen,
tearful, nodded silently. After a brief pause, the leader questioned, How do we come to the conclusion of searching the lockers? Lianhua explained, The changing room is adjacent to our workshop. If an outsider were to come in, we would notice immediately. Thus, it makes one ponder whether it could be someone from within our ranks. If it is indeed someone from our group, we cannot let this slide easily. A thief does not steal from their own nest. If they can steal a colleague's ticket today, they could steal their money tomorrow. The leader felt an increasing headache at this notion. If it turned out to be someone from their group, it would be truly embarrassing. If it's a matter of searching, then let us proceed. I am unafraid, declared Sister Zhao, her voice low and resonant. She opened her locker and began to rummage through her belongings. As you can see, there's nothing here, right? Others, either to appease the situation or out of fear of speculation, also opened their lockers. As everyone searched, only Liang Ying remained unmoved. Lianhua turned to Liang Ying. Why aren't you searching your locker? Liang Ying replied curtly. Why should I? I know I haven't stolen anything. Lianhua responded with a gentle smile. Liang Ying, if you are innocent, it wouldn't hurt to let others help you search. She added, Among us, you are the most suspicious, after all. The group paused in their actions. Su Wen looked at Liang Ying with teary eyes. Liang Ying, do you resent me for taking the factory's advanced award? Liang Ying interrupted. I do not. I was a bit upset back then, but that matter is in the past. Liang Ying was indeed the most diligent and intelligent in the workshop. Originally, she was to receive the advanced award, but the leaders claimed her qualifications were insufficient and awarded it to Su Wen instead. Although the situation had since improved, Liang Ying's identity as the daughter of a capitalist was unchangeable. You say that, but who knows what you truly think, someone murmured lowly. Liang Ying, if you are innocent, why not open your locker for us to see? Lianhua's tone was gentle, yet her words were unkind. Otherwise, it would raise further suspicion among the group. Yes, we have all searched. Why should you be the exception? Her hesitance only fueled suspicion. Liang Ying, if you're innocent, then open your locker for us to see, Lianhua insisted. Liang Ying maintained her composure. I can search, but if nothing is found, Lianhua, shouldn't you apologize to me? If nothing is found, we will naturally apologize. Lianhua replied without hesitation. Liang Ying turned to the group leader. Leader, you have heard. Please witness this. The leader nodded. Liang Ying approached her locker, removing her belongings, a cotton jacket and a lunchbox from the net bag, opening it for everyone to view. One by one, they inspected her items. Liang Ying mockingly reached into her pockets. You may check my pockets as well. Is there anything there? Lianhua's expression shifted. She looked uncertainly at Bai Xiaoyan. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Xiaoyan was even more shocked. The items she had placed there had mysteriously vanished. Well, Comrade Liang is evidently innocent. You should apologize to her, the group leader said solemnly, surveying the crowd. She was not in favor of searching lockers, as suspecting one's own team members was detrimental to morale. However, since everyone had begun searching, she felt it was unwise to intervene. Yes, we are sorry, the group mumbled awkwardly, exchanging glances. Su Wen, distressed, wiped her tears. What should I do? My television ticket is just gone, and my mother-in-law will surely be furious with me. In this day and age, obtaining a television ticket was no easy feat, unless one was a leader. Ordinary workers had to beg and plead for it. The group leader frowned. Liang said, Su Wen, don't cry so hastily. There are still 2 lockers left to search. Everyone has been treated equally thus far. Lin Lianhua, Xiaoyan, you too must not be exceptions. Liang smiled at them. Upon meeting her smile, Lin Lianhua felt a sudden unease. Yes, let us check your lockers too. Su Wen finally reacted, her eyes eagerly fixed on Lin Lianhua and Bai Xiaoyan. Earlier, Lin Lianhua had been completely unafraid. However, now, with the television ticket that should have been in Liang Ying's locker missing, Lin Lianhua felt a sense of dread. Lianhua, everyone has looked through their lockers. You should do the same, the group leader urged. The others turned to Lin Lianhua, and Sister Zhao added, Yes, you were the first to suggest the search. Why are you hesitating now? Lin Lianhua's palms were clammy with sweat. She forced a smile and clutched her locker door. There's nothing in my locker either. Why are you being so evasive? Sister Zhao grew impatient and yanked the door open. Lin Lianhua's heart raced, but she heard Sister Zhao exclaim, Oh Lianhua, your cotton jacket is too thin. Lin Lianhua was taken aback as she observed Sister Zhao shaking the patched-up cotton jacket in her hands. Sister Zhao disdainfully handed the jacket to Lin Lianhua. Why don't you have a lunchbox in your locker? I am not hungry, Lin Lianhua replied, unable to admit that her mother-in-law had only prepared 2 buns for her, which certainly could not warrant an aluminum lunchbox. Liang understood and refrained from stating the obvious, instead looking at Bai Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, you're the only one left. Without much thought, Bai Xiaoyan casually opened her locker. What could possibly be in my locker? Take a look for yourselves. With a loud bang, the locker door swung open. The changing room fell silent for a moment. Under the scrutiny of all, a television ticket lay prominently beneath Bai Xiaoyan's lunchbox. This is my ticket. Su Wen rushed forward, examining the ticket closely. Indeed, this is my ticket. The group was left in stunned silence. Bai Xiaoyan opened her mouth, seemingly realizing something, and repeatedly waved her hands. It's not me, it's not me. How could the television ticket be with me? It should be. What exactly? Liang Ying stepped forward, her gaze icy, yet her heart ached with an unspoken pain. Bai Xiaoyan, just moments ago, Lianhua also mentioned that even rabbits do not consume the grass at their own burrow. You have stolen your colleague's ticket. You are utterly heartless. Recall what she had just said. Lin Lianhua felt a flush of heat on her face, a tumult of emotions swirling within her.
No,
Bai Xiaoyan looked anxiously towards Lin Lianhua, hoping for her assistance. However, Lin Lianhua was too preoccupied to notice her plight, swiftly averting her gaze. Team leader. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Sister Zhao's voice boomed, her neck veins protruding. Lin Lianhua was right. If she could pilfer tickets today, what was to prevent her from stealing money tomorrow? In their workshop, everyone had always adhered to the rules. They could not allow this single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Team leader, I did not. It wasn't teamy. There is a misunderstanding. Bai Xiaoyan wept, her face a pitiful sight, tears and snot streaming down.
Yet.
Liang Ying felt no sympathy for her. She understood that if this theft were attributed to another, perhaps they would adopt a more lenient approach, choosing to forgive. But with her background, her family's reputation still precarious. If she were falsely accused of theft, it could lead to actual imprisonment. In these stringent times, she could easily become a scapegoat, which would utterly ruin her family. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Wasn't the item found in your locker? Sister Zhao spat. Now I understand why you were so eager to assist Su Wen earlier. It was a case of the thief crying stop thief. Bai Xiaoyan found herself at a loss for words, unable to explain how the item had come to be in her possession. If you believe you are wronged, then let us call the police. Liang Ying wrapped her coat tighter around her, ensuring no one would accuse her team of bullying Bai Xiaoyan. We cannot call the police. We cannot. The two statements rang out simultaneously, the first from the team leader, the second from Bai Xiaoyan. Now, all eyes turned to Bai Xiaoyan. You still claim it wasn't you? Sister Zhao scoffed, rolling her eyes. Bai Xiaoyan could no longer defend herself. She hung her head, her eyes reddened. Yes, I acted foolishly. But I only intended to make a joke. Su Wen, please don't hold it against me, all right? Su Wen remained silent, pulling her hand away from Bai Xiaoyan. Liang Ying remarked coolly, Team leader, we need not involve the police, but this is no trivial matter. If it were me, I would not dare share a workspace with a thief. Everyone now knows she is stolen. Who's to say she won't seek revenge tomorrow? Her words struck a chord with the others. They exchanged glances and began to voice their concerns. Team leader, we cannot continue working alongside her.
Indeed.
Our third workshop has always been respectable. We cannot have someone with unclean hands among us. The team leader shared this sentiment. She looked at Bai Xiaoyan and Su Wen, declaring, let us go to the organizational department and seek guidance from the leadership on how to handle this situation. Night had fallen. Although the snow had ceased, the biting northern wind seeped through the cracks of every household. Huang Shirong was chatting with others at the courtyard entrance when, in the distance, she spotted Liang Ying and her daughter-in-law approaching. Her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, Jinshui's wife, why are you back so late? Did something happen? Her inquiries seemed to anticipate trouble. Chapter 7. The seventh day of eavesdropping. Upon entering the house, Liang Ying was immediately approached by He Chunlian, who inquired about her well-being. Liang Ying nodded, placing the New Year goods on the table, assuring her that all was well. That's a relief, He Chunlian exhaled, having worried all day. Her heart was finally at ease. Do you know who framed you? Liang Ying tugged at the corner of her lips, revealing a self-deprecating smile. It was Xiao Yan. Bai Xiaoyan? He Chunlian's eyes widened in disbelief. Liang Ying confirmed with a nod, her fingers nervously gripping the string of her net bag, bitterness seeping into her words. Bai Xiaoyan had been her closest friend at the factory, once defending her when she faced isolation due to her background. When Bai Xiaoyan's husband abused her for failing to bear a son, it was Liang Ying who sought Gu Jinshui's support. Don't take it to heart, He Chunlian sighed. I overheard that woman next door making a fuss earlier. Is it her family? This matter likely involves Bai Xiaoyan and Lin Lianhua, Liang Ying replied. I slipped the ticket to Bai Xiaoyan, and given her temperament, she probably won't let Lin Lianhua off easily. That's good to hear. He Chunlian brightened at the thought. The next day, upon arriving at the factory, Liang Ying learned that Bai Xiaoyan had received a serious reprimand and was demoted to cleaning the toilets. She deserves it, remarked Sister Zhao, still fuming. To think, cleaning toilets is a lenient punishment. She used to earn 50 a month, and now it's barely 30. Others say that when she returned home last night, her mother-in-law and husband beat her, another colleague added. Listening to these remarks, Liang Ying felt nothing. The moment she witnessed Bai Xiaoyan slip the ticket into her locker, she had severed their friendship. Why are you pulling me? I can walk by myself. Lin Lianhua glanced around nervously, fearing they might be seen. Bai Xiaoyan's face was tense, her expression sour as she bit her teeth. Are you afraid of being seen? You're the one who gave me that terrible idea. Look at what you've done to me. Bai Xiaoyan pointed at the bruises on her face, her eyes reddening with anger. Lin Lianhua, feeling guilty, stammered, This isn't entirely my fault, Xiao Yan. I was just joking. You took it too far, and over something trivial. You managed to ruin everything. You blame me? Bai Xiaoyan's fury escalated. If it weren't for your instigation, I wouldn't have thought to scheme against Liang Ying. You've brought me down to this disgrace of cleaning toilets. You owe me. Xiao Yan, we must reason this out, Lin Lianhua interjected, frowning as she shook off Bai Xiaoyan's grip. You made your own choices, and the punishment was decided by the management. You can't lay the blame at my feet. So, you refuse to compensate me? Bai Xiaoyan's cold laughter pierced through the tension as she dropped the mop and turned to leave. Lin Lianhua's heart sank, and she quickly grasped Bai Xiaoyan's arm. Xiao Yan, where are you going? I'm going to seek justice from the management. Bai Xiaoyan smiled with a hollow expression. If I suffer, you won't escape unscathed. Just think about how everyone will perceive you when they find out it was your idea. I've been reprimanded severely. You should at least receive a minor penalty. Lin Lianhua's face turned pale. How much do you want? Give me 50. Bai Xiaoyan extended her hand. Lin Lianhua's eyes widened. That 50 was her entire salary for the month, just received that morning.
Impossible.
If I give it to you, I want to be able to explain myself. I don't care. It's your choice. If you don't want to give it, that is fine. Bai Xiaoyan raised her chin defiantly, crossing her arms. Meanwhile, Gu Jinshui had sent Shan Hu and Dozy away at the door, instructing Sun Yaozu to return on the 5th day of the new year before stepping into the courtyard. As he reached the backyard, he overheard cries and shouts coming from the east wing. The sobbing resembled that of Song's little girl, while the yelling sounded like her grandmother. Gu Jinshui felt uneasy, halting his steps. Enough, Song Jianxi. You shouldn't be beating children today of all days. It's New Year's Eve. Don't bring misfortune upon your family. Our family's discipline of our children is none of your business, Huang Shirong retorted, lifting the curtain and placing her hands on her hips. Behind her, Song Chaohua's tear-streaked face glared at Gu Jinshui, her eyes filled with resentment. Gu Jinshui found the situation peculiar and chose not to engage further. Fine. Go ahead and beat them. It's not my child, so I won't be concerned if you injure them. What do you mean? Are you cursing our child? You scoundrel. Huang Shirong's face darkened, but Gu Jinshui ignored her and entered his house. Inside, He Chunlian was kneading dough and rolled her eyes upon seeing him. You're just asking for trouble. Why do you meddle in others' affairs? I only have a daughter now. I felt sympathy for their girl, Gu Jinshui replied, scratching his nose as he placed down the basket and revealed a large piece of pork. Mother, look at this fine meat. He Chunlian's eyes brightened, not bothering to ask where it came from. This is good. Let us save half for your wife's family and half for ours. Mother, you really don't need to be so courteous, Lianging interjected. My cousin's family is small. It's better to leave more for you. Humph. My side raises pigs and has plenty of meat. Your cousin is the only one with a job. It's more convenient to send a little extra as a gift. He Chunlian insisted. Lianging felt grateful, understanding that her mother-in-law was considering her as she had only her cousin for family. Gu Jinshui surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Where's Yinxing? She's inside playing with your daughter. He Chunlian gestured inside. At 20, she still plays like a child. It worries me. Just as Gu Jinshui was about to check on his daughter, a familiar voice called out from outside, Aunt He, are you home? He Chunlian lifted the curtain to see Liang Ying's cousin, Liang Rini, and his family. Oh, what brings you here? We came to celebrate the new year with you. Liang Rini shook the items in his hand. Aunt, you want to send us away, will you? He Chunlian glanced at their meager offerings. Half a fish, a small piece of meat, and 2 large cabbages, all while the family wore patched clothing, exuding an air of poverty.
Liang Grenier et son, Liang Liang,
was plump but unkempt, wiping his nose with his hand. You're all relatives. We're delighted to have you. He Chunlian quickly welcomed them inside, offering tea, fruits,
and snacks.
Liang Rini noticed the large chunk of meat and exclaimed, Aunt, your family must have done well this year to have such a big piece of fat meat. Gu Yinxing, hearing the commotion inside, rolled her eyes as she came out holding her child. How much can we possibly earn?
Just enough to get by.
Yinxing. He Chunlian shot her a warning look, signaling her not to speak out of turn. After all, Liang Rini was still Liang Ying's cousin. Gu Yinxing pouted, discontented. She simply disliked Liang Rini, who had a shifty appearance and was as rotund as a barrel, claiming to be of humble means. Who could believe that? No matter how you look at it, your family is still better off than ours. Zhao Feng, the wife of Liang Rini, sighed. Initially, we intended to bring more items with us, but there is truly only a meager amount left at home. We are at a loss. The only one in our family with a job is old Liang, and this child falls ill every few days. Liang, upon hearing this, raised his head and sniffled. Indeed, we cannot fathom when we might lead a life akin to that of your family, Aunt. Just look at this fine flour, exquisite fillings, and splendid pork. Liang Rini's gaze greedily swept over the items on the table. Liang Ying's ears flushed red, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Gu Yousi, listening to their lamentations, could no longer contain herself. What pretense? Your family enjoys flour and pork daily, dines out frequently, and has an abundance of large yellow croakers. Why feign poverty here? She cast a sidelong glance at Liang Liang, the chubby boy who, in the narrative, was a mere foil to the female protagonist Song Chaohua. To curry favor with her, he had boasted of his affluent household, claiming his parents possessed many large yellow croakers, while they frequently visited the Gu family to take advantage of their generosity, all the while pretending to be impoverished. Large yellow croakers? Pretending to be poor. The Gu family was momentarily stunned by these revelations. Noticing the silence from the Gu family, Liang Ren and his wife exchanged glances. Could it be that your cousins-in-laws look down upon the meager items we brought? Zhao Feng's eyes inquired. Liang Ren replied, that cannot be. When we came previously without bringing anything, they did not utter a word. Ahem. Gu Jinshui cleared his throat, prompting He Chuanlian and the others to regain their composure. Liang Ying's face flushed with anger, her hands trembling. Cousin, your family circumstances must be better than ours. Liang Ren chuckled and waved his hand. Not at all. All 3 adults in your family have jobs. Although my brother-in-law is unemployed, he earns quite a bit outside. In our household, I am the sole one with a position. And how much can that yield?
Is that so?
I see that you and your son appear quite plump, and I assumed you feasted on flour and pork daily, Liang Ying remarked with a forced smile. Liang Ren and his wife felt a sudden jolt of unease. Liang Liang was causing a ruckus. Mom, I want candy, the big white rabbit, not the cheap stuff. Zhao Feng, unable to bear it, gave him a light smack. What is wrong with this orange candy? We hardly ever have sweets at home. Oh dear, sister-in-law. Why take it out on the child? Gu Yinxing's eyes glimmered as she handed the boy to Gu Jinshui. Chubby, let your aunt take you out to play. She grabbed a handful of candy, and Liang Liang instantly perked up and followed her. Inside the house, He Chuanlian seemed oblivious to the tension, inviting Liang Ren and the others to help make dumplings and even planning to prepare braised pork. Liang Ren and his wife repeatedly expressed their approval, swallowing hard. Gu Yousi, standing nearby, was beside herself with frustration. This family seemed to suck the lifeblood from the Gu household, taking advantage of them, while she remained unable to voice her thoughts. Truly infuriating. Chapter 8. The eavesdropped 8th day outside the courtyard. Gu Yinxing peeled back the candy wrapper and offered a milk candy to Liang Liang, saying, You should be grateful for visiting our home today to enjoy this treat. Liang Liang eagerly snatched the candy and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, Who says? We have milk candy at home too. Really? Can your family afford it? Gu Yinxing feigned disdain. You must be boasting.
No.
Liang Liang, unable to withstand the provocation, retorted, My family has plenty of milk candy, even more than yours. That's just bragging, Gu Yinxing scoffed. Your family is poor. You came here today to mooch off our dumplings and pork. Nonsense. We're tired of that. My family eats out every day. We've tasted all kinds of delicious food. Liang Liang puffed out his belly, asserting, My parents only come here because they're too lazy to cook. Such a liar. Claiming to eat out every day, Gu Yinxing declared, shoving the candy into her pocket. I won't give candy to a little liar. That's true. Liang Liang could not tolerate being called a liar. He suddenly dashed into the house. Grabbing Zhao Fenglai's sleeve, he implored, Mom, are we rich?
Can we eat out every day?
The room fell silent for a moment. Liang Ren, reacting the quickest, stood up angrily. What nonsense are you talking? Our family isn't rich. Exactly. I told you he's a little liar. Gu Yinxing entered with a grin, standing at the doorway, arms crossed, looking amused. Liang Liang grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he remembered the New Year's money he had in his pocket. He hurriedly pulled it out, holding up a large bill. My family is rich. Look at my New Year's money. Do you have any? Well done, little fatty. Gu Yousi, though unaware of the situation, felt a surge of excitement at Liang Liang's bold defense of his family. He Chuanlian, putting away the dumpling wrappers, glanced at Liang Liang and then at Liang Ren and his wife, who were blushing with embarrassment. Liang Ren, filled with rage, slapped Liang Liang, exclaiming, I told you not to talk nonsense. When have we ever been rich? Where did you get that money? Gu Jinshui grabbed Liang Ren's hand, who was nearly twice as hefty, yet Gu Jinshui easily restrained him. With a half-smile, Gu Jinshui suggested, Cousin, it might be better for you to handle your family matters at home. As for tonight's New Year's dinner, let us eat separately, after all. Our family isn't well off enough to give the child 10 yuan as New Year's money. Just as Liang Rini was about to protest, a sharp pain in his wrist forced him to comply, and he left with his family in shame. In the east wing, Song Chaohua poured water and noticed Liang's retreating figure. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she recalled something and hurried back inside to find her father. Dad, I have something to tell you. Recently, Song Chaohua had been scolded several times over Lin Lianhua's lack of salary, her voice trembling. Song Jinshui, sitting on the Kong reading, glanced up, asking what now. Please don't say something nonsensical like before. Huang Shirong's gaunt face revealed a harsh expression, her chubby grandson crying, prompting her to coo gently. Mom, don't dismiss Chaohua. Much of what she says is accurate, though it may have strayed off course. Song Jinshui reprimanded his mother mildly. Yet, Song Chaohua's face glowed with gratitude. She felt more convinced that she was doing the right thing. If she hadn't been revealing those past events, how could her father treat her so kindly? Dad, I had another dream last night. I dreamt that Aunt Jinshui's family had hidden some valuable items. Song Chaohua mustered the courage to say, there seemed to be gold. Gold? Really? Huang Shirong nearly exclaimed. Song Jinshui, though visibly excited, remained composed, asking, do you know where it's hidden? Song Chaohua shook her head. Huang Shirong's face fell, her lips curling in disdain. If you don't know where, how can we find it? Song Jinshui glanced at his mother and bent down. Unusually gentle. Chaohua, think carefully. There must be clues in your dream, right? Song Chaohua was taken aback by the kindness. She thought hard and said, Dad, I can't remember, but I bet Liang's dad must know. Liang Rini? Song Jinshui stroked his chin, deep in thought. While he wasn't close to Liang Rini, he occasionally saw the family ordering dishes like braised fish and chicken stew at the state-run restaurant, and he had also witnessed them dining at Quanjude for roast duck. Thus, he was well aware that Liang Rini's family must have some savings. As Song Chaohua mentioned it, Song Jinshui began to suspect that Liang Rini's savings might have originated from the old Liang family estate. Son, we can't overlook such a substantial sum, Huang Shirong urged. If we had money, we could help you advance in life. Mom, I know what I'm doing, Song Jinshui replied dismissively. He turned and handed Song Chaohua a peanut from the table, saying, Chaohua, you did well. If you have another precognitive dream, make sure to tell me in advance. Song Chaohua nodded vigorously, excitement bubbling within her. Come, eat dumplings, don't dwell on it. He Chunlian served the dumplings, poured vinegar, and signaled Gu Yinxing to close the door, saying to Lianging. Lianging shook her head, feeding the baby milk. I just can't understand how they could behave this way. After all, they were her last relatives, since Liang's father passed away. Liang Rini had looked after her for a while. Liang Ying was aware of Liang Rini's tendency to take advantage, yet she thought, being family and not wealthy, it was better to overlook some matters. But she never expected Liang Rini to be this unscrupulous. I'm most curious where they got the money to eat out. Gu Yinxing, unable to contain herself upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, quickly devoured a dumpling, reveling in the delightful flavors of the cabbage and pork filling. Why are you asking about this? Gu Jinshui, noticing his wife's disappointment, shot a glare at his oblivious sister. What does it have to do with us? Gu Yousi burped softly. Hearing this, she could no longer hold back. It actually does relate to us. It's the legacy from the family. When my grandfather was near death, my mother wasn't home, and that ungrateful wretch was at my grandfather's side. My grandfather left the inheritance to my mother, but that wretch swallowed it all, claiming the Red Guards took it away. Today, Liang Rini came primarily to inquire about the other portion of my grandfather's inheritance. With a thud, the milk bottle slipped from Liang Ying's hand, her face a canvas of confusion. Achoo! Achoo! The Liang family trudged home through the wind and snow. Zhao Fenglai muttered beside them, your cousin is really stingy. What's wrong with us sharing a meal? If we had known, we wouldn't have brought anything. We've given them a free meal. All right, enough of that. Liang Rini rubbed his hands together, blaming your son for ruining my plans. I had intended to intoxicate Lianging today and inquire whether she knew the whereabouts of the treasures hidden by that old miser. Zhao Fenglai, upon hearing this, was displeased. Is that my son? Isn't he also your son? Besides, I doubt Liang Ying is aware of this matter. That cannot be. She is the only daughter of that old miser, Liang Rini replied, gritting his teeth. He was the sole male heir of the Liang family this generation and had assumed the old man's fortune would undoubtedly be passed down to him. Little did he know that the old man intended to bequeath it to that girl, Liang Ying. If the old man hasn't disclosed it to anyone else, he must certainly have informed her. What are we to do about this? Zhao Fenglai recalled Liang Rini's mention of the Liang family's former wealth, and an intense desire ignited within him. The remnants left by the Liang family would suffice for their family to live luxuriously for many years. If they could uncover the hidden treasures, it would be a tremendous gain. Liang Ying is rather gullible. I can easily persuade her. Liang Rini mused confidently after a moment's reflection. As the family conversed, they arrived at the state-run restaurant only to find the door was about to close. Liang Rini hastily approached and grasped the arm of the person closing the door. Comrade, why are you closing the restaurant? The individual shot Liang Rini a disdainful glance. Are you out of your mind? Who doesn't dine at home on New Year's Eve? The faces of Liang Rini's family turned ashen. They were the only ones not feasting at home, and they had originally planned to eat and take food from the Gu family, for their home had nothing but rice and no meat at all. Chapter 9. The eavesdropped 9th day on the early morning of the Lunar New Year. The streets echoed with the sounds of firecrackers and the cheerful clapping of children. Liang Ying, caught between slumber and wakefulness, noticed Gu Jinshui, clad in a cotton coat, bent over to put on his shoes. Hearing the commotion, Gu Jinshui turned his head and said, "You continue to sleep. I am just stepping out. Are you going to see your master?" Liang Ying sat up and retrieved a red envelope from beneath her pillow. "Here are 20 yuan. Take it to honor your master." Gu Jinshui accepted the envelope, glanced at it, smiled, and replied, "My wife is truly thoughtful. I will give this to my master and bring back some pastries for you." Liang Ying shot him a disapproving look. "Don't be foolish. Make sure to bring back some dumplings. If there aren't enough, we can always make more at home." Gu Jinshui nodded in agreement, stepping out to fill a lunchbox with the leftover raw dumplings from the previous day. He also remembered that his master had nothing, so he stopped to buy some soy sauce along the way. Early in the morning, the biting cold wind swept through the streets, leaving them nearly deserted save for a few restless children. Gu Jinshui arrived at the narrow alley, expertly locating the recycling station without knocking, simply pushing open the door and entering the yard. "Is my master awake?" Gu Jinshui called out, his voice rising above the silence. No sooner had his words faded than a raspy voice from within responded, "What's all the noise about? Are you afraid others don't know you're here?" An elderly man, with white hair and beard, dressed in a worn cotton coat and bearing a gaunt visage, emerged from the house. Upon seeing Gu Jinshui, he cast a glance, questioning, "What brings you here so early? Are you conducting business today?" Gu Jinshui typically engaged in the trade of collecting scrap from outside the city to sell at the recycling station, turning a profit throughout the year. He also dabbled in the exchange of food stamps and foreign currency. "Master, I've come early to extend my New Year greetings," Gu Jinshui said cheerfully as he stepped inside. The room was cluttered with books and newspapers strewn across the floor. He quickly cleared a table, placing the lunchbox down. "I brought you dumplings from our family, as well as this year's tribute." He produced a large red envelope, bulging with cash. The old man chuckled. "What's this? Did you strike it rich last year?" "That's all due to your wise guidance," Gu Jinshui said, hastily pressing the envelope into the old man's hands. The elder, showing no qualms, accepted it and coolly instructed, "Go, boil me a bowl of dumplings." Had anyone else spoken to Gu Jinshui in such a commanding tone, he would have certainly bristled. Yet, with his master's directives, Gu Jinshui remained silent, familiarizing himself with the kitchen to boil the dumplings and help stoke the stove, even fetching a few pieces of coal from somewhere outside. In short, he was occupied throughout the morning. Although the old man said little around noon, he called out to Gu Jinshui, "How are you finding the books I gave you recently?" "I've managed to read a fair bit," Gu Jinshui replied with modesty. The old man smiled, gesturing for him to follow. "Then come and take a look at this pair of couplets." He beckoned Gu Jinshui and entered the southwest room with his hands clasped behind his back. "Brother, hasn't he returned yet? Shall we eat first?" Gu Yinxing peered outside for a moment before voicing her impatience. He Chuanlian, preoccupied with entertaining her granddaughter, remarked, "If you're hungry, nibble on some pastries." Gu Yinxing, feeling helpless, knew her mother's words were final, so she opened the pastry box, taking a piece of the donkey rolling pastry, muttering, "I wonder what brother finds to talk about with that old man. He has been gone all morning." "Don't speak nonsense," He Chuanlian chided her daughter. Teacher Chen truly possesses remarkable skills. He was once the chief manager of Lulakang's Baobao studio. If not for his misfortunes, your brother would have had to seek him as a master. Even the ancestors couldn't have secured such a fate. Gu Yinxing stuck out her tongue, unconvinced. What of Lulakang's Baobao studio? Who buys antiques nowadays?
What use is that knowledge?
Take a look at this pair of couplets, Shihan said, opening a box made of yellow pearwood to reveal a pair of yellowed couplets he had recently acquired for 56 yuan. What do you think? 56 yuan is rather steep. Gu Jinshui raised an eyebrow, intrigue flickering in his eyes. What era did the seller claim these are from? Shihan grinned, stroking his beard. From the Song Dynasty, by Su Shi. What do you think? Is it valuable? Gu Jinshui, initially intending to scrutinize them closely, burst into laughter upon hearing this. He looked at Shihan. Master, are you jesting? Couplets became popular during the Mid-Ming Dynasty. There were plenty of couplets before that. If these were from the Song Dynasty, it would be a significant archaeological find. Stop your prattle, Shihan said with a hint of amusement in his eyes. What else do you have? Then there's the seal, Gu Jinshui continued excitedly. Look, it bears the mark of Donpa Jushi. It would be even more delightful if it truly belonged to Su Shi. Among his works, many only have the character Shi. Most lack seals, as it wasn't common to stamp one's own works back then. To find such an unprecedented seal is simply impossible. Gu Jinshui spoke with conviction, and Shihan's eyes sparkled with approval. Gu Jinshui truly was a promising student. While many could read, applying that knowledge was a different challenge altogether. Without further ado, Shihan retrieved another notebook from his drawer and tossed it to Gu Jinshui. Take this home and study it. Tomorrow, if you have time, practice your skills at Panjiayuan. Master, you want to take me along? Gu Jinshui's eyes widened. Am I your only disciple? Can you really bear to send me out to face potential pitfalls alone? Shihan, slightly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. With your simplistic mind, who could possibly deceive you? If you thoroughly understand those books I gave you and still fall into traps, then you deserve it. Feigning being dismissed from the recycling station, Gu Jinshui exited with a playful grin. Once the heavy iron door creaked shut, he wiped the smile from his face and examined the book. The characters within were beautifully penned, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within him. The old man had likely imparted all his cherished skills to him. This book was surely invaluable. Since he was already out, Gu Jinshui took the opportunity to visit Liang Ying's family home, the old residence of the Liang family. During the Republic era, the Liang family was affluent, engaging in various enterprises including textiles and jewelry, with the latter being the most lucrative, boasting 8 gold shops. However, due to turbulent times, their business gradually collapsed. Yet, the skeletal remains of their former glory remained. The Liang family's ancestral home was an impressive courtyard with 3 entrances, where the front door's knocker was once made of gold. The night before, Liang Ying and Gu Jinshui had discussed matters concerning Liang Rini, which reminded Liang Ying of something her father had told her. She recalled that in the year of his passing, her father often whispered to her, avoiding others, that he had hidden some belongings in a place she used to play as a child, instructing her to look for them in times of need. This memory had eluded her for years. The chaos of that time was overwhelming. Upon returning home, she found her father gone, and chaos reigned as others rummaged through their belongings, shattering her once happy family in an instant. She had been marked by her family's past, and for the past decade. Had it not been for the Gu family's protection, she could scarcely imagine what her life would be like now. Gu Jinshui, agile and resourceful, circled to the back of the residence, finding a corner to scale the wall. The property was currently used by the district government for office purposes. And on this New Year's Day, it was mostly deserted, save for an elderly gentleman in the front office listening to a story. Gu Jinshui strolled around and found a locust tree in the northwest corner of the backyard. After inspecting the surrounding soil and confirming that it bore no signs of disturbance, he felt relieved and took another round to memorize the layout before stepping out. It was already past midnight when he reached the vicinity of the courtyard. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a cake purchased from a department store in hand, he spotted Zhang Mei, who was pulling a familiar figure into a nearby alley. Although Gu Jinshui had no intention of getting involved, he couldn't help but overhear his name being mentioned. Underestimating Gu Jinshui would not be so simple. Zhang Dabiao, with his shiny hair resembling a cow's lick, cast a malevolent glance at Zhang Mei. Gu Jinshui was no pushover. He wondered what benefits there would be in aiding her. "Brother Biao," she said in comparison, "Gu Jinshui is nothing but a mere trifle." She placed her hand against Zhang Dabiao's chest. "If I may say, you're undoubtedly the most capable around here. Yet look at how Gu Jinshui has seized all the lucrative opportunities, making money day by day while you stand by, merely watching." Her words were a challenge to his pride. Zhang Dabiao was not oblivious to the fact that she was using him as a pawn. Yet her words struck a chord deep within. Having started his life in the underworld at the tender age of 15, he had seen Gu Jinshui's rise to prominence, which far surpassed his own. Despite usually being accompanied only by Shantiger and Dizzy, there was no shortage of those willing to follow Gu Jinshui. Well aware of his generosity and ability to attract wealth, Zhang Dabiao harbored a lingering resentment toward this reality. Now, presented with an opportunity to plot against Gu Jinshui, he found himself genuinely intrigued. "What do you propose we do?" he asked. "Jinshui is back," she replied. "Oh, is that cake?" As Gu Jinshui walked through the courtyard, he greeted his neighbors along the way. Hearing the commotion, Gu Yinxing jumped up, exclaiming, "Mom, my brother is back. Let us have our meal." Gu Jinshui entered the house, his demeanor unchanged, uttering not a word more than necessary. Chapter 10. The 10th day of eavesdropping. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, the bustling city of Beijing saw its residents gradually returning to work. Those who needed to report to their jobs did so, while others ventured out. He Chunlian was still on winter break, remaining at home to care for the children. As she rocked the cradle, she skillfully knitted with her hands. The soft pink yarn evidently meant to craft a sweater for Gu Yousi. Shan Hu and Dizzy had already arrived. Before Gu Jinshui set out, he embraced his daughter, remarking on her weight gain over the past year. Gu Yousi waved her small, plump hand in protest, her cheeks puffed up. "Who has gained weight? I'm just growing chubby." Gu Jinshui could not help but chuckle, teasingly commenting that Nyo seemed to understand human speech. Gu Yousi clenched her tiny fist in defiance. "Stop babbling nonsense and hurry off to your business," he Chunlian scolded him, taking the child into her arms. "Today is the 5th. Don't forget to invite Shan Hu and the others for a meal. It's a matter of courtesy." Deep down, the old lady still held onto the customs of old. Nowadays, many people had ceased to uphold such traditions, even in factories, but she believed that these gestures fostered closeness. "Understood," Gu Jinshui nodded, turning to leave. Gu Yousi paused, realizing the significance of the day. "What? Wait a minute, it's the 5th today? If you go out, you might end up in prison. Hurry back." Though anxious, her voice only managed to produce a few incoherent sounds. "Prison?" He Chunlian gasped, casting a worried glance at Gu Jinshui. However, he quickly connected the dots to a conversation he had overheard a few days prior, nodding subtly at the old lady. "I'm heading out now." "All right," she replied with a nod. Gu Yousi threw her hands up in resignation, surrendering to the situation. In the East Wing, Song Chaohua observed Gu Jinshui departing from a distance, her eyes glinting with intrigue. If Gu Jinshui were to be imprisoned, the Gu family's opportunities and windfalls would surely belong to them. "Brother, the goods are all here today," Sun Yazu announced as he dismounted from his tricycle. Shan Hu and Dizzy approached to assist in inspecting the goods. These items had been scavenged by people from the outskirts at the waste disposal site, comprising dirty, odorous scraps of metal, wires, and steel. "Wow, so much today?" Shan Hu exclaimed in surprise. Sun Yazu chuckled. "It seems they've been hoarding these for a few days, all eager to make a fortune for the new year." "You've got quite the talent," Gu Jinshui remarked, pulling out a pack of Daikimon cigarettes. He offered one to Sun Yazu. "Let us see what treasures we have here." As Gu Jinshui examined the goods, Sun Yazu accepted the cigarette, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he watched Gu Jinshui sift through the bags of urea. Soon, Gu Jinshui discovered a bag filled with steel materials. estimating it to weigh no less than 30 pounds. He inwardly cursed, recognizing that such high-quality steel could not possibly be scrap. Zhang Daipio was clearly trying to deceive him. "Brother Jinshui, what do you think?" Sun Yaozu asked casually, taking a drag from his cigarette. Gu Jinshui smirked. "This is indeed a good find. But while it may appear valuable to me, I doubt old Chen can sell it for a high price. Better to keep it at my place for now until I find a suitable buyer." Sun Yaozu, new to the trade and lacking knowledge, agreed, "Whatever you say." Shan Hu and Duzi exchanged glances, remaining silent. Gu Jinshui instructed them to help carry the goods home. "Brother, is something wrong?" Shan Hu whispered, effortlessly lifting the hefty steel materials. Gu Jinshui discarded the cigarette but onto the ground and ground it underfoot. "Sun Yaozu is connected to Zhang Daipio." Shan Hu gasped. "That can't be. Yaozu has helped us immensely before." "Shan Hu, do you trust me?" Gu Jinshui asked. Shan Hu nodded earnestly. Being 5 to 6 years younger than Gu Jinshui, he appeared robust but had endured considerable hardships. His parents had passed away early, his brother was unkind, claiming the family home, and upon marrying, his brother and sister-in-law had cast him out. Had it not been for Gu Jinshui's kindness in taking him in, Shan Hu would have been lost. "Trust me and follow my lead," Gu Jinshui said, narrowing his eyes. "Just listen to me, and we will proceed as planned." Not far away, Zhang Daipio observed Gu Jinshui and Shan Hu entering the courtyard, clapping his thighs in delight. "You've got skills, my friend. Cousin, you flatter me." Sun Yaozu grinned. "Without your support, I wouldn't be where I am today." Zhang Daipio was momentarily flustered by the praise, but was clear-headed enough to realize that Sun Yaozu had initially suggested infiltrating Gu Jinshui's circle.
All right.
"Hurry and call the police," Sun Yaozu replied, rushing to a phone booth to report. As dusk fell, families busied themselves preparing meals, enjoying a bountiful feast for the new year. In the courtyard, the steward, Gu Chang, was savoring sauerkraut stew with pork when he overheard someone exclaim, "Oh no! The police have arrived." Gu Chang's sons quickly set down their bowls to see what was happening as several officers strode purposefully into the area. Gu Chang hurried out to greet them. "Comrades, what brings you here?" The officers exchanged glances. One of them replied, "And you are?" Gu Chang promptly introduced himself. "I'm the steward of this courtyard. Has someone committed a crime?" The officer stated. "We received a report that someone named Gu Jinshui has stolen steel materials from a factory. Is this true?" "Oh, it's Gu Jinshui? I suspected that slacker would eventually get into trouble," the widow from the front courtyard grumbled. "That's not fair. Gu Jinshui may be a bit careless. But he doesn't seem like a thief," grandfather's son interjected. The police looked around the crowd, stating, "We can't draw conclusions yet. We need to search for evidence." "By the way, didn't Gu Jinshui just come back with a bag of something?" Huang Shirong casually remarked. "A bag? What was in it?" the police inquired. Huang Shirong replied, "I'm not sure, but it looked quite heavy. You should check it out." The officers glanced at Gu Chang, who said, "Their home is in the back. I'll lead you there." The officers nodded, and the neighbors eagerly followed, not wanting to miss the spectacle, with Zhang Daipio pushing his way through the crowd. In the backyard, Gu Yousi, nursing, felt her heart sink at the commotion outside, growing increasingly anxious. Gu Jinshui, leisurely enjoying his noodles, even took a bite of the cold radishes as Gu Chang and the others entered. "Gu Jinshui, trouble has found you. And you still have the nerve to eat." Huang Shirong glared at the spread on the Gu family table, her jealousy evident. This year, the New Year celebration at their home was rather meager, as Lin Lianhua's salary was allocated to Bai Xiaoyan, leaving the family to rely solely on the meager wages of Song Jianxi and Song Mei. These two were frugal, resulting in their dumplings during the festive season containing only a smattering of minced meat. "What utter nonsense!" He Chunlian exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table and rising to point at Huang Shirong.
What are you talking about?
"My son is innocent, and as for your child, I believe it is he who has something to hide." Huang Shirong, taken aback by the outburst, shot back, "You can ask the police comrades. If your Jinshui hasn't he engaged in any dubious activities, why would they come here?" A police officer furrowed his brow, displeased yet stepping forward. "Are you Comrade Gu Jinshui?" "I am." Gu Jinshui nodded, setting down his utensils. The officer continued, "We have received reports that you have stolen materials from the steel factory. and we need to search your home. Do you have any objections? The officers were prepared for Gu Jinshui to resist. However, to their surprise, he responded, "Although I know I am innocent, I also understand that your work is not easy, so please proceed with the search." Such grandiloquent words. Just don't deny it when they find something. Huang Shirong retorted sarcastically. "Please don't say such things. It hurts the feelings of our neighborhood," Song Jianxi interjected, adjusting his glasses. "It's only fair to worry. If someone from our community is truly engaging in thievery, it would bring disgrace upon us all. Especially if it involves national resources," Huang Shirong scoffed. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Gu Jinshui then addressed the police. "You may search, and in doing so, restore my reputation. It is apparent that someone has made false allegations against me, tarnishing my name." A sorrowful expression crossed his face, which could easily deceive an onlooker into thinking he was genuinely distressed. The police officer nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, we will not wrong an innocent person. If we find nothing, we will certainly clear your name." "That would be wonderful," Gu Jinshui said, genuinely moved, gesturing for them to proceed. The officers fanned out to conduct their search. Though the Gu household was quite spacious, it comprised merely 3 main rooms, one of which served as the living area. The 2 side rooms were ample, and the kitchen was merely a makeshift shelter outside. Compared to others, they lived comfortably, yet the space was limited. After a thorough search, the police officers returned. "Well, comrades, what did you find?" Huang Shirong eagerly pressed forward, followed closely by Song Mei, who had just returned from work. Her eyes filled with anticipation. The officers spread their hands, indicating they had found nothing. "That's impossible," Song Mei exclaimed, her face etched with skepticism. "How can it be impossible? Do you know my innocence better than the police?" Gu Jinshui questioned, looking at Song Mei. Chapter 11. The 11th day of eavesdropping. The question left Song Mei at a loss for words. She mumbled, "But didn't everyone just say they saw you bringing in a bag of urea?" Gu Jinshui chuckled, emerging from the kitchen with a hefty bag. He placed it on the ground with a thud and inquired, "Is this what you mean?" "Yes, that's the one," and nodded emphatically. With a scoff, Gu Jinshui squatted down, opened the bag, and tipped it over, causing a cascade of muddy sweet potatoes to tumble onto the floor. "Oh dear, why are there sweet potatoes?" Aunt Anne exclaimed, her eyes wide and mouth agape. The Song family wore expressions of confusion, and Song Jianxi turned to Song Mei, asking, "What is going on?" "I have no idea," Song Mei replied with her gaze. Instinctively, she glanced at Zhang Dabiao, but his astonishment surpassed theirs. "Comrade police, can you now prove my innocence?" Gu Jinshui stood up, a hint of exasperation on his face. "Buying a few sweet potatoes isn't a crime. How could it be linked to stealing state property?" The police felt somewhat awkward and quickly stated, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. Comrade Gu is indeed innocent." "Did you all hear that?" Gu Jinshui surveyed the crowd. "If I hear anyone spreading rumors behind my back, I will certainly call upon the police to seek justice." The onlookers felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze and hastily averted their eyes. With a smirk, Gu Jinshui turned back and said, "However, comrade police, I do have something to report." "What is it?" The police responded, momentarily taken aback. Gu Jinshui pointed towards the Song household. "Last night, during a midnight trip, I saw someone from the Song family sneaking around, carrying a bag into their home. I suspect they are the real thieves of the steal." "You're talking nonsense," Huang Shirong exploded, pointing at Gu Jinshui. "Our Song family is innocent, unlike you, who has nothing but trouble in your house." Gu Jinshui smirked dismissively. "Aunt Huang, whether you are innocent or not is for you to prove." Song Jianxi furrowed his brow, adjusting his glasses. "Gu Jinshui, are you retaliating against us, slandering our name?"
"Oh,
"I wouldn't dare to claim that," Gu Jinshui replied, waving his hands. He turned to the police. "Since you're here, why not conduct a thorough search?" He Qinglian, who had been quiet until now, chimed in, "Yes, a search would be prudent. If the Song household is upright, they have nothing to fear." The crowd found her reasoning sound. The managing elder clasped his hands behind his back. "Comrade police, you should indeed investigate. If nothing is found, it will clear our courtyard's name." Initially, the police preferred to avoid complications, but with the crowd's insistence, they decided to proceed with the search. Please cooperate, the police said, looking at Song Jianxi. His face paled, yet he nodded, casting a heavy glare at Gu Yinxing before leading everyone outside. The crowd followed, eager for the spectacle. The Gu family trailed behind. Although Gu Yinxing was oblivious to the situation, his brother's smile indicated that someone was about to face misfortune. The east wing of the Song household was spacious, comprising 3 rooms. However, upon entering, the group was assaulted by a foul odor, nearly causing them to retch. Good heavens! What is that smell? Aunt Anne exclaimed, lifting her sleeve to cover her nose in disgust. Huang Shirong shot her a glare. What smell? It's just my grandson's few unwashed diapers. Children's messes are nothing. The crowd cringed at her words. Anyone familiar with children knew the stench could rival a biochemical disaster. Moreover, the odor in the house clearly stemmed from more than just a few diapers. In the biting winter, washing diapers was an ordeal fraught with cold hands and the need for coal to heat water, indicating that the Song family had neglected their hygiene for several days. What's in that bag? Someone suddenly pointed to a sack near the Kong in the main room. Several police officers approached, and one quickly examined the bag, shaking it to reveal a clinking metallic sound. The onlookers froze, turning their gaze towards the Song family. This bag doesn't belong to us, Song Jianxi hurriedly interjected. Comrade police, we don't recognize this item. The police exchanged glances. The officer holding the bag retorted. It's in your home, and you claim not to recognize it? Truly, I don't. Song Jianxi exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow in the winter chill. He glanced at Gu Yinxing, who was wearing an insidious smile, and a fleeting thought struck him. It's him. He's framing me. Yes. It must be Gu Yinxing's doing, Song Mei quickly deduced. Comrade police, you should inquire about our family's long-standing reputation for honesty. While Gu Yinxing is the one who never engages in proper conduct. Song Mei, He Qinglian interjected sternly, you must be responsible for your words. If you claim our Jinshui has done wrong, you must substantiate your accusations. If you cannot provide evidence, keep silent. What's wrong with saying your Jinshui is up to no good? Huang Shirong retorted angrily, spitting as she spoke. He's just any do well. Who would respect him? What my Jinshui does may be minor faults, Liangning replied calmly, but it's certainly better than your family's silent thievery of steel from the factory, right? Comrade police? This isn't the first time, is it? The police nodded, confirming that the steel factory had reported several thefts without apprehending anyone. We will take these items back for verification to see if they match the stolen goods. As for you, Song Jianxi, you must accompany us. The faces of the Song family paled in an instant. Song Jianxi, trembling with anxiety, pleaded, Comrade police, I am innocent. Consider this. I am a postal worker earning barely 60 a month. Why would I steal steel? You must trust that the state does not wrong an innocent person nor let a guilty one escape, the police responded, maintaining a composed demeanor. Huang Shirong, witnessing her son's predicament, turned pale with fear. Suddenly, her eyes spotted a familiar face in the crowd, and she exclaimed, Comrade police, it's him. He's the thief. Our family is innocent. She pointed accusingly at Zhang Dabiao. His mind buzzed with panic, and he instinctively turned to flee. However, with so many spectators, his escape was futile, and the police, sensing his unusual reaction, swiftly apprehended him. Let me go. I have nothing to do with this. Zhang Dabiao protested as he was pinned to the ground, his cotton hat rolling in the dirty snow. If you have nothing to do with it, why are you running? One officer chastised, Aren't you Zhang Dabiao? You don't live here. Now tell us honestly what you are doing here. Comrade police, all the stolen items are his. We know nothing else. Huang Shirong shouted. Zhang Dabiao shot her a venomous glare, gritting his teeth in fury. The police remained undeterred, stating, whether you know or not, you must come with us. The police were not easily misled. Regarding the remarks made by Huang Shirong just now, it is evident that she is well aware of many matters. If they could simply let their family go, there would be no need for the police to intervene. As the police escorted several members of the Song family along with Zhang Dabiao away, the crowd in the courtyard buzzed with speculation. It was truly unexpected that the situation was connected to the Song family. Do you think we can trust what Huang Shirong just said? Trust? Nonsense. Just look at how her words were all over the place. Even the police do not believe her. How did Zhang Dabiao become linked to the Song family? At this point, Widow and interjected with a cough. You may not know, but I recently saw her daughter, Song Mei, getting rather cozy with that Dabiao fellow. Song Mei? With Zhang Dabiao? Curious expressions spread across the faces of the crowd. The overseer frowned, pondering why a fine girl like Song Mei would seek out such a match. Despite Zhang Dabiao's reputation on the streets, respectable families would never consider him a suitable son-in-law. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Old Mrs. Sun lamented. If what Widow says is true, then Song Mei's taste is rather questionable. Among all her previous suitors, was there not one better than him? Indeed. The conversation shifted to the Song family's previous fastidiousness regarding Song Mei's suitors. She had been so choosy, dismissing one after another that had been introduced to her. Naturally, one could understand that a young woman with a job in the city would have high standards, but who could have guessed she would end up choosing such a person? Upon returning home, He Chunlian urged her family to go inside. Gu Yinxing hesitated to leave, but after receiving a stern look from He Chunlian, she pouted and entered the house, shutting the door behind her. Mother, what's wrong with me wanting to listen a little longer? Gu Yinxing expressed her disappointment. He Chunlian shot her glance. Are you lacking in sense? Listening to their gossip will yield no benefits. Oh, but it does bring me joy. Gu Yinxing replied with a cheerful smile, her beauty making her candid remarks even more charming. He Chunlian felt a headache coming on. Don't just seek your own amusement. They are talking about Song Mei behind her back, and they are speaking about you too. What are your plans this year? What sort of partner do you wish to find? Gu Yinxing had never expected the fire would reach her own head, her face turning awkward as she traced circles on the table. Well, what's the rush? Whoever I end up with will surely be far superior to anyone else. Especially since I inherited my mother's beauty. Then I shall wait and see. He Chunlian chuckled. Liangning added, with our Yinxing's beauty and sweet tongue, she need not worry about finding a suitable match. After a night's sleep, Gu Yousi awoke to find her father in good spirits, surprisingly unconfined to jail, which filled her with astonishment. She reached out her small hand towards Gu Jinshui. He lifted her up. Tunyo, did you miss Daddy? You little lazybones. Sleeping all night. If she hadn't slept, you would have been the one in trouble, Liangming commented while brushing her hair, smiling at the father-daughter interaction reflected in the mirror. Just then, they heard commotion outside, indicating the return of the Song family. Gu Jinshui carried his child outside and stood at the threshold, spotting the Song family entering the backyard, their faces marked with exhaustion after spending the night at the police station. Oh, what's this? You didn't end up in jail? Chapter 12. The 12th day of eavesdropping. Last night's events were swiftly unraveled by Gu Jinshui. The Song family shifted the blame onto Zhang Dabiao, while Song Jianxi and the others were found to lack the opportunity to commit the crime. Zhang Dabiao attempted to deny his involvement, but the police, astute in their investigations, matched his footprints with those found at the steel mill heist. There was no room for error. Consequently, Zhang Dabiao was apprehended, along with several of his underlings who were taken in for questioning. As for Sun Yaozu, he managed to escape swiftly, a stroke of fortune for him. Duzi expressed his frustration over the matter through gritted teeth. However, Gu Jinshui remained unfazed, saying, Why be upset? I've already spread the word that the lad absconded with 700 or 800. If he manages to sleep soundly tonight, I'll change my surname to his. Brother, you are truly clever, Duzi exclaimed, filled with admiration. Gu Jinshui chuckled and scolded lightly. Enough flattery. With Dabiao behind bars, his territory now belongs to us. Let us scout for anyone who might be inclined to check in on him. We can split the profits 50-50, which will save us some trouble. Zhang Dabiao's territory was not insignificant, comprising 7 or 8 alleys, and there were no shortage of envious individuals. Gu Jinshui preferred to avoid frequent skirmishes, opting instead to take a smaller cut while lending his reputation to others. At the Friendship Hospital, Gu Yinxing, clad in a white nurse's uniform, had just finished checking on several patients and reporting to the doctor. Finally, she found a moment to rest. No sooner had she taken a sip of water in the office than someone tapped her shoulder. Startled, she turned around to see Chen Dengdeng, who joked, Yinxing, what's weighing on your conscience? Gu Yinxing scoffed, You scared me. Is it too early to give someone a heart attack? Chen Dengdeng, along with several nurses, laughed heartily. Yinxing, are you hiding something? Don't you dare fear. Just wait until I give you a fright, and let us see if you scream like a pig. Chen Dengdeng blushed, apologizing. I'm sorry for startling you, but I need to ask you something. What is it? Gu Yinxing inquired. People are saying that Song Mei is dating a notorious thug. Since you're in the same courtyard, do you know anything about it? The nurses surrounding them were all ears, eager for gossip. Gu Yinxing was taken aback. You all know about this? So it's true? Chen Dengdeng had a past grievance with Song Mei. Earlier, she was introduced to a doctor from another hospital who was relatively young. During a meal at a state-run restaurant, they coincidentally bumped into Song Mei. Chen Dengdeng courteously invited them to join, and Song Mei took a seat, showering the doctor with compliments that left him flustered. By the end of the meal, while Chen Dengdeng had spoken, the doctor could not recall a single word, utterly captivated by Song Mei. Though Chen Dengdeng came from a privileged background with parents working in the health bureau and later dismissed the doctor, she held a grudge against Song Mei for her flirtatious ways. It's said that someone from our ward saw the two of them getting close. But I don't know the specifics. Before Gu Yinxing could finish, she was abruptly yanked out of the conversation. As she regained her composure, she found herself face to face with Song Mei. Is it you spreading these hospital rumors? It seems you're the source. Song Mei's eyes welled with anger, her gaze piercing enough to feel like daggers. Gu Yinxing, why are you so malicious? What have I ever done to offend you? Gu Yinxing, taken aback by the accusation, responded coldly, you've got it all wrong. I didn't spread anything. Our hospital is so close to the communal courtyard. And with all the noise from your home yesterday, it's no surprise people are talking. It wasn't you, yet I distinctly heard you just now. Song Mei clenched her fists. Gu Yinxing, you can't escape this. You can't find a decent partner. So you want to tarnish my name to ruin my chances as well, right? Who can't find a good partner? Gu Yinxing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Song Mei, don't you have a mirror at home? What do you think you are to compare yourself to me? To be frank, I couldn't care less about your affairs. If you don't want people talking about you, then perhaps you should conduct yourself in a manner that doesn't attract attention. Go and inquire around. The whole courtyard knows about your entanglement with Zhang Dabiao. I'm not the one saying it. With that, Gu Yinxing forcefully shook off Song Mei's grasp and strode forward. Turning a corner, she spotted a man in a military coat seated on a bench in the corridor. He sat upright, clad in military boots, exuding a commanding presence with his sharp brows and high nose bridge. As she approached, her pace slowed, recognizing him as the soldier who had previously assisted her. Comrade Gu. Hello, he greeted, clearing his throat. Gu Yinxing instinctively replied, hello. Wait, how do you know my surname is Gu? He pointed to her name tag on her chest. As she glanced down, realization dawned upon her, leaving her slightly embarrassed. And you are? My surname is Yen, with Yen meaning strict and Ren meaning resilient. A hint of amusement curved his lips as he observed her flustered expression. Oh, Comrade Yen, what brings you to the hospital? Gu Yinxing pondered, fleeing the scene. Concerned he might have overheard her previous argument with Song Mei, she fumed inwardly, wishing she could silence Song Mei with a brick. My elder is unwell, and I've come to visit. He glanced at his watch, adding, but I arrived too early. My elder hasn't risen yet. Ah, I see, Gu Yinxing nodded, uncertain of what else to say. At that moment, Chen Dengdeng approached and, noticing Gu Yinxing conversing with Yen Ren, wore a curious expression. However, she waved her hand. Yinxing, the head nurse is looking for you. Understood, Gu Yinxing replied, feeling a mix of relief and regret. She turned, her fingers nervously tapping against her palm. Then I'll go, please go ahead with your duties, Yenren said. They exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress their laughter. After Chen Dengdeng had pulled Gu Yinxing a little distance away, she inquired, what is going on? Are you two dating? Don't be ridiculous. It's nothing of the sort, Gu Yinxing retorted while walking. Didn't you say the head nurse was looking for me? Oh yes, there's that, Chen Dengdeng responded. You'd better hurry, otherwise Song Mei might swoop in. They hurried to find the head nurse, and upon arriving, they found her just exiting a single patient room with Song Mei. Head nurse, did you call for me? Gu Yinxing greeted. The head nurse glanced at her and replied, no need for you. I've assigned the task to Song Mei. You're free to go. Song Mei flashed a smug smile at Gu Yinxing. Internally cursing, Gu Yinxing forced a smile and agreed before walking away with Chen Dengdeng. What was the head nurse's business with me? Didn't you see where the head nurse just came from? Chen Dengdeng expressed with regret. Not long ago, our hospital welcomed a female leader, rumored to have significant connections. Yesterday, she underwent surgery, and the hospital administration intended to assign a nurse specifically for her care. Unfortunately, this opportunity was seized by Song Mei. Gu Yinxing felt a pang of disappointment. Such opportunities are rare. They not only facilitate networking but also allow nurses like them to make an impression on the leadership. Elevating their status is no easy feat, as the daily tasks are performed similarly by anyone. One might have to wait an indeterminate amount of time for another chance like this. Speaking of which, that female official is the aunt of the person you just mentioned.
How could you not know?
Chen Dengdeng suddenly remarked. Are you referring to Yan? Gu Yinxing was taken aback, but upon reflecting on Yan Ren's demeanor and appearance, it indeed seemed plausible for him to have a prominent relative. I'm not well acquainted with him. We've exchanged a few words. Just a few words makes it significant, Chen Dengdeng teased as she lightly jabbed Gu Yinxing's abdomen. That young man is quite striking, tall and handsome, with an impressive physique and features. Whenever he visits, many at our hospital inquire about him. I've heard that Song Mei harbors some interest as well, so you should take the initiative. What nonsense! Gu Yinxing's face flushed, her voice firm as she retorted. If I liked him, I would pursue him. If not, I certainly wouldn't compete with others for the sake of rivalry. Chen Dengdeng felt a newfound respect for her. She had always perceived Gu Yinxing as somewhat naive, but it turned out her insights surpassed those of some others. After work, Song Mei sought out someone and learned that it was Widow and who had spread the rumors. She then confronted her mother, Huang Shirong. The widow, having been alone for many years, was not easily intimidated. The two began hurling insults at each other, which escalated into a physical altercation involving hair-pulling and slapping. The commotion drew the attention of the entire neighborhood. Some rushed out to break up the fight, while others attempted to mediate. After all, they had lived as neighbors for years. Surely, there were better ways to resolve their grievances. Uncle Liu was infuriated. Just yesterday there had been an incident, and now this turmoil re-emerged. Gu Yousi was brought out by her aunt to witness the spectacle. She hadn't seen such a direct brawl involving slapping and hair-pulling in a long time. In the orphanage during her previous life, although there were teachers and a director overseeing the children, the sheer number of kids, all lacking parental guidance, led to frequent fights. However, Gu Yousi never engaged in them. As she understood the importance of education for advancement, she preferred to endure minor grievances rather than risk damaging her intellect. Moreover, she was astute enough to realize that while a moment of satisfaction might be derived from fighting, teachers and the director would ultimately judge based on behavior, leading to a general reputation that could have significant consequences in critical situations. Please, Mr. Liu, you must help us seek justice, Huang Shirong implored, having lost a clump of hair in the scuffle, pounding her thigh and weeping. We were not home last night, only learning today that someone spoke ill of my daughter, claiming she was involved with Zhang Daipio. How can such words circulate? What chance does my daughter have for marriage now?
Bah!
Widow and spat, her saliva landing on Huang Shirong's face. I spoke the truth. Your daughter engaged in disgraceful conduct, so she cannot blame others for gossip. Last night, I heard a cat screeching, which frightened me as a widow. When I got up in the middle of the night, I discovered your daughter was secretly meeting with that ruffian. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Gu Yinxing pushed forward, urging, make way, make way. I want to hear what transpired. Chapter 13. The 13th day of eavesdropping. You are absurd. Song Mei exclaimed, trembling with rage, her face crimson. The widow stood with her hands on her hips, a smirk dancing on her lips. Whoever is foolish enough to make such a claim knows best. You thought I was the only one who witnessed it? I tell you, our steward saw it too, but no one dares to speak up. Enough, enough. What purpose does this serve? The steward coughed, clearly wishing to downplay the situation, yet his words tacitly confirmed the widow's assertions. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Song Mei's complexion shifted from pale to flush, and she cried out, covering her face, as she retreated to the back courtyard. All right, stop gawking. Disperse, disperse. The steward waved his hand, urging everyone to return home to prepare dinner. Gu Yinxing, disappointed by the lack of spectacle, felt a twinge of regret. As she pondered, she caught sight of Liang Rennie and his wife standing at the entrance. "My dear sister." Liang Rennie and his wife, Su Fenglai, immediately approached Gu Yinxing with enthusiasm. Gu Yinxing forced a smile, glancing at the net bag in Su Fenglai's hand. "Oh, bringing canned goods? Seems you've come to the wrong place." Su Fenglai appeared unfazed by the implied awkwardness and playfully patted Gu Yinxing's shoulder. "Dear sister, are you still holding a grudge over the past? We're here today to share some good news. Come along, let's discuss it at home." Though Gu Yinxing was reluctant to display goodwill, she realized that causing a scene in public would only embarrass herself. Thus, she pursed her lips and accompanied the couple home. He Chunlian and Liang Ying were busy preparing dinner, and, upon seeing their arrival, Liang Ying's smile faded slightly. "Sister, I come to offer my apologies," Liang Rennie said, lowering himself with a bow. Liang Ying quickly deflected, her smile faint.
Brother, you jest.
What wrongdoing could possibly warrant an apology? Liang Rennie was taken aback. Liang Ying was known for her amiable nature, especially towards her only cousin, and had never shown him a cold shoulder. Otherwise, he would not have thought that a few cans could settle the matter. He exchanged glances with Su Fenglai, who quickly donned a radiant smile. "I told you, our sister has a magnanimous heart. She wouldn't hold grudges. The truth is, last year, our family stumbled upon a stroke of luck and found a wallet. Life has been somewhat easier since then, but such matters are not for casual conversation, so we hadn't informed you. The child mistakenly believed we had come into wealth." "Is that so?" Liang Ying responded, elongating her tone with a playful lilt. "What a commotion. One might think we were deliberately taking advantage of your family." Su Fenglai feigned a look of grievance, as though Liang Ying had unjustly accused them. Liang Ying chuckled. "Well then, brother, where did you find this wallet? Do tell. So I might try my luck as well." Near the Temple of Heaven," Liang Rennie replied without thinking. He hadn't anticipated Liang Ying's probing curiosity. "The Temple of Heaven? Isn't that in the Eastern District? What were you doing there?" Liang Ying's tone remained gentle, yet her eyes sparkled with keen insight. As if she could see through the flimsy tale, Liang Rennie began to sweat, fumbling for an excuse. "Oh, just fishing and wandering about. Who knew luck would strike? By the way, we left in a rush on New Year's Eve and still haven't given my niece her red envelope," Liang Rennie suddenly exclaimed, casting a knowing glance at Su Fenglai. Reluctantly, Su Fenglai slowly produced an envelope. Gu Yinxing eagerly snatched it, opening it to reveal 5 yuan. "Oh, quite generous this year. That matches what we gave your son last year." Liang Rennie flushed, shooting a glare at Su Fenglai, and hastily retrieved 2 larger bills. "No misunderstanding here. It's certainly just 5 yuan. My wife must have grabbed the wrong envelope in her hurry." Gu Yinxing beamed. "Then, I shall thank you on behalf of my niece. After all, they say an aunt is as important as a mother. A generous uncle is a treasure."
Indeed, indeed."
Liang Rennie chuckled in agreement. He Chunlian, having observed the exchange for some time, interjected, "If it's a misunderstanding, let us put it behind us. It's nearly dinner time. You should hurry home to eat."
"What?"
Liang Rennie and his wife were taken aback, having expected to stay for dinner. "Auntie, we came to discuss some good news with you." Su Fenglai placed the net bag down, smiling. "This matter concerns our Yinxing as well." "Oh, what good news? Pray tell." Gu Jinshui chimed in as he entered the room. Upon his arrival, Liang Rennie's demeanor shifted uneasily. Jinshui, you're back. By the way, what good news do you have for us?" Liang Rennie exchanged a glance with Su Fenglai. "There's a young man from our side with excellent prospects. He is a few years older than Yinxing, an only child, with both parents working as officials. He has a stable job at a department store, earning a decent salary. With good benefits, they even have a television and a fan at home. To claim otherwise would be to speak falsely. With such favorable conditions, what could he possibly lack in a partner?" He Chunlian mused, intrigued yet composed. "Does his family not have anyone to introduce him to?" "There are introductions. But the young man is discerning and has high standards. He is not interested in just anyone," Su Fenglai explained. "I showed him Yinxing's photo, and he was immediately pleased." Gu Yinxing's expression soured. Clearly, she was displeased. So, it seems I must meet his approval before I am deemed worthy? Is he of such lofty stature? Su Fenglai felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She considered retorting but noticed her husband's subtle gestures urging her to hold her tongue. Instead, she pulled out a photograph. You can see him. This is Zhao Donglai's photo.
Look how presentable he is.
Gu Yinxing cast a glance. Indeed, he appeared quite refined. Zhao Donglai wore glasses and a white shirt, exuding an air of sophistication. Yet, as she reflected on the earlier description of his attributes, she felt a flicker of interest. He Chunlian, knowing her daughter well, interjected, a photograph is one thing, it's essential to meet the person in real life. Exactly, Su Fenglai readily agreed. Let us arrange for them to meet this weekend at a nearby park. What do you think? That sounds fine, Gu Yinxing replied nonchalantly. Seeing the arrangement fall into place, Liang Rennie's countenance brightened significantly. If this works out, dear auntie, you can rest easy. There will be no more worries. He Chunlian chuckled softly. Oh, that's a tall order. Raising a child for 100 years comes with its share of worries. Although the atmosphere had softened, the Gu family ultimately did not invite the Liang couple to stay for dinner. They did, however, receive 2 jars of canned peaches. Gu Yinxing could hardly contain her excitement as she opened one jar, pouring the contents into a white porcelain bowl. Noticing Gu Yousi gazing longingly, she offered her a taste of the sweet peach juice. Indeed, the juice was delightful. Mother, this marriage must be approached with caution, Liang Ying expressed her concerns. Though my cousin-in-law is merely a coal hauler, I cannot shake my apprehensions. She was worried about Liang Rennie's character, fearing that Gu Yinxing might fall into a trap. Do not fret, Yinxing is not foolish. If he is truly a good match, then let them pursue it. If there are flaws, we need not entertain the notion. He Chunlian remarked casually. Liang Ying felt her worries ease slightly at He Chunlian's composed demeanor. Later that night, after everyone in the household had retired, Gu Jinshui nudged Liang Ying awake. What is it? She murmured, still drowsy. I plan to go and retrieve the items, he whispered. Liang Ying was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her senses, sitting upright as Gu Jinshui handed her a cotton coat to wear. Why the urgency? She inquired. I suspect your cousin cannot remain still, Gu Jinshui replied. If we don't act swiftly to unearth the items, he may not be able to wait much longer. Besides, it is early in the year and there are not many people around. It's best to act quickly. Liang Ying's face paled. Then I will accompany you. Gu Jinshui shook his head. No, I have enlisted Chaohua for this task. It requires considerable strength, and you must remain at home to assist us. Liang Ying nodded fervently, opening the window to watch him leave, her heart racing with anxiety. Chaohua had already been waiting near the Liang family's old residence. As soon as Gu Jinshui arrived, Chaohua quietly approached. Brother, I managed to give the old man on watch some medicine to help him sleep. The shovel is here. Good. Gu Jinshui nodded, just about to climb over the wall when Chaohua stopped him. Brother, I just noticed your sister-in-law's cousin lurking nearby. Liang Rennie? Gu Jinshui furrowed his brow. Chaohua nodded. He has been gone for a while. It seems he might be scouting the area. How did they coincide? Gu Jinshui's brow tightened. He glanced at the sky and said, You dig while I keep watch. Let us be swift about this. Chaohua agreed. The two moved quickly, easily vaulting over the wall. They had already scouted the mulberry tree, and Gu Jinshui listened intently for any sounds. Before long, Chaohua had unearthed something and called out softly, Brother, did you find something? Gu Jinshui rushed over. Chaohua emerged holding a wooden box, resembling an old-fashioned vanity case. Gu Jinshui examined the box. It was not locked, yet it could not be opened. He concealed the box in his coat and was about to instruct Chaohua to cover the hole when they heard footsteps approaching from outside. Gu Jinshui signaled to Chaohua, and they both concealed themselves behind nearby bushes. Before long, a familiar figure clumsily scaled the wall. Under the moonlight, Gu Jinshui discerned the figure. It was none other than Liang Rennie. Chapter 14. The 14th day of eavesdropping. Liang Rennie's physique was cumbersome, and he had little experience in climbing walls. Gu Jinshui watched him struggle, feeling a twinge of pain in his eyes. After much effort, Liang Rennie finally arrived. He hurried a few steps and, upon reaching the locust tree, noticed a pit on the ground, clearly indicating that someone had been there before. Liang Rennie paused for a moment, then erupted in anger. Who did this? Shan, who couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Gu Jinshui to quickly cover his mouth. A mischievous grin on his face as he shook his head. Shan, who understood his leader's meaning and nodded in agreement. Damn it, damn it. Liang Rini crouched down, digging into the pit, furious to the point of nausea. He had been coming here frequently to scout the area, hoping to uncover the items left behind by his father. So he could avoid probing Lianging. After all, Lianging was no fool. If he probed too much, she might catch on. But he never expected that he would arrive just a little too late tonight, only to find that someone had already rummaged through the place. The pit on the ground unmistakably suggested that someone had stolen the items, leaving the evidence behind. Suddenly, two voices broke the silence outside.
Damn.
Did you really see someone go in? The voice was unmistakably that of Song Jianxi. Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. Huang Shirong insisted confidently. Hearing the voices of the mother and son in the backyard startled Liang Rini, who quickly covered his mouth, suppressing any sound. Gu Jinshui, filled with curiosity, wondered how Liang Rini could be here while Song Jianxi and his mother had also managed to find their way here. Yet their arrival seemed timely. Initially, Gu Jinshui was concerned about Liang Rini searching for items, but now an idea sparked in his mind. He glanced at Shan Hu and quietly whispered a few instructions. Shan Hu's eyes lit up with understanding, and he nodded. Go on, brother. Gu Jinshui nodded, crouching low as he stealthily made his way forward. Liang Rini remained oblivious, instead straining to hear the commotion outside. Huang Shirong rubbed his hands together for warmth. Son, can you imagine how many valuable items there must be? Certainly quite a few. Song Jianxi swallowed hard, a greedy glint in his eyes. Did you not hear that Liang Ying's family is wealthy? Surely, they must have left behind 70 or 80 gold bars. 70 or 80 gold bars. Liang Rini felt a surge of heat in his chest. At the same time, his eyes reddened. These thieves had stolen from him and were now scheming outside, utterly devoid of any moral compass. Catch the thief. A sudden crash of shattering glass was followed by a sharp sound. Liang Rini, startled, had yet to react when the lights flickered on in front of him, accompanied by the barking of dogs and shouts from the neighbors. A thief? Where? The night watchman was jolted awake, springing up like a cat with its tail stepped on. Blending in with the neighbors rushing over, Gu Jinshui called out with urgency, I heard there's a thief in the back. Quickly, catch him. In their haste, the crowd rushed towards the back without a second thought. Liang Rini was petrified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He ignored the pit beneath him and hurried towards the back wall, scrambling to climb over it.
There.
The thief is over there. Immediately, someone spotted Liang Rini. Well, a thief has come here. Everyone help out. Don't let him escape. The watchman was fuming, leading the charge towards Liang Rini. Unbeknownst to them, Shan Hu quietly slipped away from the crowd. Desperate, Liang Rini felt tears welling up. Glancing back at the throng of people, perhaps it was a stroke of luck or divine intervention, he finally managed to clamber over the wall, landing with a thud. He jumped the wall. A few young men shouted. Some dashed outside, while others followed suit. Liang Rini had no time to ponder, ignoring the scrape on his forehead as he sprinted for his life. Spotting a man and woman ahead, he gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, Stop! Return my belongings! Song Jianxi and his mother, taken aback, felt utterly bewildered, but with the crowd pursuing them, they dared not halt. Brother? Shan Hu met up with Gu Jinshui at the alley's entrance. Gu Jinshui nodded. No one followed you? No, everyone's after Liang Rini, Shan Hu replied, a simple smile gracing his face. You're clever, brother, devising this plan. Gu Jinshui chuckled softly, patting his shoulder. All right, let us head back and get some rest. We'll work as usual tomorrow. Okay, Shan Hu agreed, not probing further. At home, Liang Ying waited anxiously for an hour, her heart racing. One moment she feared Gu Jinshui might be caught, the next she worried about his safety. Just as she felt she could no longer sit still, a knock echoed from the window. Liang Ying hurried over to open it, and Gu Jinshui effortlessly climbed through. Are you all right? Liang Ying asked, pouring him a cup of hot water. After taking a sip, warmth enveloped him as he pulled out a box from his coat. Is this what you were looking for? Liang Ying's gaze fell upon the box. Her lips trembled, fingers hesitating to touch it. After all these years, she thought she had forgotten everything from the past, having resigned herself to fate. Yet, upon seeing the dressing box left by her father, her heart quivered. Her fingers gently pressed on the flowers embossed on the box, and with a soft click, it opened. Inside lay a layer of glimmering gold bars, filling the box to the brim, alongside several jade rings and pendants, clearly valuable items. The bottom layer contained a thick stack of land deeds, including those of the Liang residence and various shops. Father. Liang Ying's voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. Gu Jinshui was initially taken aback by the contents of the box, followed by a wave of sympathy for his wife. Her father had clearly thought ahead, ensuring she would be well taken care of. Years ago, when everything held little value, gold was the only thing worth its weight. Had his wife received this box earlier, at least they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Keep this box as a memento, Gu Jinshui whispered, embracing Liang Ying's shoulder. Liang Ying sniffled, shaking her head. No, my father always said that money holds value only when used. It must be put to use. As they conversed, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Gu Jinshui exchanged glances with Liang Ying, who quickly wiped her tears and closed the box. He approached the window, peering through the crack. It was Huang Shirong knocking, with Song Jianxi standing behind him, arms crossed and shivering. Lin Lianhua arrived to open the door, and Huang Shirong and Song Jianxi hurried inside. Brother? Song Mei, holding an oil lamp, noticed how drenched Song Jianxi was, her eyes widening.
What happened to you?
Stop asking and hurry up. Go make a bowl of ginger water for your brother. Huang Shirong scolded. Song Mei dared not speak further, quickly rushing off to boil water. Lin Lianhua hastily provided a set of garments for Song Jianxi to change into. When Song Mei entered with a bowl of ginger tea sweetened with brown sugar, Song Jianxi took a sip before recounting the events of the evening. Song Chaohua listened intently. It turned out that Song Jianxi and his mother had been pursued relentlessly by Liang Rini, nearly escaping capture. After contemplating the situation, Song Jianxi devised a clever plan. Knowing that Liang Rini could not swim, he deliberately ran to the lakeside and jumped in, instructing Huang Shirong to take cover. True to his fears, Liang Rini dared not venture into the water, cursing in frustration, and, fearing the pursuers behind him, could only retreat. That wretched Liang Rini! Huang Shirong exclaimed, seething with anger as she slapped her thigh. What was the point of his pursuit? We hadn't even had the chance to turn the tables. Song Jianxi, equally puzzled, cradled his bowl as he inquired, but Liang Rini kept demanding we return something to him. Mother, did you take anything from him? What could it possibly be? Huang Shirong replied. I've been tailing him all night and saw nothing fall from him. It seems he is wrongfully accusing us. Is that so? Song Jianxi replied, skepticism creeping into his tone, yet he sensed that something was amiss. With a heavy heart, he mused, I wonder if Liang Rini actually took something valuable from the Liang family? Achoo. Su Fenglai hurriedly retrieved 2 quilts from the cupboard to cover Liang Rini, who was still shivering. As he trembled, he muttered angrily, It must be them. I would never mistake it. Are you certain it was Huang Shirong and her son? Su Fenglai questioned, skepticism in his voice. Yes, it had to be them. Liang Rini's teeth chattered with rage. I recognized Song Jianxi's voice, and they knew that Liang Ying's house concealed gold bars. If they weren't aware beforehand, why would they come to dig for treasures? Liang Rini harbored grave suspicions that it was indeed Song Jianxi and his mother who had attempted to unearth the valuables. Upon hearing the mention of gold bars, Su Fenglai's eyes glistened with greed. Then we must demand them back. Are you out of your mind? Liang Rini sneezed, wiping his nose with a handkerchief, his frustration evident.
How would you go about that?
They would deny it vehemently. What then? Furthermore, those valuables do not belong to us. They rightfully belong to Liang Ying. If this escalates and Liang Ying claims them, that would be our true misfortune. What shall we do then? Su Fenglai fretted, urgency filling his voice. Those who arranged for our overseas plans have mentioned that goods abroad are quite expensive. If we don't secure some funds, how will we manage once we are abroad? What will we eat or use? Liang Rini's expression darkened. Rest assured, I will not let this matter rest easily. Chapter 15. The 15th day of eavesdropping. Achoo. Early in the morning, Song Jianxi was sneezing in the house. Hearing the commotion, old man Sun glanced towards the east wing, wondering how Jianxi had caught a cold. Last night, I forgot to close the window. Lianhua, please help me ask for leave at the post office, Song Jianxi instructed Lin Lianhua. Lin Lianhua obediently nodded but cast a discontented glance at Song Chaohua, her lips pressed together, revealing her displeasure. What you said yesterday was utter nonsense. Otherwise, your father wouldn't have caught a cold. Song Chaohua's small body shivered slightly. Mom, it's my fault, but I never expected Dad would fall into the lake. Did you not dream of it? Lin Lianhua, usually gentle with others, showed a stern demeanor towards her daughter. Song Chaohua, her first child, was initially believed to be a boy, but upon birth, she turned out to be a girl. Huang Shirong had immediately turned sour, and during the confinement period, Lin Lianhua's desires for good food were met with sarcasm. Yet, Lin Lianhua did not blame her mother-in-law, but felt frustrated with her own child, leading to a lack of affection towards Song Chaohua. Song Chaohua, at a loss for words, finally muttered, I can't dream of everything. Enough, enough, Song Jianxi interjected. Hua didn't mean it. Why are you scolding her? Hua, Dad isn't angry with you. Instantly, Song Chaohua felt a wave of gratitude, her eyes glistening with tears as she wiped them away. Dad, I am sorry for disappointing you, but recently, I had another dream. What did you dream about? Song Jianxi inquired eagerly. Song Chaohua sniffled and replied, I dreamt that Uncle Jinshui next door was buying some antiques and seemed to have made a lot of money. This was indeed true. Song Chaohua vividly recalled that in her previous life, she had watched television at home, where the spotlight was on Gu Yinxing, her father, who was renowned as an antique collector. The interview revealed that Gu Yinxing had initially made a fortune through his antique collections, and later, his wealth and reputation grew exponentially. In her past life, whenever her father heard others praise Gu Yinxing's talents, he would fume and lash out at home. She hoped that this time, her father could surpass Gu Yinxing's achievements. Previously, she had suggested to her aunt to send Gu Yinxing into the business, intending to replicate his path. But all her calculations had gone awry, ultimately bringing misfortune to their family. Antiques? What profit could possibly come from that? Lin Lianhua scoffed. Jianxing, don't listen to the child's wild imaginings. Besides, that Gu Yinxing is just a street punk with a middle school education. How could he understand antiques? It's all nonsense.
No.
I am telling the truth. Song Chaohua exclaimed anxiously, struggling to find a way to prove herself. Song Jianxi pondered for a moment and said, This matter isn't certain. I find Gu Yinxing rather elusive. Perhaps he does know a thing or two about antiques. As he spoke, a hint of disdain flickered across his face. I have finished reading Master S book. I plan to visit Panjiayuan soon to see how much I have learned. Gu Yinxing said while wrapping a scarf around his neck and rubbing his palms together. Today, Liang was on the night shift and had already risen to prepare formula. Gu Yousi crawled over to Gu Yinxing on the Kong, her chubby little hands grasping his sleeve. Buy more antiques. They're all good stuff nowadays. If you buy them now, they'll appreciate in value and make a lot of money later. Initially worried, Gu Yinxing was instantly cheered by his daughter's innocent wish. He picked her up and tossed her lightly into the air, catching her as she squealed. Help! You're about to leave, yet you're still teasing the child. If she gets scared, you'll have to comfort her. Liang chided playfully, taking the child and feeding her. All right, it's getting late. Hurry and head out.
Hey.
Gu Yinxing said, playfully flicking Gu Yousi's forehead. Wait for Dad to scout the waters and see how the market looks. If I find something good,
I'll sell it to you as a dowry.
Gu Yousi, preoccupied with her milk, chose not to respond. Gu Yinxing chuckled and donned his cap before stepping outside. Shan Hu and Duzi had been waiting at the alley's entrance. Today, Gu Yinxing led them along their usual route, selling scrap before turning to Duzi. Tomorrow, bring a reliable buddy to help out. We'll split it 80-20, and you'll likely get a good share.
Duzi was taken aback. Bro.
You're not doing this anymore? Gu Yinxing patted Duzi's shoulder. I have a daughter to raise, and I need to earn more money. I'll explore other avenues. And if it pays off, I'll take you along. You'll definitely succeed. Shan Hu nodded vigorously, determination etched on his face. Gu Yinxing felt a tinge of embarrassment and patted Shan Hu on the shoulder, don't squander your earnings. You're not a kid anymore. Let's arrange for my mom to introduce you to someone suitable, shall we? Sean, whose honest face flushed. Bro, I already have someone. His revelation startled both Gu Jinshui and Duzi. Duzi even dropped his cigarette case in astonishment. You have someone? How come I didn't know? Sean, who rented a small room in a nearby courtyard, making it easy for the two to see each other frequently. They were close enough that Duzi was shocked to learn of Sean, whose secret relationship. You don't know many things, Sean, who chuckled, hands in his pockets. When the time is right, I'll have my girl meet you both. All right, Huzi, that's impressive. Gu Jinshui, after a moment of surprise, expressed happiness for Sean, who, patting his shoulder, treat your girl well. When you marry, I'll give you a large red envelope.
Hey.
Sean, who scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. After seeing Sean, who and Duzi off, Gu Jinshui returned to find his master. Old Master Shi, upon his entrance, did not lift his eyelids. Immersed in listening to a story, specifically the tale of Yu Fei. Master, I plan to check out Panjiayuan today, what do you think? Gu Jinshui asked, pouring a cup of warm water for the old man. The old man took the cup and asked casually, did you finish reading? I went through it once. But I feel that what's gained from paper is shallow. I need to see the real thing, Gu Jinshui responded with a grin. Old Master, she glanced at him. His expression complex, a mix of surprise and something inscrutable. He had long recognized Gu Jinshui's keen intellect. In the world of antiques, reading countless books could not compare to hands-on experience with genuine items. After all, those privileged youths thrived in this field precisely because they were always surrounded by quality goods, allowing them to learn by observation, even without formal training. Very well, you may go. Old Master, she waved his hand, leaning back in his rattan chair, closing his eyes. Understanding the old man's intent, Gu Jinshui quietly exited, arranging for lunch to be sent to him from a nearby state-run restaurant. Initially, the employees at the state-run restaurant were reluctant to engage in this task. However, they could not resist the allure of the generous payment offered by Gu Jinshui, who provided a full yuan at once, an amount even costlier than dumplings. Panjiayuan, situated in the Chaoyang district, lies to the east of Beijing. Gu Jinshui took the bus there, and upon disembarking, he strolled leisurely, finding it already past 1 in the afternoon. The bustling scene at Panjiayuan was quite lively, with vendors lining both sides of the street selling a variety of items, including plates, bowls, vases, and even tables and chairs. It was indeed an eye-opening experience. As a novice, Gu Jinshui did not intend to purchase antiques that day, yet he observed meticulously, comparing the items to what he had studied. To his surprise, the market was brimming with quality goods. Among the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasty artifacts he spotted, there were 7 or 8 noteworthy pieces. However, he paid little attention to those items as they were surrounded by numerous onlookers, indicating that many were knowledgeable in this field. The vendors were not foolish either. Those who could present quality items likely possessed some understanding of the trade. Only the opportunistic second-hand dealers, who often scavenged for bargains, presented a possibility of finding hidden treasures. As he continued his stroll, Gu Jinshui halted before a particular stall. He picked up a white porcelain statue of Guanyin, inspecting it closely, and inquired of the vendor, "What is the price of this piece?" The vendor, who had been squatting on the ground, lifted his head upon hearing the question. He assessed Gu Jinshui, noting his simple attire yet well-fed appearance, and replied, "Brother, you have a discerning eye. This is indeed a fine piece, passed down through my family for generations." Gu Jinshui chuckled at this response. "Oh, what lineage does your family come from? A prince, perhaps?" The vendor, with a dismissive wave of his hand, replied, "A prince? Hardly. My hands are tucked in my sleeves as I nod towards the Forbidden City. During the late Qing dynasty, there was an effort to expel the eunuchs, who subsequently stole treasures from the palace. My ancestors managed to acquire this statue, which is said to have originated from the palace of concubine Zhen." Gu Jinshui could scarcely contain his laughter. The craftsmanship of the statue was rather crude, particularly around the eyes and brows. While such details might seem minor, they held great significance for an image of Guanyin, where precision is paramount. This particular statue bore uneven brows, with a small crack on the left eyebrow. Although this flaw might escape the notice of the average observer, it was evident that such a piece would not have graced the imperial collection. At best, it could be dated to the Republic period. Such a remarkable backstory indeed. What is the asking price? Gu Jinshui inquired, feigning interest. The vendor, sensing an opportunity, eagerly replied, 50. 50? Gu Jinshui scrutinized the vendor before dropping the statue and turning to leave. Am I a fool to pay 50 for this? Chapter 16. The 16th day of eavesdropping. Hey, don't go. What's your price? The stall owner immediately called out to Gu Jinshui. Turning back, Gu Jinshui replied dismissively. I reckon it's worth at most 10. 10? That one to do. I'd be losing my shirt at that price. The stall owner shook his head vigorously. Gu Jinshui chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that the item might not even be worth $1, yet here he was trying to haggle. Not possible? Gu Jinshui inquired. The stall owner hesitated, his gaze scanning the table. How about I throw in something extra? Look, $30. What do you say? Gu Jinshui glanced over the chaotic assortment on the stall, smirking slightly. Brother, the odds and ends you have here are quite the mess. This Guanyin statue is decent, but if it weren't for the grand occasion of my elder's birthday, I wouldn't even consider buying it. $30 is nearly a month's salary for me. Forget it. He turned to leave, muttering, with $30? I could treat my whole family to a meal at Donglishan, and it wouldn't even cost that much. Well, saving money it is. Hey, don't go. The stall owner, genuinely anxious, took a few steps forward and grabbed Gu Jinshui's sleeve, forcing a smile that resembled a wrinkled orange. Let us negotiate, shall we? 20. 20 is really the lowest I can go. 15. Gu Jinshui countered, shaking his head. His eyes caught sight of a small teapot on the stall, and he thought it might be useful for his father-in-law's birthday. You scoundrel! Spending 15 on something for your elder, while skimping on your own father-in-law. If you were my son-in-law, I'd surely chase you away with a broom. The stall owner beamed, saying, You're quite filial. Thinking of your father-in-law too. Of course, Gu Jinshui replied, half-heartedly being pulled back to the stall. If I don't prepare something for my father-in-law, my wife won't look kindly upon me. Enough talk. 15 is the maximum I can afford, and I can throw in 2 ration tickets. I can't spare a single cent more. This is all the money I have on me today. Seeing the determination in Gu Jinshui's words and the wad of cash he produced from his pocket, the stall owner realized he could squeeze no more profit from this deal. He nodded, gritting his teeth. For your filial piety, let us finalize this deal. Gu Jinshui wrapped the guanyin and the teapot in an old newspaper and paid $15, tucking away the remaining bills. He mumbled, I wonder if my elder will even like this. The stall owner, now with cash in hand, grinned widely, exclaiming, Oh, they'll surely like it. You're so filial. One could only wonder which unfortunate child would spend so much on such trinkets. It was akin to a foolish whim. Gu Jinshui ignored him, taking a moment to browse the area. His eyes fell upon several intriguing items, a bamboo carving from the Kangxi period and a piece of blood-tinged jade. The bamboo carving was unremarkable, but the blood-tinged jade was exceptional. This jade dated back to the Han Dynasty and was notoriously elusive. To unearth such jade, one had to do so during the peak period of blood infusion, when the jade was at its most lustrous and vibrant. Missing that window would alter its quality. However, precisely timing the excavation of ancient jade was nearly impossible, thus many had lived their lives without ever encountering the real thing. Gu Jinshui's heart raced at the sight, and he couldn't help but linger before making his exit. Instead of heading home, he sought out the old master. The master was currently organizing a collection of worn books. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, raising an eyebrow before straightening up, hands clasped behind his back. Have you acquired something valuable? Indeed. Gu Jinshui beamed, his face alight with joy. He hurriedly produced the guanyin and the teapot, cradling them carefully all the way, fearing they might break. On the bus, he had even held his stomach, leading others to believe he was unwell, offering him their seats. The old master barely glanced at the guanyin, his attention immediately drawn to the teapot. He noted the thumbprint on the handle, the lid adorned with 4 petal motifs, and the body of the pot, simple yet skillfully crafted. Dusting off the bottom revealed a clear De Bing inscription. The old master nodded subtly, placing the pot down. A Ming Dynasty piece. How much did you pay for it? Master, take a guess. Gu Jinshui was elated, thrilled by the prospect. While he often dealt in scraps, ration tickets, and foreign currency, earning a decent living, sometimes more than others made in a year, nothing compared to the satisfaction he felt at that moment in response to his master's words. The old master huffed, urging him to cut to the chase. Gu Yinxing, not irritated, noticed that the charcoal in the brazier was running low. He stepped outside to fetch a fresh piece to keep the old man warm before recounting how he pretended to be interested in the guanyin to convince the stall owner to lower the price on the teapot. The old master nodded knowingly. Recognizing a good piece is not difficult. The challenge lies in acquiring it at a reasonable price. If you rush in, eager to inquire about the value of something good, you'll be treated like a pig for slaughter. Master, what do you think this could sell for? Gu Yinxing asked. The old master, warming himself by the fire, replied nonchalantly, if you're in a hurry to sell, I could help you find a buyer for around 70 or 80. 70 or 80. Gu Yinxing exclaimed in astonishment. The old master raised an eyebrow, teasing, what's wrong? Is that too little for you? Less than what you earn from selling scrap? Of course not. Gu Yinxing was not one to overlook the value of good fortune. Moreover, earning 60 or 70 in a single day was akin to the salary of a skilled welder in a factory for a month. To complain about such earnings would be sheer folly. And, if I'm not in a rush to sell? Gu Yinxing inquired. Then hold on to it. While the Bing teapots are not rare, the style you possess is unique. Rarity dictates value. If you find someone who appreciates it, selling for 7 to 8,000 wouldn't be out of the question. 7 to 8,000? Gu Yinxing's heart raced with excitement. His mouth hung open in disbelief. The old master chuckled at his eagerness. What do you think this antique trade is? One day you're poor, the next day you're rich. If you stumble upon a good piece, don't be surprised. You could be set for life. Gu Yinxing fell silent for a moment, then asked, Master, what if I found the founding emperor's jade seal? If you found the founding emperor's jade seal? The old master leaned back in his chair, contemplating thoughtfully. Then you take home $300 and a certificate of merit. Seeing Gu Yinxing's wide eyes, he playfully tapped his head. Who do you think would dare buy something like the founding emperor's jade seal? That was indeed a valid point. The old master's words served as a wake-up call for Gu Yinxing. Once home, he gathered $100, planning to return to Panjiayuan to purchase the bamboo carving and the blood-tinged jade. Upon arriving at Panjiayuan, he caught sight of a familiar face hurriedly passing by. But he dismissed it as a mere illusion and proceeded to the stall with the blood-tinged jade. Who would have thought that when Gu Jinshui arrived at the stall of the blood-tinged jade, he found that the exquisite jade cicada he had seen moments ago had vanished. He cleared his throat and inquired of the vendor, Good sir, was there not a jade cicada on your stall just now? What has become of it? Young man. You are rather late to ask. I have just sold it, the vendor replied, seated on a bench while cradling a roasted sweet potato. Sold? Gu Jinshui's heart skipped a beat, and despite his usual cunning, a flicker of anxiety crossed his face. The vendor, not a fool, cast a discerning glance at him and asked, Was it something of value? Gu Jinshui, attempting to deflect, replied, Not particularly. I merely found it appealing and intended to purchase it for my wife. I had just returned home to fetch the money, only to find it gone. The vendor, recognizing the deception, chose not to confront him directly, but remarked, Well, perhaps you should have come earlier. If you had, I might have sold it to you. However, there are other jades here. Do take a look to see if any might suit your fancy. Gu Jinshui glanced around. Indeed, there were numerous jades, all authentic yet of a later era with inferior quality. Otherwise, they would not be displayed on this makeshift stall. The more he looked, the more he felt a pang of regret for having missed that jade cicada, a truly rare find. Good sir, do you have any other valuable items? He inquired quietly. The vendor's expression shifted slightly. What valuable items? Just these. If you wish to buy, do so. If not, then be on your way. His demeanor grew tense as he scrutinized Gu Jinshui, suspecting him to be a potential informant. Gu Jinshui understood the wariness of such individuals. He had surmised the vendor's background. The earthy patina on the jades indicated they likely emerged from the soil, either excavated from tombs or collected from rural areas. In short, their origins were rather dubious. Seeing that the vendor was unwilling to engage further, Gu Jinshui decided to leave, yet his thoughts lingered on the jade cicada. pondering who had acquired it and who had such discerning eyes to extract it from the heap of treasures. As he contemplated this matter, Gu Jinshui approached a bamboo carving stall, only to discover that the bamboo carvings had also been sold. Further inquiries revealed that they had just been purchased moments ago. Gu Jinshui began to sense that something was amiss. He asked about other items of interest, only to learn that they too had been bought just recently. A coincidence might be plausible for one or two instances, but with multiple occurrences, it could only signify that someone was deliberately competing with him. His expression turned blank as he sat with Shan Hu and Duzi, both of whom were enjoying wontons, their faces mirroring his sour mood. Shan Hu exchanged glances with Duzi, and finally could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Brother, what troubles you? Are you feeling down?" "It's nothing, just a trivial matter," Gu Jinshui replied vaguely, sipping on his soup. "Nothing indeed?" Shan Hu thought, as Gu Jinshui's disjointed words painted a clear picture of distress. Yet, since Gu Jinshui remained reticent, they refrained from pressing him further. Chapter 17. The 17th day of eavesdropping. For several consecutive days, Gu Jinshui had been wandering around Panjiayuan, examining the wares. Indeed, there were numerous treasures to behold. Yet perhaps due to having previously encountered superior specimens like the blood-tinged jade, he found himself unimpressed by the current offerings. He ultimately selected a Qing dynasty green jade ring, a splendid artifact that had evidently originated from the imperial palace. Shi Han introduced him to a certain Chen Shiwen. In his earlier years, Chen Shiwen had been the proprietor of an antique shop in Lilikang. However, prior to the liberation, he fell victim to a deceitful scheme orchestrated by his employer, losing all his possessions and leaving him with only a modest dwelling to shelter his family. At that time, many remarked on Chen Shiwen's misfortune. Yet, who could have anticipated that after the liberation, during the land reforms targeting capitalists, Chen Shiwen would evade calamity, while his former employer met a grim fate, having been implicated in a murder and subsequently shot. This jade ring possesses commendable quality. If you wish to part with it, I can offer you this amount. Chen Shiwen gestured with a hand signal indicating 7. Gu Jinshui, upon feeling the gesture, discerned that it was a rather low offer. "Master Chen, this amount is somewhat insufficient. Perhaps you could increase it a bit. If it were an ordinary green jade ring, I would certainly accept without hesitation, but this piece has a noteworthy provenance." Chen Shiwen looked up at him, stroking his beard with amusement. "Provenance? What provenance?" Gu Jinshui held the ring, rotating it in the sunlight. "You must be mistaken. I am merely an inexperienced junior, but allow me to express a few thoughts. If I am correct, perhaps you might consider increasing your offer. If I am mistaken, then you may simply regard my words as a jest." "Very well," Chen Shiwen replied, invigorated. He had heard of Shi Han taking on an apprentice. Although there had been no formal initiation, the mere fact that Shi Han recommended him to Gu Jinshui indicated his satisfaction with the young man. Gu Jinshui slowly rotated the ring and continued. "This green jade ring is inscribed with the characters for longevity without bounds and is adorned with depictions of the Central Plains landscapes. The only one worthy of such a piece during the Qing dynasty would likely be Emperor Qianlong himself." "Then you mean to say this is an imperial piece? How could I have overlooked that?" Chen Shiwen exclaimed, smacking his lips. "If this truly is an imperial ring, it would undoubtedly be quite valuable." Gu Jinshui chuckled, clasping his hands in a gesture of humility. "Master Chen, do not jest with me. This is certainly not an imperial ring. For one, the quality of the jade would hardly meet the standards of the emperor, let alone the craftsmanship, which does not resemble that of the imperial palace's artisans. I suspect it was a tribute presented to Qianlong by a minister. Whether or not the emperor ever used it remains uncertain, but either way, it has certainly graced the realm of wealth. The value of jade is not solely determined by its quality. Provenance plays an equally significant role. Ancient jade of similar quality, once held by a renowned figure, possesses a value far exceeding that of a piece owned by an ordinary individual. Should a dedicated collector become involved, the value could easily multiply by 4 or 5 times. Chen Shiwen nodded in silent agreement, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Based on your assessment, how much would you like to add?" Gu Jinshui remained silent, signaling with his hand within his sleeve. Chen Shiwen nodded, recognizing the measured request. "Let us settle on that amount. Please remain here. I shall be back shortly." Gu Jinshui felt a rush of elation, though he stifled his joy.
Today.
He had certainly made a profit. Chen Dingxing soon returned, holding a cloth bag, from which he counted out 20 bills and a few ration tickets before handing them to Gu Jinshui. As he put away the ring, he remarked, "Your discernment is truly commendable. You have indeed uncovered a fine treasure. It is all due to my master's teachings, and I was fortunate to cross paths with you today," Gu Jinshui replied, eagerly pouring a cup of water for Chen Dingxing. Chen Dingxing chuckled. "You certainly have a way with words, unlike your master." Gu Jinshui merely smiled, refraining from responding. Chen Dingxing continued, "Should you come across any items in the future, especially jade, do not hesitate to bring them to me. That ring, while decent, could have been of greater value had it been white jade or jadeite. It could have easily tripled in worth." "And what of blood-tinged jade?" Gu Jinshui inquired, intrigued. Chen Dingxing paused, his face lighting up with excitement. "Do you possess such a treasure?" Gu Jinshui smiled enigmatically, diverting the conversation. "Master Chen, what is the current market for blood-tinged jade?" "It is as elusive as a slippery eel," Chen Dingxing mused, though he was eager to know if Gu Jinshui truly had blood-tinged jade. He stroked his beard, lamenting, "Blood-tinged jade is an entirely different matter. Just a piece the size of a thumb could easily be worth a house." "A house?" Gu Jinshui's mind buzzed with astonishment. Chen Dingxing sighed, "Indeed. The last time blood-tinged jade was sold was during the Republic era. Do you know what price it fetched?" "What price?" Gu Jinshui could no longer contain his curiosity. Chen Dingxing gestured with his hand, indicating 600 taels? Gu Jinshui ventured, 600 taels? Chen Dingxing chuckled. 600 taels? What a dream. It sold for $6,000 to a foreigner, who then exported it. I reckon that foreigner could at least double his profit. Gu Jinshui's heart raced as he grasped the meaning behind his master's words regarding the fickleness of fortune. He had previously thought his earnings substantial, yet in comparison to such figures, they seemed trivial. Perhaps influenced by Chen Dingxing's revelations, Gu Jinshui found himself less exuberant upon receiving the 200 he had earned. As he departed Chen Dingxing's home, he strolled through the alley towards Panjiayuan once more, yet found no items of comparable quality to blood-tinged jade. Such treasures were indeed rare. Having stumbled upon one previously was sheer luck, and the prospect of encountering another seemed improbable. Should he enlist Zhan Hu and the others to inquire about who had acquired the items? Gu Jinshui pondered while carrying the packaged roasted duck back to the communal housing. Before he reached his destination, he heard Huang Shirong's sharp and triumphant voice. "Look here, everyone. My son gifted me this gold ring. Such a small thing is worth nearly 100. Has your family struck it rich, Aunt Huang?" The crowd of envious women gathered around her in admiration. "Indeed. We have struck gold. My son visited Panjiayuan and discovered an antique that the director just happens to collect. He paid a handsome sum," Huang Shirong boasted, tossing her head with pride. Gu Jinshui initially intended to retreat to his room to avoid being encircled by the group, knowing that if they saw the roasted duck he was carrying, they would surely make envious remarks and encourage their grandchildren to come and ask for the duck carcass for soup. While the carcass itself held little worth, it could still be transformed into a delightful dish with some vegetables. However, upon hearing the mention of Panjiayuan, Gu Jinshui halted in his tracks and turned to Huang Shirong, whose face was illuminated with self-satisfaction. "Aunt Huang, did Jinshui truly have an eye for antiques?" Upon noticing him, Huang Shirong's enthusiastic gestures faltered, and a flicker of unease crossed her features. In the backyard, Song Jinshui was drawing water when he noticed Gu Jinshui appearing to engage in conversation. He quickly set down the water bucket and approached him. "Jinshui, my mother is just talking nonsense. Mother, Dabo is crying. You should hurry home." As he spoke, he tugged at Huang Shirong, leading her back inside. "Hey, don't leave. Jinshui, tell us, have you really made some money?" A few neighborhood women chimed in, dissatisfied. "Indeed. Jinshui, you've even bought a gold ring. You must have earned a few hundred, right?" Widow's eyes were filled with envy. "Now that the country allows us to buy and sell antiques, don't let anyone overhear and report us. Get lost." Huang Shirong's face darkened at Widow's words, and she raised her hand, ready to slap her. Song Jinshui, fearing a scene caused by his own mother, pulled her back into the house and swiftly closed the door. shutting out prying eyes from outside. Son, why did you pull me in here? Huang Shirong's face was flushed with anger. Let me out. I want to teach that old harlot a lesson. First, she speaks ill of your sister, and now she dares to mention you. If I don't beat her until she knows your mother's might, she won't learn. Mother. Song Jianxi stamped his foot in frustration. He peeked through a crack in the window and, seeing Gu Jinshui enter the house, he finally felt a bit relieved. However, turning back to his mother, he scolded, Didn't I tell you not to talk about how we earn money? Song Jianxi felt guilty about where this money was coming from and was wary of anyone finding out. He was counting on this method to continue bringing in a steady income. Indeed, he had made quite a considerable sum. Selling the bamboo carving and blood jade had earned him 300 to 400, nearly equivalent to his annual salary. This was why he could afford to spend over 100 on a gold ring for his mother. Huang Shirong's expression revealed her own guilt. I just let it slip accidentally. I promise not to mention it again, so you can rest easy. Lin Lianhua interjected, Mother, I believe it's not just about keeping our antique dealings a secret. We should also refrain from discussing our earnings. Wealth should not be flaunted. Song Jianxi admired Lin Lianhua's wisdom. She was right. In such a crowded courtyard, if anyone discovered their financial success, it could attract thieves. I think you should put away that gold ring as well. What? The ring too? Huang Shirong clutched her fingers, almost in tears over the thought of parting with it. However, unable to withstand Song Jianxi's insistence, she reluctantly put away the ring she had barely worn for half a day. Nevertheless, the Song family enjoyed an additional dish that evening, braised pork belly. Upon seeing the meat, Huang Shirong's mood improved significantly. Yet, when she noticed Song Jianxi serving a piece of meat to Song Chaohua, her displeasure resurfaced. What does that little girl need meat for? Mother, this time our fortune also owes much to Xiaohua's efforts, Song Jianxi said, patting Song Chaohua's head. If there are any future opportunities for profit, you must tell your father. Song Chaohua nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with emotion. Huang Shirong pursed her lips but ultimately refrained from further protest, recognizing the value of money. The couple, quick to react, managed to keep their success somewhat under wraps. However, news of the Song family's newfound wealth inevitably spread, especially to Liang Rini, who had always kept a watchful eye on them. Chapter 18. The 18th day of eavesdropping. Gu Jinshui did not purchase anything throughout the day. Even at Panjiayuan, he merely browsed without making a commitment. As night descended, he went to a state-run restaurant to buy a box of dumplings to take home. Why dumplings again? He Chuanlian opened the aluminum lunchbox and frowned upon seeing the dumplings inside. Gu Jinshui chuckled, Mother. I thought of you and remembered how much you adore dumplings filled with cabbage, so I specially got these for you. He Chuanlian shot him a glance. Who doesn't love good food? How was your day? Liang Ying, feeding the child rice porridge, also turned her gaze towards Gu Jinshui. Gu Jinshui scratched his nose and gestured towards the eastern room. That Song Jianxi followed me around all day. I evaded him without buying anything. Liang Ying frowned. So, does that mean the items you were interested in were purchased by him? Pretty much, Gu Jinshui replied, using his chopsticks to feed his wife a dumpling. I sent Dizzy to inquire if those vendors were indeed working with him. They all said he looked familiar. This was quite peculiar. He Chuanlian set the dishes aside, her face filled with confusion. Your expertise in identifying antiques is known only to our family. How could he know you would select antiques and buy those that caught your eye? Gu Jinshui was equally puzzled. Although discovering the person who snatched his potential purchases was a relief, he remained baffled as to how Song Jianxi knew he had an eye for antiques and fortuitously acquired the very items he coveted. Forget it. Trading antiques is not illegal, Gu Jinshui said with a slight smile, pinching his daughter's cheek. When Gu Yousi playfully swatted his hand away, he chuckled, I must teach him a lesson. So he understands that taking advantage of me is not so easy. Since he had entered the social scene, he had never suffered such a significant loss, as he was always the one seizing others' belongings. Gu Yousi felt a mix of pride and worry listening to her father's assertive declarations. Song Jianxi had always been fortunate. Soon, he might save the grandson of a certain overseas Chinese, gaining a powerful ally. Would it truly be safe for her father to confront him? Overseas Chinese? A powerful ally? Gu Jinshui raised an eyebrow, pinching his daughter's cheek again. Little one, Why do you look so troubled at such a young age? What do children have to worry about? Your father fears nothing." Though he said this confidently, Liang remained concerned. While sewing children's clothes on her sewing machine, she advised him, "I find something odd about Song Jianxi's family. If things get too complicated, let's refrain from pursuing these transactions for now. We have enough funds at home." Gu Jinxue set down his book and kissed his wife's cheek. "Ah, my dear wife, you are worried about me." Liang blushed, retorting, "I am discussing serious matters. I earn a decent wage at the factory each month, and you made a fair profit from your previous ventures. Why must we rush to make money?" She feared that if Gu Jinxue clashed with Song Jianxi, it could lead to trouble. The Song family had an unusual reputation and did not appear to be good people. Liang was worried they might act out of desperation. "Rest assured, my wife," Gu Jinxue reassured her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "I promised your father I would provide you with a good life, and I have not forgotten that vow over the years." Hearing this, Liang felt a warm weight settle in her heart. Gu Jinxue had not visited Panjiayuan for several days. He was not short of money, and on another note, he wanted to keep Song Jianxi in suspense. Gu Jinxue understood well that individuals like Song Jianxi, once they tasted quick profits, could easily become addicted and dismiss the modest earnings from regular employment. After all, working tirelessly from dawn to dusk for 30 days a month yielded only 30 to 40 yuan, whereas trading antiques could bring in hundreds. Who could resist such temptation? As expected, Song Jianxi was growing increasingly anxious over the past few days. On one hand, he sought to make money, and on the other, he was tasked by their director to find a snuff bottle for his collection. The director had expressed a desire for a fine snuff bottle, and while Song Jianxi had readily agreed, he was secretly troubled. If he could identify antiques, it would be a piece of cake, but alas, he lacked such knowledge. Finding a quality item among the 70 or 80 stalls at Panjiayuan was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. His only option now was to devise a way to get lucky and intercept the items Gu Jinxue had his eye on. If he could not find a snuff bottle, any other antique would suffice. One day, with the weather clear, Gu Jinxue informed his family, "Today, I'm heading to the Eastern District. I'll return home later." Hearing this, Song Jianxi felt a surge of joy and hurriedly asked his mother to request leave from work. He donned a cap and followed Gu Jinxue out. Gu Jinxue appeared oblivious, hands in his pockets, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. After disembarking from the bus, he headed straight for Panjiayuan. Song Jianxi trailed behind, his heart soaring as he saw Gu Jinxue approach a stall displaying snuff bottles, feeling as if fortune was smiling upon him. "Hey, brother. Just browsing, are we? What do you want?" The stall owner, a burly man clad in a thin jacket against the winter chill, had a rosy nose from the cold. Before him lay several snuff bottles, along with a variety of trinkets, such as porcelain figurines. Gu Jinxue crouched down, his gaze flitting over the items until it settled on a golden, slightly translucent snuff bottle. He picked it up for inspection, weighing it discreetly. "How about it, brother?" "This is a fine piece, handed down through generations," the stout man remarked, wrinkling his nose. "If you're genuinely interested, we can negotiate the price." Gu Jinxue waved his hand dismissively, setting the item down and preparing to leave. After he departed, Song Jianxi quickly approached and examined the snuff bottle Gu Jinxue had just handled, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, it struck him as familiar. Didn't it resemble the one the director had collected previously? The director had mentioned his was an amber snuff bottle. Could this one be the same? Song Jianxi suddenly felt parched. Today truly seemed to be his lucky day. Such a grand opportunity had presented itself. He could only imagine how delighted the director would be upon discovering this. Perhaps this could even earn him a spot in the housing allocation next year. Excited by this prospect, Song Jianxi spoke up eagerly, "This item." Song Jianxi, what brings you here?" A mocking voice interrupted from behind. Song Jianxi's expression stiffened, cursing under his breath as he turned around, feigning ignorance. "Gu Jinxue, is that you here as well?" "Indeed. What a coincidence. It seems we meet again in this place." Gu Jinxue smiled, placing a hand on Song Jianxi's shoulder with a firm grip. Song Jianxi winced in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Managing a forced smile, "Yes, quite a coincidence. Are you interested in this snuff bottle?" Gu Jinxue nodded towards the bottle, and Song Jianxi's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Could it be that Gu Jinshui intended to snatch this treasure from him? Chapter 19, the 19th day of eavesdropping. What's going on? How did you end up here? Song Jianxi inquired, clutching the snuff bottle tightly in his hand, refusing to let it go. The bottle was not large. It was, after all, a finely crafted piece that could easily fit in the palm of one's hand. At that moment, Song Jianxi held it with such intensity that it was evident he was determined to possess it. I'm just browsing around. What about you? Shouldn't you be at work? Gu Jinshui smirked, his hands tucked into his pockets, the expression on his face decidedly mischievous. He gestured towards the exquisite object in Song Jianxi's grasp. That's a fine piece. If you don't want it, I could purchase it. An onlooker, having caught onto the unfolding scene, bellowed. All right then. How much are you offering, brother? Ignoring Song Jianxi's look of disapproval, Gu Jinshui squatted beside him and pried the snuff bottle from his grip. Looks quite unique. I'll give you 30. 30. The burly man beamed with delight, but upon seeing the urgency on Song Jianxi's face, he shook his head and replied, No way. That's far too low. This snuff bottle was passed down from my grandfather. It's a treasured item. I can't sell it for 30 without a proper explanation to my family. What about 40? Gu Jinshui rummaged through his pocket and produced a bundle of cash. If you agree, we can exchange money for the item right now. Panic surged through Song Jianxi. This can't happen. If Gu Jinshui purchases it, how will I explain myself to the director? He quickly restrained Gu Jinshui's hand. Hold on. I was the first to lay eyes on this. We should adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Gu Jinshui raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Weren't you just saying you didn't want it? Why are you trying to snatch it from me now? This piece doesn't suit you. It belongs with me. No. I want it. As Gu Jinshui's resolve to buy intensified, Song Jianxi became more adamant, convinced of the item's value. He clutched the snuff bottle firmly and turned to the burly man. I'll offer 45. Song Jianxi, are you intentionally opposing me? Gu Jinshui's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as anger welled within him. Ask him. Wasn't I the first to show interest in this item? The burly man, however, seemed unconcerned with the squabble. Well, in my stall, there are no such rules. The highest bidder takes it. Upon hearing this, Song Jianxi was nearly driven to a frenzy, his frustration boiling over. A crowd began to gather around the stall, eager to witness the commotion. It was at this moment that Liang Rini squeezed into the throng. Recognizing Song Jianxi with a fiery glare, he nudged the person next to him. What is happening between those two? The onlooker, arms crossed, replied with a hint of gossip. They're fighting over a snuff bottle, and the bids have reached 75. Who offered 75? As Liang Rini observed Song Jianxi passionately arguing with Gu Jinshui, a suspicion formed in his mind. That guy's really willing to spend 2 months' salary on something so trivial. The remark dripped with envy, but it was not entirely unfounded. After all, those frequenting Panjiayuan typically had some means, yet most would hesitate to splurge over 70 on a mere snuff bottle. If it were a renowned piece of art, perhaps, but this was simply a bottle made of better materials, not worth that much. Liang Reni's mind buzzed as if a drum was striking in his ears. Others might not comprehend how Song Jianxi could afford such extravagance, but he knew all too well. This was undoubtedly the money he had lost that night. Remembering how Song Jianxi had taken the item and fled, leaving him to be pursued as a thief, Liang Reni's anger flared, and he felt a fierce jealousy at the sight of Song Jianxi's lavish spending. With a triumphant look, Song Jianxi challenged Gu Jinshui. What is it going to be? Do you still have cash on hand? Can you offer more than I can? Grinding his teeth, Gu Jinshui's heart brimmed with glee as he felt his pockets. Producing a large bill, he declared, 85. That snuff bottle is mine. Song Jianxi scoffed. 85? You think you're impressive? I'll bid 100. This bottle is mine. Good. Good. The burly man beamed, his hands rubbing together in delight, his eyes sparkling. He turned to Gu Jinshui. Brother, if you can't match that, this item is going to him. Gu Jinshui's expression darkened, and he dropped the snuff bottle, hands tucked in his sleeves as he turned to leave. At that moment, Song Jianxi felt a surge of satisfaction. He had finally gained the upper hand over Gu Jinshui. I have money. You don't. Suddenly, Liang Rini stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face. Brother-in-law, how much are you short? I have 100, I'll lend it to you. Surprised by Liang Rini's appearance, Gu Jinshui's face lit up with joy. Grabbing Liang Rini's hand, he exclaimed, You're the best. With your support, I'll add another 100.
Wow.
Is that little trinket really worth so much?
Who are these two?
Are they simply burning money? Song Jianxi was infuriated, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. Clenching his teeth, he declared, Gu Jinshui, do you really have to oppose me? Feigning ignorance, Gu Jinshui replied, I don't understand your meaning. Didn't you just say you were leaving because you had no money? Why not walk away now? That bottle tea meant for you, Song Jianxi. Just admit defeat and leave. Had there been a chance for Song Jianxi to concede earlier, the current scene with so many spectators and Gu Jinshui's taunts made it impossible. His face tightened, teeth grinding. He resolved, I'll bid 250. 250. The burly man's eyes nearly popped out, and he immediately replied, Deal, it's yours. He looked at Gu Jinshui. Brother, I doubt you can top that bid? Gu Jinshui's expression flickered uncertainly as he scowled, dropping the snuff bottle. Hands buried in his sleeves, and turned to leave. Song Jianxi felt a wave of vindication wash over him. With great delight, he reached for the snuff bottle, eager to tuck it away. The burly man halted him. Wait. You need to pay before you take it. Song Jianxi's face fell. He hadn't brought that much cash. Then I'll go home to get it. The man decisively gathered his items, placing them into a basket on his back, and followed Song Jianxi to collect the money. Meanwhile, Liang Rini was still seething, grumbling to Gu Jinshui as they walked. Brother-in-law, why are you so spineless? Can't your family scrape together an extra 50? Gu Jinshui, uninterested in engaging, shot a glance at him and boarded the bus. You talk big, but $50 one tea buy much pork. If you want that item, go find the seller. Of course. Liang Rini was unwilling to part with such a sum for that trivial snuff bottle. He was simply intent on aggravating Song Jianxi. Moreover, he was more than happy to showcase his generosity. Upon hearing Gu Jinshui's words, Liang Rini curled his lips in disdain, thinking to himself that he was no fool who would purchase such useless items. After uttering this remark, he suddenly realized that Gu Jinshui had also been buying, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. That's not directed at you, he stammered. It's nothing, Gu Jinshui scoffed. You are correct. Only a fool would buy such nonsense.
What?
Liang Rini stared blankly at Gu Jinshui, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Gu Jinshui, disinterested in providing clarification, simply awaited the unfolding drama. Song Jianxi led the burly man back home to retrieve 150, yet that amount fell short, necessitating the use of food stamps to make up the difference. Lin Lianhua, filled with trepidation, questioned, This item is so expensive. What if your director refuses it? He cannot refuse it. It is all valuable. Song Jianxi delicately cradled the snuff bottle, producing a small box lined with cotton. You should have seen Gu Jinshui's eagerness to buy this. He must think it's a rare find. We might just earn 400 or 500 from it. 400 or 500. Huang Shirong's eyes widened, breath quickening as he gazed at the small snuff bottle, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Is it really worth that much? Indeed. This is a snuff bottle made of amber. Song Jianxi exclaimed in amazement. Before the liberation, it could fetch several gold bars, though it has lost value now. Upon hearing it could be exchanged for gold bars, Huang Shirong's face illuminated with excitement. Song Mei attempted to reach for it, only to be rebuffed by Huang Shirong. What are you doing touching this? What if you break it? Huang Shirong admonished. Song Mei pouted, feeling wronged. I merely wanted to touch it. It's not that fragile. Regardless, no one is allowed to touch it. Son, quickly put it away. Tomorrow, present it to your director. If we get a good price, we shall dine on lamb hot pot at Donglishan tomorrow night. Huang Shirong said, unable to suppress a gulp. Song Jianxi nodded. Just wait. Tomorrow we shall be wealthy. Standing by the table, Song Chaohua wore an expression of pride and anticipation, as if envisioning the influx of wealth into their household. With this unexpected fortune, they could indulge in purchasing antiques. She recalled that in recent years, the Cultural Relics Bureau had been selling authenticated antiques and paintings at bargain prices. In her previous life, Gu Jinshui had amassed a fortune through the bureau, reportedly spending several thousand on a warehouse, and within a few years, each item inside had appreciated to tens of thousands. After her rebirth, Song Chaohua had fixated on this windfall. However, she recognized her lowly status and the impossibility of gathering several thousand. Thus, she needed to devise a plan to scrape together the funds to seize this lucrative opportunity. If they could outmaneuver Gu Jinshui and claim this windfall, her family would achieve financial independence forever. Chapter 20. The 20th day of eavesdropping. Oh dear, my daughter is indeed growing up so quickly. Gu Yousi was practicing her crawling on the Kong. She was making good progress when she suddenly heard Gu Jinshui's voice and nearly tumbled over. Fortunately, she had a soft cotton quilt beneath her, so the fall wasn't painful. Why frighten our daughter? Liang shot a disapproving glance at Gu Jinshui. Picking up Gu Yousi. Let us ignore your father. Yes, being absurd. What's absurd about it? I'm merely praising our daughter. Gu Jinshui, freshly bathed and drying his buzz cut, chuckled. It's just that our daughter is too timid. That one do. A girl needs to learn to be a bit bolder. Gu Yousi spat playfully and waved her tiny fist. She had once thought her father was quite cool, but in recent days, she realized he was just a tease, relentlessly picking on her. Take it easy. Be careful that our daughter doesn't grow up to hit you. Liang remarked, amused by the father-daughter banter. That's impossible. My daughter is such a dutiful child, Gu Jinshui replied with unshakable confidence. And besides, I treat her so well that she would never dream of being ungrateful. This was indeed true. While other families had their children eating porridge, Gu Yousi still enjoyed her milk powder regularly, and there was plenty to go around. This infuriated their neighbor, Huang Shirong, who grumbled daily about why the girl was being spoiled like this. If they have money to spare, they should buy milk powder for their own child instead. Gu Jinshui paid her no mind. Unlike some fools who mistreat their own daughters while doting on other sons, he found it nonsensical. After coaxing the child to sleep, Liang finally broached the subject of the day's events. Gu Jinshui smirked. That fool really took me for a simpleton. I set a trap, and he jumped right in. So, he's in for a big loss? Liang felt a sense of vindication. Gu Jinshui chuckled. Just wait. There will surely be a spectacle to behold in the coming days. Liang pressed for more details, but Gu Jinshui remained tight-lipped, which only frustrated her further. You're letting your daughter down. You're not a good person, dangling secrets like that. Just wait a few days, you'll see. I promise there will be a show to enjoy. Gu Jinshui, brimming with confidence, smiled even after being playfully hit by Liang, leaving her exasperated. The next day, Gu Jinshui left early. As He Chunlian and Liang had breakfast, He Chunlian inquired about the previous night's events. Liang recounted the story, prompting Gu Yinxing to say, "Sister-in-law, if my brother said it, you can rest assured. He has never failed when dealing with people." Gu Yinxing said this with a touch of pride. He Chunlian shot her a look. Is that a good thing? I hope he stays out of trouble.
Well,
you can hope all you want, Gu Yinxing teased. My brother has been like this for over 20 years. He's not changing anytime soon. You're quite proud, He Chunlian remarked, lightly tapping her hand with her chopsticks. And what about that man Liang Rini introduced to you? Not long ago, Liang Rini had introduced a suitor from a department store to Gu Yinxing, and He Chunlian noticed Gu Yinxing's lack of chatter upon returning, suggesting she was somewhat satisfied. Not bad, Gu Yinxing muttered.
Just an average guy.
I'm full now, I'm off to work. With that, she set down her chopsticks, grabbed her bag, and hurried out. This child, He Chunlian sighed in exasperation. Liang chuckled and served her a helping of scrambled eggs. Mom, don't worry about your sister. I think she understands that marriage isn't something to rush into. We'd rather take our time to find a good match. He Chunlian felt comforted by these words. With just 2 children, she wasn't in a hurry to marry off her daughter. She simply wished for her to find a stable and suitable partner. Just like Gu Jinshui, who, during his teenage years, was quite the troublemaker. She had feared he might end up in labor camp or prison, but thankfully, marrying Liang had settled him down considerably. Yinxing, why are you so late? Gu Yinxing had just placed her belongings in the changing room and emerged in her nurse's uniform when she heard Song Mei's voice. Looking up, she saw Song Mei assisting a middle-aged woman, her face displaying some dissatisfaction. It's already this late, and you're just arriving at the hospital? Don't you know how busy we are? Gu Yinxing was taken aback, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was precisely 8 o'clock. She couldn't help but laugh in annoyance. Song Mei, are you looking for trouble this early? I'm not late. What is your issue?
Besides.
What authority do you have to lecture me? I'm your senior. Song Mei bit her lip, a hint of grievance in her eyes. The hospital has been busy with patients lately. If you'd come earlier, the night shift nurses could swap out sooner. Isn't that better?
Great.
You can lecture me when you become the leader someday. Gu Yinxing rolled her eyes, hands in her pockets, and turned to leave. Hey, why do you speak like that? Yunnan frowned, displeased with Gu Yinxing's attitude. Song Mei wore a helpless expression. I'm used to it, director. Let us not dwell on her. I'll help you back to the ward for some rest. You're quite the broad-minded young lady, Yunnan praised, patting Song Mei's hand. All right, let us head back. Their timing was fortuitous as they encountered Yunnan, who had come to visit his aunt. Carrying porridge and small dishes, he said, Grandma asked Aunt Lu to make pumpkin porridge this morning, saying it's your favorite. Song Mei's ears perked up, a smile gracing her face. This Yen comrade is truly thoughtful, bringing breakfast early in the morning. Much better than my brother. Yunnan nodded at her, placing the food container aside. Yunnan's gaze flitted between Yunnan and Song Mei as if contemplating something. Little Song, my nephew is quite attentive. Whoever ends up marrying him will be fortunate. Song Mei's face flushed. Isn't Yen comrade still single? Indeed, he had been in the army for 6 years, with hardly any time to return home. Yunnan expressed her concerns. Now that he is finally back, the introductions made for him haven't worked out. We, as elders, worry about him. By the way, little Song, aren't you single as well? At this, Song Mei's ears turned red, and she shyly nodded. Yunnan felt a spark of interest. But upon seeing her nephew's indifferent expression, she knew he was not interested in Song Mei. Understanding her nephew's stubborn nature, she decided to change the subject, sending Song Mei out so she could talk privately with Yunnan. Why didn't you speak earlier? Yunnan asked, sipping her millet porridge. Yunnan replied, What is there to say? Yunnan sighed, setting down her spoon. You're of age now. Your brother already has children. Your grandparents and I are anxious for you. Meanwhile, you're carefree, as if we're the ones in a hurry. Yunnan understood his aunt's good intentions. His home environment is quite complicated. His mother passed away due to complications during childbirth in the 1960s, and within 6 months, his father remarried, giving birth to his younger brother, who was 2 years his junior. Now, with children of his own, his father has always favored his younger brother. With the arrival of a grandson, his father's favoritism has intensified. Currently, Yunnan has returned home from military service and still resides with his grandparents, who eagerly anticipate his settling down and establishing a career. Hoping that his father will assist him in his endeavors and that he might avoid years of delay in his career path.
Aunt.
What is the use of being anxious about such matters?
Yunnan remarked.
Do not worry. If I encounter the right person, I will marry immediately without needing your encouragement. As he spoke, he deftly peeled an apple with a knife, the skin coming off in a single, continuous strip. Honestly, that Xiao Song seems quite decent to me. Honest in appearance and good-hearted. Although his family conditions are modest, we are not the type to judge solely based on that. Yunnan was reluctant to concede. However, Yunnan chuckled softly. Let us not dwell on that. He had not forgotten the things he overheard during a quarrel between Gu Yinxing and Song Mei. While Song Mei presented herself as quite respectable in front of his aunt, she had a different demeanor behind the scenes. Ignoring her close associations with unsavory characters, her duplicity was enough to dissuade him. Having endured hardship at the hands of his stepmother, he held a distinct aversion to Song Mei, who bore a striking resemblance to her. If he were to pursue a relationship, he would rather consider Gu Yinxing instead of Song Mei. Song Mei, did you see that Comrade Yen just came in? As soon as Song Mei entered the office, the other nurses gathered around to inquire. Song Mei smiled. How could I not see him? I was just attending to his aunt. You're truly fortunate to have landed such a task. The other nurses remarked enviously. Their envy stemmed not only from Song Mei's opportunity to care for a superior, but also from her proximity to Yunnan. Though Yunnan always appeared hurried at the hospital, his handsome looks and reputable background made him an attractive prospect. rumored to hold a position as a deputy-level official after his military service. What woman would not be captivated by such qualities? It is indeed fate, Song Mei said, tossing her hair back. Upon seeing Gu Yinxing walk in, she deliberately laughed aloud. It's amusing. Today, Comrade Yan even asked me if I was single. Gu Yinxing paused, the image of Yan Ren flashing in her mind. Pretending to sip from her water cup, she strained to listen. Really? Comrade Yan truly asked you? Chen Dengdeng inquired, her eyes wide in disbelief. Song Mei smirked. How could it be false? Comrade Yan's inquiry left me quite perplexed. I truly wonder why he would ask me such a thing. Chen Dengdeng cursed inwardly, wishing to scoff at Song Mei. What a cunning fox, pretending to be innocent. It was clear she was merely trying to flaunt the fact that Comrade Yan had shown interest in her. Chen Dengdeng pulled Gu Yinxing aside and whispered, if Comrade Yan truly has feelings for Song Mei, it would be a shame for someone so tall and handsome. Gu Yinxing, feeling inexplicably downcast, replied, such things are uncertain. Song Mei's confidence might hold some truth. Chen Dengdeng looked at her in surprise, exclaiming, whose side are you on? Why are you defending her? I am not defending her. However, if Comrade Yan genuinely likes Song Mei, it only shows he is rather foolish, and there is nothing to lament. Chapter 21. The 21st day of eavesdropping. Gu Yinxing was brimming with indignation as she returned home, her face flushed with anger. She parked her bicycle in the courtyard just as the Song family emerged, resplendent in their finest attire, each member dressed to impress, including Song Chaohua, who rarely donned such elegant clothing. Gu Yinxing cast a scrutinizing glance over the family. At that moment, Mrs. Sun appeared, witnessing the scene, and inquired, oh, it's mealtime already. Where are you all headed? Is there a celebration in the family? Song Mei adjusted her red wool scarf and replied, Mrs. Sun, we are not attending a banquet. We are going out to a restaurant. Indeed, my son is treating the whole family to lamb hot pot, exclaimed Huang Shirong, her voice booming as she glanced towards the Gu family, seemingly concerned that He Chuan Lian might overhear. Having lamb hot pot? Has your family struck it rich? Mrs. Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. Lamb was notoriously expensive. The Song family, though small in number, comprised 4 adults and 1 child, and dining out like this would surely cost at least 5 or 6 yuan, equivalent to a week's worth of grocery money for many. Oh, no. Huang Shirong feigned modesty, waving her hand dismissively, though her smile betrayed her delight. It's just that my son has done well and found a great opportunity. Mother. Song Jianhua quickly interjected to stop Huang Shirong, who then realized her slip and hastily covered her mouth, cheerfully diverting the conversation. Sister Sun, we must hurry. We can't miss out on the good food. Of course, off you go. Mrs. Sun watched the Song family depart, unable to conceal her envy as she tossed aside the wild vegetables in her hands and remarked to Gu Yinxing, how is it that the Song family is so fortunate? I can smell the meat they've been cooking every day. Living in this communal courtyard has its downsides. We can smell what everyone is cooking, even from the next door. The Song family had always been frugal, rarely indulging in meat, yet recently it seemed they had changed their ways, frequently preparing meat dishes. This had certainly piqued the interest of Mr. and Mrs. Sunday. Who knows? I think they shouldn't be too proud too soon. Gu Yinxing scoffed at the thought of Song Mei's earlier boastful gaze, thinking how a little money could make someone ostentatious. If one didn't know better, one might think they were wealthy. As she grumbled, He Chuan Lian lifted the curtain, calling out, Yinxing, what idle chatter are you indulging in? Come in and help watch your niece. I still need to cook. Gu Yinxing noticed her mother's stern glance, shrinking back as she replied, all right, and hurried indoors. He Chuan Lian lowered the curtain and poked her finger at Gu Yinxing's head, scolding, why do you go on about others? Do you think that conversation won't spread like wildfire? Let it spread, Gu Yinxing retorted with a pout. Others think the same way. Others may think it,
but they don't say it.
You're the only fool here, He Chuan Lian snapped back, rolling her eyes. Fine, just take care of the little one. Talking to you is pointless. He Chuan Lian clearly understood Mrs. Sun's temperament. Within an hour, Mrs. Sun had relayed the news of the Song family's outing to dine. And by the time the Gu family sat down for dinner, they could hear the commotion outside, signaling the return of the Song family from the restaurant. Song Mei's loud voice pierced through. Yinxing, why are you gossiping about our family behind our backs? Are you envious that my brother is more capable than yours?
Indeed.
Yinxing, if you wanted lamb, you should have just said so. We're neighbors after all. You could have joined us, Huang Shirong chimed in, her face flushed with delight. Clearly not inebriated, but her demeanor was reminiscent of someone intoxicated with pride. She was brimming with self-satisfaction. Knowing her son had skillfully sold a snuff bottle to the postmaster for a profit of 100 yuan, along with an industrial coupon that could fetch a tidy sum on the black market. Gu Yinxing seethed with anger, rising abruptly to leave.
Sit down.
He Chunlian hissed under her breath. Mother! Gu Yinxing stomped her foot. Behave and sit down, he Chunlian commanded. Finish your meal. Gu Yinxing glanced at her mother but, realizing she could not win this battle, begrudgingly sat back down. Yinxing, why the rush? Just wait. It won't be long before there's drama to witness with them. Gu Jinshui chuckled. Really? Gu Yinxing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Gu Jinshui nodded. Let them enjoy their moment of pride. Very well, I'll trust your words. Gu Yinxing finally sat down to eat. He Chunlian gave Gu Jinshui a disapproving look. As they could still hear Huang Shirong boasting about their lavish meal and how much they had spent on lamb hot pot. He Chunlian stood up, lifted the curtain, and called out to Huang Shirong and her son, who were surrounded by a crowd. Oh, spending so much money. How are you managing your household? Huang Shirong, initially feeling smug, scoffed at He Chunlian's remark.
Puffed.
It's your family that is struggling. We can afford this hot pot feast. Who says my son isn't capable of earning money? She raised her hand to show off the gold ring on her finger. This ring had been tucked away, but today, as they were dining at Donglishan, Huang Shirong insisted on wearing it, and Song Jianhua, unable to refuse, had allowed her to flaunt it. What does your son actually do to earn money? Mr. Sun could not contain his curiosity. Others leaned in, eager to hear the answer. In their communal courtyard, most families were of modest means. Those like Song Jianhua and Gu Jingshui, who had several formal employees, were considered fortunate, while many households had only one member in a stable job, with the rest doing odd jobs. Everyone was eager to earn money, yet opportunities seemed elusive. Nothing much. Just dealing in antiques. I happened to strike it lucky and made a bit, Song Jianhua humbly replied, casting a glance towards the main room, clearly directed at Gu Jingshui. Initially, he had intended to keep his antique dealings a secret, but after Gu Jingshui had caught him in the act and his mother had let it slip, he decided it was better to disclose some details rather than let others speculate wildly.
Is that so?
You have such a talent? Mr. Sun exclaimed in surprise as he approached to investigate the commotion. Song Jianhua adjusted his glasses. I'm just fortunate, and I enjoy reading in my spare time. Which led me to a good discovery. Wow. That is truly impressive. I've always said Huang's son would amount to something. Mrs. Sun praised enthusiastically. She then returned home and brought out a handful of dried jujubes, offering them to Song Jianhua. Here, these are for my son, authentic Mian jujubes. You must try them. My boy doesn't possess your talents, so if you ever have the opportunity, do lend a hand to your brother. Thank you, Aunt Sun. You are too kind. Song Jianxi, basking in the praise lavished upon him, humbly remarked, how could I possibly compare to Brother Sun? He earns quite a sum at the lumber mill. Yet, the meager wages he spoke of seemed insufficient to sustain anyone. Jianxi, I have long recognized your potential. You are an astute individual, more agile in thought than others. If you lend a hand to your brother, Aunt Sun will surely express her gratitude. Indeed, Aunt Sun's words flowed as sweetly as honey. The acclaim surrounding the Song family had rendered them almost oblivious to reality. Some even proclaimed, in our courtyard, Jianxi is undoubtedly the most promising. Jinshui cannot hold a candle to you. Such flattery struck a chord deep within Song Jianxi. From childhood, Song Jianxi had always found himself in competition with Gu Jinshui, who was clever and well-educated. For years, Jianxi felt overshadowed, unable to lift his head high. It was only after Gu Jinshui married a wealthy heiress and abandoned his studies for a life of leisure that Jianxi assumed his father's role, beginning to feel a sense of superiority over Gu Jinshui. However, to his surprise, within a few years, Gu Jinshui had ventured into various enterprises, accumulating considerable wealth. Though lacking a formal position, the Gu family frequently indulged in luxuries, prompting whispers of Gu Jinshui's capabilities and savvy. Despite the relatively comfortable circumstances of Song Jianshi's family, they were frugal, meticulously counting their monthly expenditures. Even as the male heir, his privileges were limited to savoring a few extra bites of meat. In stark contrast, how could Jianxi maintain his sense of balance? At that moment, feeling triumphant over Gu Jinshui, he gestured for his wife, Lin Lianhua, to produce a recently purchased package of white rabbit candies, eager to share the sweetness with everyone. "Let us not compare me with Gu Jinshui," he remarked. Gu Jinshui chuckled at this. He lifted the curtain and stood at the threshold, saying, "So, what you mean is that I am not even worthy of comparison with you." Upon seeing Gu Jinshui emerge, a fleeting sense of guilt crossed Jianshi's face. Yet, reminding himself that his earnings were through his own efforts, devoid of deceit or theft, he quickly retorted, "Jinshui, I didn't mean that at all. Don't misinterpret my words." "Oh, how the tone changes with the money earned." Gu Jinshui crossed his arms. "I advise you not to be overly complacent. You might find yourself in a pitiful situation before you know it." Jianshi's expression shifted. Anger simmered within him. Yet, aware of Gu Jinshui's notorious reputation, he refrained from confrontation, replying, "That's rather unkind of you. Your envy is evident in such comments." "Envy? Is that so?" Gu Jinshui chuckled, nodding. "Very well, I offered you a friendly warning, yet you twist my intentions. Consider my words unspoken." With that, he turned to retreat inside. But suddenly a group of people entered. Leading them was a dignified man, somewhat older with graying hair, yet exuding vitality and confidence, striding in with an imposing presence. "Director, what brings you here?" As the crowd puzzled over the identity of the newcomer, Song Jianxi immediately recognized him and approached. Director Chen, taken aback by the gathering in the courtyard, quickly fixed his gaze on Song Jianxi, saying, "Jianxi, I need to discuss something with you. Let's go inside." "Father, why grant him any courtesy? Let us clarify things right here." "Jianxi, what did you sell my father? This item is to be returned." A young man beside Director Chen hurled an object towards Song Jianxi. Quick-witted, Jianxi recognized the item as an amber snuff bottle he had sold, scrambling to catch it. Relieved to see it intact, he sighed. "Wait, Director Lianchao, what is the meaning of this?" Chapter 22. The 12th day of eavesdropping. Song Jianxi felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. He finally understood the meaning of suffering in silence, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall. Beside him, Chen Lianchao tugged at his sleeve, incessantly demanding repayment. Surrounded by onlookers, Song Jianxi had no choice but to say, "Lianchao, I will return the money to you, but I truly did not intend to deceive your family. I was unaware that this item was counterfeit."
"Oh,
you didn't know it was fake? Do you even know what it's made of?" Chen Lianchao responded with a mocking tone. "What is it made of?" Song Jianxi inquired, puzzled. With a derisive laugh, Chen Lianchao retorted, "This thing is made of plastic. I don't know who carved it to look so convincing, depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea, and then dyed it. My father, trusting you, didn't examine it closely. If I hadn't discovered the paint fading, our family would have suffered a significant loss." "Plastic?" The realization struck Song Jianxi like a thunderclap. He lowered his gaze to scrutinize the snuff bottle in his hand, pressing it gently. The slight resilience in its texture confirmed his fears. It was indeed plastic. His face drained of color. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. "Repay us." Chen Lianchao, perceiving that Song Jianxi was genuinely unaware, continued to drag him inside to retrieve the money. "What are you doing? Once the item is sold, it is no longer my son's responsibility." "Who told you not to be more observant?" Huang Shirong, seeing Song Jianxi preparing to pay, rushed forward, shoving Chen Lianchao aside. Taken by surprise, Chen Lianchao stumbled and fell, wincing in pain.
"Son."
Director Chen hurried to assist his son. Noticing the cold sweat on his brow, his temper flared. He glared at Song Jianxi, stating, "Very well, Song Jianxi, if you refuse to return the money, we shall involve the police to seek justice." "Please, Director. I will return the money right away." Song Jianxi, initially hoping his mother might intervene, felt disheartened by Director Chen's cold demeanor and quickly counted out the cash. The 350 yuan, already reduced by several 10, would have to come from their savings to be fully compensated. Song Jianxi's heart ached, as if it were bleeding. Chun Lianchao accepted the money, counting it publicly twice before asserting, "You still owe me 3 yuan. This amount is already sufficient." Frustrated, Song Jianshi exclaimed, "That 3 yuan is for my hospital visit after your mother pushed me, causing my fall. I don't even know if I've fractured anything. Son, let it go. We won't hold this against him." Director Chen, displaying a magnanimous demeanor, waved off his son's protests and fixed a penetrating gaze on Song Jianshi. "Song Jianshi, in the future, perhaps you should educate yourself more before selling antiques. Today, I am letting this slide out of respect for your father. If it were anyone else, you would be facing severe consequences." Song Jianshi felt a chill as Director Chen's gaze bore into him. He wished to explain, but Director Chen was not inclined to listen. Once the money was in hand, he departed with his entourage. As they left, Huang Shirong burst into tears, collapsing onto the ground and lamenting, "That was our money, our money." The crowd around them began to murmur. Some remarked, "Losing 350 is indeed painful for Aunt Huang." Others added, "But they brought it upon themselves. Who told them to sell counterfeit goods? Didn't you hear the director say it was made of plastic? Items made of plastic are worth next to nothing. Yet they sold it for 350. They should count themselves lucky they weren't beaten up." The tide of public opinion shifted rapidly. Moments ago, people had envied Song Jianxi's apparent success, wishing their own children could learn from him to earn a bit of extra money. Now, witnessing his predicament, they quickly reconsidered their stance. While earning money is commendable, acquiring counterfeit goods leaves one with no recourse for grievance. An elder nearby reminded Song Jianshi, "Jianshi, where did you acquire this item? How much did you spend? You must retrieve your money." Such wisdom, from an elder, jolted Song Jianshi back to reality. Indeed, he had purchased this item for 250 yuan. If he did not reclaim his funds, he would suffer a loss of that amount. As Song Jianshi prepared to rush out, he hesitated. "Why are you not going?" the elder inquired, confused. With a bitter smile, Song Jianshi replied, "Sir, it's late, and the shop is likely closed. I will certainly go tomorrow." The elder nodded, not pressing further, and dispersed the crowd. Gu Jinshui, nonchalantly leading his family back home, was aware that Song Jianshi was likely glaring at him from behind. He was unbothered. After all, he had nothing to lose. "Brother, were you behind this?" Gu Yinxing was overjoyed, playfully serving Gu Jinshui some egg. Without even raising his eyelids, Gu Jinshui replied, "Don't make baseless accusations. Your brother is a good person. How could he orchestrate such a scheme? This is clearly a case of Song Jianxi's own oversight in purchasing the wrong item." Gu Yinxing chuckled. "You're pretending with our family, but I know it was you." He Chunlian tapped her daughter's head with her chopsticks, but keep that to yourself. Don't go broadcasting it.
Ouch.
Gu Yinxing clutched her head. "Am I not aware of how to behave? Mother, do you have something against me lately? Your mother has always had her reservations about you." He Chunlian dismissed her daughter's protest, urging her to eat. "You still have a night shift tonight, so finish your meal and get some rest." Gu Yinxing pouted, recalling the expressions on the faces of Song Jianxi's family, unable to suppress her amusement. He Chunlian looked at her daughter, feeling exasperated. The girl's emotions were written all over her face. Turning to her son, she observed him casually teasing his sister with eggs. One overly clever, the other blissfully naive. She hoped that they could balance each other out. "Jianshi, we must recover that money." In the East Wing, Huang Shirong, having cried and cursed to no avail, wiped her tears and addressed Song Jianshi, "If we let such a substantial sum slip away, our family will be left to suffer this year." That 250 was a significant part of the Song family's savings. Song Jianshi nodded gravely, his expression solemn. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Gu Jinshui, still lounging on the bed, heard the sound of bicycles outside. He got up and peeked through the window, spotting Song Jianshi heading out. He couldn't help but smile. Lianging, awakened by his laughter, brushed her hair and asked, "What is so amusing?" "Song Jianshi is going out to retrieve his money," Gu Jinshui replied, humming a tune as he shut the window and snuggled back under the covers with his wife. "Can he really get the money back?" Lianging questioned, skeptical, though she had never dealt in antiques. She had grown up observing her father and had seen enough business dealings to know that it was rare to recover funds after purchasing counterfeit items. Song Jinshui's repayment was only possible because Director Chen was his superior and an acquaintance. Gu Yinxing smirked to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The individual from whom he procured items appeared rather shabby, adorned in a quilted coat patched multiple times, with tattered shoes. With such destitution, it was evident that the substantial sum he had earned must have vanished into thin air. It was implausible that he would await Song Jinshui's arrival. "Do you know that person?" Liang Ying inquired curiously. Gu Yinxing shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity. It was merely a stroke of luck, recently. He had overheard that Song Jinshui was in search of a snuff bottle and coincidentally encountered the seller of counterfeit goods at Panjiayuan. Aside from the amber piece, everything on the stall was authentic, though regrettably, Song Jinshui lacked the acumen to discern this. Upon hearing this, Liang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Setting a trap for Song Jinshui felt like a vindication. However, there was no need to involve others. The more who knew, the less secure the situation would become. As if to affirm Gu Yinxing's words, Song Jinshui set out early the next morning for Panjiayuan. Upon his arrival around 7 o'clock, numerous vendors had already set up their stalls. He made a beeline for the spot where he had previously purchased the snuff bottle, only to find it occupied by a seller of porcelain instead. What happened to the person who was selling here? Song Jinshui's heart raced, prompting him to inquire of the stall owner. The vendor, taken aback, replied, "Who? I was the first to arrive today. This stall is mine, not you." The man selling snuff bottles the day before, the robust fellow, Song Jinshui clarified, gesturing animatedly. "I bought something from him and now need to return it." Upon hearing this, the other vendors quickly understood the situation. A victim had arrived at their doorstep. The stall owner, though courteous, responded, "I'm afraid I don't know him. I came here yesterday."
Perhaps you should ask around.
With a bitter taste in his mouth, Song Jinshui reluctantly sought answers from others, but ultimately met with ignorance. No one seemed to know where that man had come from or where he had gone. However, a few recognized Song Jinshui. "Aren't you the one who spent 250 on a snuff bottle? What's this? You bought something that doesn't open? What do you mean by doesn't open?" Song Jinshui replied, perplexed. At his words, several stall owners paused, then erupted into laughter, some doubling over, while one even fell to the ground, exclaiming in amusement. Embarrassed by the laughter, Song Jinshui turned to leave, prompting those who had been mocking him to regain their composure. "Brother, you seem to be new to this trade. In our line of work, not opening implies that the item is not genuine. Think it over. Was that a euphemism for counterfeit?" Song Jinshui began to piece it together, feeling a surge of anger. "So you're saying it's counterfeit?" Upon hearing this, the man scrutinized Song Jinshui and realized that he was not only new, but utterly naive. Engaging in conversation with someone like him was a futile endeavor. In the world of antiques, serious traders seldom labeled items as counterfeit, fearing to offend or jeopardize their business relationships. After all, openly declaring an item to be fake could lead to animosity, and in commerce, enmity was the greatest peril. Even if one discerned an item's inauthenticity, they would typically remain silent, as buyers either accepted their misfortune or sought help to reclaim their funds, often at a minor loss. It was often said that collectors of antiques hailed from affluent families, as the average person could hardly afford such expenses. Even if they suffered a loss, they might not have the means to seek restitution. The vendor concluded, "All right, young man, given your naivety, I suggest you refrain from getting involved in this intricate trade. As for that seller, he could be anywhere by now. Even if you find him, your money is likely long gone." Chapter 23. The 23rd day of eavesdropping. Would the Public Security Bureau intervene in this matter? Certainly they would. First and foremost, 250 is no trivial sum. Anyone in Beijing who can part with such an amount is undoubtedly well off. This amount is roughly equivalent to the bride price for marrying a wife. Yet the situation is rather intricate. One complication is that Song Jinshui purchased the item from a stall, and the seller has long since vanished without a trace, making it difficult to issue a wanted notice for him. Another issue is that Song Jinshui lacks any receipt or evidence, relying solely on his word, which makes it challenging for the Public Security Bureau to file a case. Song Jinshui returned to Panjiayuan to seek witnesses, but no one paid him any heed. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek Gu Yinxing as a character witness. Gu Jinshui was more than willing to play the role of a good Samaritan. He acknowledged the transaction, although he could not confirm the exact amount of 250. He admitted, "I didn't see how much they paid when they made the transaction. So, the confirmed price is indeed 250? Inquired the officer from the Public Security Bureau. Gu Jinshui nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. Not only do I know this, but my brother-in-law is also aware of it. However, beyond that, we are not privy to any further details. That will not be necessary. Thank you for your cooperation," the officer replied, already aware of the situation as he rose to leave. Song Jianxi hurriedly escorted him out, inquiring, "Officer, will this case be officially filed?" "That is certainly not an issue," the officer assured him. Song Jianxi, impatiently pressing further, asked, "When can I expect to recover that money?" The officer's expression turned grave as he tactfully responded, "That is difficult to ascertain. I suggest you keep a vigilant eye. If you catch sight of the individual, notify us, and we will proceed with the apprehension." The underlying message was clear. Finding this individual would be no simple task. Indeed, with the vast expanse of China and numerous districts within Beijing alone housing millions, if the individual had any sense, he could easily evade capture by hiding in the suburbs. The police might issue a wanted notice, but actually retrieving the individual would prove to be quite a challenge. Upon hearing this, Song Jianxi felt utterly bewildered. It was the manager who subsequently escorted the officer out. After taking a drag from his cigarette, the manager earnestly addressed Song Jianxi. "Jianxi, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from engaging in such activities in the future. The officer is quite busy, and, with the current crackdown, he hardly has the time to deal with your case. Uncle, I am already feeling distressed. Must you add to my woes with your cold remarks?" Song Jianxi retorted, his face flushed with indignation. The manager, taken aback by the rebuke, felt his pride sting, but considering Song Jianxi's financial loss, he chose not to dwell on it and simply walked away. Nonetheless, word spread rapidly throughout the courtyard, and within a day, everyone was aware that Song Jianxi had been swindled out of 250. 250 indeed. "My friend Lao Gu kindly advised him. Yet he accused us of being unsympathetic," chimed in Aunt Gu, her voice laced with irritation. "Honestly, if it weren't for my Lao Gu, who helped him navigate the situation with the Public Security Bureau, would he even have known what to do?" Aunt Gu continued, her frustration evident. "Why bother arguing with him? We all know your Lao Gu is a good man," remarked Widow In, who was busy preparing vegetables. I sensed that Song Jianxi was bound to encounter misfortune. He earned just a bit of money and lost sight of reality, while Gu Jinshui also made his fair share but never acted so foolishly. While her statement held some truth, it was also misleading. Gu Jinshui had his moments of frivolity, often bringing home buns, dumplings, and braised pork. Ultimately, his knack for socializing set him apart. Previously, he had dabbled in the scrap trade, and some families within the courtyard would sporadically sell scraps, claiming they had collected them themselves. However, everyone was aware of the true origin of these items. They simply found it unseemly to admit to scavenging. Yet, selling these scraps to recycling stations yielded meager returns. Gu Jinshui, on the other hand, would gather the items and sell them collectively, managing to fetch a slightly better price. While it wasn't much, those extra cents could buy a bit of soy sauce, vinegar, or a sweet treat for the children. Consequently, many appreciated Gu Jinshui's small acts of kindness and often spoke well of him, with Widow In being one of his supporters. However, Huang Shirong, eavesdropping in the backyard, took offense to these remarks and stormed out, cursing, "You filthy witch. I wondered why my son has been so unfortunate. It turns out you've been cursing him. I'll slap that foul mouth of yours." At that moment, everyone was seated, casually chatting while preparing vegetables. No one anticipated Huang Shirong's sudden outburst, and Widow In was caught off guard, receiving an unexpected slap to the face. This blow stunned her and ignited her fury. Having managed to remain a widow for so many years, she was far from easy prey. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly seized Huang Shirong's hair, yanking it with such force that clumps came away in her hand. When He Chuanlian emerged with Gu Yousi to investigate the commotion, Gu Yousi saw those strands of hair cascading to the ground like snowflakes. Her mouth formed a small O as she exclaimed, "Hair." He Chuanlian paused in surprise, then joyfully asked, "Nyo, What are you saying? Hair. Gu Yousi pointed at the fallen hair. Chen Shiwen glanced between her granddaughter and the ground, falling silent. It was indeed a good word, but the timing of its utterance was ill-fated.
Stop. Please stop.
Aunt Gu interjected, hastily putting down her basket to intervene. Huang Shirong shoved her away, declaring, "We don't need your interference. Weren't you just speaking ill of my son?" Aunt Gu's face flushed with embarrassment, then anger. "Yes. I spoke about your son, but was I wrong? My Lao Gu has helped your son countless times, yet you haven't even expressed gratitude. Shouldn't we be allowed to voice our concerns?" Aunt Gu was well respected. With her call, the crowd began to murmur in agreement, criticizing Song Jianxi and his mother. Aunt Gu had not spoken amiss. After all, Lao Gu had invested so much effort into assisting their family, yet they had never acknowledged it. Was it unreasonable for others to voice their thoughts? Huang, this is where you falter. What do you have to say about Aunt Gu? The crowd continued to chime in, and Huang Shirong's face grew increasingly crimson. Seeing this unfold, Widowin pushed her away and spat. "If you wish for people to refrain from gossip, your son must conduct himself appropriately in public." As the conversation turned to him, Song Jianxi could no longer remain inside and quickly emerged to apologize to Aunt Gu. "Aunt Gu, I was in the wrong. I spoke out of turn in my distress. Please convey my apologies to Lao Gu." Aunt Gu was not one to hold grudges. Observing Song Jianxi's sincere apology in front of everyone, her anger dissipated. "It is quite all right. I understand your family is suffering from financial loss. But you cannot direct your frustrations towards my Lao Gu, can you?" "Indeed, you are correct. This situation is entirely my fault," Song Jianxi confessed, his face reflecting remorse as he bowed deeply to Aunt Gu. Aunt Gu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved her hand dismissively. "All right, take your mother back inside." With that, Song Jianxi took Huang Shirong by the hand and led her indoors. Gu Yousi's gaze shifted, ultimately landing on a small girl standing at the door of the east wing, whom she recognized as Song Jianxi's eldest daughter, Song Chaohua. For reasons she could not articulate, Gu Yousi felt that Song Chaohua's gaze held an unusual quality, one of jealousy or perhaps disdain. Confusion washed over her as she shook her head to dispel the feeling. On the other side, Gu Jinshui stepped out to meet his friends and settled recent accounts. Duzi pulled 3 snack vouchers from his pocket and said, "Brother, I have brought these vouchers for you." Gu replied, "Very well, deduct the amount from my share." Duzi chuckled, "Brother, are you belittling us? How have we benefited from you? Not to mention, throughout the year, it is you who pays for our meals. If we were to count these few vouchers against you, what would that make me?" Gu Jinshui couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I shall indulge this once. In a few days, I will be quite busy and won't be able to come over. If you need anything, just drop by my home." Duzi responded, "Rest assured, brother, we will certainly not stand on ceremony." He nudged Chaohua's shoulder. "Isn't that right, Chaohua?" Chaohua, with a simple grin, nodded in agreement. Gu Jinshui then headed straight to the department store, purchasing 2 boxes of snacks and a can of meat, which he carried to Director Chen's residence. He timed his visit, estimating that Director Chen would have finished work by then. The director lived in a small building constructed by the post office, with a spacious room over 80 square meters on the 2nd floor. Upon knocking, Gu Jinshui immediately smiled. "Madam, you must be the director's wife." The director's wife beamed at him, and upon noticing the heavy bag in his hand, felt intrigued and stepped aside. "Yes, you must be here to see old Chen. I don't believe we've met before. I'm not from the post office. I heard that the director has an eye for antiques and came specifically to seek your advice," Gu Jinshui replied, his mind still fixated on the bloodspot jade. Such exquisite jade ought to belong to him, but it had been marred by Gu Jinshui's interference, leaving him seething with resentment. With an opportunity at hand, he was determined to acquire the item for himself. "Who is it?" Director Chen called out as he emerged from the bedroom, holding a newspaper and wearing reading glasses. He paused, momentarily taken aback by Gu Jinshui's familiarity. Gu Jinshui smiled. "Director Chen, I am here on behalf of Jianxi. My name is Gu Jinshui, gold for Gu and water for Jinshui." Upon hearing the name Song Jianxi, Director Chen's expression darkened. "What? Are you here to plead his case? Let us not forget, I must issue him a reprimand for his constant absences. Are we to neglect the proper affairs of the post office?" Gu Jinshui quickly realized the misunderstanding. With a smile, He set the bag down and retrieved the boxes of snacks and the can. Not at all. I have a matter to discuss with you. I heard you have quite the collection of fine items, and I myself am also in the business. He pulled out a large bottle wrapped in newspaper. This is a piece I stumbled upon recently. I cannot ascertain if it is genuine. I would appreciate your expert opinion. As an experienced collector, your insights would be invaluable to us younger generations. It is said that flattery can go a long way. Director Chen, unable to resist Gu Jinshui's compliments, was intrigued. Especially since he had a penchant for collecting antiques, particularly snuff bottles, but also held an interest in other types of vessels. Seeing the ancient and simple form of the large bottle piqued his curiosity, making it hard for him to remain indifferent. Chapter 20. For the 24th day of eavesdropping, Director Chen picked up the exquisite Zisha teapot, admiring it increasingly with each glance. Upon noticing the inscription at the base, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This piece is from the open door period. My young friend, you have stumbled upon a true treasure. How much did you acquire it for?" "Honestly, I feared I might have misjudged its worth, but with your affirmation, I feel considerably reassured," Gu Jinshui replied, breathing a sigh of relief, elated. When Mrs. Chen noticed the camaraderie between the two, she prepared a pot of tea and said, "You two continue your conversation. I shall step inside." Gu Jinshui rose to see her off, and once the door was closed, he sat back down and asked Director Chen, "I bought this for over 70. I feel somewhat uneasy, but there seems to be no one around who truly appreciates such things. I heard you are an expert in antique collection, and thought to seek your wisdom. It appears I made the right choice." He inquired, "What do you think would be a suitable price if I were to sell it?" Director Chen paused, adjusting his glasses to scrutinize the teapot closely. Dabin is a master of Zisha teapots, and his works are quite rare. While other aspects may be negotiable, the shape of this teapot is rather uncommon. Moreover, Dabin had a habit of inscribing pieces made by his skilled apprentices, making it difficult to ascertain whether this is truly his or one of his disciples. If it belongs to a disciple, its value would diminish somewhat, yet it could still fetch around 200 to 300. What if I were to trade it? What caliber of item could I exchange with a fellow collector? Gu Jinshui leaned forward, cautiously probing. Trade? Director Chen was not taken aback. It is customary among antique collectors to exchange items, as each collector holds unique preferences. Some favor small collectibles such as jade pendants or bracelets, while others may only wish to acquire writing implements or inkstones. Those who encounter something they fancy are often willing to trade their lesser items for it. There is a saying, "A beloved item is priceless." This holds especially true in the world of antiques. Director Chen contemplated for a moment and replied, "You could easily trade this for a genuine item from the Ming or Qing dynasty." Gu Jinshui's interest piqued. "What about the jade cicada in your possession?" Director Chen paused, then chuckled. I was wondering why you visited without notice. It seems you came for a trade." Gu Jinshui sheepishly scratched his head. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, but I just find that piece incredibly appealing. In business, it is generally unwise to reveal one's enthusiasm for an item. Even if one is fond of it, discretion is advised to avoid being taken advantage of by sellers." However, the current situation was different. With the item in Director Chen's possession and Gu Jinshui visiting in person, it would be implausible for him to claim disinterest. Director Chen poured tea for both of them, using tea leaves of mediocre quality. "My young friend, for other items, I would be inclined to trade, but that jade cicada is truly a splendid piece. Blood-tinged jade is hard to come by." Cursing inwardly, Gu Jinshui realized Director Chen was no fool. He clearly recognized the value of the item he purchased from Song Jianxi. "Director Chen, if you refrain from naming a price, I assure you I will not quibble if it is reasonable." Gu Jinshui braced himself for the possibility of being taken advantage of. He had saved nearly 1,000, which would at least cover his costs. Director Chen shook his head. No, I have no need for money." After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and added, "However, if you could procure a well-preserved snuff bottle to trade, we could discuss it further." Director Chen gestured for Gu Jinshui to follow him. He led him to a small room in the northwest corner. As the door opened, Gu Jinshui saw a row of glass cabinets lining the left wall, filled with diminutive snuff bottles, alongside various small ornaments and Zisha teapots. Director Chen pointed to a particular snuff bottle and said, "I have been collecting antiques for half my life. In the past, I was quite discreet about it. But now I am more open and willing to invest. However, fine snuff bottles are rare. If you can find a pearl snuff bottle, a jade snuff bottle, a white jade one, or even one used by the emperor, I would consider trading you that piece of blood-tinged jade. Gu Jinshui felt speechless. Snuff bottles were abundant in porcelain and glass, including those made of pearl and jade, yet they were not easy to find. Director Chen had posed him a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, Gu Yinxing was resolute. He nodded at Director Chen. "All right, please hold on to the item for me. Once I find such a treasure, I shall return for the trade." Director Chen appeared somewhat surprised, nodding in agreement. That sounds reasonable. Yet, it was evident from his tone that he did not believe Gu Yinxing could accomplish this task. The following morning, Gu Yinxing bought soy milk, fried dough sticks, and beef buns from a restaurant and strolled over to pay his respects to Old Master Shi. Upon opening the door, Old Master Shi saw Gu Yinxing's beaming face with offerings in hand, and without a word, stepped aside. Leaning on his cane as he entered the room, Gu Yinxing took no offense, following him in, setting the table, and preparing breakfast. The steaming soy milk filled the air with a delightful aroma, and the beef buns were substantial, each the size of an adult's fist. Gu Yinxing relished the meal, alternating between sips of soy milk and bites of buns, thoroughly enjoying himself. Old Master Shi observed him with a bemused expression and tapped his chopsticks against the bowl. "So you particularly came here for breakfast today?" Gu Yinxing set down his chopsticks. "Master, you jest. I am here to discuss a matter with you." "You mean to say I must prompt you to ask?" Old Master Shi retorted. Gu Yinxing chuckled. "Doesn't that show your concern for me?" Old Master Shi fell silent for a moment, feeling a shiver run down his spine. How had he not noticed the student's knack for flattery when he took him as a disciple? In the Qing dynasty, he would have made a perfect sycophant.
Speak.
"What is it?" Gu Jinshui recounted his dealings with Director Chen, shamelessly offering Old Master Shi a piece of fried dough stick. "So, Master, do you know anyone who collects snuff bottles?" Old Master Shi scoffed. "Do you think I know everything? Even if someone possesses such fine items, they are unlikely to part with them for a trade. I believe Director Chen is not inclined to exchange." Gu Jinshui insisted, "But I genuinely desire that jade cicada. That is why I thought of you. You are all-knowing and surely can guide your disciple." Old Master Shi appreciated the compliment and glanced at the dry tobacco nearby. Gu Jinshui promptly produced fresh tobacco leaves, replacing the old ones before lighting it and offering it to Old Master Shi. After taking a puff, Old Master Shi remarked, Had I sent you out without guidance, you would have searched for 800 years without success. However, you might seek a certain individual. He may have some leads. Are you referring to Master Chen Dingxing?" Gu Jinshui's mind raced, quickly connecting the dots. Old Master Shi nodded. For he worked at the Cultural Relics Bureau, where those eager to sell their wares inevitably sought his approval. If anyone were to possess knowledge of the whereabouts of exquisite snuff bottles, it could only be him. Gu Jinshui suddenly had an epiphany, slapping his forehead in realization. Indeed, it was not as he had thought. In the past, when individuals sought to sell antiques, their first consideration was to approach the Cultural Relics Bureau, especially those ill-informed yet fearful of being swindled, often arriving in droves with their treasures. Anything of worth had to be presented before the Bureau. With this revelation, Gu Jinshui felt a surge of clarity, his future suddenly illuminated. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon him, for there were indeed leads from Chen Dingxing. "I have seen a jade snuff bottle on one occasion," he remarked. "Master Chen, please enlighten us younger ones. I shall surely remember your kindness." Gu Jinshui obsequiously offered Chen Dingxing a cigarette. Chen Dingxing regarded Gu Jinshui with a complex expression. How peculiar it was that such a rigid man as Old Master Shi would take on such a lively disciple. He waved his hand dismissively. "I do not smoke. While I can tell you who might sell it, I must first inform you that he is quite stubborn and unlikely to part with it." Gu Jinshui maintained an air of calm reassurance. "Rest assured, I would never coerce anyone." Yet, he remained seated, embodying an eager listener, a demeanor that belied his claims of non-coercion. Chen Dingxing hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge information. The thought crossed his mind. One must not engage in any unscrupulous acts. "You doubt me, yet you do not doubt my master." Gu Jinshui observed Chen Dingxing's hesitation and smiled. "I have a family and children. I would not be foolish enough to commit a crime for a mere snuff bottle. With such a declaration, Chen Yinxing had no choice but to relent, indicating a location, a certain elder in Beizong village, Daxing. The elder's family had a notable lineage, having sold many items in the past. Yet he clung dearly to this particular piece. Years prior, during a time of famine in both city and countryside, the elder considered selling the jade snuff bottle for rice. And though he had approached Chen Yinxing, he ultimately decided to sell blood for money to buy food, illustrating just how precious he regarded that item. Gu Jinshui recognized that this would be a formidable challenge. However, he could not have anticipated that upon his visit, before he could utter a word, Elder Guan would glare with wide eyes and a commanding voice. No, absolutely not. Elder, this matter is indeed negotiable, Gu Jinshui implored. Surveying the rustic surroundings, an earthen house with an 8 immortals table, the red paint on the long bench nearly worn away. I genuinely desire it. How about 300 yuan? Elder Guan replied curtly, leave, this matter is non-negotiable. Yet, Elder Guan's wife displayed a hint of hesitation, whispering, old man, this girl is about to marry. 300. Elder Guan's face showed signs of indecision, but he quickly asserted, no, have you ever heard of a family paying to marry off their granddaughter? The Bai family will take the money, but how long can they treat her well? He glared at Gu Jinshui, who had been listening. Enough. You need not speak further. Just leave. Chapter 25. The 25th day of eavesdropping. Old Master Guan was truly irritable, directly expelling Gu Jinshui from the premises. Gu Jinshui, known for his thick skin, did not leave immediately. Instead, he found a corner to crouch in. After waiting for a long while, when Old Master Guan finally stepped out and Old Madam Guan went to fetch water, he approached her, saying, Madam, may I assist you with the water? He snatched the water bucket from her hands, filled it to the brim from the well, and made 2 trips to fill the water jars in the Guan household. Emerging drenched in sweat, Old Madam Guan felt a bit embarrassed, fidgeting with her hands as she poured him a bowl of water. Young man, you needn't trouble yourself. My husband is adamant about not selling. I cannot persuade him.
Please don't worry, madam.
I would not force the issue, Gu Jinshui replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and gulping down a bowl of water. Actually, I just wanted to inquire about your granddaughter. Is there any trouble at home? Old Madam Guan gasped, looking at Gu Jinshui in astonishment. He smiled, revealing a set of white, even teeth. You see, I have a connection with Old Master Chen. He is quite concerned for your family, and as a younger generation, I cannot simply turn a blind eye to what I've heard. Realizing the situation, Old Madam Guan sighed and sat down on a bench. She too was burdened with sorrow, with no one to confide in. She found herself unable to hold back her grievances. It's truly unbearable. I don't know what sins our ancestors committed. Years ago, my daughter-in-law suffered complications during childbirth, resulting in my granddaughter, Dia, being born with leg issues. She couldn't walk properly, and not long after, her father passed away.
Now,
it's just the 2 of us old folks, and this child. Poor Dia. Gu Jinshui listened intently, feeling a swell of sympathy in his heart. Throughout history, those with disabilities have faced discrimination, especially when they are born with such conditions. It was said that Dia was now 20 years old and of marriageable age. Yet finding a suitable match was a daunting task. Families with even a modest fortune were reluctant to accept her due to her physical condition. The elderly couple often worried about what would happen to Daya if they were to pass away. In rural areas, there were many unscrupulous individuals who preyed upon vulnerable widows. If the elderly couple were no longer around, Dia would be left defenseless against the world. Old Master Guan sought to find a family with several sons who were impoverished and, therefore, would not demand a dowry for Dia. This way, at least the couple could die in peace, knowing Daya would be taken care of. This family turned out to be the Bays. However, ever since the engagement was arranged, the Bai family had grown increasingly arrogant. With spring thawing, it was time for plowing the fields. Industrious families would plant potatoes and peppers during the season. Yet, the Bays demanded that Dia work the fields alone, while their sons lounged at home. Old Madam Guan could not hold back her tears as she recounted the tale. Gu Jinshui, unable to bear her sorrow, offered her his handkerchief to wipe her tears. What about Dia's fiancé? Has he said anything? Nothing at all, Old Madam Guan exclaimed, slapping her thigh. That man, with his pockmarked face,
너의 승태에 아프리지아테다야.
Despite her condition, she never looked down on him. Gu Jinshui opened his mouth, wanted to say that if this was how he behaved before their marriage, how would it be after? Yet he thought better of it. The poor girl had clearly run out of options. If there were alternatives, she would have pursued them long ago. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Jinshui pulled out a bill from his pocket. Madam, please don't be distressed. I believe that no situation is hopeless. Your family possesses kindness. Heaven will bless you. Here is a little something, you can use it to buy some good food. That's not acceptable. We cannot accept money from you without cause. Old Madame Guan gasped upon seeing the 1 yuan, quickly refusing. Gu Jinshui chuckled. Please take it. You remind me of my grandmother, so dear to me.
Besides,
I have a selfish motive. If old Master Guan changes his mind about selling, you can send someone to the 3rd courtyard in Miao or Alley to find Gu Jinshui. We can negotiate a fair price. Old Madame Guan hesitated, her cheeks flushed as she eventually nodded. Rest assured, I will remember this. Old Madame Guan was a sincere person. Shortly after Gu Jinshui left, as dusk fell, Old Master Guan and Dia returned home, both silent and brooding. Old Madame Guan served a bowl of sweet potato porridge and stir-fried vegetables with meat. Upon seeing the dish, Old Master Guan's brows furrowed. Where did the meat come from? I bought it myself. I didn't steal it. Old Madame Guan snapped, her voice laced with irritation.
노티진다 야세 파워 컴플레이션.
She couldn't help but add, Dia, you must eat more meat. You need to work tomorrow, right?
다야 슈칼 힛.
Remaining silent as she ate the meat. When old Madame Guan offered more, she refused, her voice hoarse as she said, Grandma, you and Grandpa eat. I want tea. Hearing her tone, old Madame Guan felt a pang in her heart. Later that night, as Dia settled down to sleep, old Master Guan returned from outside. Guan Dekang. You must sell that snuff bottle. Old Madame Guan exclaimed. What do you mean? Are you plotting a rebellion? Old Master Guan glared at her. Old Madame Guan, covering her face with a coarse cloth, wept uncontrollably. If I were to rebel, so be it. What importance does that snuff bottle hold compared to your granddaughter? The Bai family is constantly harassing Dia, simply because they disdain her lack of a dowry. Your family has many belongings. Does it matter if we sell this one item?
My poor ya old Madame Guan feretta ya voldovariar, mufink herkris.
Old Master Guan's anger gradually subsided, his expression pale. He placed his hands on his thighs, realizing that the snuff bottle was a remnant of his past. A reminder of when he was a young master of the Guan estate. Yet ultimately objects hold less value than living beings. Fine, I will sell it, he sighed,
putting away his pipe.
That scoundrel is coveting our snuff bottle. I should have given him my contact information. Old Madame Guan lifted her face from the cloth, astonished. You really will sell it? If we're gone, what good will it do to keep it for Dia? It would only benefit the Bays. So be it. I shall atone for my ancestors. Gu Jinshui, having faced rejection from old Master Guan, felt little sorrow. In the following days, He Chunlian was busy preparing for work. Waking early to practice her singing and rehearse with her colleagues for a performance of Qin Xianglian upon the new school term's commencement. Consequently, she had no time to care for the children. Liang Ying and Gu Yinxing were also returning to work, leaving Gu Jinshui to shoulder the responsibility. Gu Yousi found herself in a difficult position, enjoying a leisurely afternoon on her bed, soaking up the sun. Her father brought in a radio, saying, Daughter, would you like to listen to some opera? Today's performance is quite good. It's about the tale of Yu Kun, and rambled on without end, determined not to let Gu Yousi enjoy her piece. As Gu Yousi was on the verge of expressing his frustration, a voice from outside called out, Is Gu Jinshui at home? Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Jinshui turned off the radio and stepped outside. A message for me? He inquired. The postman replied, Not a letter, but a verbal message. Old Master Guan from Beizong village mentioned he has something to sell. If you're interested, you should visit him tomorrow morning to discuss. The postman briefly conveyed the message and was about to leave, as delivering messages was merely a secondary task. His primary duty was to deliver the mail. Gu Jinshui hurriedly descended the steps. Wait, comrade, did old Master Guan mention anything else? No, the postman replied, just that. Gu Jinshui muttered to himself, suspecting that old Master Guan's asking price would indeed be substantial. Noticing the postman eyeing the cigarettes in his pocket, he pulled out a half-full pack of de Qianmen. I appreciate your trouble, a small token of thanks, he said, urging him not to be modest. Then I shall accept, the postman said, beaming as he took the pack. Although de Qianmen cigarettes were relatively inexpensive, most people hesitated to indulge in such costly luxuries, especially since they required cigarette coupons. With that money and those tickets, they would rather buy meat. The postman left in high spirits. Meanwhile, Gu Yinxing pondered the situation. Although he felt elated that the old gentleman was willing to negotiate, he knew this would likely come at a considerable cost. The jade snuff bottle would surely not go for less than 500 or 600. To prepare for the worst, Gu Yinxing even rummaged through his private stash to procure a sewing machine coupon, just in case. On another front, the postman, Xiao Zhang, had just finished his shift when he was stopped by Song Jianshi. Brother Song, what brings you here? Xiao Zhang asked, his expression slightly awkward, given that he had been covering for Song Jianshi's shifts recently. With a smile, Song Jianshi pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, how have I treated you? He asked. No complaints. You've been quite helpful since I joined the bureau, Xiao Zhang replied, being quite diplomatic. Despite having been reprimanded by the director and sent home for a month of reflection, Song Jianshi had not been dismissed, and Xiao Zhang was wary of offending him. Given our rapport, could you share something with me? Song Jianshi inquired with a grin. This afternoon, you visited our communal courtyard, right? You mentioned someone relayed a message to Gu Yinxing. Do you know where that family lives and what their name is? Xiao Zhang hesitated, sensing something amiss. Not wanting to complicate matters, he straightforwardly divulged the address of old Master Guan's residence. As for Song Jianshi's intentions, Xiao Zhang chose not to ponder further. Brother, may I take my leave now? Of course, you may go, Song Jianshi replied cheerfully, watching as Xiao Zhang rode off, a cold smile creeping onto his face. You think you can deceive Gu Yinxing with counterfeit goods? Don't be surprised when he faces retribution. Beizong village was quite remote. Traveling from Beijing took 2 to 3 hours by car. Gu Yinxing's eagerness to journey such a distance indicated there must be something of great value there. This time, he would intercept the opportunity for himself. Let us see how Gu Yinxing would continue to smile after this. Chapter 26. The 26th day of eavesdropping the following morning. Gu Yinxing had breakfast and, knowing that Liang Ying was on the night shift and could take care of the child, he confidently set out with cash and tickets. After a bumpy ride, he arrived at Beizong village. As he approached Grandpa Guan's home, he heard a familiar voice from within. Grandpa, this is quite the treasure. The emerald snuff bottle gleamed, intricately carved, and even a blind person could discern its value at first glance. Gu Yinxing's heart sank as he quickened his pace. Sitting in the main room was none other than Song Jianshi. It's you. Gu Yinxing's expression soured. Grandpa Guan, smoking his dry tobacco, appeared somewhat embarrassed but quickly masked it. Do you two know each other? Of course, we're neighbors, Song Jianshi replied, setting down the snuff bottle and flashing a friendly smile at Gu Yinxing. Seeing Gu Yinxing's grim demeanor only pleased him more. He felt he had struck gold this time, knowing that this snuff bottle must be of the highest quality. Gu Yinxing shot him a glare sharper than a knife. You must be some kind of bloodhound, tracking me down here. Unfazed, Song Jianshi feigned a congenial demeanor.
Come now.
Jinshui, that's not very nice. Regardless of how I found out about this, everyone has the chance to get their hands on such a fine piece, right, Grandpa? He turned to Grandpa Guan. Clearing his throat, Grandpa Guan tapped the table with his smoking pipe and declared, I don't care who it goes to. I'm only interested in cash. Whoever offers the most gets it. Gu Yinxing's heart sank further. With Song Jianshi present, Grandpa Guan would surely not sell cheaply. As expected, Grandpa Guan began recounting the item's history, explaining it had belonged to his great-grandfather, a third-rank official whose collection of antiques was vast. This emerald snuff bottle, he claimed, had been purchased for 300 taels of silver back in the day. If it was worth it then, the current price would be even more staggering. Moreover, the quality of the jade was exceptional. Just the material itself was worth a fortune. Grandpa, how much do you want for it? Song Jianshi pressed. After a moment's silence, adjusting his posture, Grandpa Guan replied, at least 1,200. 1,200. Both Gu Yinxing and Song Jianshi cursed inwardly. Was this item truly worth that much? It was valuable, but the price exceeded their expectations. Don't think it's too expensive, Grandpa Guan said, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. If it weren't for my pressing circumstances, I wouldn't even consider selling. This could appreciate significantly in value, if kept. I understand you're reluctant to part with it. And your price is fair, Gu Jinshui added, but I don't have that much cash on me right now. Could you give me a chance to go home and fetch it? How did this become yours?
I never said I wouldn't buy it.
Song Jianxi, who had been hesitating, suddenly grew anxious and quickly declared, Grandpa, it's 1,200, no bargaining. Fine, since you both want it, the first one to bring the money gets it, Grandpa Guan said. Secretly relieved, Song Jianxi eagerly inquired, would small yellow fish suffice if I don't have cash? Small yellow fish? Gu Jinshui shot him a disbelieving glance. Unperturbed, Song Jianxi stared intently at Grandpa Guan. Taken aback for a moment, Grandpa Guan nodded. That could work. Thus, Gu Jinshui and Song Jianxi reached an agreement with Grandpa Guan. As they stepped outside, Gu Jinshui pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a puff. Well, Jianxi, your family still seems to have some assets left, even small yellow fish. At least you, Jinshui, seem to have quite the knack for making money. 1,200 cash is no small feat, Song Jianxi replied with a forced smile, both men exchanging glances, filled with unspoken tension as they hurried home.
Dear,
are we being a bit unscrupulous? Grandma Guan emerged from the house, nervously rubbing her apron. What's unscrupulous about it? We never promised to sell it exclusively to him. Besides, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. I wouldn't have sold it if he hadn't brought the money. Noticing his wife's silence, he sensed her unease. Enough.
Don't worry about it.
Just think of it this way. This 1,200 will allow him to find a seller and potentially earn several hundred in return. If it weren't for my desperate situation, I wouldn't sell this at all. They say the seller always knows more than the buyer. Having sold various items for years, Grandpa Guan was well aware of the profit margins. He had initially considered keeping this precious item to pass down through generations, but pressing circumstances made him prioritize immediate needs, especially with his daughter's marriage on the horizon. Gu Jinshui rushed back home after a brief absence. By noon, Lianging had prepared noodles with fried sauce. Seeing her daughter's eager eyes, she fed her a few bites. Just then, Gu Jinshui burst in, drenched in sweat, quickly shutting the door and drawing the curtains. What happened? Weren't you out to buy something? Lianging asked, puzzled. Gu Yousi, with sauce smeared around her mouth, blinked her wide eyes at her father. Without a word, Gu Jinshui guzzled water from the teapot and wiped his mouth. Don't even mention it. That dog next door somehow got wind of everything. Song Jianxi? Lianging gasped. How did he find out? Gu Jinshui was equally perplexed. Who knows? His family is strange. Oh, and Grandpa Guan quoted 1,200. You won't believe what Song Jianxi said. What did he say? Lianging inquired eagerly. Gu Jinshui scoffed. He suggested using small yellow fish instead. Can you believe it? That family has never had a penny to their name, and now they can offer small yellow fish? If this snuff bottle has a clean provenance, I'd take his surname. Lianging was equally astonished, but now is not the time for such discussions. So, do you need money to secure it? If not, No need, Gu Jinshui interjected, shaking his head. I have enough cash. I'm just worried that Grandpa Guan might raise the price unexpectedly, and Song Jianxi is no fool. He might try to increase his offer. That's true, Lianging said, her expression troubled. She was well aware of how much effort her husband had put into acquiring that jade cicada. Suddenly, Lianging asked, do you think he is selling that snuff bottle for his granddaughter? Most likely, Gu Jinshui replied as he counted the money he had retrieved. I've heard they only have this one granddaughter left. If he is selling, it must be for her, not for anyone else. What if we offered something else from our collection? Lianging suddenly spoke up. Gu Jinshui paused in his counting of money, letting out a sound of surprise. Lianging approached him and whispered something in his ear. Outside, Gu Yousi was filled with curiosity, but the couple was speaking softly, and she could not hear a word. Her inquisitiveness was akin to an ant's relentless crawling. She sat in her walker, kicking her little legs, attempting to enter the room. But as soon as she reached the threshold, Lianging scooped her up. A smile spread across Gu Jinshui's face. Wife, you truly have a talent. I am certain your approach will succeed. Let it be successful, and do come home early today. It's the 2nd day of February, and Mother said we must have spring pancakes. Liang Ying weighed the child in her arms, smiling. Upon hearing the mention of spring pancakes, Gu Yousi's mouth watered. Then, she suddenly recalled that today, the 2nd day of February, was the day when Song Jianxi saved that old overseas Chinese's grandson, clutching onto a golden opportunity. February 2nd? Both Gu Jinshui and Liang Ying were somewhat taken aback. They were aware of the event, but did not expect it to be so close in time. Gu Jinshui thought little of it. If Song Jianxi was to save someone, then let him do so. It was a good deed. Meanwhile, Song Jianxi had just emerged from the house, and Huang Shirong was still beside him, chattering away, "What on earth is so expensive? Jianxi, we must not let ourselves be cheated. Last time, that 250. Mother, can you not trust me?" Upon hearing the mention of 250, Song Jianxi felt a surge of anger and frustration. After the incident, he had earned a nickname in the courtyard, particularly among the children, who mockingly referred to him as 250. He could not bear to hear that number. It ignited a fire within him. Huang Shirong quickly interrupted, "Mother won't speak of it anymore. She is just worried. This matter is something your father risked his life for." Just as she spoke, Song Jianxi's expression darkened. "Dad, Grandma." Song Chaohua timidly interjected. Upon seeing her in the hall, Song Jianxi's demeanor shifted, but he quickly forced a smile. "Little flower, weren't you out playing? Why are you at home?" Song Chaohua returned his smile. "Dad, I remembered I have something important to tell you. Whatever it is, we shall discuss it when I return." Song Jianxi noticed Gu Jinshui walking by outside and immediately became anxious, disregarding Song Chaohua as he waved his hand and hurried out. Song Chaohua felt an urgency to follow, but was held back by her grandmother. Huang Shirong, lowering her eyelids, patted her shoulder. "You spend all your time playing and having fun. Your brother's diaper is filthy. Why haven't you gone to wash it? Don't think just because your father dotes on you, you can act recklessly." "Grandma, I truly have something urgent." Song Chaohua, seeing her father dash out of the courtyard, felt a rising anxiety. Today was of utmost importance. That overseas Chinese's grandson had been abducted, and it was Gu Jinshui who had apprehended the culprit on the bus in a past life, earning the gratitude of the old overseas Chinese, who had helped Gu Jinshui's family immensely. She had hoped to catch her father at home today to relay the news promptly. She knew the time and place, and the outcome seemed assured. But to her dismay, her father had run out without even listening. What great matter could it be? You, a mere child, only know how to be lazy. It's all your father's indulgence. Huang Shirong was unyielding to her protests, delivering a light slap to her forehead and dragging her off to wash the diaper. Chapter 27. The 27th day of eavesdropping to travel from the city to the suburbs. One can only take the bus. Gu Jinshui boarded the bus, followed closely by Song Jianxi. "Why are you running so fast, Jinshui?" Song Jianxi, with a hint of mischief, panted as he caught up, even while trying to engage in light banter. Gu Jinshui settled into a seat, closed his eyes, and crossed his arms, choosing to ignore him. Noticing this, Song Jianxi felt a bit disheartened and waited nearby. When a few passengers disembarked at the next stop, he quickly seized the opportunity to take a seat, glancing back at Gu Jinshui with a self-satisfied grin, as if securing such a position was a considerable achievement. Inwardly, Gu Jinshui found this amusing. He had never held a favorable view of Song Jianxi. The man was petty, always eager to compare himself to others, and his limited perspective showed. After nearly a decade at the post office, he had yet to receive a promotion. The housing allocations had been divided among others, with none for him. Despite his father having died in the line of duty, an indication of his lackluster performance, which had not gone unnoticed by his superiors. The bus clattered along, gradually making its way toward the suburbs. The number of passengers increased, some returning home after selling vegetables in the city, while others were students venturing into the countryside to enjoy the spring. The bus made another stop, and a middle-aged woman in coarse clothing boarded, cradling a 2- or 3-year-old child who appeared to be fast asleep in her arms. The conductor called out, "Could someone please offer this lady a seat? The gentlemen in the back are all fit and strong. Let us make some room for her, as she is carrying a child." In this day and age, there are still many warm-hearted individuals Everyone promptly rose from their seats, but the woman seemed embarrassed, lowering her head as she hurried to the back. "Thank you, comrade,"
she said.
When she looked up, she momentarily froze upon seeing Gu Yinxing. With a somewhat rebellious demeanor, Gu Yinxing had an intimidating presence that most people would hesitate to confront. "Please take a seat," he offered, aware of the effect he had on others. He stood and moved to the front, squeezing himself by the railing. A glance at Song Jianxi revealed him feigning sleep. Such trivial antics had become all too familiar to Gu Yinxing, evoking a sense of amusement. As the woman settled into her seat, the bus resumed its journey. After a while of jostling, the child seemed to awaken, and upon opening his eyes, he called out for his grandfather. Just as Gu Yinxing turned his head, he noticed the woman hastily pulling something from her pocket and covering the child's mouth, who struggled momentarily before falling silent. The woman, sensing Gu Yinxing's gaze, displayed a look of panic and quickly forced a smile. "The child misses his grandfather. I'm taking him to visit today. Your child is truly handsome. Look at that fair skin," a jolly elder chimed in. "Indeed, he takes after his father," the woman replied vaguely. Gu Yinxing's eyes flickered with suspicion. He approached her and asked, "Excuse me, madam, how old is your child?" "Why do you ask?" she stammered, instinctively tightening her grip on the child. She glanced nervously toward the front of the bus. Song Jianxi, having heard the commotion, opened his eyes to look at Gu Yinxing with a puzzled expression.
"Oh,
"It's nothing. I merely think this child resembles you very little," Gu Yinxing said, bending down to peel back the scarf covering the child's face. The child was indeed strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, large eyes, and long, dark eyelashes. In stark contrast, the woman appeared gaunt and sallow, prompting doubt about their relationship. "I said he looks like my husband." The woman's voice rose, her tone accusatory. "You little ruffian, are you trying to harass me?" Her loudness drew the attention of the other passengers. The conductor approached, frowning. "What is going on here?" "Sir, you seem quite imposing. Please refrain from such embarrassing behavior. It's a serious offense to harass women. You could face severe penalties." Gu Yinxing remained calm. "Conductor, please don't rush. Ask others if I have harassed her. I simply inquired about her son's age. How is that harassment?" The conductor paused, surveying the surrounding passengers. One elder spoke up. "Indeed, this young man hasn't done anything inappropriate." Gu Yinxing subtly distanced himself from the woman, wary of being mistakenly labeled a rogue. "Then why are you making such baseless accusations?" The conductor was momentarily speechless, realizing it was all a misunderstanding. "Conductor, I have something to report. I suspect that the child in this woman's arms may be stolen. Earlier, when the child cried, she covered his mouth with something. I witnessed it clearly," Gu Yinxing declared, suddenly connecting the dots. Could this child be the missing grandson of the overseas Chinese? The more he observed, the more likely it seemed. The child's appearance was not typical of an average family. He was too well cared for. Most children running about in the sun would be tanned, yet this child was as fair as milk, suggesting meticulous upbringing. "You're talking nonsense. This is my son." Just then, the bus came to a halt at the last stop, and many passengers began to disembark. The woman hurriedly clutched her child, eager to leave. Gu Yinxing, undeterred, swiftly grasped her arm. "Don't go. If you claim he is your son, then tell me his name. What is his surname?" His voice rang out, and the woman, taken aback, stammered, struggling to find a response. The conductor, seasoned in such matters, quickly shouted, "Everyone help out. This is a human trafficker." Several elderly passengers immediately converged to block her exit. Hearing the commotion, the driver rushed over. "Is there a human trafficker on the bus?" "Yes, old Chen. Let us go to the police station immediately," the conductor urged. The driver agreed, without hesitation. The conductor grasped the woman's hand, turning to Gu Yinxing, "Comrade, you need to accompany us to the police station. Your testimony is essential." Gu Yinxing watched as Song Jianxi exited the bus alongside the crowd, casting a triumphant glance back at him. He felt a twinge of impatience, but then glanced at the child, whose furrowed brow revealed he was still asleep. Reluctantly, he conceded. "Fine, I will go with you. After all, a life is worth more than possessions." If it turned out he had no connection to this matter, so be it. The driver drove them to the nearest police station. Upon arrival, the officers, alerted to the potential human trafficking case, quickly gathered. A young officer asked, "Didn't the leadership mention this morning that a grandson of an overseas Chinese had gone missing? Could this child be the one?" The woman's face immediately drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. Upon learning the news, the leader promptly made a phone call, and before long, a sedan came to a halt outside the police station. An elderly gentleman, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, emerged from the vehicle. Though his hair was disheveled, and he nearly stumbled while ascending the steps. At a glance, Gu Yinxing was certain this was the man. The resemblance between the old man and the child was striking, particularly their identical eyes. It would be hard for anyone to believe they were not related. "Yes, that's my grandson," the elderly man exclaimed upon seeing his grandson with closed eyes, panic overtaking him. "What's wrong? We must hurry to the hospital."
Mr. Lan, please do not panic.
"The child is fine. He merely ingested some sleep aids," the leader hastily reassured him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Lan Yeping, a Chinese expatriate engaged in industry in America, had contacted domestic authorities last year expressing his intention to invest in the country, much to their delight. They arranged for representatives to meet with him and prepared various projects to welcome the elderly gentleman. However, no one could have anticipated that early this morning, while he was at the square watching the raising of the national flag, his grandson was abducted, causing the old man to faint instantly. The higher-ups were frantic, issuing orders to locate the child. Lan Yeping, still anxious, insisted, "I must take my grandson to the hospital." "What about the kidnapper? Have you apprehended him?" "We have apprehended him. It was this young comrade who assisted us." The leader, eager to redeem his reputation, brought Gu Yinxing forth. "We still have many kind-hearted individuals in our country. This young comrade noticed something amiss in the vehicle and managed to capture the kidnapper, which led us to your grandson." "Thank you, truly thank you." Lan Yeping grasped Gu Yinxing's hand, nodding earnestly. Gu Yinxing glanced at the clock on the wall, feeling a sense of urgency. "There's no need for thanks. I have some pressing matters to attend to. If you could allow me to leave now. I believe my presence here is no longer required." The leader was momentarily taken aback, but it was Lan Yeping who made the decision. "Very well, you may go. I will personally visit to express my gratitude later." The leader sighed in relief, signaling for a young officer to escort Gu Yinxing. The officer, being quite amiable, asked, "Do you have urgent matters? Do you need a hand?" "It's an urgent matter indeed. If you could lend a hand, do you have a bicycle I could borrow?" Gu Yinxing was quite straightforward, his forehead glistening with sweat from the urgency of the situation. The young officer paused for a moment before smiling. "As a matter of fact, I do have my own bicycle. You may borrow it." "Thank you." Gu Yinxing nodded appreciatively as he followed the officer to retrieve the bike. After mounting the bicycle, he inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I'm Tang Renjian. You can call me Xiao Tang." Tang Renjian also possessed a pleasant demeanor. Gu Yinxing managed a slight smile. "I need to mention one more thing. I suspect the kidnapper may have accomplices. Earlier on the bus, she kept glancing around. In my anxiety, I couldn't pinpoint who it was. However, you should inquire more thoroughly when questioning. We must not let anyone escape. That is indeed a crucial lead." Tang Renjian glanced at Gu Yinxing, recognizing the favor being extended and feeling grateful. He patted Gu Yinxing on the shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, we will not let any wrongdoers slip away." Chapter 28. The 28th day of eavesdropping. Riding a bicycle, of course, was swifter than walking, but Gu Yinxing was acutely aware that he was likely too late for this transaction. He did not rush to leave but contemplated the necessity of confiding a matter to old Master Guan. Upon reaching the Guan residence, Gu Yinxing halted his bicycle, and upon hearing the commotion, old Madame Guan emerged from the house, waving her hand. "Young man, hurry inside." Gu Yinxing hesitated momentarily, his gaze meeting the stern countenance of Song Jianxi behind old Madame Guan. Song Jianxi squeezed out a statement between gritted teeth. "Gu Yinxing, you possess quite the talent. Both the old man and woman insisted on waiting for you to discuss this business." Gu Yinxing understood perfectly well. He looked at old Madame Guan, warmth blossoming within him, and promptly dismounted, entering the courtyard. Old Madame Guan felt a tad embarrassed and beckoned him, "Come in quickly. If your grandfather grows impatient, he can be quite irritable. What nonsense! Who's being impatient? Old Master Guan's gravelly voice resonated. Gu Jinshui chuckled as he entered the room. Grandfather, I apologize for being late. I encountered some delays on the road. Old Master Guan cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. Picking up a snuff bottle wrapped in a cloth from the table, slowly unveiling it, placing it down. The goods are here. You may inspect them. Gu Jinshui examined the item closely. It was indeed the same as before. He nodded and inquired, the price remains 1,200, correct? Song Jianxi interjected eagerly from the side. Grandfather, I need not inspect it. I trust you. Old Master Guan disregarded him, cradling a coarse porcelain teacup, stating, What I said yesterday was at least 1,200. Let us see who offers the higher price. Of course, of course. It would be a loss to buy such fine goods at a low price, Song Jianxi replied. From his pocket, he produced a bundle, revealing a small piece of yellow fish. A whole yellow fish weighed one tael, approximately 31 grams, so this piece weighed around 14 grams. With gold priced at 84 yuan per gram, this fragment was worth approximately 1,300 yuan. Upon seeing the half piece of yellow fish, Old Master Guan was momentarily taken aback. He grasped the fish, biting into it, confirming real gold. Grandfather, my sincerity is ample, Song Jianxi declared. You could sell this on the black market for at least 1,300. This amount would suffice for both of you to live comfortably. Old Master Guan's lips quivered, revealing signs of temptation. Old Madame Guan cleared her throat. After a moment of silence, Old Master Guan set the yellow fish aside and turned to Gu Jinshui. How much do you plan to offer? Song Jianxi, brimming with confidence, looked at Gu Jinshui. He was certain that Gu Jinshui was far from prepared as he was. At best, he had brought 1,200. The slight price difference meant that only if Old Master Guan were completely irrational would he sell the goods to Gu Jinshui. I have 1,200 and a sewing machine voucher, Gu Jinshui announced, pulling out a thick wad of cash from his pocket. Old Master Guan's mouth opened slightly, his face displaying a look of difficulty. The sewing machine voucher was valuable, but worth only a few dozen yuan. Grandfather, you should sell this to me. With this money, you can buy anything on the black market, Song Jianxi interjected cheerfully, reaching for the snuff bottle. He had already envisioned selling it to Director Chen, who had a penchant for collecting snuff bottles. It would not only earn him money but also serve as an apology for his previous mistakes. Surely, with this item, Director Chen would reconsider his punishment. Wait! Gu Jinshui called out to Song Jianxi. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, Grandfather, I have another bargaining chip. I can offer a job position for your granddaughter at a garment factory, earning at least 30 to 40 yuan a month. Is she interested? Both Old Master and Old Madame Guan were taken aback. Old Madame Guan quickly responded, Yes, yes. Our Dia is quite skilled. She can operate a sewing machine and make clothes for both men and women. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Gu Jinshui had initially thought that if Dia were inexperienced, he would suggest she learn from Lianging, who was exceptionally adept at sewing, crafting clothes for her entire family without wasting any fabric. That makes it even better, Gu Jinshui continued. Noticing the glimmer of interest in Old Master Guan's eyes, he confidently approached and poured tea for him. Grandfather, though I have only recently acquainted myself with you both, I must say, your granddaughter is a good child. Despite her physical limitations, she possesses admirable character and a strong work ethic. If you keep her in the countryside, her life will revolve around farming and raising children. However, if she works in the city, the prospects are vastly different. How different? Going to the city is just marrying and having children, Old Master Guan retorted, his tone somewhat harsh, seemingly embarrassed. Gu Jinshui remained unfazed, chuckling. But who she marries depends on the person, right? Let us not forget. A girl with a job in the city has better prospects for finding a partner. Moreover, possessing a stable job ensures respect from her in-laws, unlike mere money or gold, which is just a one-time deal. Gu Jinshui's words struck a chord with Old Madame Guan. She clapped her thighs, exclaiming, This young man speaks wisely. Old man, if Dia secures a job, she can support herself for life. Their concerns had always revolved around their granddaughter's future, fearing she would be left destitute and alone. This job opportunity truly alleviated their immediate worries. Can this job be offered to Ardia? Old Master Guan's lips moved as he cleared his throat, inquiring. Gu Jinshui clapped his hands. Absolutely. I assure you, the garment factory has provisions for several disabled individuals, and the management is very considerate. Once Daya is there, no one would dare bully her. Old Madame Guan was now anxious. With such favorable conditions, what was there to hesitate about? Initially, she worried that Daya might face disdain at such a place, especially with other disabled individuals. Yet, she felt relieved knowing they were all in similar circumstances, deserving of mutual respect. Grandfather, please think this through. This matter may not come to fruition. Song Jianxi interjected, sensing Old Master and Old Madame Guan were inclined to agree. Becoming somewhat anxious, Old Master Guan waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I trust this young man. Young man, I will sell you this item. I require 1,000 yuan and the goods are yours. You must ensure this matter is handled properly. Of course, I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. Given your long-standing friendship with old Mr. Chen, Gu Jinshui replied, suppressing his joy. He did not haggle, counted out 1,000 yuan, and handed it to old Master Guan, casually remarking, Grandfather, this 1,000 is quite substantial. I've heard that some bungalows in the city cost about this much. Old Master Guan appeared contemplative, but remained silent as he accepted the money. He was quite straightforward, handing the goods directly to Gu Jinshui without any written agreements or promises. Simply stating, once the deal is done, you can come find me. Rest assured, I will come to see you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Gu Jinshui replied with a broad smile, looking as pleased as a fox that had just raided the henhouse. Song Jianxi was visibly irritated, glaring at Gu Jinshui as he exited. Quite the skill you have, employing such tactics. Mutual, Gu Jinshui responded with a smirk. Gu Jinshui brushed off the dust from his clothes and remarked, You, Song Jianxi, possess quite the talent. Your ears are remarkably sharp, allowing you to know everything. A look of guilt flickered across Song Jianxi's face. With a disdainful laugh, Gu Jinshui mounted his bicycle and departed. At the home of Grandpa Guan, Grandma Guan did not even glance at the money. Instead, she paced back and forth in the room, seemingly overjoyed, exclaiming, This is wonderful. Our Daya has found a job. Just then, Daya entered from outside, holding a hoe and her face covered in dust. Upon seeing the delighted expressions of Grandpa and Grandma Guan, she felt a pang of confusion and called out Grandpa, Grandma. Daya, you have returned just in time. I will go buy some meat and prepare dinner. Grandma Guan joyfully announced. No need for that, just heat up the steamed buns from this morning. I will eat, and then head out to the fields, Daya quickly replied. Grandpa Guan glanced at his granddaughter, noticing her cracked, dry lips and hair wrapped in a scarf, resembling withered grass. Anger surged within him. Are you off to work for the Bai family again? Daya bit her lip, lowered her gaze, and remained silent. Grandpa Guan clenched his fists and shut his eyes, declaring no. My granddaughter from the Guan family shall not be married off to toil for someone else. This marriage is cancelled. Daya was taken aback. Raising her head in astonishment, she asked, Cancelled? Grandpa, are you serious? Grandma Guan was equally startled. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Who is speaking carelessly? My granddaughter is now a working woman in the city. Why should she marry Bai Sheng? Grandpa Guan asserted emphatically, standing up. You sit tight. I shall clarify matters with the Bai family. What a wretched household, a family so poor at jingles. Do they truly believe no one would want my granddaughter if she were to part from their son? Daya stood there, momentarily stunned, and only realized what was happening when she saw Grandpa Guan heading for the door. Grandma, what is going on? Grandma Guan's smile was uncontainable as she took Daya's hand and said, My dear Daya, your grandfather has found you a way out. We need not rush into marriage. Upon hearing this, Daya still could not believe it until Grandma Guan mentioned that Grandpa Guan had sold a snuff bottle to earn money for a job opportunity. Only then did she grasp the reality of the situation. Daya fell silent for a moment, and then tears streamed down her face. Grandma Guan, filled with compassion, embraced her, gently caressing her sunken cheeks. Do not cry, my dear Daya. Life will be sweet from here on. The sizzling sound of pancakes being cooked filled the air, and the rich aroma of wheat wafted through the courtyard. Although Liang Eng did not often cook, making simple spring pancakes was well within her capability. She swiftly prepared 7 or 8 pancakes, each thin as a cicada's wing, and placed them on an orchid plate alongside shredded radish, cucumber, bean sprouts, and bought pig head meat, along with pine nuts and small intestines. As Gu Jinshui entered the courtyard, he was immediately captivated by the enticing aroma and followed it to his own door. "How delightful! My dear wife, why did you not wait for me?" he exclaimed, popping a piece of pig head meat into his mouth. The meat was tender and flavorful, especially when dipped in sweet bean sauce, truly a heavenly taste. His expression of sheer enjoyment was so pronounced that Gu Yousi, holding a small piece of spring pancake, glanced between her pancake and the pig head meat in his hand, feeling a sudden sense of imbalance. "Meat, meat. Call daddy, and you can have some," Gu Jinshui teased, squatting down in front of Gu Yousi with the pig head meat. Gu Yousi disdainfully eyed him before turning to her mother and pleading, "Mom, meat, meat." Chapter 29. The 29th day of eavesdropping. Even the meat can speak, yet you do not call me father. Gu Jinshui squatted in front of Gu Yousi. Gu Yousi buried her head in her food, ignoring him. Liangming chuckled, "You bully your daughter all day, and yet you expect her to call you daddy? Just wait and see." Gu Yousi nodded emphatically, agreeing with her statement. Gu Jinshui rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet he remained obstinate. The sight of his daughter getting flustered was simply too delightful. "Father, you're back." As Gu Jinshui and his wife accompanied their child, Song Chaohua, who was diagonally opposite, was washing diapers and watching eagerly. Upon seeing Song Jianxi return, she quickly stood up and rushed over to greet him. However, Song Jianxi looked displeased, grunting in response. Upon noticing Gu Jinshui making spring pancakes, his expression darkened further. He stepped into the house, not even glancing at Song Chaohua. Huang Shirong was inside, accompanying her chubby grandson Daba. Seeing her son enter, she hurriedly came out. "Did you buy it?" Song Jianxi shook his head, plopping down onto a chair in the main room. "That Gu Jinshui is too cunning. He found a job for someone's granddaughter. And now it has all gone to waste." Song Chaohua slowed her steps, her expression hesitant. Still, she gathered her courage and approached. "Father, there's something I need to tell you." "What business do you have? Adults are discussing serious matters. You, a child, should stay out of it." Huang Shirong replied impatiently. Song Chaohua hurriedly insisted, "Father, it's very important." Before she could finish, a voice from outside called out, "Jinshui, is Jinshui home?" Gu Jinshui looked up to see the smiling figure of Manager Guochang, followed by a group of people, among whom was a familiar face. Evidently, the overseas Chinese he had encountered that morning. "Young comrade, you truly reside here." Lan Yuping, accompanied by his grandson, walked slowly. Liangming glanced at Gu Jinshui, her eyes inquiring, "What is happening?" Gu Jinshui responded, "The person I helped today has somehow found their way here." He suddenly realized he had left his address and name during the record-taking. "Oh dear, Jinshui, why didn't you mention your good deeds?" Manager Gu enthusiastically approached Gu Jinshui, while Lan Yuping and others walked over with smiles. Lan Yuping extended his hand, saying, "Young comrade, I am here to express my gratitude. Linner, quickly thank your uncle." "Thank you, uncle." Blue Lin, a bit shy, hid behind the old man's hand, his eyes fixed on Gu Jinshui. He noticed a small child in a walker nearby, munching on a piece of bread while observing him. When their gazes met, both children paused for a moment. Gu Yousi, feeling herself to be an adult, smiled at him, revealing her newly grown tiny teeth. Blue Lin couldn't help but laugh, his cheeks turning a rosy hue as he looked at her. "What is going on? Why are there so many people?" He Chunlian and Gu Yinxing, returning from work, were taken aback to see a crowd gathered at their doorstep. Manager Gu quickly explained, "Sister He, it's a joyful occasion. Your Jinshui caught a trafficker on the bus today and saved the grandson of Mr. Lan. They've come to express their thanks." "Ah!" He Chunlian was bewildered. She looked towards Gu Jinshui, asking for clarification. He Jinshui signaled with his eyes to wait for a moment. Understanding, He Chunlian immediately smiled. "So that's what happened. It seems this child has lived up to the teachings of our elders and leaders. This is what he ought to do. Everyone, let us not stand around. Come in for a cup of tea." She warmly invited everyone inside, bustling about to boil water and fetch her treasured tea leaves. He Chuanlian was quite observant. She noticed several leaders from their community among the guests. Although her family didn't often socialize with them, leaving a good impression was beneficial for future endeavors. Ms. He, you need not trouble yourself. Otherwise, we will feel embarrassed. Lan Yuping, seeing He Chunlian busying herself, quickly urged her to sit down. Yes, Aunt He, please take a seat. Zhang Yun, the district committee secretary, instructed a young man beside him to assist. The backyard of the old courtyard was nearly filled with people, while those from the front yards rushed to see the commotion. People knew that the leaders were only to be seen from a distance. They never expected them to come today. Oh, dear. What kind of luck has Gu Jinshui stumbled upon to save someone's child so remarkably? Aunt Zhao, munching on sunflower seeds, squeezed through the crowd, straining to see the happenings inside. Did you see the gentleman in the suit? He arrived in a small sedan. I suspect he's overseas Chinese. Uncle's son noted perceptively. To be honest, this morning when my grandson went missing, I felt as if the world was spinning. My son and daughter-in-law are gone, and he is my only grandson. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have considered returning to develop here. Losing him would have crushed me. Recalling the morning's events, Lan Yuping's eyes turned red. Grandfather. Blue Lin leaned against Lan Yuping's leg. I will be good from now on, and one tea run around.
Lan Zuping not dead.
He turned to Gu Jinshui. I truly appreciate your kindness, young man. I've brought some gifts. You must accept them. As he spoke, he gestured for his secretary to bring forth several beautifully wrapped bags, clearly containing valuable items. Gu Jinshui quickly replied, Sir, I appreciate your gratitude, but there's no need for gifts. I did this thinking of my own child, wanting to accumulate some good karma for her. Please, there's no need for formality. You're already a father? Lan Yuping exclaimed in surprise. Gu Jinshui, looking only in his 20s, had a child. He lifted Gu Yousi. This is my daughter. She is 2 years old this year, although she's just 11 months old. What a lovely little girl. Lan Yuping couldn't help but smile. Then you must accept my gifts. I've brought some milk powder. It's suitable for young children. Indeed, Comrade Gu, Mr. Lan means well. You should accept it to put his mind at ease. Zhang Yun encouraged. Gu Jinshui hesitated, glancing at Liang Ying. She decided, all right, we'll accept it. But you must do us the honor of staying for dinner tonight. If you refuse, we will not accept it. That sounds wonderful. I saw you were making spring pancakes earlier. Such food is hard to come by abroad. It's a treat for us all today, Lan Yuping readily agreed. Zhang Yun chuckled. Then we shall also share in Mr. Lan's good fortune. Saying this, Zhang Yun quickly instructed the young man to go to a restaurant and order a few large dishes. Dinner was held at the Gu family home, and by 7 or 8 o'clock, Lan Yuping and the others rose to take their leave. The onlookers reluctantly returned home, still buzzing with excitement. In the adjacent east wing, Song Jianxi was so incensed that he could not eat a single morsel. Jianxi, what troubles you? If you couldn't procure the items, it is of little consequence. Let us eat, Lin Lianhua said, graciously offering him a pair of chopsticks filled with stir-fried cabbage. With a sharp clatter, Song Jianxi dropped his chopsticks. How can I eat? Do you have any idea? Today, I spotted that trafficker on the bus. Did you manage to apprehend the trafficker then? Lin Lianhua exclaimed, filled with envy upon hearing this. Song Jianxi's expression fell. He lowered his head. At that moment, I was too preoccupied with my own affairs and paid little heed. Who could have known that the boy's grandfather had such formidable connections? Song Chaohua stood by, mouth agape, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She had thought her father had overlooked the incident, only to discover that he had not, but had chosen to stand idly by. Lin Lianhua opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Huang Shirong intervened diplomatically. You cannot blame him. Not everyone possesses the cunning of Gu Jinshui. Besides, I noticed that expatriate was rather stingy. After saving his grandson, he merely presented those paltry gifts like milk powder. Who would value that? A matter of mere hundreds. It is not as simple as that. Song Chaohua responded, struggling to articulate her thoughts. That expatriate is quite wealthy. He has funded numerous shopping centers in the country and many cinemas. Mother, come here. Something is amiss with this milk powder. Liang Ying, thinking her daughter was craving a treat and disdained porridge, intended to open a can of milk powder for her. However, Upon breaking the seal, she was startled to find a thick bundle of something wrapped in red paper inside. What is this? Oh, dear, could it be money? He Chunlian approached to take a glance, astonished, and quickly lowered her voice. Gu Yinxing and Gu Jinshui could hardly contain themselves and immediately gathered around. He Chunlian unveiled the bundle, and upon closer inspection, they discovered it was an entire stack of foreign exchange coupons. These are all 100 denominations. Gu Jinshui pulled one out, scrutinizing it under the light. In the black market, 100 foreign exchange coupons can be exchanged for 138. Mother, give me one. I want to go to the friendship store to buy cosmetics. Gu Yinxing exclaimed eagerly. The friendship store only accepted foreign exchange coupons, and Gu Yinxing had long heard of the plethora of foreign cosmetics available therein, but had been unable to indulge due to financial constraints and the lack of coupons. This money belongs to your brother and sister-in-law. You must ask them, He Chunlian said, though excitement flickered in her eyes. She remained pragmatic. Sister-in-law. Gu Yinxing looked at Lianging with longing, the best sister-in-law in the world. Would it be wrong of me not to give you any? Lianging teased with a smile. Not at all. Regardless of whether you give or not, you hold that esteemed position in my heart. Gu Yinxing raised her thumb in appreciation. Lianging laughed, handing her a coupon. Take it. Given your heartfelt words, I would feel remiss not to give it. Lianging also took the initiative to give 300 to He Chunlian. Mother, you need cosmetics for your Peking opera performances, right? Why not accompany Yinxing? Earlier, you mentioned that Teacher Lin had a beautiful silk scarf from the friendship store. You should buy one for yourself. He Chunlian felt a tad shy, but did not refuse, accepting it directly. Very well, but you must come to support us during our performance. That is a certainty, Lianging replied enthusiastically. She counted the foreign exchange coupons, 20 in total, amounting to 2,000, though the true value was undoubtedly greater. This unexpected windfall brought unbridled joy to the entire Gu family, keeping them awake with excitement throughout the night. Chapter 30. The 30th day of eavesdropping. It is often said that joy invigorates the spirit, and Gu Jinshui arose that morning with remarkable vitality. He donned his shoes, grasped the snuff bottle he had acquired the previous day, and addressed Lianging, saying, My dear wife, I entrust you with the matter of that girl-less employment. Rest assured, I shall handle it, Lianging replied, her heart brimming with confidence. Opportunities for work in the city are scarce. However, one must also consider the sources of information. Since Lianging worked at a factory, she occasionally heard whispers about job openings, particularly when someone intended to sell their position. By fortuitous chance, she had come across an opportunity where a relative of a colleague was selling a job. Lianging noted this discreetly, knowing it would serve her well. Upon arriving at work, Lianging seized the moment when the place was relatively empty to seek out Sister Deng from the third workshop. Sister, you mentioned earlier that your cousin was selling a position at the garment factory. Has it been sold yet? Sister Deng, initially puzzled by Lianging's inquiry, quickly grasped the situation and responded, Not yet. Are you interested in purchasing? I thought your family was not in need of work. Lianging produced a few candies from her pocket and offered them to Sister Deng, saying, While we do not lack employment, this situation is quite serendipitous. My relative's granddaughter is seeking a job, and thus I come to you for assistance. If you could facilitate this connection, I assure you that you'll be duly rewarded. Sister Deng, holding the candies, felt her smile broaden. This is quite manageable. Since she is your relative, there is no need for formality. Wait for me after work today, and we shall go together. However, we must agree beforehand that this job will not come cheap. It will cost no less than 500 or 600. We understand, Lianging replied, modestly feigning a lack of means. Sister Deng pondered, suspecting that Lianging's family might find this sum somewhat burdensome, but ultimately, she thought it was not her concern. After work, Sister Deng led Lianging to her cousin's home. Her cousin had 3 sons, and Sister Deng remarked, In the past, people envied her many sons, thinking they could stand up against adversity. However, as the time approached for them to marry and start families, they found themselves in a predicament. With only 2 small rooms to accommodate them, how could they all fit? It's one thing if they remain unmarried, but once they do, who would want to live in such cramped quarters? Moreover, none of the sons possessed stable jobs. They all scrounged for odd work to make ends meet. Now that my cousin is retiring, this job has become available, but none of the sons agree on who should take it, leaving her no choice but to sell the position. Indeed, it's a burden, Lianging concurred, aware that Sister Deng had only 2 daughters. Your daughters are fortunate. They both have jobs and suitable partners, showering you with respect and gratitude during festivals. Sister Deng's face brightened considerably. Indeed, previously, people would whisper that with only 2 daughters, I would have no one to care for me in my old age. But now both daughters have married nearby, visiting often and bringing gifts. My sons-in-law are thoughtful, and my husband and I live quite comfortably. They arrived at a large courtyard. The house was situated in a second courtyard, with 2 small east-facing rooms that felt cramped, cluttered with belongings. Sister, is Sister May home? Sister Deng inquired as she had brought along some fruit, modest yet respectful. Her cousin emerged, busy making shoe soles. Oh, May, what brings you here? And with gifts? Sister Deng smiled and gestured towards Lianging. Sister, you mentioned selling a job. I have brought a relative of a colleague who wishes to buy it. Please discuss it among yourselves. Upon hearing the purpose of the visit, her cousin's demeanor became notably warmer as she set aside her work and poured 2 cups of water for Sister Deng and Lianging. What price are you considering? My cousin's family is not affluent, being from the countryside. I estimate they could offer around 480. Lianging noticed the cups were grimy, coated in grease, and simply touched her lips to the rim before setting it down. Her cousin paused, the warmth of her demeanor fading somewhat. 480 is rather low. Jobs in the city are hard to come by, especially in a garment factory, where the work is easy and sheltered. One could earn 30 or 40 a month. If I were not in urgent need of funds, I would not even consider selling. Sister, I understand your genuine intent to sell, but we too face difficulties. Rural families save all year only to exhaust their savings on such a sum. Lianging sighed. Moreover, I have heard that the factory's performance is poor. Those figures are for exceptional months, while the average is barely over 20. Any prospective buyer would hesitate upon learning of this. Lianging had struck a chord. Sister Deng's cousin's factory was small, with only a handful of employees. Otherwise, the position would have been sold long ago. If the salary were consistently 30 or 40, it would have been gone in an instant. Sister Deng's cousin, sensing her sister's hesitance, urged, Lianging, let us not dismiss this so readily. Perhaps you could increase your offer? Mother, is there someone interested in buying the job? A dark-skinned man entered, wearing a thin cotton jacket, his face glistening with sweat despite the chill of February. Dinyo, what brings you back? Sister Deng asked, surprised. Have you eaten? I have. He waved dismissively, his gaze fixed on Lianging. Are you the one looking to buy the job? I am a relative, Lianging replied, hesitating momentarily, though this may not come to fruition. Why wouldn't it?
Danil interjected anxiously.
Sister Deng frowned, reprimanding. This is not your concern. I am negotiating here. Mother, this cannot wait. Hong Yan's mother said that if we cannot raise the funds, our engagement is off. Dinyo pleaded desperately, his eyes fixed on his mother. Sister Deng was infuriated, feeling her son was undermining her negotiations. Unexpectedly, Lianging displayed remarkable understanding. Sister, I believe we can only add 100 more, making it 580 at most. This additional 100 I will borrow from my relatives. Anything beyond is truly unfeasible. If you agree, we can finalize this tomorrow. If not, we shall part ways. As she spoke, Lianging began to rise. Sister Deng hastily grasped her arm, exchanging glances with her sister. Sister, would you kindly provide a definitive answer? Let us add a further 20. Sister Deng's lips moved as she relented, unable to withstand her son's pleading gaze. Lianging paused, glancing at Sister Deng. Very well. In the spirit of Sister Deng's goodwill, I shall personally cover the additional 20 from my savings, as it is crucial for both our families to achieve their goals. Sister Deng was deeply appreciative, regarding Lianging with newfound admiration. Sister, 600 is a fair price. That is the market rate. What do you think? Bring her to the factory the day after tomorrow, and I will assist with the transfer. Remember, the 600 must be accounted for in full, Sister Deng's sister replied, forcing a smile and nodding, her emotions a mix of joy and confusion. Certainly. Shall we meet at our factory or here? Lianging's smile radiated brighter. Deng Lan remarked, "Come to our home. Your relative can operate a sewing machine, right?" "Yes. Though there are some issues with her legs." Liang Ying did not conceal the truth from Deng Lan, for such matters are too evident to hide. It is better to speak candidly. Deng Lan indeed did not take it to heart. Having a physical ailment was not a significant concern. If necessary, she could always assist with cutting threads or packaging. It was evidently not a major issue. Liang Ying felt a sense of relief. This matter seemed to be nearly settled. Upon leaving the courtyard, Liang Ying insisted on taking Deng Mei for a bowl of dumplings, treating her generously and even purchasing 4 buns for Deng Mei to take home as a gesture of sympathy. Deng Mei was somewhat taken aback by such kindness. "This cannot be right. I merely spoke a few words. You treat me to dumplings and buy buns. I feel quite embarrassed," she said. "Sister, please accept this. To speak from the heart, you truly have no idea how much you have assisted me. You heard what I said at your sister's home just now." Liang Ying sighed, furrowing her brow. That child has a disability, and finding a partner in the countryside is utterly unreasonable. They treat her like a beast of burden before even marrying her. If this job does not materialize, what will become of her in the future? Fortunately, with this position, she can remain in the city, making it easier to find a suitable partner. Indeed, I wondered who would be willing to spend such a considerable amount on a job for a girl. Upon hearing this, Deng Mei could not help but express her thoughts. "People often say you are ill-natured, but I see it as mere slander. You genuinely care for your relatives' children, demonstrating a heart of gold. As women and mothers, we should empathize with one another." Liang Ying remained composed. "Is it not someone in the factory who is spreading rumors about me? It must be Lin Lianhua and Bai Xiaoyan. But do not worry. I will address them on your behalf." Deng De Jie patted her chest reassuringly. Liang Ying smiled. "I must thank you in advance. You are indeed fair-minded. No wonder you were promoted to team leader. By the way, Deng De Jie, has a team leader been selected for your workshop yet?"
Deng De Jie replied, "Ah."
"This matter is quite tricky. They are all rather headstrong. No choice seems suitable. Yet, when it comes to diligence, there are hardly a few who excel." As she spoke of this, she appeared somewhat troubled. Their workshop could not compare to Liang Ying's, which consisted mainly of young women, diligent and image-conscious, producing commendable results each quarter, each one working tirelessly. In contrast, her workshop was filled with women in their 40s and 50s who, at that age, had little ambition for recognition, spending their days bringing work to the factory and sewing clothes for their grandchildren. Despite their lack of productivity, they were fiercely competitive when it came to claiming credit. The selection of a new team leader had led to fierce rivalries and factionalism. Deng De Jie truly felt as though she had 10 hands, yet could not manage this unruly group. Liang Ying chuckled. "Perhaps you could consider reallocating someone from another group. The factory has not prohibited such arrangements." After saying this, she glanced at her watch. "Oh dear, it is already this late. I must return home, lest my daughter misses me. See you tomorrow, sister." Deng De Jie instinctively agreed, watching her leave in a flurry, when suddenly an idea struck her. Indeed, seeking someone else would ensure no one would be offended. Reflecting on Liang Ying's words, Deng De Jie smiled thoughtfully. Liang Ying certainly had a clever mind. Chapter 31. The 31st day of eavesdropping. After impulsively uttering those words, Liang Ying's heart raced as she returned home. In truth, she had not intended to act so rashly. After all, being the leader of the third workshop was no simple task, especially with a group of seasoned women who had been in the workforce for years. Any disturbances would surely give the factory manager a headache. However, Liang Ying was unwilling to remain stagnant in her workshop. Setting aside the matter of Lin Lianhua's impending promotion to their group leader, Liang Ying felt compelled to make a move for her own future. As long as her family remained unjustly treated, any accolades her workshop received would be of no benefit to her. There were plenty of others who worked as hard yet had the advantage of a clean record. The situation was different in the third workshop, which had consistently underperformed, causing the leadership considerable distress. If she could shoulder this responsibility, there might be opportunities for advancement. It is often said that one must endure hardships to reach greatness. Liang Ying was not afraid of hard work. She merely feared a lack of prospects. Meanwhile, He Chunlian and the others had already finished their meal. Upon seeing his wife return, Gu Jinshui hurried over, asking if she had eaten. "I ate outside," Lianging replied with a nod. The matter regarding work has been settled. I will take people to the factory the day after tomorrow. They said the issue with their legs is no problem. That's good. He Chunlian said as she poured a cup of chrysanthemum tea for Lianging. What you are doing is a virtuous deed, Jinshui. You must assist them in completing this task. Rest assured, mother, Gu Jinshui replied, readily agreeing. The elderly lady was somewhat superstitious. She had been hesitant to express such sentiments in the past, but was gradually returning to her true nature. He Chunlian shot him a glance before fetching a few tickets from the room. Here, next Saturday our school is putting on a performance. You both must try to adjust your schedules and come to support.
All right.
Lianging smiled. We are truly fortunate. Gu Yinxing took 2 tickets. And He Chunlian shot him a look, contemplating whether to ask if they were for Zhao Donglai. However, given her daughter's notorious temper, she decided it was better not to inquire further. The following morning, Gu Jinshui made his way directly to Beizong village. He had discussed an exchange with Director Chen the day before, trading a snuff bottle for a jade cicada. However, Gu Jinshui insisted that the deal would only be finalized once the marriage arrangement with the Guan family was settled. Director Chen not only did not refuse but appreciated Gu Jinshui's humanity, agreeing to the terms. Gu Hunyang, come out. How can you unilaterally cancel our agreed-upon engagement? Gu Jinshui arrived at the Guan family's doorstep to find a crowd gathered outside. Pushing his way through, he saw an elderly woman clad in coarse cloth berating them. The Guan family's door was firmly shut, and behind the woman stood her family, a couple in their 50s and several young men. This was presumably the Bai family, who had previously arranged the engagement. Come out, Dia. Let's discuss this matter calmly. A man, dressed decently but with a face as rough as gravel, pounded on the door. You can't just cancel the engagement without a word. How am I supposed to face others? The door creaked open. You Bai family made quite a fuss over our Dia, yet now you act as if she is of no worth. If you wish to call off the engagement, so be it, but do not come here to cause a scene. Gu Dage spat, clearly agitated. The villagers murmured amongst themselves. Indeed, since the engagement, Dia had been treated like a servant, helping with a harvest of several acres of rice last autumn. It was not just that. When Bai Lauda got married at the beginning of the year, Dia had worked tirelessly, only to leave empty-handed, returning home to be scolded by Gu Dage for 3 days. While the village culture still clung to the notion of male superiority, most would not treat a daughter-in-law, or even an unwed girl, so harshly. The Bai family's embarrassment was palpable as they listened to the villagers' criticisms. Who doesn't use their daughter-in-law as a servant? She is a cripple. My grandson is willing to marry her, and she should be grateful. Without my grandson, who would want her? Bai Lauda's wife retorted. How dare you? Gu Dage shouted in fury, his neck veins bulging. Your grandson is worthless. My granddaughter would rather remain single than marry a good-for-nothing who resorts to violence against women. What? Bai Laosan hits women? The crowd gasped in astonishment. An elder woman could not hold back her outrage. What a heartless person. Dahlia has treated him well. She even made him a complete outfit. That was a moment of impulse. Bai Laosan stammered, his face reddening. But knowing that without Gu Dahlia he would need to pay a bride price to marry someone else, he swallowed his pride and offered conciliatory words. I guarantee I will never lay a hand on her again. This is a matter of great importance. If Dahlia is left without me, what will become of her? His statement quelled the surrounding murmur somewhat. Gu Dahlia had only her 2 elderly guardians and with no relatives in the village. The thought of her remaining unmarried was indeed troubling. Old man. At that moment, Gu Jinshui squeezed through the crowd, his face beaming with joy. Your granddaughter's employment has been secured. Initially furious, Gu Dage's expression softened upon seeing Gu Jinshui. Is the matter truly settled? Indeed. Your granddaughter's skills were immediately recognized by her superiors, who insisted she must take up the job. The salary can be negotiated. What? A job? The Bai family stood in stunned silence. Bai Laosan felt a chill of foreboding. Gu Hunyang, how could your granddaughter possibly work in the city? Don't be ridiculous. She's a cripple. Bai Laotai scoffed, her disdain evident.
Gu Dai chuckled coldly.
You are woefully ignorant. My granddaughter may have mobility challenges, but there are plenty in the city like her who are gainfully employed. She will secure a stable job, and as for your grandson, Does he even deserve her? Bai Laotai's face flushed with anger. She opened her mouth to hurl more insults, but the village head approached. Having learned the details, the village head, more informed than others, nodded and said, there are jobs in the city specifically for the disabled. They can earn wages just like anyone else. It is indeed a good thing for Daya. Everyone was taken aback. Those who had previously mocked her now felt envious, while some elders rejoiced at the prospect of Daya being able to work in the city, alleviating future worries. The Bai family looked as though they had swallowed a fly. The village had glared at them, stating, you Bai family should cease your disruptions. Marriage is a union between two families. Given how you treated Daya, it is no wonder the Guan family cancelled the engagement. Should you continue to stir up trouble, you will find no favorable outcome. Gu Jinshui approached the village chief, acknowledging his profound understanding. While other matters could be coerced, this particular issue could not be forced like a reluctant bull to water. He discreetly offered the village chief a cigarette. Upon seeing it was a pack of Chaohua, the chief pocketed it, understanding the implications. All right, you all disperse now. If there's any more trouble, I won't stand for it. With the village chief's words, the Bai family naturally dared not persist, although they clearly left with lingering concerns. Old man Guan invited the village chief inside, while old lady Guan hurried out to prepare tea. The village chief waved his hand, stating, I can take charge of today's matter. But I suspect the Bai family won't relent. You must be prepared for that. We are well aware of that. Old man Guan nodded in agreement. Gu Jinshui handed the remaining pack of cigarettes to the village chief, adding, I must trouble you to exert your influence. As the village head, your words carry weight far beyond our efforts. The village chief felt gratified, particularly because of the Chaohua cigarettes. A pack costs over a yuan, and his annual earnings were hardly sufficient to indulge in such luxuries. I will certainly assist, as it is commonly said that marriage should be free. If the Bai family attempts to pressure your daughter, I will not acquiesce. Those words were reassuring. Nonetheless, the village chief was wary of gossip, so he sat briefly before departing. Old man Guan turned to Gu Jinshui, who understood and relayed the news of Deng Zhu's impending meeting with Dia. Old man Guan nodded. There shouldn't be any unforeseen issues, correct? It cannot be, Gu Jinshui replied. This arrangement is a matter of hard currency. The other party fears complications and will ensure everything is in order. That is good to hear. Old man Guan indicated for old lady Guan to close the door. Once she had done so, old man Guan produced a bundle of money from the inner room. Gu Jinshui recognized it as the money he had set aside for the snuff bottle. Feeling a bit sheepish, old man Guan rubbed his nose, saying, this matter should not trouble two parties. I must also ask you to expedite our search for a house, preferably 2 rooms with a courtyard. Gu Jinshui opened his mouth to respond. Nearby, old lady Guan, feeling shy, quickly retrieved a cloth pouch from her sleeve. Opening it revealed several tarnished silver rings and bracelets. If the funds are insufficient, this can help supplement, she offered. Gu Jinshui examined the silver jewelry. At that moment, Dia emerged from the room, her head bowed, afraid to meet anyone's gaze. In a husky voice, she said, my salary can also contribute later. Gu Jinshui was momentarily at a loss for words. Scratching his head. Fine, I agree to help you find a place. As for the rings and salary, let's set that aside. 1,000 yuan is ample for purchasing a home in the city, but you must act swiftly. There may not be many options available. After all, not everyone is willing to sell their property. Moreover, acquiring such a private courtyard depends on fate rather than mere desire. We understand that and trust you completely. If you find something suitable, please make the decision. Old man Guan said generously. Gu Jinshui felt a warm swell of appreciation. Such trust from others made him hesitant to speak too much, fearing it would appear overly solicitous. Nodding, he tucked the money into his pocket and arranged to meet the Guan family the following morning in a specific alley, detailing how to navigate the city and what transport to take. Dia listened intently, careful not to misremember any details. Chapter 32, the 32nd day of eavesdropping. So, we need to help them find a house? He Chunlian set down her chopsticks, her brow furrowed. This task proved to be quite challenging. I suppose I could inquire around. After all, the housing authority also deals with rental properties, right? Gu Jinshui, sipping his thin porridge, remarked, perhaps they could also gather information about properties for sale. Currently, Real estate transactions are scarce, as most people's homes are allocated through their workplaces. In this large courtyard, few are willing to spend money on purchasing a home. And even fewer can afford it. Liang added, indeed, if you bring along a pack of cigarettes, the locals are likely to have plenty of information. One word from them is worth more than us running around in vain. Gu Yousi, sitting beside them and enjoying her porridge, brightened at the mention of buying a house. Buying a home is wonderful. In a decade or so, property prices in Beijing will soar, especially those large Sihyuan. One unit could easily be worth tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Jinxhui, choking on his porridge, turned crimson. Liang Ying quickly poured him a glass of water, her hands trembling slightly. Tens of millions? 100 million? Liang Ying could hardly fathom such value in a house. At night, while everyone slept, Liang Ying gently nudged Gu Jinxhui. Jinshui, do you think what our daughter said is true? Are you contemplating this as well? Gu Jinxhui sat up abruptly. Tomorrow, He Chunlian has the day off, and since both Gu Jinxhui and Liang Ying have matters to attend to, they decided to send the child to the room across the hall to sleep, sparing them the trouble of waking her in the morning.
How could I not think about it?
Liang Ying, placing a hand on her chest, exclaimed, my heart is racing. What kind of house could be worth so much? Who can afford it? Gu Jinshui straightened, and despite being a smoker, he rarely indulged at home. At that moment, he could not resist lighting a cigarette, taking a deep drag. I reckon this might indeed be true. Just think about the changes over the past few years. While we haven't seen much here, some of my brothers have gone south, claiming that money flows quickly there. And what about that Xiaonan? Do you remember her? The one who got beaten up in a fight? Liang Ying recalled her distinctly. She had an excellent memory, never forgetting names or faces. Gu Jinshui's lips twitched. What a way to put it. She's now thriving, having become a wealthy individual, engaging in trade by bringing clothes from the south to sell.
Can you imagine?
A wealthy individual. Who would have dared to dream of such a thing just a few years ago? Indeed, just a few years back. The mere thought of starting a business filled everyone with dread. If one wanted to purchase anything, they had to go to state-run stores, department stores, or supply and marketing cooperatives. However, the atmosphere has shifted dramatically in recent years, with many setting up their own small stalls to engage in trade. Liang Ying remarked then, should we consider buying a house? She was increasingly tempted. If we acquire several properties, our children will surely enjoy a better life. I will inquire about this later. Gu Jinshui hesitated momentarily, then said, there is no rush at the moment. The next day, Guandaya entered the city early with her parents, Guandai and Guandaining, leaving their chores behind to accompany her. Liang Ying led them to find Deng Zhu, and the procedures went remarkably smoothly. Liang Ying handed the money to Deng Zhu, who counted it meticulously 3 times, confirming its accuracy. Well then, I shall accept this money. Sister Deng, we truly appreciate you taking the time to assist us. Liang Ying expressed gratefully, handing Deng Zhu a few dim sum tickets she had prepared in advance. This is just a token of our gratitude. When you host your family celebrations, don't forget to send us an invitation. Deng Zhu, holding the dim sum tickets, couldn't he help but smile genuinely.
Oh, thank you.
With your good fortune, once those children's marriages are settled, my burdens will lighten significantly. Congratulations to you. With so many dutiful daughters-in-law, you are truly blessed. Liang Ying flattered, her words dripping with sweetness. Deng Zhu felt pleased, observing Guandaya's modest and honest demeanor, and remarked, your child will likely join the group I was part of previously. I'll mention it to them to take good care of her. Thank you very much, Auntie. Guandaya quickly expressed, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Deng Zhu waved her hand and offered a few words of advice. Essentially the factory's rules, who is good and who tends to exploit small advantages. These seemingly simple words could save Guandaya, a newcomer to the environment, from encountering numerous pitfalls and hardships without Deng Zhu's guidance. After seeing Deng Zhu off, Liang Ying turned to the elderly couple and Guandaya, smiling. It's getting late. Perhaps Guandaya should hurry back to pack her clothes and bedding, so she can move in this afternoon. Yes, yes. Thank you so much today. Guandaining expressed her gratitude. Liang Ying waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I see that Daya is also a sincere child. Though we come from the countryside, we need not overthink matters. Work hard and speak less. You will never suffer for it. Guandaya nodded, looking at Liang Ying with admiration. Having settled Guandaya's matters, Liang Ying rushed to the textile factory in the afternoon. Upon her arrival, Su Wen approached her. Liang Ying, Sister Deng is looking for you in the Human Resources office. Before Liang Ying could respond, Su Wen suddenly asked, by the way, I hope our group leader ISNT you, right? The sound of the looms in the warp yarn workshop thundering echoed around them. Yet after a while, one becomes accustomed to it. Su Wen's question drew the attention of those nearby. Lin Lianhua's face instantly showed a hint of apprehension. Liang Ying was taken aback for a moment, chuckling, Su Wen, you've developed quite the sense of humor. I actually think you would make a fitting group leader, given all the accolades you've received. Su Wen paused, first surprised, then realizing something felt off. However, Liang Ying had no time for idle chatter. She turned and walked away. The Human Resources office was located in a separate small building at the northwest corner of the textile factory, a quiet place. Liang Ying ascended to the second floor, knocked on the door, and entered.
Come in.
A deep voice resounded from within. Liang Ying stepped inside and found Director Wang and Sister Deng seated. Good day, Director Wang, Sister Deng. Liang Ying greeted them warmly. Director Wang adjusted his reading glasses and regarded Liang Ying with a favorable impression. Among the many individuals in the factory, many entered without even knocking. Are you Comrade Liang Ying? Liang Ying nodded. Yes, I'm here. May I ask what you need from me, Director Wang?
Well,
I see you've been with the factory for 7 or 8 years now. May I inquire why you haven't been promoted during these years? Director Wang's tone was quite amiable. Liang Ying felt a bead of sweat form on her palm, inhaling deeply. I believe it's due to my background, Director Wang. Over the past few years, I've consistently ranked first in the business competitions held in the Weft Yarn Workshop. The yarns I handle are of the finest quality. If we're discussing effort and achievements, I believe I am on par with anyone else. Liang Ying, how could you? Sister Deng's heart sank. How could Liang Ying be so immodest? How could she boast so openly? Moreover, discussing her background at this moment felt premature. Sister Deng, please allow her to speak without interruption. Director Wang smiled amiably, yet his tone left no room for dissent. Sister Deng had no choice but to acquiesce, though she sighed inwardly, fearing that Liang Ying might miss this opportunity. So, do you harbor any resentment towards the factory for not promoting you? Director Wang casually inquired while perusing the files before him, taking a sip of tea. Liang Ying remained silent for a moment before breaking into an enlightened smile. To say I feel no resentment would be disingenuous. However, I am acutely aware of the circumstances of the past few years. My status has allowed me to work safely in this factory for so long. The factory has taken risks to protect me. If I were to hold a grudge against this, wouldn't that render me ungrateful? I merely hope for more opportunities within the factory to repay its nurturing of me over the years. Director Wang nodded slightly. He gestured for Liang Ying to leave. Liang Ying paused, said her thanks, and exited. As she closed the door, she heard Sister Deng urgently ask Director Wang, "Do you think she is suitable?" Her footsteps faltered, but the door's closure severed their conversation. Liang Ying exhaled, her heart laden with complexity. Regardless, she had exerted her utmost effort, leaving little room for further contemplation. As the afternoon drew to a close, Su Wen and others were noticeably restless, particularly Lin Lianhua. Although her eyes appeared fixed on the spindles of the machine, her mind had already drifted elsewhere, pondering the delay of their team leader's arrival. Just then, the team leader entered, accompanied by Sister Deng from the third workshop. As the team leader entered, the chatter among the group quieted instantly. Everyone, please pay attention. I have 2 announcements to make. Lin Lianhua's face flushed, her heart racing. Liang Ying, while observing the spindles, perked up her ears. Tomorrow, I will be transferring to the Velvet Workshop as the team leader. After discussions among the leadership, it has been decided that Lin Lianhua will take over as the team leader of our group. Let us applaud. Upon hearing this, Lin Lianhua, appearing slightly bashful, played with her braid and stood up, stating, I truly did not expect such trust from the leadership. However, please rest assured, I will lead everyone to achieve even greater accomplishments and strive for our group to secure first place in production every month. Well said. Lin Lianhua was skilled in managing relationships, and while many envied her new position, they applauded nonetheless. Su Wen bit her lip, forcing a smile. Additionally, Su Wen and Liang Ying, you both are labor models in our group. I will need your support to help our team achieve even better results. Lin Lianhua turned to Su Wen and Liang Ying. Su Wen smiled stiffly, of course. But Liang Ying is not available. The team leader chuckled. Sister Deng from the third workshop has taken a liking to Liang Ying and wants her to become a team leader there. Liang Ying, congratulations are in order. Liang Ying was momentarily taken aback, but soon stood up, an involuntary smile gracing her face. Really? Absolutely. The team leader signaled her to approach and address Sister Deng. Sister Deng, you can entrust the third workshop to Liang Ying. She is hardworking and intelligent. You have made the right choice in appointing her as your team leader. Sister Deng beamed. That is precisely what I thought. She had initially feared the matter would fall through, but to her surprise, Director Wang had nodded in agreement, allowing Liang Ying to assume the role of team leader. Chapter 33. The 30th day of eavesdropping. Gu Yousi awoke from her afternoon slumber, greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the house. She smacked her lips and called out, "Mom, Mom." Now that she could crawl, she found the height of the Kong too daunting to descend. In the living room, Liang Ying had just finished arranging the stir-fried pork with scallions when she heard her daughter call. A smile spread across her face. It must be our little one smelling the meat. I'll go and pick her up. This child is quite the nose. After finishing work, Gu Yinxing grabbed a piece of pork and quickly dodged He Chunlian's hand, rushing into the room to scoop up Gu Yousi. Dressed in a pink floral cotton jacket and pants, she clung to the edge of the table, her mouth watering in anticipation. Meat, meat. Yes, indeed. It was meat. Our little girl is so clever. Gu Yinxing chuckled, her eyes crinkling in delight. Does our little one want some meat? Gu Yousi nodded. Her cherubic face flushed, casting a pitiful gaze at her mother. In just a few short months, she had learned who held the power over her meals, meat or porridge. I can give you just 3 slices, and the rest will be in your porridge. Liang Ying, both amused and exasperated, retrieved 3 pieces of meat. Gu Yousi beamed with satisfaction. 3 slices were quite generous, and the pieces were substantial. However, she was unprepared for Liang Ying to chop the meat into a fine paste. During dinner, she held her small bowl, sipping on the meat porridge. The family found nothing amiss in a child under 1 year drinking porridge on her own. Their child was astute. It was entirely normal for someone her age to manage such a task. The old Gu family, however, remained oblivious. Next door, Huang Shirong was seething with envy. Her eldest son, Song Daba, was of a similar age to Gu Yousi, yet he remained silent and refused to crawl, his limbs adorably pudgy. Dear daughter-in-law, don't go stirring up trouble in the third workshop just because you're new, He Chunlian advised while helping care for the child. Liang Ying replied with a smile, Mom, I am aware. I'm not foolish. If I don't make a strong impression, how will my sister-in-law establish her position? I just overheard someone from next door say that the third workshop is full of troublemakers who not only lack ambition but also enjoy forming cliques. Gu Yinxing chimed in. That's true. He Chunlian shot her a disapproving glance. I told you not to meddle. Your sister-in-law is new. Those people have known each other for many years. If she were to make an example of someone, do you think they would isolate her, or would she isolate them? They are all aware of each other's faults. If someone were to oppose them, who wouldn't he? Gu Yinxing pouted, feeling quite unjustly treated. He Chunlian, weary of her stubbornness, thought to herself that this young one was blissfully unaware of the world. Liang Ying, being perceptive, understood that such matters required patience. The next day, she took over a shift from Sister Deng, introduced herself, and met the workshop staff without establishing any formal rules or attempting to curry favor. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that secured her position as group leader, inciting frustration in Chen Shiwen and Zhang Xinger, who had previously vied for leadership, while Lin Lianhua, who had eagerly awaited Liang Ying's missteps, was also incensed. Please examine this carefully. Is this the item we discussed? Gu Jinshui unfolded a newspaper and placed an opium pipe on the table. Director Chen quickly picked it up, inspecting it with great interest, unable to part with it. After a long moment of admiration, he reluctantly set it down and went to fetch a jade cicada. Here, young man, this is the jade cicada you wanted. Now we're even. Even. Gu Jinshui felt a rush of excitement. Director Chen chuckled. It seems you truly have a fondness for these items. Indeed. I have been thinking about this little treasure, just as you cherish that opium pipe, Gu Jinshui admitted candidly. Director Chen smiled. You are an honest man. I must say, it surprises me that you managed to find this opium pipe. Such fine items are rare to come by. It must be fate, Gu Jinshui replied. If you come across any valuable items in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I promise to offer you a fair price. Absolutely, Director Chen laughed, attempting to invite Gu Jinshui to dinner, but he declined, feeling their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Director Chen was an easygoing man, likely acquainted with numerous antique collectors. Nurturing a gradual friendship could yield greater benefits. After acquiring the jade cicada, Gu Jinshui did not rush to find Chen Daxing. As he had just finished work and was likely having dinner, visiting at such a time would be impolite. Instead, he packed a box of dumplings for Elder Shi. As Elder Shi enjoyed his dumplings, he listened to Gu Jinshui recount his recent endeavors in acquiring the jade cicada. Unable to contain himself, Gu Jinshui lamented, Master, I now realize that dealing in antiques is no easy task. Elder Shi raised his droopy eyelids to glance at him before returning to his dumplings. After a lengthy monologue with no response, Gu Jinshui felt a twinge of frustration. He coughed lightly. Master, won't you say something? What is there to say? Elder Shi replied after finishing his last dumpling and swallowing it. Your luck is better than anyone else's. What more is there to complain about? The average person may never stumble upon such opportunities in a lifetime, yet you have had several in quick succession. You should count your blessings. Just wait until I send you to do some tough labor. Then you will know the meaning of hardship. Tough labor? Gu Jinshui blinked in surprise. He had come to massage Elder Shi's arms and legs. Master, do you have plans for me? Enough of that, Elder Shi said, stiffening, unable to endure his disciple's flattery. If you're interested, let me know. Next month, someone is heading to Xi'an. They could take you along, but it will be a commitment of at least a month. The decision is yours. Gu Jinshui hesitated, scratching the back of his head. I need to think it over. All right, take your time, Elder Shi replied, offering no further persuasion. He treated Gu Jinshui in this manner. He would provide suggestions, but acceptance was entirely up to him. Gu Jinshui found himself in a state of indecision. If he had no children, taking such a trip would be a simple matter. Now, with a child and a wife, traveling such a distance filled him with anxiety. In these times, bandits roamed the roads, and those transporting goods often went armed, particularly in unfamiliar places like Xi'an. As he pondered, he passed by a department store and remembered to buy a pack of candy. His wife had been working tirelessly to establish herself in the third workshop, often competing for meals as if in a race, quickly finishing her food before rushing back to keep an eye on the spindles. In just a few days, she had lost weight, and Gu Jinshui, feeling sympathetic, thought the candy might provide her with some much-needed nourishment. After all, wasn't it said that the famous white rabbit milk candy, when mixed with water, turned into milk? Upon arriving home with the candy, Gu Jinshui was greeted by the sight of Liang Rini and his wife, whom he hadn't seen in some time. Oh, Jinshui, you're back. Liang Rini was sipping plain water when he spotted Gu Jinshui entering with a bag of candies, his eyes immediately lighting up, much like a weasel spotting a chicken. Su Fenlai was also wearing a broad smile, his expression changing with the swiftness of a Sichuan face-changer. Gu Jinshui glanced at his wife, whose face bore no smile, and then at Liang Rini, instantly realizing that this troublesome brother-in-law likely had something significant on his mind. Indeed, it was rather late. Why hadn't they returned home? Who was watching the children? Gu Jinshui feigned ignorance, bringing the bag of milk candies into the room before Liang Rini and his wife, clearly indicating his desire to keep their hands off his household. Su Fenlai's smile faded, his lips curling in disdain as he exchanged glances with Liang Rini, silently conveying the message that despite Gu's wealth, he was surprisingly stingy, unwilling to part with even a bag of candies. Dad inside, Gu Yousi, seated in a baby walker, grasped Gu Jinshui's hand, pointing outside. Go. Ever since Liang Rini and his wife arrived, misfortune had befallen the Gu family. He couldn't allow his parents to be taken advantage of. Gu Jinshui chuckled, appreciating the child's loyalty. He picked up Gu Yousi, unwrapped a candy, and handed one to the child to savor slowly. Gu Yousi didn't mind. After days of bland porridge, even a sweet treat was a welcome change. Jinshui. We came while the child was asleep to seek your help, Liang said, a look of helplessness etched on his face. You must truly assist us this time. What's the matter? If it's something serious, there's no need to ask, Gu Yinxing replied, somewhat in good spirits, even in the mood for banter. Liang felt a hint of irritation, a flash of anger crossing his eyes as he replied, of course it's serious. If it were trivial,
We would handle it ourselves.
indeed, it is such a matter. A relative of mine who has been abroad for many years recently wrote to us, expressing a desire to meet. Wouldn't you consider that significant? Su Fenglai interjected hastily. A expatriate? Gu Jingshui exchanged glances with Liang Ying. Liang Ying chuckled, sister-in-law. This is quite a rarity. Your family consists of impoverished farmers, right? Where does this foreign relative come from? I've never heard of it. Well, in the past, such things were hardly spoken of. Who dared to claim relatives abroad? Su Fenglai paused before quickly adding, but in recent years, the barriers have lifted, allowing us to connect with the outside world. We only recently learned of an aunt living overseas who has amassed considerable wealth but has no children. She reached out to us, proposing to take us abroad to support her in her old age and pass on her inheritance to us. Tell me, such a monumental event, how could we let it slip by? Damn it! What nonsense! What expatriate relatives? They merely wish to go abroad. Gu Yousi, having lost interest in the candy, glared at Liang Rennie and his wife. If they intended to leave the country, they must first consider whether she would agree to such a scheme. Chapter 34. The 34th day of eavesdropping, Su Fenglai was still speaking, essentially weaving a tapestry of dreams, asserting how his family, upon emigrating, had inherited a fortune. The underlying implication was clear. One person's fortune could elevate the entire household. Naturally, he would return to care for his sister and brother-in-law once they struck it rich. However, Liang Ying wore a scowl, placing her enamel cup down on the table with a decisive clatter, signaling an end to the conversation.
Yet.
Liang Rennie and his wife seemed oblivious to her displeasure. Liang Rennie insisted, Sister, that's not how it is. After your father passed, our family has only each other. I would help anyone, but I cannot neglect you. Yes, finances are tight at the moment, and traveling abroad requires foreign currency. His smile radiated an unprecedented warmth. I heard your brother-in-law is also involved in exchanging foreign currency. I thought perhaps I could borrow some money from your family and ask him to help with the exchange. Gu Jinshui, a man of the world, was left speechless. Was he really suggesting borrowing money while simultaneously asking for currency exchange assistance? Why not simply request that they send the entire family to America? Noticing his wife's face flush with anger, her teeth clenched, he placed a hand over hers. Brother-in-law, you've approached the wrong person regarding currency exchange, and as for borrowing money, we can only lend you 20 at most. Anything beyond that is out of the question. 20? What good is that? Su Fenglai shot up from his chair. Gu Jinshui, we are relatives. You've made a decent amount over the years. Yet you offer us a mere 20? Have you forgotten we are family? Fenglai.
Liang Zeni Feigen Enjo, Gerda Bing Su Fenglai.
How can you speak to your brother-in-law like that? He is not that kind of person. Su Fenglai shrugged off his grip. Not that kind of person? Did you not hear what he said? Just $20. Your colleagues have lent you 200 or 300. He glared at Gu Jinshui and his wife. Disdain evident on his face. Gu Yousi interjected with a dismissive sound, clinging to Gu Jinshui's arm. No, no, no. This money cannot be borrowed. The Liang family, despite their aspirations to emigrate, found themselves in dire straits, losing their money on the black market, which was fortuitously found by their neighbor, Song Jianxi, who unexpectedly became wealthy.
What?
Another incident involving the Song family? Gu Jinshui pondered, perplexed. Was Song Jianxi simply lucky, or was it a case of bad luck for Liang Rennie? Regardless, Gu Jinshui's thought shifted. Brother, we truly lack the funds. To be frank, I spent our money on antiques, and it's all gone. You're too late. However, the Song family is wealthier than us, and has small yellow croakers. Unfortunately, they cannot lend you anything. Gu Jinshui sighed, as if lamenting fate. Liang Rennie, however, felt as if he had just been struck on the back of the head. Small yellow croakers? He was jolted awake. Where on earth did they acquire such treasures? Gu Jinshui chuckled. Who knows? It could very well be a family heirloom. Rubbish. Liang Rini cursed inwardly. Surely the small yellow croakers were the ones unearthed from the Liang family estate that night. His uncle had run a prosperous business. And surely there would be heirlooms to inherit. No longer wishing to engage with Gu Jinshui, Liang Rini noted their resolute refusal to lend money and took Su Fenlai away. Reluctantly, Su Fenlai stomped her foot as they exited the courtyard, exclaiming, "What are you doing? We still haven't borrowed any money. Once we emigrate, we won't have any means for sustenance. We need to save enough for our expenses abroad." Su Fenlai was quite confident in their abilities. The couple possessed no skills to sustain themselves. Liang Rini might be able to sweep the streets, but he had heard that American streets were clean. Thus, that line of work would be futile, and Liang Rini had no desire for such labor. The couple had been exhausting every avenue to borrow money, seeking assistance from relatives, friends, and colleagues. They had managed to gather nearly 2,000 in total, of course, without revealing their intentions of permanently leaving the country. They merely claimed they were visiting relatives and would return after inheriting a fortune. When people heard they were about to prosper, they were more than willing to lend. Some even asked them to purchase items from abroad: clothes, cosmetics, electronics, anything foreign. Liang Rini had fixated on Gu's family fortune. Although they had previously mocked Gu's wealth, he thought, why not seize an opportunity? After all, he was Liang Ying's cousin. When a relative asks for help, how could they refuse? He decided to visit them to request a loan. To his surprise, Liang Ying was adamant, refusing to lend a single cent. You didn't see their expressions. They said 20 at most, which was clearly a refusal. No more, no less, Liang Rini scoffed. I refuse to believe we cannot go abroad without their money. Where do you intend to find the funds? Su Fenlai frowned, questioning him. Her family was so impoverished that even 100 was a struggle. Liang Rini beckoned Su Fenlai closer and whispered a few words, gesturing towards Song Jianqi's house. Su Fenlai's eyes widened, and she turned to glare at Song Jianqi's home. Her eyes ablaze. Why are you bringing up the Song family? Liang Ying asked, curious. Gu Jinshui, reclining comfortably with his feet in warm water, replied, I suspect that if they plan to emigrate, they will sell off their possessions. Your father left you valuable items, and I thought this might be an opportunity to retrieve them. Liang Ying turned sharply to face Gu Jinshui. She had been so caught up in her anger that she hadn't considered this angle. Indeed, with Liang Rini and his wife's temperament, they would surely sell their inheritance to acquire funds for their journey. Liang Ying's expression shifted. This might not be so simple. If it doesn't work out, we can forget about it. No amount of money is worth more than you. Hearing this, Gu Jinshui felt elated. He embraced his wife, planting a kiss on her cheek. Ah, my dear wife truly cares for me. Rest assured, this task shall not be beyond my capabilities. Embarrassed, Liang Ying playfully shoved him away, glancing at their daughter, who was fast asleep, a smile breaking through her annoyance. The next morning, Gu Jinshui set out early. He took a meat coupon to procure several pounds of plum pork belly and made his way to Chen Dingxing's house. Chen's family still lived in their modest old home, though the children had grown and moved out. Upon seeing the pork in Gu Jinshui's hands, Chen's mother greeted him with a radiant smile, ushering him inside. Why bring something? It's not worth much, just a small token of appreciation. Please, don't trouble yourself. I had breakfast before coming, Gu Jinshui replied, feigning the humility of a dutiful younger relative. Is the old man awake yet? Not yet. Wait here, I'll go wake him. Madam, Chen entered the room. Gu Jinshui sat on the chair, cradling the glass of water poured by her, his gaze not wandering. The humble dwelling was indeed modest, a mere 10 square meters, with a small room partitioned inside, while the exterior comprised simple tables and stools. Given old Master Chen standing, he could have been allocated a more spacious residence, especially considering the number of children in his family. A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment would have posed no challenge. However, when it came time for housing allocation, old Master Chen graciously declined, stating that his children were all employed and had established their own households. Now, it was just the elderly couple living together. Thus, a larger space was unnecessary, leading them to reside in their current modest abode. Each of the children had ventured out, securing stable jobs and housing, settling down comfortably. Ironically, old Master Chen's selflessness made his colleagues feel somewhat embarrassed, which influenced their decisions during promotions, leading them to regard him as a man of integrity and humility. Consequently, old Master Chen ascended to the position of deputy director, achieving a rank that is not trivial. Indeed, most individuals toil their entire lives merely to enjoy the benefits associated with such a position upon retirement. At 58 years of age, with 2 years remaining until retirement, there remains the possibility of further advancement. You arrived quite early. Chen Denkong emerged from the room, draped in a coat. Gu Jinxue promptly got to his feet. What should I call you, Director Chen? Just call me uncle. Chen Denkong waved his hand dismissively and instructed his wife, go outside and boil some water. I need to converse with this gentleman. Madam Chen acknowledged and exited to tend to the stove, primarily to keep watch and prevent eavesdroppers. Then I shall address you as uncle. We are not strangers after all. I came this morning to consult you about something. Gu Jinxue retrieved a jade cicada from his pocket. Upon seeing it, Chen Denkong was momentarily taken aback and quickly donned his reading glasses. He took the piece in his hands and examined it for a considerable time while Gu Jinxue patiently observed without urging him. After a while, Chen Denkong set down his glasses, noting its blood-red hue and glossy surface, the craftsmanship being quite ancient. This piece is from the Han Dynasty. You possess quite the discerning eye. Chen Denkong's perception of Gu Jinxue shifted slightly. Previously, acquiring a finger ring was commendable, but now obtaining this blood-red jade cicada indicated not only Gu Jinshui's unique insight, but also his audacity. The market is rife with counterfeit ancient jade, and it is not just contemporary forgeries. Imitations from the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties have circulated as well. Encountering such an item would require even the most seasoned antique dealers to deliberate carefully, lest they be deceived. After all, genuine pieces of this nature are exceedingly rare. It is thanks to my master and your influence that I stumbled upon this opportunity, Gu Jinxue humbly remarked, refraining from boasting. He displayed his prowess in front of Elder Shi out of familiarity. His master would only take joy in his achievements, but with outsiders, it was unnecessary to elaborate on how he acquired such treasures. Chen Denkong was aware of the insincerity in his words but chuckled. Indeed, it is your skill that has brought this to you, is it not? Well, with children at home, the space is limited. Thus, one must find ways to generate some funds, Gu Jinxue replied with a wry smile. Chen Denkong playfully poked his nose. Nonsense. Do you truly lack money? I am short on significant funds. Indeed, Gu Jinxue admitted. Chapter 35. The 35th day of eavesdropping. Gu Jinxue made a trip to the Housing Reform Bureau to inquire about housing options. They informed him that there were no independent houses available, but there were indeed numerous single rooms in large courtyards, both for rent and sale. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinxue shook his head and suddenly recalled his daughter's words, prompting him to ask, are there any complete courtyard houses for sale? The staff member at the bureau, a middle-aged woman knitting a sweater, looked up and smiled at him. She replied that he had inquired at the right time, as 2 complete courtyard houses had recently become available. However, she warned that these properties were quite spacious and expensive, with one costing around 60,000 yuan. Can you afford that? She inquired. Regardless of his financial capability, Gu Jinxue decided it would be beneficial to visit and broaden his horizons. He discreetly pulled a snack coupon from his pocket and handed it to the woman. She quickly tucked it away, her demeanor unflustered, and called out to her colleague. Shaolin, keep an eye on things. I'm taking this gentleman to view some houses. Curiosity piqued among others. As few people were interested in buying courtyard houses at that time, most were awaiting their unit allocations. Many believed that courtyard houses were not worth the trouble when modern apartments offered brighter living spaces with electricity and telephones. They assumed Gu Jinxue was merely indulging in idle curiosity, as did the woman, yet she nonetheless guided him through the properties. Both courtyard houses were located in Haidian district. One was in a desirable area near Tsinghua University, while the other was slightly more remote, bordering Fengtai district. Gu Jinxue even bought a bottle of soda for the woman as they toured the houses, and they did not mind the exertion. Pointing to the house near Tsinghua, she exclaimed, "This property is excellent. It features 2 courtyards, and the surrounding environment is lovely, with trees, flowers, and grass. If your child plans to study here in the future, There are several good primary and secondary schools nearby, as well as a university. Gu Jinshui cautiously asked, "But this house must be expensive, right?" The woman chuckled and replied, "Consider the prime location and spaciousness. This house used to serve as a government office and is well maintained. Unlike other chaotic courtyards, this entire property is worth at least this amount." She gestured with her fingers, indicating 6. Gu Jinshui's heart sank. He had always considered himself relatively affluent, but the prospect of purchasing a house made him realize his funds were merely trivial. 60,000 yuan? It would take an ordinary person years of saving, forgoing all luxuries, to accumulate such a sum. The woman noticed the change in his expression and remarked, "We are merely exploring. Most people cannot afford this, but some overseas Chinese have the means. Recently, one bought a courtyard house in your area for 50,000 yuan without batting an eye. It's no wonder they are considered wealthy." Gu Jinshui reflected on this, lamenting the disparity. The woman empathized, taking him to the more affordable house near Fengtai, which still cost 28,000 yuan and was smaller than the previous one. However, she mentioned that she might be able to negotiate a discount of 4 to 5,000 yuan. "How does that work?" Gu Jinshui inquired, puzzled. The woman explained that the property was originally part of a 3-courtyard layout, but one courtyard had been occupied by another family, complicating matters. Previously, it was manageable when the government occupied the property, but now that they are returning it to the original owners, it's a headache dealing with these neighbors. If you try to evict them, they threaten to cause a scene at the police station. Thus, selling the property has become the easier option. But the ownership itself is intact. It's just that the back courtyard is troublesome. Her implication was clear. This property was best avoided. They say it's worth a fortune to buy neighbors. Encountering such troublesome neighbors would indeed be a nightmare. Gu Jinshui nodded in understanding, thanking the woman and discreetly offering her 2 yuan for her assistance, which left her somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "When it comes to purchasing a house, location matters significantly. It's best to choose one close to our third garment factory. There, a family has been living for generations, and the granddaughter works there. It would be safer that way." Gu Jinshui quickly agreed, realizing that buying a house could be a lifelong commitment, and it was not something to be taken lightly. The woman assured him she would inquire with her colleagues for any leads. He expressed his gratitude profusely, praising her as if she were a saint, which left her feeling both flattered and helpless, knowing she had to deliver on her promise. On his way home, Gu Jinshui walked past the eastern wing of his house and caught sight of Liang Rini seated inside. Amused, he noticed Song Jianxi emerging to close the door behind him. Gu Jinshui raised an eyebrow and hummed a tune, recalling a song from a play featuring the Empress Dowager, which his elderly neighbor was rehearsing for an upcoming performance. As he approached, he saw his sister, Gu Yinxing, crouched by the window with her daughter, peeking inside. "What are you looking at?" he asked, removing his hat and gloves. "Are you stealing a glance in broad daylight?" Gu Yinxing rolled her eyes at him. "You're the one stealing. Did you not see who Liang Rini was visiting?" Gu Jinshui chuckled. "You noticed, huh? Your eyes are quite sharp." "What sharpness?" When Liang Rini entered the backyard, he was so loud that even my child woke up. "He brought a box of snacks too," Gu Yinxing said, her tone tinged with indignation. The Liang family had taken advantage of them for years, always arriving empty-handed. But now, knowing to bring gifts when visiting Song Jianxi, it felt like they were being bullied. Amused, Gu Jinshui moved closer to the window to catch a glimpse, but was met with closed doors and windows, revealing nothing. Gu Yinxing stifled a laugh. "You see? They closed everything once you came over." Gu Jinshui shot her a disapproving glance. "Stop with the nonsense. I could see just fine before you arrived." Gu Yinxing handed the child to him and lazily sat back down, peeling boiled peanuts from the table. "What do you think they want from Song Jianxi?" "Whatever it is, it can't be anything good," Gu Jinshui replied, knowing all too well that he had inadvertently stoked the flames of their troubles. "Jianxi, we've known each other for years. Can you help me out with this?" Liang Rini said, his tone unceremonious. Song Jianxi cursed under his breath, feeling stifled at home due to his recent suspension. And now Liang Rini was adding to his troubles. Their so-called friendship was merely a nod and a smile during brief encounters. They rarely interacted otherwise. If it were anyone else, Song Jianxi would have directly asked them to leave, but with Liang Rini, he felt compelled to endure. Whether it was a guilty conscience or a desire to maintain appearances, he could not quite tell. Song Jinjie truly cannot easily refuse anyone. However, he is reluctant to lend money outright, so he forces a smile and reaches into his pocket. Brother Liang, just take a look at me. I am hardly left with a few coins. I haven't been working lately, and my family relies on my wife to support us. I am genuinely happy for your family's opportunity to go abroad, but we simply don't have the funds. No money? Liang Rini scoffs internally. After seizing a precious possession from the old Liang family, he now feigns poverty. With a half smile, he retorts, I can believe that others may lack funds, but your family? Jianjia, that assertion is rather unfounded. Don't you have that little yellow fish? Song Jianjie's heart sinks. He grows tense, nervously gripping his trousers. What little yellow fish? We haven't even bought any fish. Don't play coy. We are well aware of your little yellow fish, Liang Rini sneers. If you're honest, lend me some. This matter can be easily resolved. If not, I will report you to the police, and when they uncover the truth, it will be quite the spectacle. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger engulfs Song Jianjie. Veins bulge on his neck, teeth clenched. He glares at Liang Rini with a gaze that could burn a hole through him. Liang Rini, observing his reaction, inwardly rejoices. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. They were the ones responsible for that incident. How audacious to take something from the old Liang family and remain silent. Truly a biting dog that does not bark.
So, what will it be? Will you lend me the money or not?
If not, I shall head to the police station. Liang Rini stands, swaying slightly, his smug expression evident. Once the police find the items, you'll need to concoct an explanation for their origin. If you cannot clarify, well, perhaps a cell awaits you. You. Song Jinjie's face reddens with rage, wishing he could land a punch on Liang Rini's face.
Dad.
Song Chaohua emerges from the room, lifting the curtain, her innocent demeanor shining through. The baby is crying. You must come in and change his diaper. She gives Song Jinjie a knowing glance. He shifts his gaze, rising to say, You stay here. I'll take care of the child, and we can discuss this later. Good. Good. Liang Rini nods, casually opening a box of snacks, selecting a piece of donkey rolling and popping it into his mouth. He acts as if he is not an outsider at all, grinding his teeth. Song Jinjie enters the inner room. Song Chaohua pulls him aside. Dad, why not just agree with him? Do you even know what he is proposing? And you want me to agree? Song Jinjie freezes, anger flaring as he shakes off Song Chaohua's hand. This is family business. You needn't interfere.
Dad.
If we borrow the money, we can always get it back. Song Chaohua whispers, they need to exchange that item for cash if they go abroad. We could engage in a little black market deal. Song Jinjie pauses, stroking his chin. This indeed sounds like an excellent plan. Chapter 36. The 36th day of eavesdropping, Liang Rini emerged from the Song residence, his face radiant with joy. Gu Yinxing observed closely, noticing Liang Rini clutching a heavy pocket. Its contents unknown. Gu Yinxing raised an eyebrow, suspecting that the gold from the Song family was indeed ill-gotten. Otherwise, why would Song Jianxi be so easily intimidated by Liang Rini? Contemplating this, Gu Yinxing turned to Gu Yinxing, saying, I'm stepping out for a bit. I might not return for dinner. Please inform my wife and mother. Gu Yinxing, taken aback, queried, Where are you going, brother? No questions, Gu Yinxing waved dismissively, taking 2 woolen hats that obscured his face before departing. He first visited old Master Shi, inquiring, Master, do you still have those fake gold bricks you made for me years ago? Old Master Shi scrutinized him, asking, What do you need them for? No need for questions. I assure you, it's for a good cause, Gu Yinxing replied. With a grunt, old Master Shi retreated into his house, soon returning with a heavy bag, tossing it to Gu Yinxing. It's all here, just be cautious and avoid causing a scene. Rest assured, I guarantee there won't be any trouble, Gu Yinxing assured him. Opening the bag, he marveled at the gleaming gold bricks, deeply impressed by his master's craftsmanship. They could easily be mistaken for real gold. And even seasoned experts might be deceived if they did not examine them closely. Gu Yinxing planned to buy dinner for the old man. But old Master Shi waved him off in disdain, stating, Enough with the feasting. Do you think I'm a pig? Hurry along. Gu Yinxing chuckled, stowing the items away as he made his way to wait for Chaohua. Shan, who returned at dusk, laughing and chatting with a girl sporting a long braid. She was striking, with red lips, clad in a woolen coat and fashionable bell-bottoms that accentuated her figure beautifully. "Huzi," Gu Jinshui called out. Only then did Shan, who noticed Gu Jinshui standing at the door. "Brother, what brings you here?" he asked, hastily excusing himself from the girl. "I haven't seen you in a while and wanted to treat you to a meal." Gu Jinshui smiled, offering a cigarette, which Shan, who accepted but pocketed instead of smoking. "I'll grab a few things from inside. Let's head out," he said, going inside and closing the door behind him. The girl lingered, casting furtive glances at Gu Jinshui as she admired his attire, her gaze lingering on his wristwatch. Gu Jinshui remained silent until Shan, who emerged with a bag, which he handed to the girl. "Take this," he said. "Oh, but that's too generous, Hugo," she replied, accepting the bag. "I'll repay you once I earn some money. It's just a few kilograms of rice. We're neighbors and should help each other," Shan, who insisted, his cheeks flushing with modesty. The girl smiled at Shan, who and walked away with the bag of rice. Gu Jinshui motioned for Shan, who to join him, and after walking a short distance, he inquired, "So, that girl is your neighbor?" "Yes, she's Chida's daughter from the backyard," Shan, who replied, kicking a stone nervously. "Brother, I'm courting her." "Really?" Gu Jinshui replied, surprised. Recalling the girl's demeanor and words, he felt a twinge of discomfort, but refrained from commenting further. "That's wonderful. Cherish her and avoid any foolishness." "I wouldn't dare," Shan, who exclaimed. "Jinshui is quite shy. We haven't even held hands yet." He expressed a hint of regret but added, "She's a good girl. My mother would be thrilled to know I've found someone like her." "Your mother will indeed be pleased." Gu Jinshui patted Shan, who on the shoulder, leading him to a hearty meal of stir-fried liver, complemented by 8 crispy sesame pancakes that were delectable. After their meal, Gu Jinshui broached the matter at hand, informing Shan, who of their plan to surveil Liang Rennie's residence that evening. Shan, who readily agreed, without hesitation. Liang Rennie's home was somewhat distant. After taking a bus, Shan, who gestured towards the trees, indicating someone was lurking behind them. Gu Jinshui peered over and was startled to see Song Jianxi crouching behind a tree, wearing a straw hat. Although the tree concealed him, a keen observer could easily discern his presence. Gu Jinshui, initially worried he had arrived too early, felt reassured that it was indeed the right time. "Let us wait in the alley behind," he suggested. As darkness fell, families concluded their dinners and prepared for bed. Reluctant to light their lamps, the alley was pitch black. Liang Rennie's route to the black market necessitated passing through this alley, and Gu Jinshui had no concern about losing track of him. In the dead of night, a light flickered on in the Liang household. "Su Fenlai, anxious?" queried Liang Rennie. "Are we really exchanging everything for cash all at once?" "Absolutely. We must act swiftly, as they're pressing us for payment," Liang Rennie replied, tightening his grip on the bag he carried. "As more people travel abroad, the cost has risen from 3,000 to 4,000. If it continues to escalate, we'll be in trouble." Wasn't there a recent policy allowing direct relatives abroad to invite family members, provided they pass a political review? He continued. With this new policy, many who previously felt trapped now see a way out. Su Fenlai, still nervous, questioned, "But can we trust old Zhao? We've relied on him for years." "There's no reason to doubt him," Liang Rennie reassured. Despite his own apprehensions, he decided to proceed. Noticing the time, he urged, "Enough chatter. I have an appointment with old Zhao this afternoon. If I'm late, it would be troublesome. Just wait at home for my return." "All right," Su Fenlai nodded, taking a kerosene lamp to escort Liang Rennie outside. Liang Rennie, wary of attracting the neighbor's attention, refrained from using a flashlight and cautiously made his way toward the black market. Gu Jinshui and Shan, who remained alert, straining to hear any noises from behind. They pressed against the wall as they spotted Liang Rennie, bag in tow, followed shortly by Song Jianxi, who also ventured out. The scene was amusing, and both Gu Jinshui and Shan, who stifled their laughter, stealthily following behind. The black market lay beyond a nearby bridge in a garden, often deserted, but frequented by those engaged in trade. At night, it became a hub for small transactions, with city dwellers purchasing unregulated rice and flour, while farmers from the outskirts sold their chickens and ducks. Larger operations involved currency exchange, including foreign currency, U.S. dollars and gold procurement. Liang Rini, accompanied by his family belongings, felt a tumult of anxiety within him. The substantial sum of money he carried intensified his apprehension. The slightest touch made him glare suspiciously at passers-by, instinctively seeking to evade them. Shan, who whispered, "Brother, your brother-in-law is not the sharpest tool in the shed. His demeanor makes it evident to anyone that he possesses something valuable." Indeed, Gu Jinshui had noticed 2 or 3 groups of people fixating on Liang Rini. This fellow had quite the knack for attracting attention. As Gu Jinshui pondered this, a tall, robust man arose from the shadows. He wore a military cap askew, presumably pilfered, and his coat hung open, revealing a disheveled shirt underneath. The man's trajectory was unmistakably directed toward Liang Rini. Upon closer inspection, Gu Jinshui observed that the young men nearby, who were selecting eggs, also seemed to stir at the man's movement. His mind raced, having frequented the black market. He knew there were only 2 exits, the front and the back. He pulled Chaohua aside, imparting a few hushed instructions. Chaohua nodded vigorously, and Gu Jinshui divided his fake gold bricks, slipping half into Chaohua's pocket. The 2 split up, heading toward the front and back exits, respectively. Suddenly, Liang Rini, in search of old Zhao, was abruptly jostled by someone. Clutching his chest, he was about to curse when he looked up to find a towering man before him. Anxiety surged within Liang Rini as he stepped back, intending to retreat. However, the man would not let him go, seizing his arm and exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going? You broke my watch." Liang Rini's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're trying to swindle me. You were the one who bumped into me, and I barely touched you. How could I have broken your watch?" "I don't care. You definitely broke it." The man was utterly unreasonable. He shoved Liang Rini, who, with valuables tucked away, stumbled unsteadily. Before he could regain his footing, a loud crash echoed behind him, followed by a shout, "My eggs!" A puddle of broken eggs lay on the ground. The egg vendor, a simple farmer, stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "I didn't break them. I delivered them to you intact." The 2 hot-headed young men, seeing the eggs shattered, turned furious, and one landed a punch squarely on Liang Rini's head. The blow sent Liang Rini reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. In that moment, an opportunistic hand snatched the bag from his grasp and darted away. Liang Rini, slow to react in most situations, quickly reached for his empty pockets, realizing with dread that his belongings were gone. "I've been robbed. Someone has stolen my things." His cry reverberated throughout the courtyard. As Song Jianxi entered, he was greeted by this commotion. From his elevated position, he spotted a figure sprinting northward with stolen goods in hand. Without a second thought, he pursued the fleeing individual. "Hey, make way. Move aside." The courtyard was bustling with people, and the dim lighting made navigation treacherous. The thief collided with several bystanders as he fled. Song Jianxi, trailing closely behind, refrained from shouting "thief," since he intended to engage in underhanded dealings himself. If he cried out, the thief might be apprehended, and the stolen goods would ultimately fall back into Liang Rini's possession. To ensure Liang Rini's satisfaction, he had discreetly set aside a substantial sum of money, carefully hoarded over the years. This money was significant. He had never dared to spend it, but now, driven by the prospect of a lucrative gain, he felt compelled to risk it all. Chapter 37. The 37th day of eavesdropping. The young rascal who snatched the goods fled with remarkable speed. Likely a local thug well acquainted with the territory, aware of the best routes and the spots suitable for evasive maneuvers. After sprinting for a while, he distanced himself significantly from Song Jianxi and his companions. Glancing back, he found no trace of them, and with a whistle of triumph, he reveled in his success. He weighed the bag in his hand, believing it contained the gold bars and money that Brother Zhao had mentioned. His eyes darted around, and seeing no one in sight, he felt a rush of joy. Ignoring any semblance of brotherhood, he thought to himself that few in their line of work possessed good character. Now that the treasure was in his grasp, he dared to pilfer a little money. Reaching a bench at the entrance, he placed the bag down and unzipped it, revealing a dazzling array of gold bars that made the cash inside seem utterly insignificant. "By God, I've struck gold," he thought, his eyes gleaming with delight as he rubbed his palms together in anticipation of seizing the gold bars. Just then, A brick struck him violently on the back of the head. He felt a sharp pain and realized he had been duped, panic setting in before he lost consciousness entirely. Gu Jingshui spat out the grass he had been chewing and remarked, "You really took your time. I've been waiting for you here forever." He pushed the unconscious figure aside and inspected the bag, which jingled with the sound of gold bars, large gold fish, and numerous exquisite pieces of jewelry, items that clearly belonged to Liang Renyi's inheritance intended for Liang Ying. Hastily, Gu Jingshui swapped the contents of the bag with his own, aware that time was of the essence. Just as he completed the exchange, he heard Song Jianqi's voice nearby, "Don't run." Gu Jingshui swiftly kicked the unconscious man aside, lifted the bag containing fake gold bars, and stuffed some cash inside, concealing the genuine items. As Song Jianqi approached,
He feigned a getaway.
upon seeing the figure so close, Song Jianqi felt a surge of motivation, the allure of wealth invigorating him. He sprinted forward with all his might, reaching for the bag, which, astonishingly, was surrendered to him. The person, with his back turned and wearing a hat, wore a bewildered expression. Song Jianqi felt a wave of triumph wash over him. He quickly tucked the items into his clothing and dashed away, while Gu Jingshui pretended to pursue him, secretly returning to retrieve his hidden treasures and calmly making his way to meet Chaohua. "Brother, how did it go?" Chaohua asked. Having waited at the front door for some time, enduring several mosquito bites, and growing increasingly bored. "It's done," Gu Jingshui replied with a smile, handing Chaohua a handful of cash, around 200. "Here is some money for you." "No need for so much. Our business has been profitable enough," Chaohua responded, startled by the amount. Gu Jingshui insisted, "Take it. I'm not just giving it to you. This is a good opportunity. You should prepare some betrothal gifts, right? I hear they now require 4 major items." Chaohua scratched his head and chuckled. "Brother, Pearl said she doesn't need all that. Just a new dress will suffice." Indeed, the wool coat and flared pants were gifts from Chaohua. Gu Jingshui was not surprised. Having navigated the streets since he was 13 or 14, he had seen enough of such matters to be unfazed. He thought it odd that Pearl, whose family struggled to afford rice, could afford such expensive clothing. With the money, they could manage household expenses for several months, or even a year if frugal. "Don't take her modesty too seriously," Gu Jingshui advised. "You should at least save up for a television or a watch for her." Chaohua, somewhat naive about such matters, realized his brother was right. He couldn't overstep bounds just because she was polite. Feeling bashful, he accepted the money, saying, "Brother, we'll invite you to the wedding for sure." "Sounds good," Gu Jingshui replied with a smile. He sent Chaohua home, then stealthily climbed over the wall into his own backyard and quietly entered the room he shared with his wife through the window. Liang Ying had been anxiously waiting for his return all night. Upon seeing him, she quickly scanned the room, closed the window, and turned back just as Gu Jingshui produced a hefty bag from his coat, which looked familiar, reminiscent of a bag from He Chunlian's school days years ago.
"Wife."
Gu Jingshui exhaled a puff of warm breath, having run back through the back alleys, fearing she might worry from waiting too long. Liang Ying approached. "Is this Liang Renyi's stuff?" Gu Jingshui nodded and opened the bag, revealing a dazzling array of gold. Among them was a hefty gold bar weighing a pound, inscribed with "minted by the Central Mint in the 25th year of the Republic." This was a relic with considerable history. Liang Ying's gaze fell upon a gold hairpin adorned with emeralds. Trembling, she picked it up, exclaiming, "This was my mother's dowry." Seeing the tears welling in his wife's eyes, Gu Jingshui quickly reassured her, "Don't cry. We've recovered everything, haven't we?" Liang Ying remained silent, examining each item, confirming they were indeed her mother's dowry. She pointed to the mark on the hairpin, tears streaming down her face. Jewelry from the old goldsmiths bore their marks. "My mother's dowry came from Hungfu Gold Shop, where 6 sets of headpieces were made, all in gold." Gu Jingshui was astonished, realizing Liang Ying's family hailed from a prominent background. Liang Ying chuckled through her tears. "What prominent family? They're long gone. The money was secretly given by my grandfather, who had hoped my family's former status would help us. He even had distant ties to several princes." With this revelation, Gu Jingshui understood. Liang Ying, having collected herself, remarked that it had been years since her family had passed, and lamenting was futile. "How did you come by all this money?" Why not take what we can? Besides, Liang Rini likely sold off many of your family's possessions over the years. So this money is a form of restitution, Gu Yinxing decided. You should take this money for expenses. Let us keep the gold for the children. Liang Ying pondered this and agreed, even without considering Liang Rini's past dealings. The money could be seen as compensation for the loans Liang Rini had taken from the Gu family over the years. They could use it for larger purchases for the family and provide some allowances for her mother and younger sister. As dawn approached, Su Fenglai sat drowsily on a stool at his doorstep when he heard a series of loud knocks on the door, startling him awake. Rushing to the door, he found Liang Rini, pale and disheveled. A sense of dread washed over Su Fenglai, fearing something terrible had occurred. Before he could speak, Liang Rini stumbled inside and collapsed on the floor. Su Fenglai nearly cried out. Liang Rini quickly gestured for silence. Don't. Before he could finish, he lost consciousness. Liang Rini's illness was revealed days later when Su Fenglai came to borrow money. Gu Yinxing sipped his thin porridge, puzzled. How did he fall ill? Surely, if he were sick, he could at least get his medical expenses reimbursed at the hospital. Liang Rini, who had secured a job as a sanitation worker, essentially sweeping the streets, still held a legitimate position within the system. Su Fenglai awkwardly rubbed his sleeves. Recalling that he had intended to go abroad, he had even sold his job. The members of the Gu family seemed to have conspired, all lifting their heads in unison to gaze at Su Fenglai. Sold it? What became of the money? Surely it must have been at least a few hundred. Enough for medical expenses? He Chunlian forced a smile, concealing her disdain. Su Fenglai silently lamented. It wasn't that they lacked money. His family had sold their work. Yet upon hearing of Liang Rini's illness and the uncertainty of his departure, numerous relatives had come to demand their money back, insisting they would return it once he had gone abroad. Su Fenglai felt compelled to comply. Refusal would expose the dire straits his family was in. To repay these debts, they had exhausted all their savings, and Su Fenglai even sold his jewelry and a television secretly purchased by the family, managing to recoup a bit. Now, however, they were completely out of money. Auntie, we are merely in a pinch. Once we have funds again, we will repay you. Could your family lend me 100?
No.
50 will suffice, Su Fenglai hastily implored. He Chunlian cast a glance at Gu Yinxing. Gu Yinxing chuckled. Sister-in-law, you truly know how to corner people. In all these years, when has your family ever repaid a loan? It seems you simply come to amuse us. Surely your family has some funds? Besides, don't you have a relative abroad? Just have her wire some money. With the inheritance coming your way, a few $100s would be a windfall. Gu Yingshui's tone was friendly, yet his words were painfully sharp, causing Su Fenglai's face to flush with humiliation. She had never endured such indignity, and in a fit of anger, she stood up. If you want to lend us, then so be it. I see now that your family's affection for us is so paltry. Liang Ying, is this how you treat your cousin? You are truly heartless. Liang Ying spoke gently. Sister-in-law, do not fret. If my brother were to pass, I would ensure he receives a proper burial. Cough, cough. Gu Yinxing, who was quietly drinking porridge, nearly choked. Su Fenglai stared incredulously at Liang Ying for a long moment before storming out, nearly colliding with Huang Shirong, who had just returned from buying breakfast, and scolded her. Sister-in-law, you are something else. Gu Yinxing gave Liang Ying a thumbs up. Liang Ying sighed. Do not praise me. I only said that because I believe my cousin is unlikely to die. If his illness were truly severe, Su Fenglai would not remain so composed. She would have been crying and causing a scene upon entering. Liang Ying had seen through Su Fenglai completely. Liang Rini was not gravely ill. He merely caught a cold from a draft, and while he had experienced a frightening fever, he was recovering. However, the family's fortune had been squandered, leaving Liang Rini unable to rise from his bed. He spent his days at home lamenting, and when Su Fenglai returned home in a fury, she could hear Liang Rini lamenting within. My money, 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 money. Does repeating it bring it back? Over the years, having sold her jewelry, Su Fenglai's attitude towards Liang Rini had soured entirely. She entered with a long face, even kicking a chair on the ground in frustration. Chapter 38. The eavesdrop. 38th day. Su Fenglai, her throat parched, lifted the teapot from the table and poured the cold water into her mouth without a hint of disdain. After quenching her thirst, She wiped her mouth and remarked, "And then there's the Song family. When I visited, Aunt Huang bought a whole bunch of breakfast from outside, baozi youqiao. Xiao Bing, truly extravagant."
What?
Which family bought breakfast? Liang Renyi suddenly threw off the covers, his eyes wide as he stared at Su Fenlai. "The Song family," Su Fenlai stammered, intimidated by the furious expression on Liang Renyi's face. "The Song family? Damn it. I might have fallen into their trap." Liang Renyi fumed, his face turning crimson. The earlier sighs and moans replaced by a newfound vigor, enough to curse at them. "They accused me of scamming them out of a couple of small yellow fish. How could I possibly have the mood to spend money on food at a time like this? Damn it. It must be that mother and son duo who have swindled me." Su Fenlai felt a twinge of doubt. Furrowing her brow, she replied, "Renyi, that can't be right. How could they possibly know we would go to the black market to exchange money? And it's just Song Jianxi and Huang Shirong. How could they pull something like that off? Keep your mouth shut if you don't know anything." Liang Renyi snapped, his anger boiling as he paced the room, his back stiff with rage. "It's definitely them. The last time we asked them to help us, I went back to demand money, and they must have been unhappy about it. So they decided to pull a fast one on us." Su Fenlai found Liang Renyi's words oddly convincing, causing her to waver in her resolve. Liang Renyi gritted his teeth and declared, "If they can sit on the first day of the month, I can sit on the 15th. Let us go."
Where to?
Su Fenlai's heart raced with concern, fearing that Liang Renyi, in his frenzy, might do something rash. After all, his current demeanor was akin to that of a predator. "We're going to test the waters at their place. We can't let them get away with this." Liang Renyi's face was as grim as a stormy sea, his gaze icy. He donned a thick cotton coat, wrapping himself tightly before stepping out with Su Fenlai. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they found only Huang Shirong and her 2 children left in the old Song residence. Huang Shirong's expression flickered as she saw Liang Renyi and his wife approach.
"Oh.
You must have taken a wrong turn. The Gu family is over there. Not mistaken at all." Liang Renyi boldly seated himself at the 8 immortals table in the main room, removing his mask, his eyes glinting like a wolf eyeing its prey. "Song Jianxi, your family has struck it rich again. Haven to you?" Song Jianxi, who had received a package the previous night and was overjoyed, felt a twinge of apprehension upon Liang Renyi's arrival. He forced a laugh and replied, "Rich? Come on, brother Liang, don't joke around. I already gave you something before. If you come here to extort more money, my family is not one to be trifled with." "Exactly, we have nothing left, so we're not afraid of your threats. If you have the guts, go ahead and report us," Huang Shirong chimed in, standing her ground. Liang Renyi, already suspicious, felt his anger rise at their words, causing his hands to tremble. "It was you. You truly stole my family's belongings. Don't slander us. When did we ever steal from you?" Huang Shirong retorted hastily, her anxiety causing her to slip up. Liang Renyi's teeth ground together in fury as he shifted his gaze from Huang Shirong to Song Jianxi. "Good. Very good."
"Renyi."
Su Fenlai looked at him with concern, fearing he might lose control. Yet Liang Renyi managed to retain his composure, taking a deep breath before standing. "Fine, Song Jianxi. Remember this. You better not let me catch any evidence, or I, Liang Renyi, will not let you off easily." He left as hastily as he had arrived, leaving Song Jianxi feeling uneasy, while Huang Shirong, unfazed, dusted off a stool with a feather duster. What is there to fear? If he has the guts, let him come. Liang Renyi has lost everything. Why should we be afraid of him? Who does he think he is scaring? Does he really think we're fools? Song Jianxi found some truth in her words. After all, it was money that stirred human hearts. The bag of money from last night contained several hundred, along with 7 or 8 hefty gold bricks, enough to secure their family's future. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Liang Ying listened intently to the commotion. She lifted the cotton curtain to glance at the Song residence and then lowered it, shaking her head in disbelief. Before long, Friday arrived, and when Gu Yinxing returned home, her face was aglow with excitement as she rummaged through the house. He Chunlian had just returned from grocery shopping and, upon entering, was taken aback by the disarray, clothes and old textbooks from years past scattered everywhere. "What's going on? 3 days without a beat, and you've turned the place upside down. You better clean this up." He Chunlian admonished, placing the fish and tofu she bought on the counter before measuring rice. I found it, Gu Yinxing exclaimed, pulling an old, yellowed high school English textbook from the depths of a cabinet. Isn't that the textbook you used back in school? What do you need it for now? He Chunlian asked, puzzled. Aren't they talking about a re-examination for college entrance exams? You kept my books. But I was too restless and ended up becoming a nurse after getting accepted into the hospital. I thought it'd be better to keep the books as a memento, Gu Yinxing explained. Mom, my supervisor assigned me a task. Tomorrow, I'm in charge of hosting some foreign guests, Gu Yinxing announced proudly. He Chunlian was taken aback. They assigned you? Yes. Gu Yinxing was already excitedly picking out clothes, forgetting she was supposed to wear a nurse's uniform. She focused on making herself look presentable, eager to impress her supervisor and the foreign guests, thinking, I have the best English among the nurses. This opportunity is surely mine. That's indeed a big deal. He Chunlian quickly set down the rice. You better hit the books again. What else with the outfit selection? Aren't you wearing a nurse's uniform? Gu Yinxing paused, smacking her forehead as realization dawned upon her. She had been so wrapped up in her excitement that she momentarily lost track of herself. Just then, Gu Jinshui and Lianging entered from outside, and as they lifted the curtain, they heard the clear sound of reading coming from the east room. Gu Jinshui halted, glancing toward the east room, where he saw Gu Yinxing sitting cross-legged on the Kong, holding an English textbook, chanting, I'm Susan, I'm Susan. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and stepped back outside, only to return and see his sister still reciting the same line. Oh, today must be an odd day. Our eldest lady has taken to reading English. What does I am Susan even mean? He asked, chuckling. Gu Yinxing shot him a glare. Stop mocking me. Can I read? Of course you can. Gu Jinshui laughed, moving closer to peek at the book. What I am Susan? It should be I am Susan. This English is quite something. His lips twitched, amused. Don't mind your brother, keep reading. Tomorrow, you must seize this opportunity. If the supervisor praises you, it's worth more than years of hard work. He Chunlian lightly patted Gu Jinshui on the shoulder and gestured with her lips, signaling him to refrain from teasing his sister. Gu Yinxing, known for her aversion to hardship, had never been diligent in her studies. It was a rarity for her to exert effort, and it would be unwise to dampen her spirits now. With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Jinshui departed, hoping that once he ascended to a leadership role, he would extend a helping hand to them. Gu Yinxing made a face at Gu Jinshui and ignored him, engrossed in her book even during mealtime. Gu Yousi observed her, alternating between bites of food and glances at the pages, quietly swallowing the egg custard in her mouth. This scene struck her as oddly familiar. She remained oblivious to the fact that her family's dining rhythm had slowed, a reflection of her own distracted thoughts. Gu Yinxing, on the other hand, felt an increasing sense of anxiety. Each time Yousi had an inkling about something, it often proved to be true. Could it be that something had gone awry this time? Gu Yousi pondered, recalling that her aunt had accidentally consumed something that caused her to have an upset stomach, which inadvertently allowed the opportunity to be seized by the neighbor. Song Mei had even been granted a chance for further studies due to this incident. Eating the wrong food? Gu Yinxing's appetite vanished upon glancing at the plain kanji before her. He Chunlian remarked, focus on your meal. You can read later when you have time. There's no rush. Her quick reaction reassured her that the family's food was undoubtedly safe. After all, they all shared the same meal. If there were an issue, it would be unreasonable for only Gu Yinxing to suffer from it. Aunt. No. Gu Yousi looked at Gu Yinxing, attempting to convey a warning, but her limited vocabulary rendered her unable to articulate her thoughts. Our little sister wants Aunt to strive harder, doesn't she? He Chunlian gently patted Gu Yousi's head, reassuring her that Aunt would surely put in the effort. Gu Yinxing took a deep breath and nodded, affirming, yes, little sister, rest assured. This minor challenge is well within Aunt's capabilities. All right. Gu Yousi opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps there would be a delightful surprise. The following day, Gu Yousi anxiously watched Gu Yinxing depart. Although the illness was merely a case of mild diarrhea, the missed opportunity would undeniably be a setback for Gu Yinxing. She could only pray for divine intervention. After all, even if she could voice her concerns, It was unlikely that Gu Yinxing would take the words of a mere 1-year-old seriously, who would believe a child's claims. As Gu Yinxing rode her bicycle, her mind, typically untroubled, raced with thoughts. She had eaten breakfast at home and felt perfectly fine. There was no way she could be unwell. Could it be? Gu Yinxing's thoughts turned to Song Mei. Previously, Song Mei had taken an opportunity from her, and now it seemed she was about to benefit again. Was it truly that simple? Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Yinxing had barely set her bag down and poured herself a cup of water when she was informed that the head nurse was looking for her. She acknowledged the message and turned to leave, only to catch a glimpse of Song Mei in the corner, slowly changing her clothes. Appearing to be in no rush despite the straightforward task of donning a cotton coat. A thought sparked in Gu Yinxing's mind, and she turned to Chen Dengdeng, saying, "Wait a moment, let us go to the restroom together first." "Sure," Chen Dengdeng replied without hesitation, setting her bag down to follow Gu Yinxing out. Meanwhile, others in the office engaged in casual chatter or worked on their knitting. "Weren't we supposed to go to the restroom?" After a few steps, Chen Dengdeng looked perplexedly at Gu Yinxing, who had pulled her aside at a corner. Gu Yinxing glanced back to ensure the coast was clear. It was a quiet time, with no urgency among the nurses, as the night shift had just left. She refocused her gaze on Chen Dengdeng. "I need to ask you for a favor." Chapter 39. The 39th day of eavesdropping. Gu Yinxing returned with the head nurse. As they walked, the head nurse remarked, "This morning, practice your spoken English a bit. Among all the nurses in our hospital, yours is the best. You must perform well and not let down our foreign guests or the leaders." "Rest assured, head nurse," Gu Yinxing replied with a sweet smile, grasping the nurse's hand. "I practiced diligently last night." "Really?" the head nurse said, half skeptical. As she reached the office door, she turned back to Gu Yinxing and added, "All right, I'll step out to use the restroom. When I return, we'll practice dialogue. Don't hold back." "Of course, go ahead," Gu Yinxing responded. After seeing the head nurse leave, she opened the office door, where Chen Dengdeng had been waiting for a while. Upon her arrival, he rushed forward. "Yinxing, you were right. That vile woman put something in your water cup. She secretly pocketed the package. I suspect it's a laxative." Gu Yinxing pondered thoughtfully. "A laxative?" Chen Dengdeng was momentarily taken aback, but then slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "That woman is ruthless. Is it really necessary to go this far for a mere opportunity?" It was typical for colleagues to have minor conflicts, given the diverse personalities within a group of over 20 people, all vying for their place. However, resorting to such underhanded tactics was a first. "We can't know what she's thinking," Gu Yinxing scoffed. "Let's wait and see who ends up laughing." Just then, the head nurse returned with Song Mei, both chatting and laughing. The head nurse turned to Gu Yinxing and said, "Yinxing, Song Mei also volunteered to help you practice your spoken English. I'll go over a few dialogues with you first, then you can practice with her. We have a lot to accomplish this morning." "That's wonderful, but I must trouble Comrade Song," Gu Yinxing replied, her smile tinged with sarcasm as she glanced at Song Mei. Song Mei beamed with self-satisfaction. Gu Yinxing was well prepared with her lines. After all, the questions asked in the hospital were rather routine. The head nurse, seeing Gu Yinxing's confidence, felt assured about her performance. Having not drunk any water that morning, the head nurse noticed Gu Yinxing's cup on the table and said, "Yinxing, may I have a sip of your water?" Gu Yinxing paused, her mind still occupied with English phrases, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as she was about to decline, Song Mei interjected, "You can't drink that." Song Mei's exclamation startled the head nurse, causing her to spill water on her face. Annoyed, the head nurse wiped her face and scolded, "Song Mei, I'm not drinking your water. Why are you so anxious?" Gu Yinxing's eyes darted, and she echoed, "Yes. Why are you so anxious?" I. Song Mei, unaccustomed to such boldness, faltered, her gaze shifting nervously, her lips pale. The head nurse, seasoned from over 20 years in the hospital, had seen all sorts of antics. Observing Song Mei's demeanor, her heart sank. "Did you tamper with that water?" "I didn't." "Head nurse, why would you think that of me?" Song Mei feigned innocence, yet her hands trembled. The head nurse's expression hardened. "Song Mei, if you confess, we can resolve this among ourselves. If you conceal the truth, we can easily verify it through the lab. No matter what you've done, I will find out." These words drained the color from Song Mei's face. Trembling, she stammered, I just wanted to play a prank on Yinxing and added something to her water. What did you add? The head nurse refused to let her gloss over it. With tear-filled eyes, Song Mei pleaded, Head nurse, I know I was wrong. I promise. I want you to do it again. First, tell me what you added. The head nurse's tone was resolute. With no escape, Song Mei mumbled it was a laxative. Just a little bit, I swear. You did this to sabotage me for today's opportunity to host the foreign guests? Gu Yinxing discreetly pinched her thigh, tears brimming in her eyes. The head nurse, seeing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Her gaze turned stern as she addressed Song Mei. Come with me to see the leaders. Head nurse. Song Mei attempted to protest, but the head nurse firmly grasped her arm, her anger palpable. Turning back to Gu Yinxing, she softened her tone. Yinxing, don't dwell on this. Just focus on performing well when the foreign guests arrive. Understood, Gu Yinxing replied, wiping her tears with her sleeve, nodding obediently, embodying the image of a good-natured girl. The head nurse's opinion of Gu Yinxing transformed completely. Despite her occasional laziness, the girl had a good heart and remained composed in the face of adversity, prioritizing what was important. That was a commendable trait. In contrast, Song Mei, who appeared to be diligent and sensible, had shown her true colors by resorting to harm. In a hospital where any medication could be found, a malicious person could easily smuggle out something dangerous, and the thought sent chills down one's spine. The head nurse took Song Mei to meet the leaders. Gu Yinxing successfully hosted the foreign guests that morning. Though her English was mediocre, her confidence shone through, and after the guests received their injections and medications, they praised her with good, leaving her feeling elated. At noon, while having lunch in the cafeteria, Chen Dengdeng eagerly shared the news about Song Mei. The head nurse had just announced that Song Mei had committed a serious oversight, receiving a formal reprimand and a 2-month salary deduction. The punishment was indeed severe. Gu Yinxing bit into her chicken leg, her heart soaring. However, she wondered why the specifics of Song Mei's punishment were not elaborated upon. Are you foolish? Chen Dengdeng rolled his eyes. Such matters of sabotage, if disclosed, would tarnish our reputation as nurses. We must keep it quiet, otherwise, it could escalate further. The leaders would naturally downplay it. So that's how it is, Gu Yinxing realized, the small grievance in her heart dissipating. Yinxing, have you finished eating? The head nurse approached her. Gu Yinxing hastily finished her meal and replied, Yes, head nurse. Did you need something? Just a small matter, come with me. The head nurse instructed. Gu Yinxing exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Dengdeng and followed the head nurse back to the office. The head nurse retrieved an envelope from her drawer and handed it to Gu Yinxing. The leader said that Song Mei's actions were unacceptable. She received a reprimand and a 2-month salary deduction. This salary will be compensated to you as a form of restitution. Do you understand what this means? Gu Yinxing gazed at the bulging envelope, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She immediately raised 3 fingers and assured, Head nurse, I promise to keep this confidential. Nothing happened today. The head nurse finally revealed a smile on her face as she handed the envelope to Gu Yinxing. Gu Yinxing intended to give her a few bills in return, but the nurse shot her a glance and said, Take it. I do not lack this little money. You, however, should buy fewer clothes and save this money. I understand, Gu Yinxing replied with a silly grin. The head nurse could tell that she hadn't absorbed the advice. So, she simply instructed her to keep the money and left. With her pockets filled, Gu Yinxing felt elated. The nurses earned 37 a month, totaling 74 for 2 months, enough for her to buy a shirt, with some change left over to assist with family expenses. As she was contemplating, she heard Song Mei's plaintive voice ahead. Gu Yinxing looked up to see Song Mei with her back turned, standing before Yan Ren. Yan Ren's brow was furrowed, and his expression was indifferent. He seemed somewhat weary of the situation. Comrade Yan, I truly apologize. I didn't mean to bump into you and cause your lunchbox to topple, Song Mei said, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. Yan Ren glanced at the fallen lunchbox and replied, It's nothing. I can clean it up. You should. No, let me handle it. I don't know what has gotten into me today. I clumsily offended Gu Yinxing, which earned me a scolding from the supervisor. And now I've bumped into you, she said, squatting down to pick up the lunchbox lid. Yan Ren felt a hint of displeasure, pressed his lips together, and was about to speak when he noticed Gu Yinxing behind him. She made a funny face at him, causing Yanren to break into a smile. Hearing his laughter, Song Mei blushed. Yanren possessed a captivating masculine charm, and his laughter was magnetic, leaving her feeling flustered. She lifted the lunchbox and stood up. Comrade Yan, do you know how troublesome my colleague Gu Yinxing is? She clearly bumped into me but claims that I was the one who collided with her. Our head nurse unconditionally sided with her, and I was left feeling utterly exasperated. Comrade Song, I happen to know Gu Yinxing well. Although she may have a bit of a spoiled temperament, she is certainly not the difficult person you describe, Yanren remarked, casting a glance at Gu Yinxing. Just as Song Mei was about to refute, she noticed the direction of his gaze and turned to see Gu Yinxing, hands on her hips, wearing an expression that was both amused and mocking. Startled, Song Mei trembled, hastily thrust the lunchbox into Yanren's hands, and fled. Gu Yinxing scoffed. Well, she ran off quickly. She then turned to Yanren, raising an eyebrow. How curious of you to speak in my favor. Yanren frowned and questioned. Am I wrong in my assessment? Just saying I'm a good person suffices. Why mention my spoiled temperament? Gu Yinxing stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, resorting to complaining first. Yanren replied coolly, Aren't you displaying a bit of a spoiled attitude right now? Gu Yinxing opened her mouth, struggling to find a retort, and could only glare at him before turning to leave. Wait, Comrade Gu, Yanren called, his gaze following her retreating figure. Gu Yinxing turned back. What is it? I would like to invite you to Maxim's restaurant. Are you free?
Yanren inquired.
But everyone at that Western restaurant speaks English. And I am not very proficient in it. I may need your assistance, he added. Initially, Gu Yinxing could have declined, as a solitary man and woman dining together often implied romantic intentions. However, upon hearing Yanren's respectful demeanor and his subtle praise of her English proficiency, her small vanity was instantly gratified. Chapter 40. The 40th day of eavesdropping. Gu Yinxing pedaled her bicycle homeward, muttering to herself about the peculiarities of her thoughts. How could she have been so easily swayed by a few flattering words? The more she pondered, the more she came to realize that Yanren was rather cunning. Initially, she had perceived him as a rigid man, but upon closer inspection, he resembled a lump of coal, hard on the outside yet complex within. Yinxing, what are you mumbling about? He Chunlian, busy preparing dumplings at home, noticed her lingering outside, still supporting her bicycle and seemingly lost in thought, akin to a madwoman. Gu Yinxing snapped back to reality and replied, Mom, nothing much. Just making dumplings at home? Otherwise, what would it be, buns? The weather was delightful today, with the spring breeze carrying warmth. He Chunlian had lifted the curtains and opened the windows for ventilation. The early spring wind stirred a sense of longing, and today's dumplings were filled with fresh chives and pork, the vibrant green chives crisp and likely just harvested from the earth and delivered to Beijing. He Chunlian was multitasking, crafting dumplings while also reviewing her script. Gu Yinxing chuckled, parked her bicycle at the door, and rushed inside.
Mom,
I received praise from that foreigner today, and even our leader commended my capabilities. Oh, Yinxing, how impressive. Grandpa's son emerged from the house, smiling as he interjected. Gu Yinxing, not one to shy away from boasting, replied, Indeed. Our head nurse even remarked that my English is the best among the nurses. Next time, she might take me under her wing. He Chunlian felt a swell of pride, playfully nudging Gu Yinxing with her finger. You must keep practicing your English. All those years. Your brother was on your case about studying. Look, it's finally paying off. Grandpa's son reminisced, expressing regret over Gu Jinshui's early years. Such a bright child. If only he had pursued his education, who knows, he might have gone to university. It was well known that Gu Jinshui had been exceptionally clever, able to recite Tang and song poetry after just a couple of readings. However, he had dropped out of middle school. In the past, when college entrance exams were not permitted, it seemed inconsequential. But now, with so many students becoming officials, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss for Gu Jinshui. Everyone has their own destiny, he Chunlian mused. He may not have been suited for the confines of a classroom. Grandpa's son, would you like us to send you and Annie a bowl of our dumplings once they're cooked? He Chunlian offered. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept. Grandpa's son hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Why not?
When our kids were young, Your family helped us look after them. We are neighbors. A bowl of dumplings is nothing. Only then did Grandpa's son nod, feeling a bit more at ease. He went inside and returned with a bowl of pickled cabbage. This is our homemade pickled cabbage. Perfect for stewing with vermicelli and pork. Please give it a try. Gu Yinxing hurried over to accept it, just as she noticed Song Mei entering the east wing with a scowling face, not bothering to greet anyone. What's wrong with her? Who upset her? Grandpa's son wondered aloud. Gu Yinxing suppressed a smile, thinking, who knows? Perhaps she stepped in something unpleasant on her way here. Inside, Song Mei could hear everything clearly. Her face flushed with anger as she removed her scarf, sulking and making a racket in the house. Huang Shirong came out from another room and, upon seeing her state, immediately sensed trouble. Why are you smashing that cup? It's enamel, a 1 tea break. You don't need to be so rough. Mom, it's just a cup. Why do you always nag me? Song Mei huffed, plopping down on a stool, her heart boiling over the day's mishaps, the reprimand, and the fine imposed on her. Especially after Yan Ren had the audacity to speak up for Gu Yinxing. She couldn't comprehend why it seemed all men favored someone like Gu Yinxing, who was so affected, while no one appreciated her straightforward nature. Whatever I say is irrelevant. It's your own frustration you're projecting onto me. Did you fail in your endeavors? Huang Shirong knew Song Mei all too well. Song Mei's expression darkened further as she fiddled with her fingers, uncertain about what would happen if the head nurse found out. I'll be penalized. Penalized. Penalized for what? Huang Shirong's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression akin to having seen a ghost. Song Mei lowered her gaze, mumbling, 2 months' salary. What? The sound from the east wing echoed as Huang Shirong's voice rose. Gu Yinxing and He Chunlian, discussing hospital matters, exchanged glances upon hearing the commotion. Gu Yinxing whispered, it must be that Aunt Huang found out about the fine. Huang Shirong, feeling justified and confident enough to confront her daughter, stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a hen ruffled in anger. She pointed at Song Mei. What am I supposed to say about you? You've managed to mess up something so trivial. I need to speak to your supervisor. Is it really necessary to impose a fine for such a small joke? The idea of punishing Gu Yinxing was Huang Shirong's scheme. She thought if it worked out, the opportunity would be Song Mei's. If it didn't, they could easily dismiss it as a harmless prank. However, the leader took it seriously and imposed a fine. Mom, don't go. Song Mei hurriedly grabbed Huang Shirong, pleading. If you go, the leader will only get angrier, and I'll end up compensating Gu Yinxing. What? Compensate Gu Yinxing? Huang Shirong's expression was one of incredulity, as if she were about to faint. She glared at her daughter, furious. How could you be so useless? Your mother is capable, and you've learned nothing from her. I will demand that money back from the Gu family. As Gu Yinxing eavesdropped on the situation at the Song household, she noticed Huang Shirong and her daughter storming out. The two marched directly towards the Gu household, Huang Shirong's demeanor fierce and filled with fury. Upon entering, she declared, Gu Yinxing, we are neighbors. Do you really need to be so serious about this? Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Grandpa's son attempted to mediate. What's going on? We are all neighbors. Let us discuss this calmly. This doesn't concern you, Grandpa's son, Huang Shirong retorted sharply, pushing him aside with an assertive demeanor that contrasted starkly with her usual self. Grandpa's son nearly stumbled, saved only by someone behind him. Goodness and Huang, your temper is quite something today. A widow chimed in, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She had long-standing grudges against the Song family and relished the opportunity to stir up trouble. Indeed, Huang, this is quite unreasonable, Mrs. Sun added, displeased. What offense have we committed to provoke such anger? If you were to fall, what would happen then? Huang Shirong, caught off guard by the backlash, felt her composure wavering. I was merely annoyed at him meddling. Today's matter involves our families. Gu Yinxing, tell me, did you take 2 months of my daughter as salary?
Song Mei,
Hiding behind Huang Shirong, was wiping her tears, looking pitiful. Some young individuals, moved by sympathy, observed Song Mei's pitiful demeanor and remarked, how can one take away 2 months' salary? Yinxing, this is quite unjust. Gu Yinxing shot a disdainful glance at the men who spoke, rose in anger, but He Chunlian restrained her, smiling as she stood. We are unaware of any wages. However, Gu Yinxing has returned with a sum of money today, a token from the leader to compensate for her near misfortune. As for whether it belongs to Song Mei, we cannot ascertain. She turned to Song Mei. Why don't you clarify the situation for everyone? Let them judge. He Chunlian, confident in her stance, felt no fear. Song Mei's eyes flickered as she lowered her head, reluctant to speak. An old widow, seeing the unfolding drama, quickly deduced that Song Mei had employed some underhanded tactics, only to find herself caught in a bind. Slapping her thigh, she laughed. Come now, Song Mei, do share the truth. If you are in the right, do not be afraid. The ants will support you. Fuming, Song Mei clenched her teeth, realizing that the widow was clearly reveling in her misfortune. She tugged at Huang Shirong's sleeve. Mother, let's go. This matter is not worth pursuing. Let this money go to waste. Oh, don't be hasty. If we're brave, let us lay it all on the table. After all, Gu Yinxing has done nothing shameful. He Chunlian was no pushover. She insisted that unless the matter was resolved, others might think their family was unjustly domineering. While the Gu family had a somewhat tarnished reputation, it did not warrant being disrespected. Indeed, those who engage in unscrupulous acts are well aware of their deeds. With her mother's backing, Gu Yinxing felt emboldened, lifting her chin and looking down upon Song Mei. The latter, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wished for a hole to hide in. Turning away, she covered her face and fled. Huang Shirong, infuriated, called after her several times, but she did not look back. He Chunlian smirked, shaking the flower in her hands. Huang Shirong, your daughter is too ashamed to face anyone. Must we reveal the truth? You just wait. Huang Shirong shot a glare at He Chunlian and turned away, her back conveying a sense of retreat. He Chunlian scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. Everyone disperse. Today, they are merely stirring up trouble. Do not take my words to heart. Of course, the crowd responded, though their gazes wandered curiously. He Chunlian's ambiguous remarks piqued interest. What could this shameful matter be? It was evident that Song Mei must have committed some wrongful act, else she and her mother would not be so humiliated by He Chunlian's words. Dare to trick my daughter? Does she think I am an easy target? He Chunlian exhaled, feeling a weight lift from her chest. Gu Yinxing admired her mother. She had anticipated suffering in silence after receiving the money. But she had not expected such a turn of events. Chapter 41. The 41st day of eavesdropping. For several consecutive days, the Song family had been avoiding others. The gossip in the communal courtyard shifted topics until Saturday, when He Chunlian's school was set to perform a play. He Chunlian specifically instructed Gu Yinxing that, regardless of circumstances, she must bring her partner for them to see. Be it donkey or horse, it must be paraded. Mom, is there really a need to rush this? Gu Yinxing poked at the roasted sweet potato in her bowl, her tone languid, clearly disinterested. Initially, she had some fondness for Zhao Donglai, but as time passed, she found him utterly boring, sensing something peculiar about him, though she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Gu Yinxing was in no hurry to meet Zhao Donglai, yet he seemed quite anxious, eager to settle matters swiftly. Whether we are in a rush or not, we are here to assess him. We must ensure he is suitable. If he does not meet our standards, we shall seek alternatives, He Chunlian remarked, displaying a rather progressive attitude in this regard. Gu Jinshui chuckled. Mom, your words are rather disheartening. Disheartening? If he is unsuitable, we simply replace him. If one knows he is not good yet insists on pursuing, would that not be foolish? He Chunlian shot her son a glance. You eat your food and refrain from interjecting. Gu Jinshui mimed zipping his lips, casting a glance at Gu Yinxing, indicating his helplessness. With a resigned sigh, Gu Yinxing conceded. All right, I believe he should be free this afternoon. Zhao Donglai was indeed enthusiastic. When Gu Yinxing called, he readily agreed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Gu family met Zhao Donglai at the school gate. Zhao Donglai appeared quite presentable. His hair slicked back as if licked by a cow, glistening with oil, dressed in a sharp suit and polished shoes, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon spotting Gu Jinshui, a look of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by an extended hand. You must be Brother Jinshui. Greetings. Gu Jinshui shook his hand politely. You too? I hear you work at the department store. What is your position? I am in the accounting department working as an accountant, Zhao Donglai replied. adjusting his glasses with a hint of pride, awaiting compliments from the Gu family. However, they merely nodded, offering no further remarks. Liang Ying glanced at her watch and said, Jinshui, it's about time. We should hurry inside to avoid missing the opening. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Daughter, let me carry you, Gu Jinshui said, observing the throng of people at the school, noting the numerous vendors selling seeds, peanuts, and candies. He purchased a bag of peanut candy and a half-empty bag of snacks. Truth be told, He Chunlian and her colleagues' rendition of Qin Xianglian was quite impressive. The audience's applause was abundant, and He Chunlian's poise and clear singing voice belied her age. Free from the hoarseness one might expect. After the performance, as they emerged from backstage, the Gu family approached her. Gu Jinshui said, Mother, have some water. It's made from the fat sea melon. Your performance today was truly commendable. Thank you, He Chunlian replied, feeling quite self-satisfied, casting a glance at Zhao Donglai. He stood there, dumbfounded, and Gu Yinxing introduced him. Mom, this is Zhao Donglai, the partner introduced by Sister Su. Oh, He Chunlian elongated her tone, her makeup enhancing her dignified appearance. Akin to a matron from a wealthy family. Is this your first time watching a play, young man? What do you think? Zhao Donglai's lips moved, suppressing his disdain. He favored modern dramas like Tea House and Thunderstorm, and while he watched films, he held a deep-seated contempt for Peking opera, especially when faced with the elderly woman's painted face. Yet, he could not openly criticize it, so he forced a smile and said, I do not comprehend these performances. He Chunlian nodded, not understanding is fine. Everyone begins as a novice. She said no more. Zhao Donglai, feeling uncomfortable, stated, Auntie, I plan to take Yinxing out for a meal. What do you think? Liang Ying exchanged a glance with Gu Jinshui, and the couple remained silent. He Chunlian, however, smiled. Very well, go ahead. Yinxing, return early. Gu Yinxing replied with a reluctant okay, meeting her mother-esque gaze and ultimately acquiescing. Once they departed, Gu Jinshui adjusted the child's earmuffs and remarked to He Chunlian, Mom, I truly believe he is not suitable. Need you even say that? He Chunlian shot him a glance. She had seen many such young men. This one was inherently arrogant and clearly looked down upon their family. He even expressed disdain for her performance. What was wrong with singing? This was a tradition passed down through generations, deserving of respect. The vicinity of the school buzzed with activity, and the restaurants thrived at this hour. Gu Yinxing entered and found a table to sit. Zhao Donglai returned after ordering dishes, saying, I ordered 2 bowls of dumplings, a plate of boiled lamb, and a cucumber salad. Is that enough? Isn't that excessive? I cannot eat that much, Gu Yinxing frowned. Zhao Donglai waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. This place is not expensive. I'll cover the bill. It's only $2.80. Gu Yinxing felt a wave of irritation. Another reason for her displeasure with Zhao Donglai stemmed from his lack of understanding. She had stated she could not eat so much, yet he merely remarked on the cost. Silver Star, what are you doing here? A cheerful voice called from behind. Gu Yinxing looked up, her expression darkening at the sight of Song Mei. Silver Star, who is this? Zhao Donglai's gaze flickered with surprise upon seeing Song Mei, who was dressed fashionably in a gray wool coat over a red skirt that ended at her knees, complemented by petite leather shoes. Not only Zhao Donglai noticed her, every male passerby in the restaurant couldn't help but glance at her. In this era, such short skirts were a rarity. Song Mei, ever affable, sat next to Gu Yinxing and smiled at Zhao Donglai. I am Silver Star's friend, Song Mei. I also work at the hospital. So, you must be her partner? You resemble Takakura Ken. Takakura Ken, the male lead in the Japanese film The Chase, was a figure idolized by countless young women in recent years. Thus, to compare a man to him was tantamount to complimenting his looks and demeanor. Gu Yinxing glanced at Zhao Donglai, nearly exclaiming, Are your eyes deceiving you? Zhao Donglai was passably handsome, but his overly fair complexion, devoid of facial hair, did not evoke the image of Takakura Ken. If anything, he resembled a delicate figure from a romance. Thank you for the compliment. Since you are a friend of Yinxing, please join us. Our dishes will arrive shortly. Zhao Donglai beamed, his demeanor becoming more cordial towards Song Mei. She replied, Oh, I feel rather guilty. I just ordered a bowl of noodles. Let us eat together in a bit. Silver Star, what do you think? She purposely looked at Gu Yinxing with a smile, anticipating her reaction. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yinxing found her ploy rather amusing, given her growing annoyance with Zhao Donglai. What's wrong with that? It's not my money you're spending, go ahead. She replied nonchalantly. Silver Star? Song Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. How can you allow a male companion to pay? That's rather impolite. Gu Yinxing gazed at Song Mei as if she had seen a ghost. What does this have to do with you? It was he who insisted on treating. I did not coerce him. However, one cannot be so inconsiderate. In this era of gender equality, even in relationships, it should not be the case that only the male counterpart bears the financial burden. Yinxing, this is where you are mistaken. Song Mei frowned, observing Gu Yinxing's expression as if she were the one lacking in understanding. Gu Yinxing raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. With a glint in her eye, she remarked, Song Mei, you make an excellent point. How about you cover the bill this time? After all, you are quite the generous one. Song Mei was momentarily taken aback. She had hardly any money on her, having just spent a few coins on a bowl of plain noodles. Due to a recent penalty at work, Huang Shirong had been particularly unkind, not providing her with any funds to spend. Gu Yinxing scoffed, so, you only have a mouth to speak? You articulate beautifully, yet contribute not a single penny.
I.
Song Mei felt embarrassed. She bit her lip and cast a forlorn glance at Zhao Donglai. Instantly, Zhao Donglai felt a pang of sympathy. This Song Mei is truly a wonderful person, so open-minded. Gu Yinxing is being rather harsh. Why must she press her? He quickly added, it's all right. Today, I shall treat you all. If you contribute, it would be rather distant. The most important thing is that we enjoy our meal together. Only then did Song Mei manage a smile. Thank you. May I ask your name? I am Zhao Donglai. As in the east comes with auspicious energy, he replied, standing tall, yet unable to meet her gaze. Song Mei, with her beautifully drawn eyebrows and vividly painted lips, blinked playfully. Zhao Donglai, what a lovely name. Her flirtation hung sweetly in the air, igniting a flutter in the heart. Gu Yinxing thought to herself, this scene feels oddly familiar. Almost like a script recited by Chen Dengdeng. Amused, she rolled her eyes just as the dishes arrived. 2 bowls of fennel-filled dumplings, sliced lamb, and smashed cucumber. Please.
Dig in.
Do not hold back, Zhao Donglai urged. Gu Yinxing wasted no time. She began to eat dumplings while secretly enjoying the unfolding drama. Yunnan and his friend Su Rilin strolled past the restaurant when Yunnan caught sight of a warmly dressed girl with a pom-pom hat, who was covertly rolling her eyes while eating. The girl had a petite face with a round nose, her expression lively and quirky. Her complexion a rosy hue reminiscent of a peach. Yunnan, why have you stopped? Su Rilin asked, puzzled, glancing back at him.
Yunnan post.
I have a few matters to attend to. You go ahead to Lao Bai's. Have you spotted someone familiar? Su Rilin inquired, leaning closer to peer inside. Upon seeing Gu Yinxing, he couldn't help but chuckle. So, is this your significant other? He nudged Yunnan playfully with his elbow. Yunnan smiled slightly, perhaps. Well, I was thinking of introducing someone to you, but it seems you already have your sights set. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take your time. Su Rilin teased before waving goodbye and departing. Yunnan lingered for a moment before entering the restaurant, contemplating how the young lady might be growing impatient. Chapter 42. The 40th day of eavesdropping, what a coincidence. Yunnan tapped his fingers on the table, and Gu Yinxing looked up, momentarily stunned. Her eyes darted between Yunnan and Song Mei. You, how come you're here too? Just passing by, Yunnan replied with a smile, glancing at Zhao Donglai, who was glaring at him with hostility. Undeterred, he inquired, is it convenient for me to join you? Please have a seat, Gu Yinxing responded, uncertain of her own intentions, whether she sought to witness Song Mei's embarrassment or felt a peculiar inclination towards Yunnan. In any case, she agreed before Zhao Donglai could voice his refusal. Zhao Donglai tightened his grip on his chopsticks, forcing a smile. Yinxing, who is this? You've asked the wrong person. You should direct that question to Song Mei, Gu Yinxing replied, noticing Song Mei with her head lowered, eating noodles, which struck her as odd. Logically, if Yunnan were pursuing Song Mei, she should acknowledge him, shouldn't she? Cough, cough, cough. Song Mei choked on her noodles, hastily covering her mouth with a napkin to cough a few times. Zhao Donglai promptly poured her a glass of water from the kettle on the table. Comrade Song, have some water to clear your throat. Teach, thank you, Song Mei said, her face flushed as she accepted the cup and drank several sips before recovering. She attempted to change the subject. What a coincidence that we all meet here today. Though she tried to gloss over the situation, Gu Yinxing was perceptive about matters of the heart. She glanced at Song Mei, then at Yan Ren. Since Yan Ren's arrival, he had not acknowledged Song Mei. Nor had she acknowledged him. Something felt amiss. Gu Yinxing feigned a smile and remarked, "Is it truly a coincidence? You two didn't arrange to meet, did you?" Song Mei's face instantly turned crimson. Her neck flushed as well. Zhao Donglai looked astonished.
What?
Are you two dating? Absolutely not.
Yan Re retorted, frowning.
Song Mei's complexion drained of color, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She cast a pleading glance at Yan Ren, hoping he would grasp her embarrassment and refrain from pursuing this topic further. However, Yan Ren felt something was amiss and countered Gu Yinxing's insinuation. Why would you think Song Mei and I made plans? We hardly know each other. Song Mei's face lost all color, her grip on her chopsticks tightening, her teeth biting into her lower lip. Gu Yinxing gasped, her eyes widening as she realized, "So, you two have no relationship? I thought you were pursuing Song Mei. Where did such rumors come from? I haven't even spoken to Comrade Song." Yan Ren exclaimed, his expression darkening. Having seen battle and held leadership in the army, his demeanor shifted from amiable to somewhat intimidating. Song Mei bit her lip, interjecting, "Yinxing, this is all a misunderstanding. I assure you, my relationship with Comrade Yan is entirely innocent. Is your hospital spreading rumors about me and Comrade Song?" Yan Ren remained composed, quickly discerning the root of the issue and realizing that the gossip likely stemmed from Song Mei herself. Indeed, it seems so. After all, Song Mei has told everyone that Comrade Yan asked if she was single, leading everyone to assume. Gu Yinxing mused, her gaze darting between Yan Ren and Song Mei. Yan Ren's brow furrowed even deeper, practically capable of crushing a mosquito. This is sheer nonsense. Comrade Yan, Song Mei interrupted, unable to maintain her composure, lifting her chin defiantly despite her evident distress. This has nothing to do with me. When I mentioned Comrade Yan, I meant your aunt. I don't understand how people could misconstrue it. I, too, am a victim here. Indeed, we cannot blame Comrade Song, Zhao Donglai observed, noticing Song Mei's stubbornness and the way she suppressed her grievances. His heart softened at the sight. He had never encountered a girl like Song Mei, who found herself similarly misunderstood. Is it really that difficult to clarify this matter? Gu Yinxing set down her chopsticks, crossing her arms. Her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. If you had simply stated that it was Comrade Yan's aunt or Director Yan asking, there would be no misunderstandings. Instead, you spoke ambiguously, leading everyone to believe it was Yan Ren. Now you come here to play the victim? Indeed, Gu Yinxing hit the nail on the head. If there was a genuine desire to clarify, why speak in a manner that invites misunderstanding? Moreover, there was no necessity to discuss the matter at all. When Yan Ren's aunt inquired about Song Mei, he had not engaged with her at all, clearly declining any implication. Song Mei, grappling with her inability to explain, lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, plopping onto the table. Seeing this, Zhao Donglai's heart ached further, and he turned to Gu Yinxing, his tone sharp. "Yinxing, how could you so presumptuously judge your colleague and friend? You are fabricating charges without justification. Zhao Donglai, I've tolerated you long enough. Do not mistake me for a fool." Gu Yinxing initially intended to retort, but upon reflection, she realized this was a perfect opportunity to sever ties with Zhao Donglai.
She stood up, pointing at him.
"From the moment we sat down to eat, your gaze has been glued to Song Mei. Now you're defending her and claiming I'm in the wrong? Let me tell you, I see through your intentions. You wish to pursue her instead of me, right? Fine, I will grant your wish. Consider this over." With that, Gu Yinxing grabbed her bag and strode purposefully towards the door. Her voice rang out, clear and resonant, drawing the attention of everyone in the establishment, their eyes fixated on their table. Zhao Donglai's expression faltered. A man who valued his pride could hardly endure such humiliation. "If you want to end things, so be it. I wouldn't even look your way," he shouted, leaving the patrons in a state of shock at the unfolding drama. Gu Yinxing heard his words but welcomed them. This provided her with a valid reason to part ways, and given Zhao Donglai's prideful nature, he would undoubtedly refrain from approaching her again. The more she thought about it, the more amused she became, kicking at the snow on the ground as she walked. "What has got you so cheerful?" Yan Ren's voice called from behind. Startled, Gu Yinxing turned, her heart racing, only to find it was Yan Ren. She sighed in relief, rolling her eyes. "How do you appear out of nowhere? Are you a scout? You know about scouts?" Yan Ren replied with a smile, walking alongside her and positioning himself on the side of the road. Gu Yinxing huffed. "You underestimated me. I know a thing or two about common knowledge. I also know that you became the captain of the criminal investigation team near our hospital after transitioning from the military." Yan Ren chuckled, stopping in his tracks. "You seem to know quite a bit. What are you after?" Gu Yinxing raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a sweet smile. "Nothing in particular. Just curious about your impressive capabilities and your position. Well done, Comrade Yan, for achieving so much at such a young age." Yan Ren found her both amusing and exasperating. This young lady, despite her youth, spoke with considerable audacity, treating him as if he were her junior. He remarked, "Thank you for the compliments, Comrade Gu. Your praise leaves me quite flattered. I wonder if I may have the honor of inviting you to share a meal with me?" Gu Yinxing was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, are we eating? Allow me to treat you to some ice cream to lift your spirits," Yan Ren replied, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his lips. Gu Yinxing's eyes sparkled mischievously. "All right then, let's go. Who's afraid?" At home, He Chunlian was engrossed in a script when she heard the sound of footsteps outside. Without lifting her head, she simply stated, "You're back." Gu Yinxing lifted the cotton curtain and entered, holding a bag. "Hey, Mom, sister-in-law, come out. I've brought you strawberry ice cream." "What is this?" He Chunlian looked up to see Gu Yinxing placing a metal lunchbox on the table, and as she opened it, the scent of strawberries wafted through the air. Lianging emerged with a child, chuckling. "What made you think of this?" "It's the middle of winter. Sister-in-law, you can skip other ice creams, but this one is exceptionally delicious, straight from a Western restaurant. You both must try it," Gu Yinxing said, grinning as she fetched 2 spoons. Upon seeing her, He Chunlian instantly sensed something was amiss and decisively asked, "This ISNT from Zhao Donglai, is it?" "Zhao Donglai? Don't even mention him." Gu Yinxing snorted, "Let us not talk about that person. It brings bad luck." He Chunlian chuckled lightly and inquired, "So, does this mean you have a new interest?" Gu Yinxing's cheeks flushed crimson as she forcefully shoved a spoon into her mother's hand. "Mom, just enjoy your ice cream and stop asking so many questions. It's not like I stole it." Lianging, noticing her sister-in-law's blooming demeanor, realized that this new interest must surely be to her liking and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, Mom. Let us just enjoy our treat. After all, this person will be seen sooner or later." Gu Yinxing's face deepened in color. "Sister-in-law, how can you tease me like this? I've been so nice to you, and now you're making fun of me. I might just withhold your portion." "All right, let us drop it," Lianging said, sensing the moment was right. She felt genuinely happy for Gu Yinxing. Her joy was evident, and it seemed this new interest held promise for success. Meanwhile, Yanren entered a courtyard in Yishuan Alley, carrying a bag of cream-filled bread, cake, and a dozen sodas. Lao Bai, Su Rulin, and the others had already finished their meal, and upon seeing him arrive with treats, Su Rulin laughed. "Ah, you haven't forgotten us." "Indeed, we were just betting on whether you would show up today," Bai Ji teased. Yan Ren, unusually good-natured, allowed their jests to roll off his back as he placed the items down. "Why wouldn't I come? I brought these for you. Was it on purpose? Or just a coincidence?" Su Rulin quipped, stepping closer to inspect the cake box and grinning. "Oh, from Maxim's restaurant. Well, my brother, you're quite generous." "Enough of that," Yan Ren retorted, playfully smacking his shoulder. "If you keep this up, I won't go easy on you during cards." "Oh no, please don't." Su Rulin quickly conceded. Yan Ren was well known for his prowess in bridge. If this fool set his sights on him, the night would be filled with sticky notes plastered all over his face. Despite the banter, Su Rulin and the others were genuinely concerned about Yan Ren's romantic endeavors. Yan Ren calmly replied, "Things are looking promising. Just wait for the wedding gifts." Su Rulin and the others felt a pang of envy. How boastful his words sounded. The smug expression on his face was enough to make one want to thwack him on the back of the head with a brick. Chapter 43. The 40th day of eavesdropping. Andy, how are you feeling today? Yunnan inquired as he arranged the fresh flowers he had brought in a vase. Yunnan smiled. Much better. You've already been to work. Why have you come all the way here? Focus on your duties at the office.
Yunnan chuckled. Ouncy.
At this hour, the office hasn't even opened yet. Besides, I thought it would be a nice gesture to bring you some breakfast and flowers on my way here. He opened the lunchbox on the small dining table by the bed, revealing steaming white porridge, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune, pickled vegetables, and 2 small buns. Grandma made these buns yesterday, especially for you, he added. Yunnan responded, accepting the spoon and casting a curious glance at her nephew. Suddenly, she asked, Yunnan, are you seeing someone? Yunnan paused, lifting his gaze, his striking brows accentuating his handsome features. You noticed?
I really am.
Yunnan beamed with joy.
Who is she?
What do her family members do? Auntie, you actually know her. Yunnan leisurely picked up the kettle to check for hot water, noticing it was full before setting it down. Yunnan, feeling a rush of excitement, urged, don't keep me in suspense.
Who is she?
I promise not to tell anyone. If I tell you, you must promise to let me finish speaking first, Yunnan replied thoughtfully. Of course, go ahead. Yunnan had initially thought he would remain single for another year, but unexpectedly, he had received good news early in the year. If things progressed smoothly, he might even celebrate a wedding by the end of the year. Sitting down, he couldn't help but smile at the memory of Gu Yinxing from the previous day. Yunnan had never seen her nephew smile like that before. She wondered if he truly had feelings for this girl. She is a nurse at this hospital. I wonder if you've met her. Her name is Gu Yinxing. Yunnan was momentarily taken aback, repeating, Gu Yinxing? Yes, do you know her? Yunnan sensed his aunt's surprise in her tone. Yunnan furrowed her brow internally, but maintained a smile. Comrade Xiao Song mentioned her, saying the girl has quite the temper. Hearing the name Song Mei, Yunnan chuckled, peeling an orange. Auntie, Comrade Xiao Song probably had more to say than just that. Yunnan fell silent. Indeed, during my hospitalization, it was Song Mei who took care of me, and she often spoke ill of Gu Yinxing, claiming she was spoiled, temperamental, and had high standards for a partner, jumping from one to another just to marry someone wealthy. I never liked such girls, she thought. Seeing his aunt's expression, Yunnan took a bite of the orange and said, Auntie, while I don't know what Song Mei told you, I can assure you that Gu Yinxing is not that kind of person. And as for Song Mei, she isn't as innocent as you might think. Did you know she has been telling others that I'm dating her?
What?
Yunnan was taken aback, putting down her chopsticks. How can Comrade Xiao Song spread such nonsense? That's simply not true.
See?
You find it unbelievable, which shows how unreliable her words are, Yunnan stated. As for Yinxing, she may have a bit of a girl-like temper, but her essence is good, and she is quite ambitious. I plan to pursue her and hope for your support and blessings. Yunnan understood that marriage was not merely a union of 2 individuals, but a bond between families. While he was indifferent to his father's opinion, his grandparents and aunt were his closest relatives. Yunnan gazed into her nephew's determined eyes, feeling a mix of joy and concern. After a moment of contemplation, she decided it was unnecessary for her to play the villain, especially since her nephew had finally found someone he liked. All right, I support you. But when will you bring her to meet me? We need not rush this matter. Yunnan replied with a smile, his lips curving to reveal a set of pearly whites. Let her agree to be my girlfriend first. Yunnan chuckled. Well, given how protective you are, what more can I do? I merely wish to help you keep an eye on things. There would be ample opportunities to meet in the future. There was no need for haste. Yunnan was clear about his intentions. He didn't want to act too eagerly or appear overly aggressive. Gu Yinxing's fiery temperament could be quite formidable. Seeing her nephew's repeated refusals, Yunnan relented. However, being in the hospital, she had plenty of opportunities to inquire about Gu Yinxing and perhaps meet her. Yunnan was recovering well and would soon be discharged, allowing her to move about freely in the hospital. She wandered to the infusion department and observed Gu Yinxing. Though the girl seemed unreliable at first glance, she handled her duties with remarkable skill and gentleness, especially when administering IVs to children. The little ones hardly had time to react before she expertly inserted the needle.
Wow.
You are so brave, little friend. You didn't cry at all. Gu Yinxing exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. The child, surprised and teary-eyed, looked at her with admiration. Gu Yinxing pulled a glass candy from her pocket, saying, "For the brave little one, here has some candy. Just be a good boy and stay here with your mommy while you get your 4, okay?" The child, eyeing the candy, swallowed hard, eagerly accepting it with one hand and nodding. "I'm brave. It doesn't hurt." The mother, embarrassed, interjected, "Oh no, you shouldn't give him your candy. Let me pay you for it." "Not at all. It costs hardly anything. A little sweetness goes a long way. Just keep an eye on the 4. And if it's about time, come let me know, and I'll help change it," Gu Yinxing replied, standing tall with a sweet smile. The mother nodded gratefully, relieved. Children are often quite restless, especially during injections and infusions, leading to much crying and fussing. Fortunately, today, with this kind nurse, she encountered less trouble than usual. Yunnan watched intently for some time before quietly leaving. Upon returning to her hospital room, the head nurse approached with a smile, knocking gently. "Director Yen, are you in here?" "Yes, I just stepped out for a moment. Lying down all day makes one feel quite uncomfortable," Yunnan replied amiably. "Please have a seat." "Nurse Shou, I want to sit. I just wanted to check on your recovery," the head nurse said, inquiring about her condition and examining the surgical wounds. After confirming everything was stable, she nodded. "You should be able to be discharged in a day or 2. That's wonderful. I must thank you all for your care. Otherwise, I wouldn't be healing so quickly," Yunnan expressed gratefully. The head nurse smiled. "Thank you for your kind words. This is our duty. Before I leave, I'd like to ask you something, if it's not too much trouble," Yunnan said with a smile. "Of course, go ahead," the head nurse replied, feeling a bit anxious, hoping no junior nurse had made a mistake that would bring trouble. "It's about my nephew, Yunran. He is dating a girl named Gu Yinxing from your hospital. I wonder how she performs at work?" Yunnan asked, showing genuine concern. The head nurse was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Comrade Gu's performance at work was indeed well regarded. She was quite ambitious, having been studying English for some time. Recently, a foreign visitor arrived at the hospital, and she was responsible for the reception. Such ambition is commendable. As our country opens up, an increasing number of foreigners will surely enter, and young individuals like her should seize the opportunity to learn and progress. Yunnan nodded in agreement, her expression one of satisfaction. "However, do not indulge them too much. The young should shoulder more responsibilities, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, the head nurse understood perfectly. She immediately replied, "You are absolutely right. We share the same sentiment here." Internally, she contemplated whether to offer further training opportunities to Gu Yinxing, considering her abilities and the prospects of advancement. A resonant drum does not require a heavy hammer. The head nurse was astute. After exchanging pleasantries with Yunnan, she exited the ward and spotted Chen Dengdeng approaching. She called out to her, "Wait a moment. Please bring Song Mei and Yinxing to see me." Oh, okay." Chen Dengdeng nodded and hurried off. She first went to summon Gu Yinxing, who had just finished administering an injection to a child and was now following her outside, hands in her pockets. "What's the rush?" "I have no idea. Do you have any inkling? If something went wrong, draft your thoughts beforehand so you won't be at a loss for words later." Chen Dengdeng expressed her concern. Gu Yinxing patted her reassuringly. "What are you worried about?" "I'm someone who makes mistakes all the time. Perhaps it's something good. If it's good news, that's splendid." Chen Dengdeng replied cheerfully. "But why is Song Mei involved?" Gu Yinxing did have some speculations, but without certainty, she refrained from voicing them. After locating Song Mei, they arrived at the head nurse's office. Just as the head nurse was about to speak, noticing that Chen Dengdeng was still present, she asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Don't you have work?" "No, I'm leaving right now." Chen Dengdeng quickly turned and exchanged a glance with Gu Yinxing, signaling her to explain everything once they were outside. Gu Yinxing nodded subtly. Once Chen Dengdeng exited, closing the door behind her, the head nurse regarded Gu Yinxing and then Song Mei. Taking a sip from her enamel cup, she addressed Song Mei. "There is a matter you must clarify with everyone later." Song Mei's fingers trembled, and an awkward expression flitted across her face. "What matter are you referring to, nurse?" She attempted to maintain her composure. The head nurse scrutinized her, understanding implicitly. I want to elaborate too much. It concerns the rumors circulating about you and that male colleague. You should explain it clearly to everyone so that it doesn't appear as if the nurses at our hospital are gossipmongers. Song Mei's complexion paled, biting her lip and sniffing. But I didn't spread any rumors. Even if you didn't, you haven't denied them either, the head nurse replied, looking at Song Mei with a mixture of sympathy and exasperation. She intended to spare the young woman some dignity, thinking it sufficient to hint at the matter. However, Song Mei persisted in her denial, which was becoming tiresome. She had ambiguously suggested that it wasn't her, and yet, amidst the ongoing gossip, if she truly wished to dispel it, wouldn't it be easy to simply declare that there was nothing to it? While Gu Yinxing was undeniably a spirited individual, Song Mei was no pushover either. The head nurse found it hard to believe that Song Mei did not secretly relish the attention. Song Mei remained tight-lipped, refusing to speak. Chapter 40. For the 40th day of eavesdropping, Gu Yinxing exited the office with a bright smile. Chen Dengdeng was strolling nearby and, upon seeing her, hurried over. How did it go? Good news. Gu Yinxing displayed the application form in her hand. I can pursue further studies. Really? That's wonderful. Chen Dengdeng beamed with joy for Gu Yinxing. All right, sister, if you become a head nurse in the future, you must help me out. As they walked, Gu Yinxing couldn't help but chuckle. You're more ambitious than I am. Head nurse? I can't think that far ahead. I'm just content to have this opportunity for further studies. Chen Dengdeng smiled, then quietly inquired, what happened with Song Mei? I just saw her running away in tears. Just as Gu Yinxing was about to respond, Song Mei unexpectedly appeared, glaring at Chen Dengdeng. Chen Dengdeng's expression turned awkward. Song Mei looked at Gu Yinxing, gritting her teeth. Gu Yinxing, are you satisfied now? You snatched Yunnan away and made me look foolish in front of all the nurses. Gu Yinxing was taken aback. She found it almost laughable. Are you out of your mind? Yunnan is your boyfriend? Who are you to say who snatched him? You spread rumors about the two of you. How could you expect him to be pleased when he found out? Does the world revolve around you, Song Mei? You make mistakes and others should just tolerate it? You are the one who stole my boyfriend, you shameless wretch. Song Mei spat vehemently. Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. A few nurses approached, asking, what is going on? What happened? Seeing the gathering crowd, Gu Yinxing decided to clarify, Song Mei. If you don't explain this clearly, I'll do it for you. She turned to the onlookers. I'm sure you've all heard about Song Mei and comrade Yunnan being in a relationship. Well, there is some truth to that. Several nurses nodded, envious of Song Mei, as Yunnan was tall, handsome, a veteran, and came from a well-off family, who wouldn't be tempted. However, the reality was quite different. Yunnan had no idea who she was. This was a tale spun by Song Mei herself. Gu Yinxing, irritated, shot a glare at Song Mei. When Yunnan finds out, he will be displeased. You can't just claim him as your boyfriend. Isn't this absurd? Is there a fake handbag, a fake watch, and now a fake boyfriend? Murmured the nurses. Song Mei, seething with rage and humiliation, especially after witnessing Gu Yinxing's opportunity for further studies, raised her hand to slap Gu Yinxing. Gu Yinxing swiftly grasped her wrist and pushed her back. Song Mei stumbled and fell to the ground. Gu Yinxing coolly remarked, Song Mei, the head nurse's office is nearby. Shall we go seek her counsel? You. Song Mei trembled with fury but dared not respond. With a huff, Gu Yinxing departed with Chen Dengdeng. By the end of the morning, the rumors surrounding Song Mei had spread throughout the hospital. Initially admired by many, she was now the subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, some whispered that it was Gu Yinxing who was actually involved with Yunnan. Yet no one dared approach her with such inquiries, well aware of her formidable nature. Having vented her frustrations and secured an opportunity, Gu Yinxing felt elated. After work, she strolled to buy 3 cream ice creams to take home, conveniently purchasing them nearby to avoid carrying cumbersome utensils. Upon returning home, she called out, Mom, only to find Su Fengli there as well. Gu Yinxing's smile faded slightly. Mom, I bought 3 ice creams. One for you, and one for sister-in-law. Just leave them outside for now, He Chunlian said. Your sister-in-law is here looking for you. Gu Yinxing took a bowl and placed the ice creams outside to keep them from melting, as the room was still heated. She replied, Sister-in-law is looking for me? That's a rare occurrence. Gu Yinxing stopped joking around. I need to ask you, did you break up with Zhao Donglai? Su Fenglai said anxiously, her expression dark and her eyes filled with discontent, as if Gu Yinxing had committed some unforgivable act. Gu Yinxing attempted to defuse the situation. Yes, we did. What's wrong with that, sister-in-law? Don't call me sister-in-law. I can't bear such a title. Su Fenglai's face was long, and she spoke with evident anger. Gu Yinxing, do you even consider your age? Zhao Donglai has such good prospects. What were you thinking? You've embarrassed me in front of others. He Chunlian frowned, saying, sister-in-law, we can't blame Yinxing entirely for this engagement not working out. Why not blame her? Zhao Donglai said it was your daughter who called it off, not me.
Aunt.
We need to assess our own circumstances. Given your daughter's age and family background, if Zhao Donglai agreed, he should know better. And she was the one to initiate the breakup. How absurd. Su Fenglai spat, her frustration simmering. She was furious, feeling the financial strain at home, and had hoped that if Gu Yinxing and Zhao Donglai's engagement succeeded, the Zhao family would offer something in return, perhaps a few coins or some provisions. But who would have thought that Zhao Donglai's mother would come today, saying the two young people had already broken up and wanted a refund on the gift money. Though it was only 2 coins, Su Fenglai felt the sting. That amount could buy several pounds of meat. Aunt, your words are rather harsh. The success of a relationship depends on mutual affection. You can't force it. Just then, Liangning entered the courtyard, overhearing Su Fenglai's sharp comments. What do you mean by forcing? It's evident that your family lacks reliability, Liangning interjected, her temper flaring. Su Fenglai, now even more incensed, stood up and pointed at the 3 of them. What conditions do they have? How dare they choose? I kindly introduced such a good match, and you managed to ruin it. I see now your daughter is too proud. I'm curious to see who she will end up marrying. This remark crossed the line. While it is common for couples to part ways, the manner in which Su Fenglai spoke was clearly malicious. He Chunlian stood up, slapping Su Fenglai's hand down. Stop speaking nonsense. Who my daughter marries is none of your business. Don't be sour just because you missed out on something. I've never seen a matchmaker so anxious. What's the matter? Are you not getting any benefits? He Chunlian's words cut deep, exposing Su Fenglai's true motives. Su Fenglai, embarrassed, erupted in anger, banging the table and shouting, "This is outrageous. Everyone, come and judge. I introduced a match, and it's all gone wrong. Isn't it? It's hard to be a good person." Su Fenglai's voice was sharp and grating, while Grandpa Sun thought it best to refrain from meddling in the Gu family's affairs. However, with such a loud commotion from Su Fenglai, people from the front yard and the east wing gathered around. Clearly, it was impossible to remain silent and not speak a few words of reason. Grandpa Sun and Grandma Sun approached. Grandpa Sun remarked, "Miss, what is the matter that you are making such a fuss? It's quite unnecessary, don't you think? Aren't you just inviting ridicule?" Su Fenglai was unwilling to heed his words. She thumped her chest and declared, "Grandpa, please judge for yourself. Out of goodwill, I introduced a suitor for their daughter, Gu Yinxing. The young man is an only son with a house and a job, and he's quite handsome. Yet, she dismissed him without a second thought, and when I expressed my opinion, her family scolded me for meddling." Gu Yinxing was taken aback. She had thought encountering someone like Song Mei was already outrageous, but here was Su Fenglai, distorting the truth and lying without a hint of remorse. "You didn't say that earlier," she retorted. He Chunlian angrily interjected, "Did you not imply that my daughter would never find a good match?" Who could hear that without being infuriated? "Isn't that what I said? If your daughter, Yinxing, cannot appreciate such a fine match, how can you expect her to find someone better? She's not the daughter of a high-ranking official. What more does she desire? At this rate, she might end up being a stepmother." Su Fenglai's words grew increasingly harsh. He Chunlian was so enraged, she felt like striking someone. Huang Shirong chimed in, "Indeed, Yinxing is merely good-looking. She has let several suitors slip away. In my opinion, one should be aware of their own circumstances. What this young lady has said today is quite reasonable." For a moment, Grandpa Sun and the others felt uncomfortable. Huang Ani was absolutely correct. She was merely looking out for Yinxing's best interests. As Huang Shirong struck a chord, Su Fenglai regarded her with newfound admiration. "Everyone, please weigh in. Am I not right? How to articulate this? The crowd murmured to themselves, aware of Gu Yinxing's discerning nature, and many whispered about her high standards. Yet, to assert that Su Fenglai was correct felt too hurtful. Conversely, to dismiss her would only invite more sharp remarks from Su Fenglai and Huang Shirong, leaving one uncertain of what further comments might arise.
Yinxing?
Yunnan entered the back courtyard, having inquired along the way, only to find Gu Yinxing's home, surrounded by a crowd. He squeezed through the throng, only to be met with discontented glares from women like "Widow" and "Excuse me, sir and madam, could you please make way? I'm looking for Yinxing." Yunnan was quite courteous. "Widow" and paused, momentarily taken aback by his appearance. He was indeed a fine young man. However, his familiarity in calling for Gu Yinxing made her wonder if he was, perhaps, her suitor. Yinxing. Upon hearing her name, Gu Yinxing initially thought she had misheard. Yet, as she focused, she realized the one emerging from the crowd was none other than Yunnan.
Yunnan,
She exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy. She hurriedly grasped his hand and, with a fiery spirit, turned to Su Fenglai, saying, "Sister Su, you need not worry. I have found my own suitor. This is my partner, 100-fold better than that Zhao Donglai." Yunnan could only helplessly lower his gaze at the somewhat arrogant girl. She whispered under her breath, squeezing the words out, "Weren't you planning to pursue me? Let us see how you perform now." Chapter 45. The 40th day of eavesdropping. A single remark from Gu Yinxing left everyone momentarily astonished. Although He Chuanlian and Liang Ying had some prior knowledge, they were still taken aback by the swift appearance of the real person. In terms of appearance, Yunnan was undoubtedly far superior to Zhao Donglai, and just by observing how he shielded Gu Yinxing, one could sense his reliability. "This sister-in-law, I am not Gu Yinxing's partner," Yunnan stated, displaying a composure that belied his unexpected situation, yet his words caused Gu Yinxing's expression to shift. Before Gu Yinxing could express her indignation, Yunnan continued, "I am merely a suitor of Comrade Gu. It requires her consent for me to be considered a formal partner." "Well said." Gu Yinxing acknowledged him with an approving glance. Yunnan smiled subtly, introducing himself. "Since everyone here is an elder to Yinxing, I will take the liberty to introduce myself." Although it is rare for such occasions, seeing Yunnan's ease and confidence, many secretly admired him. Old Man Sun nodded and inquired, "Good to see you, young man. What do you do?" "I previously served in the military for 6 years, earned 2 second-class merits, and transitioned to civilian life due to injury. Currently, I serve as the captain of the criminal investigation team at our district's public security bureau. I hope to receive everyone's support in my future endeavors," Yunnan declared. Surveying the gathering, his bright and resolute gaze evoked a sense of fondness. "Captain of the criminal investigation team? What an impressive position," murmured the onlookers, taken by his youth and ambition, appearing not to exceed 27. Su Fenglai, overhearing the whispers of admiration, could not help but question, with such qualifications, "Why aren't you married at this age?" Her words implied a suggestion that his single status indicated some flaw. "Primarily due to my time in the military. I feared hindering a young lady's youth. Moreover, the hardships of military life made me reluctant to let my future wife endure such difficulties," Yunnan replied. "Now that I have transitioned to civilian life, my family has arranged a home for me, and I feel it is time to seek a partner. I have come to admire an exceptional woman like Yinxing." He Chuanlian regarded Yunnan with an approving gaze, wishing he could marry Gu Yinxing immediately. How eloquently he spoke, effortlessly revealing his thoughtfulness and stable family background. "Did you hear that? His family arranged for him a house. Who has such capabilities nowadays?" She mused. As more educated youth returned to the city, housing had become scarce, and even having a room of one's own was considered advantageous during courtship. Yet he had an entire home. "Why don't you live with your elders?" Su Fenglai pressed on, eager to unearth any faults in Yunnan.
Yunnan replied nonchalantly,
"In our family, it is customary for my parents to reside in one household, while my grandparents live in another." This statement was undeniably impressive, leaving Su Fenglai momentarily speechless. He Chuanlian quickly interjected, "All right, everyone, it's time to disperse. At this hour, we should be preparing dinner instead of lingering here. There will be ample opportunity to celebrate tomorrow." "Indeed, Aunt He, we are eagerly awaiting this meal," some young folks chimed in cheerfully. Old Man Sun and his wife assisted in ushering everyone away. He Chuanlian, ignoring Su Fenglai and the others, invited Yanren inside. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she said, "This gentleman. Aunt, my surname is Yan. Yanren, with Yan meaning strict and Ren meaning resilient. Yanren, what a lovely name. I apologize. You arrived, and we unintentionally made you a spectacle." He Chunlian poured him a glass of water, shooting Gu Yinxing a disapproving glance. "You shouldn't have dragged Comrade Yan into this." Gu Yinxing retorted confidently, "He is pursuing me. Shouldn't he express his intentions?" If she were not her own daughter, He Chunlian might have felt inclined to scold her. How could she be so foolish? Is a momentary exchange of words more important than a potential partner? Thankfully, Yanren was gracious and did not take offense. Otherwise, a more sensitive individual might have perceived their family as vain and left. "Aunt, you cannot blame her. Yinxing has this nature," Yanren said respectfully. "I consider myself fortunate to have this opportunity to make an impression." "Mother, did you hear that?" Gu Yinxing elongated her words playfully. He Chunlian smiled, stepping in. "Little comrade Yan, you are quite the charmer. Since you've come, why not stay for dinner? Is that appropriate?" "I wouldn't want to impose," Yanren replied politely. "Of course.
It is.
You and Yinxing can chat while I go buy some ingredients. Dinner will be ready soon," she insisted, sending a knowing glance to Gu Yinxing. "And the ice cream is still outside. Please bring it in for our guest." "Understood," Gu Yinxing replied languidly. He Chunlian grabbed her wallet and exchanged a few hushed words with Liang Ying before heading out. She contemplated purchasing several hearty dishes for dinner, knowing that Yanren's sudden visit was a significant occasion for their family. As she made her way back, she inevitably greeted others along the way.
"Auntie,
buying so much food?" Widow and remarked enviously. "Indeed, this is not just any visit. It is Yinxing's suitor," He Chunlian replied cheerfully. Then congratulations. Your future son-in-law seems to be quite impressive," Widow said, giving a thumbs up. He Chunlian beamed, inviting Widow in to visit when she had the chance. In the Song household, Huang Shirong, overhearing He Chunlian's laughter, felt both envious and resentful. As she chopped cucumber for the evening's noodles, the knife struck the cutting board with a loud thud. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Look at Gu Yinxing. She's of similar age. Yet she found such a good match. She snapped at her daughter, who sat idly. Song Mei pursed her lips, feeling wronged. She thought of Yanren, who should have been her suitor, but had instead chosen Gu Yinxing. "Why are you silent? Speak up," Huang Shirong scolded. Song Jinshui quickly intervened. "Mother, please. If you continue like this, others will overhear, and it will be embarrassing." In a communal living space, even the slightest noise could be heard clearly by the neighbors. Song Jinshui wished to avoid making their family the subject of ridicule. Song Mei pouted and suddenly declared, "Who says I don't have a partner?" "You have a partner?" Huang Shirong was momentarily taken aback, her knife halting midair above the cucumber on the cutting board. She quickly inquired, "What is your partner's name? What does he do? And how well off is his family?" Song Mei gestured towards Gu Yinxing and replied, "It's Zhao Donglai, the one Su Feng introduced to Gu Yinxing. He's not interested in her. He has his eyes set on me." There was a hint of pride in her tone. "Really?" Huang Shirong exclaimed with delight. Yet, as her joy settled, another thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Gu Yinxing and Zhao Donglai parted ways due to her daughter? If that were the case, this information must not leak. "Does he truly like you?" she pressed. "Oh, he likes me immensely," Song Mei replied with satisfaction. "He doesn't even glance at me with a discerning eye. You heard about his family, as standing. He works as an accountant at a department store, earning a considerable monthly income, and more importantly, there's plenty of profit to be made." "Indeed," Huang Shirong agreed. "In this day and age, merely working at a department store commands respect. Having a relative employed there enhances one's social standing immensely. The reason is simple. Such positions are rare, and employees can procure defective goods and even help secure items in advance. My daughter truly possesses talent. Wonderful, wonderful." Huang Shirong's irritation dissipated, and the clouds of discontent lifted. She retrieved a piece of meat from the cupboard, intending to prepare a meat sauce. Yanren did not leave until after 8 o'clock. Gu Jinshui accompanied him to the alley, before finally pausing. "Brother Jinshui, you need not see me off any further. I know the way," Yanren said with a smile. Gu Jinshui chuckled. Then I shall part with you here. Yunnan, allow me to offer a few words of advice. Please do, Yunnan replied, his expression turning serious. Gu Jinshui extracted a pack of de Qianmen cigarettes from his pocket, flicked one out, and just as he was about to light it, Yunnan's lighter appeared before him. Gu Jinshui paused, lit the cigarette, took a puff, and then continued, I suspect your family background is more favorable than anyone imagines. Even your lighter seems to be foreign-made. It was a gift from a friend, Yunnan responded. I generally do not concern myself with material possessions. I understand you're not that type of person, Gu Jinshui replied, but I must forewarn you. My sister can be somewhat naive. She is not ill-natured, but from an outsider's perspective, she may seem lacking. If she becomes involved with you, ensure she does not suffer any grievances. Gu Jinshui offered a cigarette to Yunnan, who exhaled a plume of smoke, the flame flickering in the darkness like a firefly. In the future, if you feel she does not suit you, remember it was you who took an interest in her. I am aware, Yunnan acknowledged, recognizing that Gu Jinshui was not one to adhere strictly to conventional formalities. He naturally accepted a cigarette. Brother, we are kin, I speak candidly. Others may perceive our family as quite glamorous, yet the reality is far from it. Your family radiates warmth, and I could never look down upon Yinxing. I fear she may look down upon me. That cannot be, Gu Jinshui sighed with relief. Yinxing has a strong sense of loyalty. If she does not like you, no matter your family's wealth or even if you were a mayor, she would remain indifferent. She values emotions, treat her well, and she will reciprocate. I understand, brother, Yunnan nodded. After Gu Jinshui bid farewell to Yunnan, he returned home. Upon entering, Gu Yinxing approached him. Brother, why were you out for so long? Did you fall into a latrine? Why do you smell of smoke? The fleeting pang of sentimentality that had briefly touched Gu Jinshui vanished. As he surveyed his sister, whose demeanor was that of a Navi child, he thought to himself, if even Yunnan has taken notice of her, then Yunnan's discernment must truly be lacking. Chapter 46. The 40th day of eavesdropping. Gu. You have finally arrived. The elder sister from the Housing Reform Bureau, upon seeing Gu Jinshui, hurriedly picked up the coat, hanging on the chair. Gu Jinshui, drenched in sweat, wiped his forehead and inquired, Sister, how is it? Any news? Indeed, there is news. The elder sister briskly instructed her colleagues that she was stepping out, then pulled Gu Jinshui outside, heading straight for the bus. A house was released this morning, and you immediately came to mind, so I rushed to call you.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Gu Jinshui, quick-witted, selected a seat for the elder sister while he stood beside her. What is the condition of the house? The elder sister was quite pleased with Gu Jinshui's thoughtfulness. She smiled. It's located near the clothing factory. Once you enter the courtyard, it's close to your compound. I must tell you, you need to act quickly. Once this house is on the market, it will surely sell within days. Of course. Gu Jinshui nodded vigorously. He was well aware of the current housing situation in Beijing. Even renting a decent place was fiercely competitive. The single room rented by Sean, who cost $85 a month. Thanks to Dizzy, who had good connections and secured it for him. The elder sister had spoken the truth. The house was indeed near the communal courtyard, about a 15-minute walk away, and even closer to the clothing factory, only a 10-minute stroll. Gu Jinshui surveyed the courtyard, which was cluttered with timber, and in the southeast corner, there was an earthquake shelter made of bricks, topped with a tarpaulin roof. How about this? Including the earthquake shelter, this house has 3 rooms, certainly enough for living. The owner of the house was an elderly gentleman, his hair grizzled and his demeanor frail. When he emerged, Gu Jinshui instinctively offered a hand to help him, concerned that he might fall. This house is undoubtedly fine, Gu Jinshui remarked, not finding any faults. There was no point in nitpicking. The house was highly sought after, particularly for those who could not afford a second-tier property or wait for their units to allocate housing. This first-tier house was still within reach for many. The courtyard seemed to have been constructed after the establishment of the nation, with white walls and red bricks. The layout was simple, featuring a hall at the center with a room on either side. The asking price was quite reasonable, only 100. 100? Gu Jinshui was somewhat taken aback. Yes. What's wrong? Is it too expensive? The elderly gentleman's tone hinted at irritation. Gu Jinshui sensed this and smiled. It is indeed pricey. But the condition of the house warrants the price. It is well maintained, and purchasing it would certainly not be a loss. You have a discerning eye, the elderly gentleman sighed. My late wife and I spent 3 years building this house bit by bit. Who knew she would leave me so soon? Over the years, many have expressed interest in buying, but I have never agreed. If I weren't eager to return to my hometown, I wouldn't sell it at all. At this point, the elder sister interjected, Sir, returning to your hometown sounds like a blessing. Being surrounded by relatives must be lively. The elderly gentleman's expression softened, yet he remained firm. Right now, I depend on this house for my retirement. I can't reduce the price from 100. The elder sister glanced at Gu Jinshui, somewhat troubled. She was aware that Gu Jinshui's budget was around this price. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from outside. What's going on? The elderly gentleman's visage soured as he approached the door, opening it to reveal a man wearing sunglasses, stout in build, his military coat stretched tightly around him. Sir, why didn't you inform me that you were selling this house? The man's tone was insistent as he pushed into the courtyard. What's it to you? This is Wang's property. The elderly gentleman retorted coldly. Come now, don't be so distant. The man flashed a grin, yet his demeanor was aggressive as he stepped further inside. Spotting Gu Jinshui, he quickly turned hostile. Who are you? Leave this place. We're not selling.
How dare you?
I am selling this house. The elderly gentleman gritted his teeth, turning to Gu Jinshui. Young man, how much can you offer? The elder sister tugged at Gu Jinshui's sleeve, whispering, This house might bring some trouble. Perhaps we should reconsider. The man's keen ears caught her words, and he chimed in, Yes, I advise you not to buy. If you do, I'll be knocking on your door every few days. Do you know who my brother is? Who is your brother? Gu Jinshui chuckled, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, exhaling smoke as he regarded the man. The man, puffing out his chest, proclaimed, My brother is Gu Jinshui. This area is under his protection. Gu Jinshui almost choked on his smoke, coughing until tears streamed down his face. Oh, dear, Xiaogu, are you all right? The elder sister asked, concern etched on her face. Gu Jinshui waved his hand, using the back of it to wipe away tears from his eyes. He looked up at the stout man and asked, Could you repeat who your brother is? Gu Jinshui? What, afraid now? The stout man smirked, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize Gu Jinshui. You look weak. Don't get yourself in trouble. You claim your brother is Gu Jinshui. How come I don't know you? Gu Jinshui tossed the cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and smiled. The stout man was momentarily taken aback, staring at Gu Jinshui in disbelief. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Jinshui doesn't he look like you? People say he is tall and strong, with fists bigger than a cooking pot. Gu Jinshui sighed, turning to the elder sister. Sister, will you bear witness that my name is indeed Gu Jinshui? The elder sister hesitated, slightly confused. Is that your name? The stout man stood frozen, instinctively taking a step back. What's it going to be? Do you need me to teach you a lesson about how big my fists are? Gu Jinshui advanced a step. The stout man, despite his bravado, began to tremble, sweat beading on his face. You know it's illegal to hit people. The police station is nearby. Go ahead, hit him hard. Just say I did it. I wonder if they would still take me in at my age. Elder Wang brandished his cane at the stout man.
Fine.
Gu Jinshui feigned an approach, prompting the stout man to flee in panic, tripping over the threshold and falling clumsily before scrambling away. Such misfortune at home. Elder Wang sighed, the anger dissipating, replaced with a look of resignation. He turned to Gu Jinshui, young man, regardless of your identity, given your assistance, just don't offer too low a price, and I shall agree. Sir, let us settle at 100, Gu Jinshui proposed, not taking advantage of the situation. He retrieved 200 from his pocket. This is a deposit. The actual buyers are my relatives. I will bring them tomorrow to sign the contract, and we will exchange money for the house. Elder Wang appeared somewhat stunned, gazing at Gu Jinshui, his emotions mixed. You are indeed a good person. He accepted the 200, adding, That stout man is my wife's nephew. If I sell the house to you, he will certainly come to bother you. Gu Jinshui chuckled. Uncle, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I have plenty of brothers. If he dares to stir trouble, he'll find himself in quite the predicament. Such petty bullies. who prey on the weak while fearing the strong, are the most cowardly of all. He was so intimidated that he didn't even move, yet he was frightened away. When Uncle Guan and his family relocate, Gu Jinshui will bring Chaohua and Dizzy along with a few brothers to ensure that rotund fellow never dares to approach this house again. Since you say so, I shall not persuade you further, replied Uncle Wang, gesturing towards the pile of timber on the ground. I want to take advantage of you. That wood was collected by me with the intention of selling it later, but I shall give it all to you. Gu Jinshui accepted with a smile, for he regarded the timber as inconsequential, likely to fetch only a few coins. With the housing matter settled, Gu Jinshui hurried to Beizong village to inform Uncle Guan and the others. As for the additional 100 yuan, he kept that to himself. Considering he had already gained significantly from this transaction, this extra sum could be viewed as a charitable act. The following day, the paperwork proceeded swiftly. Uncle Guan and Guan Dia gazed in astonishment as their family name was inscribed on the deed. Aunt Guan, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. Uncle Wang, feeling a tinge of reluctance, remarked, I do not plan on taking anything from this house. If you wish to keep it, take it. If not, feel free to discard it. Thank you so much. Aunt Guan responded gratefully. Uncle Wang waved his hand. His expression conflicted as he glanced at the stack of money before him. Gu Jinshui offered, Uncle, if you are leaving, do let me see you off. Uncle Wang paused, then understood Gu Jinshui as kind intentions, saying, No need for that. My nephews will be arriving shortly. That is good to hear, Gu Jinshui replied. He first saw off the lady from the Housing Reform Bureau, discreetly slipping her a red envelope containing 10 yuan. The lady, surprised, exclaimed, Oh no. 10 yuan is too much, you should take it back. Please, take it. You have worked hard on our behalf to secure this house. If you refuse this small token of appreciation, I would feel quite embarrassed, Gu Jinshui insisted with a smile. Besides, I foresee many future occasions where I may need your assistance. Well then, I shall accept it. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on that courtyard. It hasn't been sold yet, she said, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she accepted the envelope, looking at Gu Jinshui as if he were her own kin. I am very grateful. Should you come across a smaller courtyard in the future, please remember me. My number remains the same, Gu Jinshui said, seeing her off to the bus before returning. After a short while, Uncle Wang's nephews arrived. With little to carry, just some clothing, bedding, and a tablet, his nephews helped him depart. Uncle Wang cast a final glance at the courtyard behind him, a solitary tear slipping down his cheek. As for the Guan family, Uncle Guan and Aunt Guan had already busied themselves with preparations. They were fetching water, mopping floors, and wiping tables when Gu Jinshui entered. Aunt Guan exclaimed, Young man, we are moving tomorrow. You must come to visit us. Certainly, Gu Jinshui replied, unabashed, the whole family will come. It will save you from cooking. That's nothing. We would be delighted to host you. Aunt Guan beamed, her smile unwavering. Noticing their busyness, Gu Jinshui decided it was time to take his leave. As he crossed the courtyard, his eyes fell upon the pile of wood. He walked a few steps, then hurried back, kneeling to wipe one of the pieces with his handkerchief. The wood, a golden hue tinged with purple, exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Weighing it in his hand, he noted it was considerably heavier than ordinary timber. Chapter 47. Eavesdropped. Elder Shi rose from the ground, his legs numb from squatting for too long. Gu Jinshui hurried to assist him, asking, How are you, master? Elder Shi removed his glasses and assessed Gu Jinshui from head to toe. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, I scarcely know what to say. Your fortune is truly remarkable. That gentleman just gifted you all this golden silk nanmu? Indeed, Gu Jinshui replied, feeling utterly reassured. While he might have misjudged, Elder Shi's discerning eyes could not be mistaken. Master, how much do you think this golden silk nanmu is worth? If it were up to me, I would suggest not selling it. Elder Shi settled into a chair, poised to pour himself some tea. But Gu Jinshui preemptively seized the teapot and graciously served him. Elder Shi accepted without hesitation, reclining comfortably as the chair swayed slightly. Such golden silk nanmu is a rare treasure. You should keep it. Whether for crafting furniture or passing it down to future generations, it's a valuable inheritance. Your words are wise, Gu Jinshui declared, decisively accepting the advice. Elder Shi smiled at him. What's this? Not in a hurry to make money anymore? I am eager. But urgency must not cloud my judgment, Gu Jinshui replied. Since you deem these items precious, selling them would be akin to squandering a fortune. Elder Shi chuckled at his reasoning. Noting the elder's rare jovial mood, Gu Jinshui inquired, Master, are you attending the housewarming party this afternoon? Why would I? It has nothing to do with me, Elder Shi replied, always keeping a respectful distance from such festivities. He gestured towards the golden silk nanmu. Just leave these here for now. Retrieve them when needed. That would be rather inconvenient for you. Gu Jinshui feigned modesty. Elder Shi scoffed. Enough of this pretense. You've already brought your things here. Just go. Don't forget to read when you return. Rest assured, Master, Gu Jinshui promised. After leaving, he did not hurry away, but instead visited a nearby restaurant to arrange a month's worth of lunches for Elder Shi, even spending an extra 5 yuan to have the waiter run the errand. Once everything was settled, he finally departed. The move for old man Guan's family was effortless. It seemed he had come to terms with the transition, leaving many belongings behind. Shan Hu, Dozi, and a group from the Gu family lent their assistance, completing the task in just an afternoon. Old man Guan was generous, serving a feast of 8 hearty dishes for the housewarming, including braised pork knuckles, roasted chicken, and duck. In the end, he even bestowed a large packet of Daiqianmen snacks to each of Gu Jinshui's companions. In Beijing, this was quite a generous gesture. Old man, please don't be modest. When you have time, do visit us with my wife. It's south better to foster close ties with neighbors, Guan Jinshui cheerfully suggested. Old man Guan, rarely seen smiling, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall visit you soon. He Chunlian, typically reserved in public, surprisingly praised Gu Jinshui upon their return. Jinshui, you handled today's affair splendidly. Helping others is akin to accumulating virtue. Gu Yinxing, feeling envious, retorted, Mother, I'm in the hospital saving lives. He Chunlian shot her a disapproving glance. Isn't that the doctor's responsibility? Do you look down on our work? Without nurses, could doctors save lives? Gu Yinxing protested, though she often grumbled about the nursing profession. Yet, if anyone criticized her work, she would be the first to defend it. The mother-daughter duo continued their playful banter as Gu Jinshui and Lianging laughed along. As they approached their courtyard, passing by the caretaker's quarters, Old man Gu suddenly called out his sister, Jinshui. He Chunlian and the others paused. Old man Gu quickly emerged from his house, his smile radiating warmth. Sister He, your family has finally returned. He Chunlian was about to inquire about the matter when several familiar faces emerged from Old man Gu's home. Leading them was Mr. Lan, impeccably dressed in a new Zhongshan suit. He Chunlian recognized him instantly. Sister He, your memory is sharp. I was worried you might forget us, Mr. Lan said, smiling as he bent down to his grandson. Linner, greet your grandmother. Hello, Grandma, Lan Lin said, a bit nervous but polite. Also extending greetings to Gu Jinshui and the others. Such a well-mannered child. He Chunlian, now a grandmother herself, found Lan Lin adorable, perhaps influenced by the foreign currency voucher Elder Shi had given her, which had brought her much admiration at school. This child is just a bit shy, Mr. Lan remarked. I'm here to deliver an invitation. Next Monday, we are moving nearby. If you are free, we would be honored by your presence for a light drink. Mr. Lan handed a bright red invitation to He Chunlian, who noticed the address was just around the corner from their own courtyard. Gu Jinshui glanced at it, realizing he had heard that the courtyard had been sold, but he hadn't expected it to be to acquaintances. Of course, we shall attend. Since you are here, why not come in for a cup of tea before leaving? He Chunlian invited. Then we shall impose, Mr. Lan replied cheerfully. Not at all, it's no trouble. He Chunlian thought to herself, relieved that she had recently bought a beautiful tea set from the friendship store after receiving the foreign currency voucher. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing to serve guests with enamel cups today. As Lan Lin entered the Gu household, his eyes widened with curiosity. Grandpa, sister, that little sister. If you want to see your little sister, you must ask Grandma if she is awake, Mr. Lan advised patiently.
Lan Lin hesita.
Reluctant to leave his grandfather's side, yet the allure of the little sister was irresistible. Linner, if you don't meet your sister, she will be sad, Mr.
Lan ko set sokti.
Then I'll go see her, but Grandpa, don't leave. Lan Lin exclaimed, clinging to Mr. Lan's leg. Mr. Lan nodded, and with that, Lan Lin followed He Chunlian into the east room, glancing back multiple times. Gu Yousi had just awakened, lying in a hanging cradle. Upon seeing He Chunlian, her eyes sparkled with delight. Walk, walk. Our little girl wants to go for a walk, doesn't she? He Chunlian asked, lifting her out of the cradle. Gu Yousi, now able to stand, grasped the edge of the bed with her chubby little legs swinging playfully. She turned to see a small boy in a suit gazing at her. Sister, sister, he called out.
Who is that?
Gu Yousi asked, looking up at He Chunlian. Understanding her question, He Chunlian held her close and introduced. This is little Lan, your older brother, do you understand? Gu Yousi blinked, recalling that unfortunate soul who had been wronged. She felt no interest in the unfortunate one, her fingers tracing the corner of the walker as she thought, let it go, let it go. He Chunlian, at a loss with her granddaughter, had no choice but to take her outside in the walker, allowing her to roam freely around the backyard. Lan Lin followed closely behind, soon becoming Gu Yousi's little assistant. Whenever Gu Yousi admired the flowers, he helped her pick them. When she glanced at the grass, he assisted in weeding, thoroughly engrossed in the task at hand. Ernyo, this child. Gu Jinshui felt a touch embarrassed and decided to call her back to prevent her from running amok. It was rather inappropriate to treat someone else's grandson like a mere plaything, especially in front of the child's grandfather. No need, no need. Children are meant to play and frolic. We adults should not interfere, Lan Yeping interjected, watching his flushed grandson run about with a mix of surprise and excitement. Upon hearing Gu Jinshui's remark, he quickly stopped him. Seeing this spectacle further solidified Lan Yeping's resolve. His return to the country had its reasons.
Lan Lin,
being bullied by older children abroad due to his skin color, had always been shy and introverted. After enduring the bullying, he had fallen ill with a high fever that very night. Lan Yeping, filled with concern for his grandson, was also apprehensive about his own advancing age. He feared that if he were to pass away one day, Lan Lin would be left alone in a foreign land, vulnerable and without kin, and as a Chinese descendant, he could be easily taken advantage of. Having witnessed countless inhumane acts during his years abroad, he was worried that not only would Lan Lin suffer hardship, but he might even face dire consequences. Thus, he sought the counsel of a master fortune-teller who assured him that upon returning home, not only would his career flourish, but his family would also encounter benefactors, transforming misfortune into fortune and adversity into prosperity. The last time Gu Jinshui had saved his grandson, Lan Yeping felt convinced that the Gu family was indeed the benefactor the master had spoken of.
today.
Witnessing his usually shy grandson engaging playfully with the Gu family's granddaughter further solidified his belief. He may see, I have a matter I would like to trouble you with, Lan Yeping declared, having made up his mind. He Chunlian smiled as she poured tea. Old sir, you are too polite. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to say so. However, I am no significant figure and may not be of much help. Rest assured, it is not a difficult matter. My grandson and I need to move, you see, Lan Yeping replied, accepting the tea with thanks. But we are in need of a nanny. As you know, we have only recently returned to the country and are unfamiliar with our surroundings. We only know your family, so we feel uneasy seeking help from others. We trust you. He Chunlian felt relieved, so it was merely a request for a nanny. That is a simple matter. What are your requirements for the nanny? Do you have any specific conditions? We do not have many demands. We have a chef, so the nanny's role would primarily be to care for and accompany the child. Ideally, she should be over 50, preferably with a family of her own, and be of honest character. I can offer 200 yuan a month, Lan Yeping deliberated.
Cough, cough, cough.
Gu Jinshui, sipping water nearby, nearly choked. How much? 200? He Chunlian's reaction was hardly more favorable than Gu Jinshui's. Yes, I know it is a bit low, but if the work is done well, there will be bonuses during the festivals. Lan Yeping nodded in affirmation. He Chunlian found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 48. Eavesdropping. As the Gu family members were astounded by Lan Yeping's extravagant display of wealth, Huang Shirong suddenly burst into the room, her face alight with excitement. Before Gu Jinshui could fully comprehend the situation, He noticed that Lan Yeping's secretaries swiftly moved to intercept her, their movements precise and rapid, far from the typical demeanor of ordinary secretaries. Old master, I am not an outsider. I am part of our courtyard, Huang Shirong quickly clarified, turning to He Chunlian. Chunlian, please introduce me. He Chunlian regarded Huang Shirong with evident disdain. It was clear to her that this woman had been eavesdropping outside her window. Otherwise, how could she have overheard their conversation so clearly? Yet, she refrained from digging a pit for her and simply nodded. She is our neighbor, residing in the East Wing. Oh, Lan Yeping acknowledged, smiling at Huang Shirong. It is indeed said that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. But your family has children, correct? Gu Jinshui interjected. They have 2 children, one granddaughter who is over 4 years old and a grandson around the same age as our second daughter. Huang Shirong retorted, and Huang, your family certainly does not lack money, so why are you trying to take on others' tasks? Ridiculous. Who says our family lacks money? Huang Shirong shot a glare at the grinning Gu Jinshui, feeling quite indignant. Besides, who would ever complain about having too much money? That last remark is surely your true sentiment, Gu Jinshui chuckled. But you hardly take care of the children at home. It's your granddaughter who looks after them. How could you manage someone else's child well? Huang Shirong was infuriated. Gu Jinshui was certainly being deliberate. The reason she did not tend to her own children was precisely because they lacked the means. If they had money, she would surely care for them properly. However, such thoughts could not be voiced. Lan Yeping, perceptive as ever, interjected with a smile, "Let's not jest, my dear. With so many children at your place, how could you find the time to assist with child-rearing? I require a live-in nanny who can supervise my child daily. If there is even the slightest negligence, I cannot abide by it." He then gestured to his secretaries, "Please escort her out." The secretaries complied, swiftly ushering Huang Shirong away. How embarrassing. I apologize for the commotion. He Chunlian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Living so closely with neighbors meant that any disturbance could be easily overheard. Lan Yeping, unfazed by the earlier interruption, remarked, "I was merely trying to startle your neighbors. Child-rearing can be fraught with mishaps. As long as there is no ill intent, no one minds." "I understand," He Chunlian replied thoughtfully. "Here's a suggestion. Reduce the salary a bit. 60 a month will suffice. The extra can be saved for year-end bonuses. Leave the nanny arrangements to me." Lan Yeping readily agreed, and before departing, he left behind a generous array of gifts. As Gu Yinxing eagerly tore open the packages, she gasped, "What a beautiful doll." When Liangming approached to take a look, she too was captivated. "What kind of doll is this? I've never seen anything like it in the department store." "Sister-in-law, you must not know. I've seen such a doll at the friendship store. Can you guess the price?" Gu Yinxing exclaimed, unveiling the exquisitely dressed doll. 50? Liangming ventured. "Add another 0. Gu Yinxing replied. 500? Liangming's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed," Gu Yinxing confirmed. "Such lavish items are a testament to wealth." Upon inspecting the other bags, she discarded the Barbie doll in favor of 3 sets of skincare products. Although the brand eluded her, the English label indicated luxury. Gu Jinshui also received a gift, a finely crafted citizen watch. With such lavish gifts bestowed upon them, even the usually indifferent He Chunlian could not remain unaffected. "It seems we must expedite the arrangements. Otherwise, accepting such generosity would be quite embarrassing." "Mother, where do you plan to find a nanny?" Gu Yinxing inquired, applying hand cream while pondering. Liangming suggested, "We certainly cannot rely on those transient workers. It is best to seek someone we know well to avoid any untoward intentions. Indeed, considering that Mr. Lan and his grandson live in such a large house, if they were to encounter someone with ill motives, they could easily find themselves in dire straits. Perhaps it would be wiser to recruit a relative from your side." Gu Yinxing proposed to He Chunlian. After some contemplation, He Chunlian realized that enlisting her relatives was indeed the most reliable option. Over the years, her family had maintained a good rapport, having supported each other through hardships. Her family resided in the countryside, with 3 brothers who had assisted her during lean times. While she rarely visited home except during the New Year, the familial bonds remained strong. It was not a matter of looking down upon her rural relatives. Rather, during the years of poverty, Travel was simply not feasible. As He Chunlian continued to ponder, she concluded that finding a trustworthy relative would be prudent. The following day, she requested leave from school, arranging for other teachers to cover her classes. She then purchased sweets, brown sugar, pastries, and pork, and since cloth rations were no longer necessary, she bought 5 or 6 bolts of fabric in various colors, including red and gray. Carrying her bundles, she took the bus and then switched to an ox cart to return to Hejia village. The ride was bumpy, and by the time she alighted, her legs felt weak. "Are you all right, Aunt?" inquired a young man driving the ox cart, who, by family ties, could be considered He Chunlian's nephew. After sipping some water, she waved him off. I'm fine. Shall I help you carry your things home?" "It looks quite heavy," he offered. "That would be a great help, Dolly," He Chunlian replied gratefully, recognizing her inability to manage the load alone. Dolly tied the cart to a tree. With the cart now empty of straw, and the village filled with familiar faces, he hoisted several bolts of fabric and the pork, accompanying He Chunlian home. As spring arrived, the fields were bustling with workers tilling the soil. Just as they approached, someone called out, "Sister C, is that you?" He Chunlian looked up to find a sturdy man with dark skin and muscular arms, her elder brother. "Brother, what brings you to the fields?" He Chunlian exclaimed in surprise. Her brother, He Dainu, wiped his face as he stood up from the field. "What else? My health is fine, and sitting at home is not comfortable. Little sister, why have you returned? Do you not have work today?" "Brother, I missed you all, so I took a leave to visit. I also brought some cloth and these sweets for my sisters-in-law." He Chunlian smiled and said, "Brother, I wish to stay at home for a few days. Would you welcome me?" "What are you saying? Even if you stayed for months, I would be more than happy. Just come as you are. Why bring anything along?" He Dainu replied, then quietly added, "What would your daughter-in-law think about this? Even if she knows, it matters not. All this is earned by my own efforts," He Chunlian remarked. Her elder brother had, years ago, fathered 4 sons, evoking envy throughout the village. However, when his sons took wives and began having children of their own, he found himself at a loss. With so many family members, there arose countless disputes. His own wife was not easy to deal with, and the situation with the daughters-in-law was even more complicated. The two chatted merrily as they made their way home. Upon arriving, Dolly set down the items, but was met with He Chunlian insisting on giving him a package of pastries and a handful of candies to take back for the children. "Thank you, Aunt," Dolly said, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched the back of his head and glanced at He Dainu, who nodded in approval. He Dainu and his 2 brothers had already divided their household, yet they lived close by, with their homes forming a row. He Dainu opened the door, and a young woman clad in a floral cotton coat rushed out, exclaiming, "Father, you're back. Your aunt has returned. Hurry and summon the others. Tell your mother-in-law to come back quickly," He Dainu instructed. The young woman glanced at the items in He Chunlian's hands and the cloth draped over her father's shoulder, gasped in delight, and dashed outside, soon returning to say, "I told Taidan. Father, Aunt, please sit. I will go boil some water." She left, turning back to look 3 times. He Dainu felt slightly embarrassed and invited He Chunlian to sit on the kong. This young woman was not troublesome, after all. Which child was not like this? He Chunlian refrained from criticizing her flaws. If it weren't for their poverty, who wouldn't wish to be generous? "I find this girl quite capable. At least she knows how to attend to others," He Dainu thought, relieved. He Chunlian inquired about the children at home. Although she had visited earlier in the year, it had been a hurried trip, leaving little time for detailed inquiries. Upon asking, she was taken aback by the news. The eldest and the youngest daughters-in-law were both expecting again. By the end of the year, the family would likely welcome 2 more children. He Dainu could hardly muster a smile, lamenting, "Had I known there would be so many children now, I would have been content with just 2 with your sister-in-law." As he puffed on his pipe, a look of worry etched on his face. "And your sister-in-law?" He Chunlian hesitated to broach the subject, opting to change the topic instead. "Where has she gone?" "Oh." The eldest daughter-in-law claimed it was too noisy at home, making it impossible to sleep, so she returned to her mother's house. Her mother is reluctant to help, so your sister-in-law has to go lend a hand every day." He Dainu sighed. Chapter 49. The 49th day of eavesdropping. By noon, all of He Dainu's children had returned home. along with the children from the neighboring Erniu and Sanyu families. The He household quickly became bustling with activity, and when He Chunlian looked around, it was a sea of children. Her sister-in-law, Chen Liying, had just come over from her parental home. Chen Liying invited He Chunlian to enjoy some sunflower seeds while chiding. "You come back, yet you bring so much with you. Were you thinking of us?" He Chunlian smiled and replied, "Moreover, I bought some fabric for the sisters-in-law. They can choose their favorite patterns to make themselves some new clothes." He Ernia's wife immediately chimed in, "We must thank our little sister-in-law. The men think only of the children, while us old folks haven't had a new outfit all year." He Erniu, feeling slightly embarrassed, tapped on the Kong with his hand. "Who hasn't he given you new clothes? Didn't he get new trousers last year?" "Oh, those trousers were stuffed with cotton. In the depths of winter. You expect me to freeze to death in them? You wish to take a second wife, don't you?" She retorted. "Nonsense. Who would think of such a thing?" He Erniu quickly denied it. This couple always engaged in playful banter, and He Chunlian had grown accustomed to their lively exchanges. Noticing that the children were all gathered in the house, their parents eyeing the meat and snacks while the children fixated on the sweets, He Dainiu declared, "You all go prepare the meal. The men can chop wood, and the children should go outside. Let me have a word with your aunt." In rural areas, filial piety is highly regarded, and when He Dainiu spoke, no one dared to disobey. They all dispersed. He Chunlian eagerly lifted the meat she had purchased, saying, "I bought about 10 pounds of meat. Let us prepare a feast for lunch, and the leftovers can be divided among the 3 sisters-in-law." Upon seeing the meat, not just the wives, but even the men couldn't help but swallow hard. Chen Liying suggested, "Let us make pork stew with vermicelli and add plenty of cabbage." "What do you think?" "You decide, sister-in-law," He Chunlian replied. Truth be told, this occasional gathering, with so many people and such liveliness, was a bit overwhelming for her. Thanks to He Chunlian's visit, the He household was lively throughout the day. By evening, she stayed overnight at her elder brother and sister-in-law's house. Chen Liying handed her a set of clothes, saying, "This is what I wore last year when my 4th sister-in-law came over. Please don't find it lacking." "How could I?" He Chunlian promptly replied. That night, due to He Chunlian's presence, He Dainiu found himself squeezed with his elder son. During lunch and dinner, the eldest daughter-in-law had returned to eat, but left for her parental home immediately after. He Chunlian changed into a dark red floral cotton jacket. Although it appeared somewhat outdated, it radiated joy when worn by her. Chen Liying observed her sister-in-law, feeling envious. "What a fortunate girl you are. At over 40, you look just as vibrant as those young wives at home." "Sister-in-law, why do you look at me like that?" He Chunlian felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. Chen Liying chuckled. "Lian, seeing you brings me joy. If we women could live like you, we would be truly blessed." "Sister-in-law, aren't you fortunate as well?" Although He Chunlian recognized her own blessings, she remained humble, knowing that as long as her family thrived, she needed not boast about it. Chen Liying sighed and sat down on the edge of the Kong. "Don't mention it. Did you notice the expressions on my 4 daughters-in-law's faces today? They all disapprove of us." "Sister-in-law, can they really give you a hard time?" He Chunlian moved closer to help Chen Liying tidy the bedding and inquired. Chen Liying replied, "They wouldn't dare express their disdain openly, but they are certainly unhappy. They say being a daughter-in-law is tough, but I believe it is the in-laws who are difficult. You are wise not to have more children after having Yinxing. Too many children are burdensome. Just look at how the other 3 feel about me taking care of the eldest daughter-in-law." "What is the situation with the eldest daughter-in-law?" He Chunlian pondered before asking. "They claim to be upset because of the noise here, yet the eldest daughter-in-law has lived here before without complaint." When the topic arose, Chen Liying sighed. "It's all because I made a boiled egg for your elder brother to nourish him. He ate it, but then he gave one to the youngest son. When the eldest daughter-in-law's 2 daughters came over and saw, they told their mother, and that's when she became displeased and insisted on returning to her parental home." "I see now." He Chunlian finally understood the meaning behind her brother's earlier words. Though not a significant matter, it was precisely such trivialities that stirred discord in the family. The eldest daughter-in-law always felt we favored sons over daughters because she hadn't produced a son, leading to her jealousy. "But you and my brother are not like that," Chen Liying emphasized, wiping her tears. "If there was any favoritism, who prepared meals and cared for the children while she was in confinement. No one cared about her having 2 daughters. Your brother just happened to have the youngest son nearby, and you know how he is. He always wants to leave the good things for the younger generation, which led to misunderstandings. To be fair, her 2 daughters were born when our family was still relatively well off. We often bought them peanut candies. The second and third daughters didn't have the same opportunities and barely got any sweets throughout the year. Sister-in-law, I know you and my brother are not like that, He Chunlian said, using a handkerchief to dry Chen Ying's tears. He Dainyu entered quietly, lifting the curtain. Why are you discussing this with your sister-in-law? I can't speak to others, but I can't speak to her either? Chen Ying, wiping her tears, responded with a sense of grievance. I feel as if I could just drop dead. What is the point of having children? They're all a burden. The eldest daughter-in-law tends to overthink when she is pregnant. Once this passes, let us not dwell on it. He Dainyu squatted on the ground, smoking his pipe, his brows seemingly perpetually furrowed. If she is bad, then I must be the only bad person among all the good ones, he remarked. Chen Ying couldn't help but raise her voice, her tone becoming a bit louder. The sound of the curtain being lifted could be heard in the adjacent rooms. Ernie poked his head in and asked, Mom, what is going on? None of your business. Go back to sleep, He Dainyu replied sharply, lifting the curtain. He turned back, his face revealing a hint of embarrassment, unsure of what to say. He Chunlian comforted her sister-in-law, remembering how, when she was just a teenager, Chen Ying had treated her like a daughter. After old Gu passed away, Chen Ying even encouraged her to take a step forward, helping her bring Jinshui and Yinxing back home. In her heart, this sister-in-law was no different from a mother. Sister-in-law, I believe no one is truly bad. It's just the poverty that causes these troubles, He Chunlian whispered. If we had money, who would care about eggs or anything else? Exactly. But with so many mouths to feed and 2 pregnant women, we must save those eggs for money, so we can buy more when the year ends, Chen Ying sniffed. Brother, sister-in-law, He Chunlian said, if you're willing, I have some work for you. What work? Can I go? He Dainyu asked eagerly. Go. What does it have to do with you? Chen Ying teased, though she understood that Dainyu was concerned for her well-being. Rest assured, my dear brother, we are among ourselves. Would I ever mistreat my sister-in-law? This task is rather effortless. Upon hearing about the matters concerning the blue industry and the elder Yi, it became clear that the old gentleman is quite principled, with but one demand, to care for the child. There is nothing else required, and he even provides housing and meals. Upon learning of these conditions, He Dainyu and his wife were momentarily taken aback. He Dainyu, slightly apprehensive, rubbed his hands together and pondered. He is an overseas Chinese. How could he be interested in your sister-in-law as a nanny? Why wouldn't he be? What is wrong with my sister-in-law? She possesses commendable character and approaches her work with diligence. She simply fell on hard times. Had it been an opportune era, she might have even attended university, He Chunlian extolled. Chen Ying blushed at the praise, feeling flustered. Can I truly manage this? Of course you can, He Chunlian replied. Sister-in-law, let us not underestimate ourselves. I dare say, in these 10 miles and 8 villages, who could match your efficiency? When my brother married you, all the young men within a 10-mile radius were envious. How absurd! Chen Ying could not help but laugh, wiping her eyes, clearly touched. He Chunlian quickly added, the remuneration is quite substantial, 60 a month. How much? He Dainyu fell back in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his discomfort, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at He Chunlian. 60. Brother, do not overthink it. The overseas Chinese are affluent. Offering such a sum is merely to ensure that the nanny cares for the child properly without any ulterior motives. He Chunlian explained. He likely knows no one else in Beijing but our family, thus he entrusted this matter to me. Not only can you earn this amount each month, but the year-end bonus is likely to be equivalent. She gestured to signify 3. He Dainyu and Chen Ying were rendered speechless, especially He Dainyu, the head of the household, who was acutely aware of their meager savings. With their son marrying and having children, money had been flowing out like water, leaving them with just over 200 at present. With a monthly salary of 60 and all expenses covered, that would amount to over 700 by the year's end. So, sister-in-law, will you go? He Chunlian inquired. Chen Ying, no longer despondent, nodded resolutely. I will indeed go. I have had enough of this home. Working outside will offer me some respite, and once I earn money, they can have as many eggs as they desire. Exactly. That's precisely the point, He Chunlian affirmed. While we remain at home caring for the child, bustling about, others perceive us as idle. It is far more sensible to earn money. Come year-end, 100 will be given to the family, who would not be fond of you both. While the words may seem harsh, they held a kernel of truth. He Dainu furrowed his brow. But what about the eldest daughter-in-law? Give her a few coins each month. Let her mother take care of her, He Chunlian suggested. Your sister-in-law is far too kind. Even when she runs to her mother's home, you still tend to her needs. I refuse to believe her mother cannot manage a simple meal.
Let us not dwell on them.
Chunlian, when shall we depart? Chen Yinxing, now invigorated by the prospect of earning, felt a surge of excitement. Hear us the plan. Tomorrow, you shall arrange all household matters, and the day after, we shall set forth. Very well, I shall follow your lead, Chen Yinxing agreed readily. Chapter 50. The 50th day of eavesdropping. To condense the lengthy tale, the following evening, after dinner, the eldest daughter-in-law prepared to leave while the second daughter-in-law went to wash the dishes. He Dainu then spoke up. Hold on, don't leave just yet. I need to discuss something important with your mother. Dad, what is this about that sounds so serious? The third daughter-in-law, idly picking her teeth, cradled her young son. He Dainu replied, It's a matter of significance. Please take a seat. The family exchanged curious glances, feeling the weight of the situation. For the old man could be quite formidable when roused. Once everyone was seated, He Dainu continued, Your aunt has found your mother a job as a nanny. And we have already accepted it. Dad, how can Mom go to work? Who will take care of the household? The eldest daughter-in-law exclaimed in alarm. Listen to yourselves. How heartless. Initially hesitant, He Dainu became resolute upon hearing her words. He turned to the eldest son. What do you think? The eldest son muttered. You all can decide. Then it's settled. Your mother will leave with your aunt tomorrow. You all will have to manage the household chores, He Dainu declared. You're not children anymore. It's time you learn to support a family without relying on your mother to handle everything. The sons flushed with embarrassment, while the daughters-in-law were visibly displeased. The fourth daughter-in-law could no longer contain herself, saying, Dad, that's not quite fair. All the sisters-in-law have their mothers helping them with the children. I'm pregnant and have no one at home to assist me. Who will do the farm work if I'm looking after the baby? That's manageable. He Dainu responded. Your mother and I will supplement your little families with an additional 5 yuan each month. You can hire someone to help with the children, or even have your mother-in-law lend a hand. He glanced at the other sons and daughters-in-law. Your mother earns 30 yuan a month. She'll contribute 20 to you all, keeping 10 for ourselves. Does anyone have any objections? Upon hearing of the financial assistance, the mood shifted dramatically. The third daughter-in-law exclaimed, Dad, that's a generous amount. Perhaps I should stay home instead of going to work. Then your share must also be divided. You can keep 5 yuan for yourself, Chen Yinxing remarked. The third daughter-in-law's expression soured, realizing it was not worth the trouble of going out to work for just 5 yuan while allowing her mother-in-law to bear the burden instead. With the prospect of money dangled before them, the sons and daughters-in-law ceased their objections. The eldest daughter-in-law even suggested she could spare 2 yuan for her own mother. Chen Yinxing felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. She glanced at the old man, secretly relieved that they had only mentioned 30 yuan, fearing that revealing the full 60 would incite greed among the sons and daughters-in-law. To demonstrate her goodwill, Chen Yinxing took out some money to distribute among them, saying, In the future, while I'm away, do not neglect your father.
Don't worry, Mom.
How could we ever forget about Dad? The third daughter-in-law sweet-talked, his words dripping with honey. With the money in hand, the sons and daughters-in-law were filled with excitement, some rushing to discuss the matter further with each other, while others hurried to share the news with their own families. Before long, the families of Erniu and Saniu were also aware of the situation. Erniu's wife, quite forthright, pulled him over to speak with He Chunlian, saying, Sister, if such good fortune arises again, please remember me. I have only one son, and now that he is married, I'm free from worry. Sister-in-law, rest assured. I will certainly consider you for any future opportunities, He Chunlian replied with a smile. He Chunlian, who had a straightforward nature and was well aware of her surroundings, readily agreed. She waited for a while, but did not see the third brother and sister-in-law arrive. So she dismissed the thought. She was closer with the first two sisters-in-law, having married around the same time as the third sister-in-law, who she found rather quiet and reserved. The next day, as He Chunlian prepared to leave, the third brother appeared, although the third sister-in-law did not accompany him. The third brother, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, Your sister-in-law has a headache from the wind last night. Oh, she should rest well. Brother, go home and prepare some ginger tea with brown sugar for her. It will help her feel better, He Chunlian remarked, not bothering to ponder whether her sister-in-law was genuinely unwell or merely feigning illness. He Daniel packed 2 burlap sacks for Chen Liang and He Chunlian, one filled with sweet potatoes and the other with new rice. As he loaded the goods onto the cart, he instructed He Chunlian's sister, Your sister-in-law has never traveled far, so please take good care of her. Don't worry, brother. I won't let her suffer, He Chunlian assured him with a nod. The sons did not seem particularly affected by the departure, but the grandchildren wept copiously, clinging to Chen Liang's trousers, pleading, Grandma, please don't go. We want to eat meat anymore. Chen Liang's eyes glistened with tears as she comforted them. Be good.
Daya, Arya, Tiedan.
I'll earn money to buy you sweets and notebooks for school when I return. Eventually, the ox cart departed. Chen Liang looked back several times at her grandchildren and her husband, her eyes brimming with tears that she discreetly wiped away. On the other hand, Lan Yeping had no grievances against Chen Liang. Upon learning she was the sister-in-law of He Chunlian, he readily agreed to assist. He initially provided 50 yuan for her to purchase clothing, bedding, and daily necessities. Chen Liang was already aware of the wealth possessed by this overseas Chinese man. Yet the generous offer still left her astounded, as 50 yuan could sustain an entire family for 2 months. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered it had recently undergone renovations, complete with electricity and running water. The main room featured luxurious sofas, a television, a refrigerator, and the bathroom boasted a toilet, water heater, and bathtub. It was as if Chen Liang had entered a grand garden, not only for her but for He Chunlian and the others, who were equally astonished by the lavishness. No one had anticipated life could be lived in such a manner. Chen Liang even had a private room, which was essentially a suite comprising a bedroom furnished with a bed, table, and chairs. The living area contained a small refrigerator, a cozy sofa, and a floor lamp, with a television positioned opposite the sofa. Gu Yinxing, who helped carry items inside, was nearly speechless. Mom, this room is so much more modern than ours. Look at this grand television. My goodness, Auntie, you're truly living the good life. Chen Liang was at a loss for words. The very next day, she began her new role as a caregiver. Lan Lin had classes each day. For the first few days, he followed his grandfather closely. Now, suddenly, with his grandfather occupied, he found it hard to stay still at home, frequently glancing out the window. Chen Liang grew anxious, fearing that the grumpy teacher would scold him. However, the teacher was quite patient. Noticing Lan Lin was not attending class, he set down his book and asked, Tom, would you like to go outside? Would you like to play with your sister? Upon hearing play, Lan Lin immediately perked up. Which sister? The teacher approached the desk and inquired. Lan Lin pointed towards the direction of Gu Jinshui's house. Ernyo. Ernyo? Isn't that Jinshui's daughter? Chen Liang couldn't help but interject. The teacher looked at her in surprise, and Chen Liang quickly explained, Jinshui is my nephew. They live nearby. Well, shall we go visit them then? The teacher pondered for a moment, then set aside the textbook and directly remarked, glancing outside at the splendid weather. What delightful weather. It is indeed a splendid time for a spring outing, Tom. One should not squander the precious hours of life. Chen Liang, standing nearby, felt her lips twitch. She wondered about the teacher's odd behavior. What family permits their children to neglect their studies for a spring outing? However, she recognized her role as a caretaker and thus refrained from voicing her thoughts. She prepared the children with jackets, thermoses, and some snacks, then accompanied the teacher and Lan Lin for their spring excursion. Gu Jinshui returned home a bit late today. He had wandered around Panjiayuan collecting a few small items, including a chicken bloodstone seal, several Kaiyuan coins, and a Yuan Shirkai silver dollar. Although his earnings for the day were modest, he felt fortunate nonetheless. The chicken bloodstone seal, with its fine texture, may not have much red, but the small patch of crimson at the top, known in the industry as Crane's top red, could fetch him 700 or 800 if sold. Yet, Gu Yinxing was no longer inclined to sell everything for quick cash as he once did. He had come to understand that while earning money is essential, retaining valuable items is equally important for building a foundation for his future antique shop. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard several voices calling Grandma. Gu Yinxing was puzzled until he spotted his mother, his aunt, his sister, his daughter, and an elderly gentleman addressing his mother as Grandma. What is going on here? If it weren't for the daylight, he might have thought he had encountered a ghost. Gu Yinxing shot him a glance. Brother, can't you see? We are helping the children learn English. Learning English? Gu Yinxing turned to the elderly man, who tossed an apple to him, saying, Yes, this is an apple. Yes. Don't interrupt. You are disturbing our learning, Yunnan declared, effectively issuing an eviction order. Gu Yinxing felt his lips twitch. It seemed he could neither offend nor leave without consequence. After putting away his things, he stepped outside only to find that the children had shifted from learning English to memorizing the multiplication table. His sister had disengaged, but his mother, aunt, and Lan Lin were thoroughly engrossed in their lessons. His dear daughter, meanwhile, was contentedly nibbling on a bun, completely ignoring the teacher. At least his daughter had spirit. Just then, he noticed her pointing at the milk, exclaiming, I want to eat. Lan Lin, who had been studying, promptly abandoned his books to fetch the milk, even bringing the straw to his daughter's lips. Gu Yinxing thought to himself, Darling, you are being rather impolite. Thus, Lan Lin began to visit the Gu household regularly, bringing along the teacher and caretaker during the day. Upon learning of this, Lan Yeping felt a bit embarrassed about his grandson's boldness. Has my grandson been troubling you these past few days? He truly enjoys spending time with your child. Oh, it's nothing. Your child is welcome here. Our little girl has benefited greatly, learning so much, and my sister-in-law has been a great help in caring for the children. We should be the ones feeling awkward. Yunnan replied. Since both families were unbothered, Lan Lin felt increasingly justified in his visits. Initially, Gu Yousi found the teacher's words rather uninteresting. But as the teacher began discussing the architectural details of the courtyard and its historical significance, she gradually became more willing to listen. When Lan Lin wanted to play with her, she shot him a glare, prompting him to obediently sit down and focus on the lesson, eager to impress her. Lan Yeping observed him a few times, feeling immense satisfaction at his ability to concentrate. Chapter 51. The 51st day of eavesdropping this month. The first production was from Workshop 1. Deng Mei scanned the crowd, her gaze resting on Liang Ying, then shifting to Lin Lianhua. Lianhua, please stand and say a few words, let us applaud. Lianhua felt a surge of pride but feigned modesty. Rising, she bowed slightly. There is nothing special to say. It is the diligent effort of our workshop comrades that has led to our achievements, which have little to do with me as the group leader. You mustn't say that, Zhang Tower, the group leader of Workshop 2, interjected. Your workshop's hard work reflects well on you, as the group leader. I hear you often put in overtime, is that true? Sister Sun, you already know, Lin Lianhua said, feeling a hint of embarrassment as she tugged at her clothing. I haven't really mentioned it to anyone. What's there to be ashamed of? This is a good thing, Zhang Tower praised. Lianhua is young and hardworking, far better than some others. As she spoke, her eyes darted towards Liang Ying. Your workshop has fallen behind this month again. It seems to be a recurring issue. Aren't you concerned? Liang Ying was unfazed by Zhang Tower's veiled criticism. Zhang Tower was the sister of Zhang Xinger, and since becoming the group leader of Workshop 3, the Tower sisters had treated her with disdain. Liang Ying had grown accustomed to it. I am concerned, but such matters cannot be rushed, she replied calmly. Cannot be rushed? You've been a group leader with no results at all, Zhang Tower retorted mockingly. If I were you, I would step aside and let someone else take over. That is quite an overstep, Zhang Tower, Deng Mei interjected sharply, finding her words harsh. If one cannot produce results, should they resign? Should I, as a group leader of Workshop 3, resign as well? We are all comrades and should encourage one another, not speak so harshly. If you believe you are capable, why not switch places with Liang Ying and take over Workshop 3? Zhang Taoist suddenly appeared as though someone had choked her, her face flushing red as she stammered. Deng Dejia, I didn't mean it that way. If you didn't mean it, then refrain from such comments, Deng Mei admonished, tapping the table. She addressed everyone, noting that Workshop 3's long-standing issues had persisted through numerous group leaders. If anyone believes they can do better, please raise your hand. I will speak to the leaders on your behalf. If you succeed, I will gladly step aside. Silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Deng Mei managed to quell the negative atmosphere before turning to Liang Ying. Liang Ying, this cannot be blamed on you. But you have been in Workshop 3 for a month now, and this month the workshop has produced less fabric and more defective items than the others. You must consider how to address this. Group leader, I understand, Liang Ying replied, her ears flushing with embarrassment. Liang Ying had already begun to devise a plan. As she exited the office, Deng Mei caught up to her. Liang Ying. Liang Ying halted. Deng Dejia.
Deng Mei approached Liang Ying.
Do not take the meeting's comments to heart. I support you. You cannot rush your work in the workshop. The most crucial aspect is to solidify the foundation with the comrades, do you understand? Liang Ying felt gratitude swell within her. Deng Dejia regarded her as a valued member of the team. It would have been far worse to let her stumble and suffer before extending help. I understand. I've been getting along well with the others in the workshop. You can rest assured. That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Deng Mei gently pat Liang Ying's shoulder,
advising her to proceed with patience, for haste would not yield favorable results. Although she spoke these words, Liang Ying harbored a plan deep within her heart. By nature, Liang Ying was fiercely competitive. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to become the leader of the third workshop. She had endured a month, biding her time for the right opportunity. Was today not the perfect moment? Contemplating this, Liang Ying hastily had her lunch in the canteen before returning to the workshop. The machines were still in operation, and the rhythmic sound of spinning filled the air, while the day shift women engaged in casual chatter as they worked. Liang Ying cleared her throat and closed the door. With all present, she decided it was time to address them. The dozen or so women gathered around, and Zhang Xing provocatively eyed Liang Ying, inquiring what business she had with them, as they were all quite busy. Liang Ying clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze fixated on Zhang Xing, who eventually averted her eyes, intimidated. Zhang Xing was correct. It was indeed an inopportune time to disturb them while they were busy. However, there was a matter that she felt compelled to discuss. The women exchanged glances, silently acknowledging they had an inkling of what their leader was about to reveal. Liang Ying continued, Before I came to the workshop, I heard that the women here are notoriously lazy and prefer lighter tasks. Some faces flushed with embarrassment, while others displayed an indifferent demeanor. Zhang Xing retorted, Leader, at our age, we all have our ailments. We cannot compare to the youth. Others murmured in agreement, yet many remained silent, neither offending nor appeasing. Liang Ying smiled and said, Please do not rush. I have not finished. Upon my arrival, my perspective changed entirely. While our senior ladies may be older than those in other workshops, they are certainly not lazy. In fact, they possess years of experience, working both swiftly and proficiently, rivaling even the younger workers. Take, for instance, Sister Chen Shiwen from our workshop. Last month, she produced the highest quantity of fabric without a single defective batch. Chen Shiwen, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback by the sudden praise.
Me?
Liang Ying confirmed, Indeed, sister, you spun over 800 bolts of fabric last month, and I have the records to prove it. Your fabric is of the finest quality. As a token of appreciation, I would like to reward you with 1 yuan. She promptly retrieved a 1 yuan note from her pocket and handed it to Chen Shiwen. Chen Shiwen hesitated, her face flushed with excitement and embarrassment. Well, thank you. Feeling bashful, Chen Shiwen had previously spoken ill of Liang Ying, calling her a capitalist miss, but now she found herself unexpectedly praised. Liang Ying encouraged her. There is no need for modesty, sister. Would you kindly share your secrets on how to produce such excellent fabric? Our workshop frequently deals with defective batches, and your insights could potentially resolve the issue. However, before she could finish, Zhang Xing erupted, Leader, what do you mean by that? Are you speaking directly to me? Liang Ying, with a frown, clarified, Zhang Xing, you are misunderstanding. I merely wish for Sister Chen to share her experience for the benefit of all. She regarded Zhang Xing as somewhat childish for interrupting. Indeed, Zhang Xing, was that necessary? Chen Shiwen, typically shy around Liang, exhibited a hostile demeanor toward Zhang Xing. The two had been rivals for years, and now, during such a moment of glory, Zhang Xing dared to interject. Chen Shiwen wished she could silence her with a slap. What do you mean by intentional? You all are the ones targeting me, Zhang Xing exclaimed, throwing her work to the ground. Yes, I may have produced less fabric. But my machines have issues, everyone knows that. If you all were capable, you'd switch with me instead of merely boasting. Liang Ying's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she interjected, if I were to switch with you, would you be able to match Sister Chen's output? It's just 800 bolts a month after all. Zhang Xing defiantly retorted, as long as my machines are functioning well, I can achieve that. Very well, I shall exchange with you, Liang Ying declared without hesitation.
Wait,
Chen Shiwen exclaimed, unable to contain herself. She gazed incredulously at Liang Ying, whispering, her machines frequently produce defective fabric, while yours are in good condition. Are you truly considering this? In the past, Chen Shiwen would have relished this spectacle. However, given Liang Ying's adeptness in navigating social dynamics, she had often helped others with ticket exchanges, and many owed her favors. Chen Shiwen pondered that while Liang Ying might appear foolish, her character was commendable compared to Zhang Xing, who thrived on others' misfortunes. Chen Shiwen, what does this have to do with you? Liang Ying, we all heard her, I'll switch with you, Zhang Xing declared triumphantly. Let us see if those machines will still produce quality fabric in your hands. Liang Ying, though apprehensive, remained resolute. She had long regarded Zhang Xing with disdain, often blaming her machines for poor output, which stemmed from carelessness rather than genuine issues. If she did not rectify this matter, how could she establish her authority in the workshop? Moreover, Liang Ying had observed that the women in the workshop were generally competent, with the primary issue lying with Zhang Xing. She frequently shirked her duties, encouraging others to do the same, thereby fostering a detrimental atmosphere. In contrast, Chen Shiwen, while competitive, was diligent, and her ambition had ultimately become her strength. Chapter 52. The 52nd day of eavesdropping. The incident involving Zhang Xing and Liang Ying's exchange of machines spread throughout the factory in less than an afternoon. Zhang Tower gave her sister a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. You've finally shown some cleverness.
Zhang Xing pushing her Kotzelt, chuckled.
That Liang Ying pretends to be industrious all day. I am eager to see what she can accomplish with my troublesome machines. Those machines were notoriously difficult to operate, plagued by issues that the factory's maintenance department had failed to resolve despite numerous visits. While Zhang Xing had previously feigned helplessness, she secretly reveled in the prospect of laziness now that she had a valid excuse. She anticipated that it wouldn't be long before Liang Ying was defeated by those machines, ultimately forced to concede defeat. At that moment, she was curious to see what Liang Ying would have to say. On her way home, Liang Ying noticed a vendor selling apples and decided to purchase 2 pounds, thinking of preparing apple puree for her teething daughter. As she entered the backyard, Huang Shirong emerged from the east wing, exclaiming, Liang Ying, how could you be so foolish? Liang Ying paused, stopping her bicycle at the entrance, and asked with a smile, what on earth are you talking about, auntie? I don't comprehend. Huang Shirong, feigning ignorance, loudly proclaimed, Lianhua came back and said you were duped. You traded your good machines for someone else's, which are constantly breaking down. Nobody else would agree to such a swap. Why did you foolishly consent? Lin Lianhua, lifting the curtain from within the house, stood at the threshold with a look that seemed sympathetic but was, in truth, a smirk of amusement. Indeed, Liang Ying, I know you faced criticism from the leaders at the meeting today, but you mustn't be so eager for quick results. Dear, your daughter is crying. Come inside. Gu Jinshui called from within. Pushing open the window while cradling the baby, Liang Ying understood the signal, responded with a brief acknowledgement, and disregarded the gloating Huang Shirong and her daughter as she entered the house. Why waste your breath on them? Gu Jinshui took the apples from her hands and whispered, those two have been lurking around since we got off work. Your mother and I were puzzled about what they were waiting for. It turns out they were waiting for you. Liang Ying paid no mind to Lin Lianhua and the others. Rather than concern herself with their idle gossip, her thoughts were on her daughter's well-being. She picked up the child, weighing her in her arms, and mused, she seems heavier today. Has she not eaten enough? Since Lan Lin had started bringing a teacher and a nanny, Gu Yousi's meals had significantly improved. It wasn't that the Gu family deprived her. Gu Yousi had always eaten refined grains and nourishing dishes like egg custard and meat puree. Many in the courtyard remarked on how the Gu family indulged their daughter so extravagantly. It was well known that not only children but even adults in the courtyard seldom enjoyed such fine dining as Gu Yousi. However, the meals at Lan Yeping's place were exceedingly lavish. With spring in full bloom, seafood was scarce in Beijing, yet they managed to feast on fresh fish and shrimp daily, along with an array of southern fruits like loquats, guavas, and pineapples. Lan Yeping was generous, often instructing the chef to prepare 2 portions, one for his grandson and one for Gu Yousi. Although Gu Yousi had never overeaten, Lan Lin seemed to treat her like a sister, often bringing extra snacks for her. Today, I fed our daughter, but didn't dare let her eat too much, Gu Jinshui boasted. That little rascal tried to snatch food from me. How absurd. After all, I am Gu Yousi's father. That sounds good. I'll steam an apple tonight and make some apple puree for our daughter. How does that sound? Liang inquired with a cheerful smile. Gu Yousi solemnly nodded in agreement. Recently, she had been eating so well that her teeth were growing rapidly, albeit in an amusing manner, with 2 baby teeth emerging right in the center, resembling a groundhog. During dinner, Huang Shirong and her daughter continued discussing how Liang Ying had been deceived. He Chunlian ignored them but remained concerned for Liang Ying, asking if the machine issues were serious. If they break down frequently, perhaps Jinshui should find someone to take a look. Mother, it's nothing to worry about. I'll handle it for now, and if it becomes unmanageable, I will ask Jinshui for help, Liang Ying responded. Gu Yinxing, while eating an egg, encouraged sister-in-law. We all believe in you. Go for it. Absolutely, I will do my best. If I can resolve this issue, I'll treat the family to a restaurant. Liang Ying replied with a grin. The family erupted in laughter, enthusiastically discussing where to dine. Gu Yinxing had recently developed a liking for Western restaurants, enamored by the cakes and ice cream, while Gu Jinshui favored hearty meat dishes, such as those at Donglishan. As for He Chunlian, she was indifferent, content with anything. In the neighboring room, Lin Lianhua fed her eldest child, perplexed by the laughter emanating from the Gu household. She felt a twinge of resentment, pondering how they could be so jovial in light of such circumstances. After all, when she had been extorted, Huang Shirong had berated her for days, refusing to show her a pleasant demeanor for an entire month. I think their entire family is mad, fools indeed. How can they laugh in such a situation? Song, Jianxi sneered. Liang Ying, a perfectly capable woman, neglects her household duties, allowing Gu Jinshui to lounge about as an idle man, tending to the child. How ridiculous. No wonder they only have a daughter. Song Chaohua, having finished washing the dishes, entered and momentarily changed her expression upon hearing this, but quickly looked down again. What of having a daughter? Are daughters not human beings? Liang Ying, I entrust these machines to you today, Zhang Xinger announced cheerfully in the morning, her demeanor as bright as spring. Liang Ying approached, responding, Then I shall hand over my machines to you. They are in good condition. Sister Xing, you must work diligently today. Of course, Zhang Xinger replied nonchalantly. Isn't it just a matter of monitoring the machines while changing the spindles? How difficult can that be? The workers in the workshop remained silent, their eyes fixed on the two, but soon the delivery of new spindles from the bobbin workers set everyone to work. As Liang Ying began operating the machines, she swiftly changed the spindles. With focused determination, she scrutinized the machines to avoid any errors, only to find that the newly produced fabric was, in fact, defective. Defective fabric, characterized by a misalignment of the warp and weft, was deemed substandard and could not be dispatched, resulting in significant losses for the factory over time. Look here, everyone. Our team leader has produced faulty fabric too, this time. I can't be blamed, Zhang Xinga shouted when she noticed Liang Ying examining the defective pieces. The onlookers gathered around, confirming the unfortunate reality. Team leader, should we call the technician to repair this? Chen Shiwen inquired, frowning. Wait a moment. Let me see if changing the spindles will rectify the issue, Liang Ying replied. The technicians have encountered this problem before. If it could be fixed, it would have been resolved long ago. Are you implying that the technicians are merely eating without working? Zhang Xing'er remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. Liang Ying lifted her gaze, her expression grave as she directed her attention towards Zhang Xing'er.
Zhang Xing'er.
I shall overlook your nonsense in the workshop, but if these words were to spread, I would not condone it. The maintenance technicians undoubtedly possess skills, yet it is we who interact with the machines daily. If we can discern the source of the problems ourselves, it would be far more advantageous, saving the technicians an unnecessary trip. The group leader concurred, admonishing Zhang Xing'er, you should refrain from speaking if you do not understand the situation. Chen Shiwen immediately chastised Zhang Xing'er, at your age, you ought to think before you speak. The others also cast disapproving glances at Zhang Xing'er. After all, her statement was exceedingly offensive. Alienating the maintenance workshop would yield no benefits for them. Feeling reprimanded by Liang Ying and the others, Zhang Xing'er wore a sullen expression. Her face as dark as the bottom of a pot while working. When she noticed that another piece of fabric had been ruined by Liang Ying, she couldn't help but sneer. Group leader, another one is damaged? This cannot be blamed on me. I specifically added oil to the machine before I left last night. What did you just say? Liang Ying, who had been examining the fabric, suddenly looked up, a spark of realization igniting in her mind. Zhang Xing'er felt a chill run down her spine but maintained her facade. I haven't said anything, the machine's failure is not my doing. You did not say it was your fault, but you mentioned adding oil last night? Liang Ying inquired.
Zhang Xing'er replied, indeed.
Master Lin previously said that if the machine frequently malfunctions, it requires additional oil.
Oil?
Could the issue lie with the oil? Liang Ying pondered this and hastily retrieved the damaged fabrics, even going to the warehouse to fetch some of the defective fabric from a few days prior. As noon approached, everyone was preparing to go for lunch. Chen Shiwen called out, Group leader, shall we eat together? No need, you all go ahead. I still have some work to attend to. Liang Ying was deeply engrossed in her task, uninterested in taking a break to eat, and waved her hand for everyone to proceed without her. Chen Shiwen insisted, we will bring you back some food. All right, Liang Ying acquiesced, though her mind remained focused on the fabric. Zhang Xing'er scoffed and followed the others to lunch. Chen Shiwen, feeling indebted for the assistance she had received, decided to show her appreciation to Liang Ying, who was clearly diligent. She felt guilty for previously speaking ill of her and thus contributed money to purchase a meat and a vegetable dish, along with 2 servings of rice, which she packed into a container to take back to the workshop. Observing this, Zhang Xing'er sneered. Well, Shiwen, you received an award yesterday, and today you're trying to curry favor. But I dare say your timing is poor. Our group leader may not last long if she keeps producing defective fabrics. I wonder how she will explain this to the higher-ups. Their return was accompanied by the echoes of their conversation in the corridor, with Zhang Xing'er's voice ringing loud enough for all to hear. Chen Shiwen, feeling embarrassed, retorted, do not project your own filth onto others. Just because you think ill of everyone does not mean we are all the same. Is helping each other out for lunch merely flattery? Zhang Xing'er, taken aback by Chen Shiwen's response, initially felt anger but then, seemingly struck by a thought, let out a cold laugh. Let us wait and see. I am eager to discover if Liang Ying can indeed repair those machines. Chapter 53. The 53rd day of eavesdropping. As Zhang Xing'er concluded her words and opened the workshop door, she spotted Liang Ying and several maintenance technicians gathered around the machines notorious for frequent malfunctions. A moment of surprise crossed her face, tinted with embarrassment. Yet, with her thick skin, she brushed off the incident as if she had said nothing at all. Master Wu, Master Cheng, what brings you all here? Chen Shiwen greeted in astonishment. Both Master Wu and Master Cheng were cleaning the machines, and upon hearing her, Master Wu wiped the sweat from his brow. Didn't we ask your team leader to come help us? Liang Ying remarked, I believe we've cleaned the oil off sufficiently. We can give it a try now. Very well, Liang Ying nodded, and once the 2 technicians stood, she started the machines. Having already replaced the spindles, the machines quickly began to operate smoothly. Chen Shiwen approached with a lunchbox. Team leader, I've brought you lunch. Hurry and eat. Don't let yourself go hungry. I'll keep an eye on the machines for you. Thank you, Shiwen, Liang Ying replied, surprised as she accepted the lunchbox with sweet words of gratitude. Chen Shiwen felt pleased and waved her hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. We help each other out in the workshop. It's quite common. You go ahead and eat. I'll hold off for now, Liang Ying said, her gaze fixed on the machines. After a morning of diligent work on these machines, she was drenched in sweat. Leaving now would risk any potential setbacks, which would render her morning efforts futile. Still working hard, are we? With no boss around, who are you trying to impress? Zhang Xinger remarked sarcastically, casually changing a spindle in front of the machines. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it held an intentional edge. Chen Shiwen felt a surge of anger. Zhang Xinger had this habit, didn't she? It was one thing to mutter in the workshop, but with maintenance personnel present, such remarks could only invite ridicule upon their team. Liang Ying chose to ignore her, turning to Master Wu and Master Cheng, gentlemen. Do you think the fabric output speed is quicker than before? Master Wu examined the fabric closely and remarked, it does seem so. Just then, Deng Mei happened to pass by the entrance and noticed the crowd around the machines. She hurried over, anxious about any potential disturbances in their workshop. Team leader. We just repaired the machines and are checking for improvements, Liang Ying explained. What improvements could there be? These machines have been malfunctioning for years, Zhang Xinger interjected. Unable to contain herself, Liang Ying ignored her and picked up a piece of defective fabric from the floor, addressing Deng Mei, team leader. This morning I examined the defective fabric and noticed some areas were quite sticky. I suspect the addition of oil may have caused the fabric to deteriorate. Deng Mei took immediate interest and carefully examined the fabric, confirming its stickiness. That's why I called in the 2 technicians to disassemble the machines and wipe off the oil, to see if that was the cause. Liang Ying continued. Our factory has several machines that frequently produce defective fabric. If we can identify the reason, it would significantly reduce our losses. Excellent, excellent. Deng Mei praised Liang Ying profusely. Just as she was about to commend Liang Ying for her diligence, she caught sight of Zhang Xinger's disgruntled expression, and her words shifted, you are truly considerate. We team leaders should always think ahead for our colleagues and the factory. Have you eaten? Not yet, Liang Ying replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was eager to see the results and thought I could wait a bit longer. Go, eat quickly. I'll keep an eye on the fabric. You should head to the changing room and finish your meal before returning, Deng Mei insisted, not allowing Liang Ying to argue. Reluctantly, Liang Ying briefed Chen Shiwen on a few tasks and hurried off to the changing room. Chen Shiwen, feeling honored, readily agreed and cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Xinger. Fuming, Zhang Xinger gritted her teeth, cursing Liang Ying for being so petty. Was it necessary to take offense over a few words? Liang Ying rushed to the changing room for lunch, her mind preoccupied with the machines rather than her meal, and as she hurriedly swallowed her food, she nearly collided with Lin Lianhua. Lin Lianhua appeared to have just finished her lunch. Noticing Liang Ying's frantic demeanor, she smiled and asked, Liang Ying, what's the hurry? Glancing towards the 3rd workshop, she added, why are there so many people? Did your team get into another argument? Liang Ying shot her a glance. Lianhua, can't you wish us well for once? Our workshop is doing perfectly fine. When have we argued? While it was true that the 3rd workshop had its fair share of troublemakers, Liang Ying felt compelled to defend her own team against outsiders. Team leader, we did it! Chen Shiwen exclaimed as she exited the workshop, waving eagerly at Liang Ying. Upon hearing this, Liang Ying's thoughts cleared, and she dashed into the 3rd workshop, leaving Lin Lianhua behind in confusion. Shall we go see what is happening? Lin Lianhua suggested to Su Wen and the others, her tone feigning concern for Liang Ying. Sure, there's quite a commotion over there. It's curious, Su Wen replied quietly. Yet Lin Lianhua scrutinized her with a smirk, thinking how the seemingly innocent demeanor of Su Wen belied her true intentions to witness Liang Ying's potential embarrassment. Su Wen felt uneasy under Lin Lianhua's gaze and turned away. All right, let us go check it out and show some concern for our colleagues, Lin Lianhua said with a smile. Inside the 3rd workshop, a crowd had gathered, especially around Liang Ying's machines, where the 2 technicians were carefully examining the freshly produced fabric, scrutinizing every inch. Master Wu exclaimed, it's truly remarkable. It's working now. What's working? Lin Lianhua squeezed through the crowd, eagerly inquiring. Master Wu adjusted his glasses and replied, these machines are functioning again. Liang Ying, you've done well. These machines have malfunctioned countless times, and despite our best efforts, we couldn't fix them. You managed to identify the issue. Liang Ying humbly responded, Master Wu.
You flatter me.
It was merely a stroke of luck. I believe we should further verify this. Perhaps test some other machines in the factory to see if they exhibit the same issues. Yes.
Liang Ying's suggestion sparked recognition in Deng Mei.
Her face lit up with joy as she clapped her hands. Let us get the other defective machines fixed right away. Suddenly, a 30-something woman raised her hand, eager to report, I have a machine too. Master Wu and the others approached her, inquiring about the situation. She explained that her machines occasionally produced defective fabric, but the frequency was relatively low. In fact, just a few days ago, one machine had produced a defective batch. As the elder sister spoke, she suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, Oh dear, just the day before yesterday, I was thinking that this machine hadn't been lubricated in quite some time. So I added oil. And now, the very next day, it breaks down. Could that be the reason? Perhaps it is. But we must conduct further tests to ascertain the truth. Master Wu and his companion were equally pleased. The issue of defective fabric had become quite entrenched within the factory, and both management and employees alike were growing increasingly anxious. If this problem could be resolved, it would certainly alleviate a significant burden from their minds. Master Wu and his colleagues set to work, diligently cleaning the area. Noticing the gathering crowd, Deng Mei quickly interjected, All right, everyone, disperse. This repair won't be completed in a moment, and don't you all have your own work to attend to? Upon her insistence, the crowd reluctantly retreated.
Lin Lianhu, Su Wen,
and the others walked away, glancing back repeatedly. Throughout the afternoon, as they toiled, their minds wandered, occasionally straining to catch any sounds from the adjacent area. Yet the clattering of machinery drowned out any noise from Workshop 3. The following day, as Lin Lianhua pushed her cart into the factory, she spotted a throng of people gathered around the honor board. An unsettling premonition gripped her, prompting her to quicken her pace and squeeze into the crowd. There, she beheld a red notice affixed to the board, praising Liang Ying, Deng Mei, Chen Shiwen, and 2 maintenance technicians. The factory had indeed been generous this time, awarding each individual with 10 yuan. An older sister, her hands tucked into her sleeves, remarked enviously, I've heard that those who receive such commendations will be given priority for the Model Worker Awards at year's end. Is that so? What good fortune! I wonder why we never considered that the defective fabric was due to being coated with oil, mused an older brother, scratching his chin, which was marked with stubble. It clearly states that one must work diligently and think of the factory's interests. Little Zhang, it seems your thoughts are solely on playing cards. The elder sister and brother appeared to be acquainted, exchanging light-hearted banter. The crowd lavished praise on Liang Ying and her colleagues, particularly Liang Ying, whose reputation in Workshop 3 was well established. Initially, when Liang Ying joined Workshop 3, many in the factory were skeptical of her capabilities. The reasoning was simple. Liang Ying was quite young. Despite being a mother, to many of the older employees, she was merely a novice. Workshop 3 was staffed by seasoned workers, and even the factory director had to show them respect, with no connections and a less favorable background. It seemed she would face difficulties. However, much to everyone's surprise, what Deng Mei could not manage, Liang Ying appeared to handle with remarkable finesse. In fact, it was the first time in years that someone from Workshop 3 had received such accolades. Lin Lianhua, listening to the praises, felt her eyes welling with tears. Lowering her head, she slipped away from the crowd, her teeth clenched in frustration. She wished to distance herself from this situation, but it seemed fate was conspiring against her. At noon, Deng Mei specifically called them in for a meeting to commend Liang Ying. Chapter 54. The 54th day of eavesdropping. As everyone is undoubtedly aware, our workshop leader, Liang Ying, achieved remarkable success yesterday. Sister Deng, in high spirits due to recent joyful events, praised Liang Ying, even though it was not she who initially discovered the machine malfunction. Nevertheless, her recommendation of Liang Ying earned her some credit, especially since Liang was lauded by the leadership. For many years, our workshop's machinery had been plagued by unresolved issues, but thanks to Liang Ying's keen observation that the problem lay with the oil, our factory's losses will now be significantly mitigated. Comrade Liang truly is impressive. The leaders from other workshops complimented her with smiles, their tones tinged with both envy and gratitude. For Liang Ying's discovery had also alleviated some of their own problems. As everyone applauded, Sister Deng encouraged Liang Ying to share her work experiences. Rising amidst the applause, Liang Ying bowed gracefully and replied, I have nothing much to say, just that one should think carefully and try various approaches while working. It was merely a fortunate coincidence, combined with the support of several repair technicians and Sister Deng. This achievement is not solely mine. In fact, I have much to learn from everyone here. Though Sister Deng was not one to seek accolades, she relished these words. The other leaders' smiles became genuinely warm, acknowledging Liang's humility. I see Comrade Liang is doing quite well in Workshop 3. Perhaps soon your production results will catch up, one remarked hopefully. Indeed, if that happens, I shall treat everyone to a meal. Liang Ying replied with a smile. That would be wonderful. We shall hold you to that. Sister Deng pointed at Liang Ying playfully. I have high hopes for you. Do not let us down. Don't let your pride cloud your judgment, Lin Lianhua interjected, unable to restrain herself any longer. Her voice, though gentle, carried an edge. Your workshop has repaired its machines, but catching up will not be so simple, especially with those women in your workshop. She chuckled lightly, leaving her words hanging, and everyone understood the implication. The other leaders exchanged glances, looking at Liang Ying. Unperturbed, Liang Ying nodded slightly. I must disagree. Leader Lin, I believe that if our women in Workshop 3 put in the effort, they can certainly compete with others. Even your Workshop 1 might not be able to maintain its lead. Liang Ying, you certainly have a bold spirit, Lin Lianhua scoffed. Our Workshop 1 has secured the top production spot for several consecutive years. How can you possibly catch up? Then shall we have a competition? Liang Ying retorted, seemingly provoked. Liang Ying, don't be rash. Sister Deng interjected, concerned as Liang Ying appeared flustered. The machines in Workshop 3 may be fixed, but the people remain the same. How can you compare to Workshop 1? Very well, let us compete. What if we lose? Lin Lianhua's mind raced with excitement. This wager seemed to be in her favor. Liang Ying's smug expression only fueled her determination. If I lose, I will personally pay 10 yuan for ice cream for your workshop. Liang Ying, without a moment's hesitation, responded, if you lose, you shall treat us to ice cream. Deal. Lin Lianhua could hardly contain her laughter. She stood up, declaring, I shall eagerly await my ice cream, Comrade Liang. Zhang Tower chimed in Lianhua. We'll share in the delight too. Of course. Lin Lianhua beamed. Once the meeting adjourned, Sister Deng called Liang Ying aside, her expression a mix of exasperation and concern. Liang Ying, why did you so thoughtlessly accept a bet? Don't worry about it, class leader. I'm not doing this out of pride. Liang Ying replied while tidying up the chairs. If I lose, it's merely 10 yuan. It's not just 10 yuan. If you lose to Workshop 1, it would be a source of embarrassment. Sister Deng felt a mix of sympathy and resignation. Youth often brings impulsiveness, yet perhaps a little zeal could be beneficial. Upon returning to the workshop, Chen Shiwen rushed over, asking, Leader, is it true that Workshop 1 challenged us to a bet? Oh, you've heard about it. Liang Ying replied, feigning indignation. I originally did not intend to accept. Then why did you agree and wager money? Chen Shiwen felt a pang of concern for Liang Ying. 10 yuan was a substantial amount, nearly a third of their monthly wages, enough to buy several days' worth of meat for their families. Isn't this a matter of pride? I can tolerate her looking down on me, but not on all of us in Workshop 3. I must show her that we are not inferior. Liang Ying's voice was resolute. The sentiment resonated with her colleagues, who felt a mix of anger and excitement. While they were often criticized for being slow due to their age, Liang Ying's defense ignited their spirits. Leader you. Chen Shiwen was deeply moved, her lips trembling. I will contribute 2 yuan. For the frugal Chen Shiwen, this was a significant commitment. No need, Sister Shiwen. Liang Ying placed her hand on Chen Shiwen's, addressing her colleagues. Regardless of what others say, I firmly believe that our workshop's members are not inferior to anyone. This competition is not a foregone conclusion. Indeed. The others echoed. Leader, you're right. Chen Shiwen felt relieved at Liang Ying's refusal of her offer, quickly agreeing. I will certainly work hard this month. So will we. The others chimed in. Director Wang, Liang Ying's behavior is rather reckless. Why engage in such a frivolous bet? Sister Deng murmured in Director Wang's office. While her tone suggested a reprimand, It was more of an attempt to shield Liang Ying. Director Wang, contemplative, held his enamel cup, listening to Sister Deng's words. Interesting, he mused, placing the cup down. Sister Deng, I understand the situation. Do not worry. I doubt Liang Ying's workshop will lose. Even if they do, it may turn out to be a blessing in disguise.
Ah?
Sister Deng looked bewildered. Upon observing Sister Deng's demeanor, Director Wang discerned that she had not grasped Liang Ying's scheming at all. To put it plainly, Sister Deng was an earnest individual. Lacking the political cunning necessary for navigating the complexities of power dynamics, she might manage as a class leader, but advancing further would prove challenging. In contrast, Liang Ying exhibited considerable adeptness. Her strategy of undermining the foundation while employing a guise of self-sacrifice was effective, capable of uniting the entire workshop. Regardless of the outcome, she would undoubtedly earn the support of her female colleagues, while Lin Lianhua, despite her flurry of activity, remained blissfully unaware that she was merely facilitating another's ambitions.
Well,
Since they have suggested you serve as the judge, take a moment to do so. We can discuss the results later, Director Wang said amicably. Without much thought, Sister Deng readily acquiesced. That evening, as Liang Ying returned home from work, she felt particularly invigorated. During dinner, she informed her family, I fear I may be quite busy in the coming days, Mother. Jinshui, you will need to look after the children more. That's no trouble at all, He Chunlian remarked. Observing Gu Yousi savoring her meal, our school doesn't have many classes. Once I finish, I'll be back. Jinshui has been taking leisurely strolls daily, so you needn't worry about household matters. Indeed, and our two girls are older now, making them easier to manage, she added. Recently, Gu Yinxing had been pursuing further studies, appearing spirited each day. Naturally, He Chunlian harbored suspicions that she was dating Yan Ren, given her cheerful demeanor upon returning home. Liang Ying smiled, then I can rest easy. Once this busy period concludes, everything will be fine. While the family was gathered at the table, a voice resonated from the yard, Shan who was calling out. Gu Jinshui did not step outside but shouted, We're having dinner, come in. Upon entering, Shan whose vibrant presence was striking, he radiated joy, grinning widely as he carried fruits and candies. Brother, are you all eating? Shan who sought to make conversation. Gu Jinshui shot him a look, finding the question redundant. Just as he was about to invite Shan Hu to join, he noticed something unusual about him. Raising an eyebrow, he gestured for Shan Hu to pull up a chair. What's going on? With a buoyant spirit, Shan Hu moved a chair beside Gu Jinshui and declared, Yes, joyful news. I am getting married. Coughing lightly, Gu Yinxing covered her mouth with a cloth, recovering before exclaiming, Brother Hu, you are getting married? How sudden? It's not sudden, Shan Hu replied, scratching his head as he placed the fruits and candies on the table. I've been seeing this girl for some time now. Her family has suggested that the 15th of next month is an auspicious date for us to obtain our marriage certificate, followed by a banquet 2 days later. The same girl as before? Gu Jinshui asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Liang Ying observed the exchange, placing a hand over his to subtly dissuade him from probing further. Gu Jinshui, catching her gesture, swallowed his question. Liang Ying then inquired, That's wonderful news. What is this girl like, and what does she do? She called Gu Yinxing to fetch a set of bowls and chopsticks for Shan Hu, who promptly hurried off, eager not to miss out on the unfolding gossip. Chapter 55, the 55th day of eavesdropping. Shan Hu scratched the back of his head, his expression unexpectedly shy. The young lady's name was Pearl, Qizhenju, residing just behind our courtyard. Although her family was somewhat impoverished, she was a kind-hearted girl, shouldering all the household chores. He Chunlian paused upon hearing this, inquiring if that meant she was unemployed. Indeed, Shan Hu lamented that neither she nor her family held legitimate jobs. He felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. As her family had 4 children, the eldest sister was married, while her brothers earned a meager living at the train station by helping others carry luggage. This was a common task at the station, where one could earn a mere 5 to 10 cents per trip. Those willing to endure hard work could make 2 to 3 yuan a day, totaling at best 20 to 30 yuan a month. It wasn't too much, but it was enough to stave off starvation. How commendable, He Chunlian remarked, this family can endure hardship. Shan Hu, however, wore an awkward expression. The brothers of Pearl were not particularly industrious. They only worked when there was money to be made, returning home as soon as their pockets were filled. This was a family secret, unfit for public discussion.
How old is she?
Liang Ying inquired. Chaohua quickly replied, 19, nearly 20. Liang Ying chuckled lightly, so young. She's 3 years your junior. Why not wait a little longer to marry? Chaohua, you've earned quite a bit. Saving for a house before tying the knot would be much brighter. Though Liang Ying refrained from prying into Gu Jinshui's income, she had a fair idea of Chaohua's earnings from his own words. Selling scrap, reselling tickets, and trading foreign exchange vouchers. He could make over 100 yuan a month. Living simply, he could save up to 1,000 yuan in a year, a sum sufficient for a modest home. Chaohua's face reddened. Sister-in-law, please don't pry. Our marriage has been decided. Come join us for the wedding feast next month on the 18th. All right. Our whole family will attend to support you. Liang Ying responded. Noticing Gu Jinshui seemed ready to speak, she quickly silenced him, thanking Chaohua for the wedding candies. Chaohua, not particularly hungry, took a few bites and hurried off, claiming he needed to trade watch tickets on the black market to buy a watch for the young lady. Once Chaohua left, Gu Jinshui could no longer contain himself. I cannot approve of this marriage. He Chunlian, munching on pickled vegetables, laughed at his words. Son, I'm not scolding you, but what do you think of Chaohua? He has already set the wedding date. Mother, you cannot possibly think that girl is suitable. Gu Jinshui was not a man who favored wealth over character. His own past was not without flaws, having engaged in unsavory activities in his youth. Yet, he could see that Qi Zhenju held no affection for Chaohua. Could a loveless marriage truly flourish? It was bound to invite trouble. He Chunlian sighed. Your mother is not a deity. How can she discern the true character of others? Chaohua has finally found a wife, and he is so happy. Why must you dampen his spirits with your negativity? Liang Ying added, Mother speaks wisely. Moreover, I sense Chaohua's urgency regarding this marriage, which must stem from circumstances he cannot disclose. Why pry further? Gu Jinshui understood their reasoning but regarded Chaohua as a brother. He wished for him to find a true partner, someone who would genuinely love and share life with him. The more he pondered, the more discontent he felt. He stood to leave, but He Chunlian cautioned, Don't act rashly. You can meddle in many matters, but not this one. I won't permit it. I just need to step out for a smoke, Gu Jinshui muttered, his irritation palpable. Gu Yousi blinked, watching her father exit, noting it was the first time she had seen him so upset. However, she recalled that Chaohua had once left Beijing, and this thought lingered in her mind.
What?
Chaohua is leaving Beijing? He Chunlian and Liang Ying were taken aback. They had never considered that Chaohua might depart, having regarded him as part of the family for so many years. But if Chaohua truly wished to leave, it would be his decision. It was a natural course. Children grow up and leave home, and one cannot force them to stay. Beside a telephone pole in the alley, Gu Jinshui took a puff from his cigarette, brushing off the ash. How long do you plan to hide there? Chaohua, who sheepishly emerged from the shadows. Gu Jinshui shot him a glance. Stop being timid. Speak your mind. Brother, I know you disapprove of Pearl, Chaohua confessed. He was not oblivious. He had noted Gu Jinshui's disapproval, having felt the sting of his brother's disdain in the past. I don't dislike her. It's her who doesn't tea like you. Gu Jinshui replied, exhaling smoke and extinguishing the cigarette. If she held even a fraction of affection for you, I wouldn't object to this union. Chaohua fell silent, a rare loneliness washing over his features. In the shadows, his eyes were clear and resolute. Brother, I understand, but she might be carrying my child.
What?
You. Gu Jinshui stared at Chaohua, momentarily at a loss for words. You must be joking. Chaohua shook his head, staring at the ground, kicking a pebble. Brother, I want a family like yours. I don't want to return home to face 4 barren walls alone every day. Gu Jinshui opened his mouth, words caught in his throat. Chaohua rarely shared his sorrows. He was typically honest and never questioned what he was given, accepting whatever was offered without complaint. Yet at that moment, Gu Jinshui realized the pain his brother bore within. He ceased his protests. He finally understood why He Chunlian forbade him from interfering. Ultimately, this marriage was Chaohua's choice alone. No one else had the right to meddle. A bicycle whizzed past, and the rider cast a puzzled glance at the two, muttering about their late-night gathering. Mind your own business. Gu Jinshui snapped irritably. The cyclist, taken aback, hurried away. Gu Jinshui turned back to Shan Hu. All right, I understand now. Next month then? I'll prepare a generous red envelope for you. Thank you, brother. Shan Hu's face broke into a simple, earnest smile, accepting the gesture without hesitation. They, who had fought side by side through thick and thin, needed no formalities. When Liang Ying saw Gu Jinshui return with a more relaxed demeanor, she refrained from asking questions. She needed to rise early for work the next day, so she retired to bed early. The bet between Workshop 1 and Workshop 3 had spread like wildfire, with others convinced that Workshop 1 was destined to win. As Liang Ying passed the restroom, Bai Xiaoyan rushed out and grabbed her, startling Liang Ying. Oh, it's you. What do you want? Bai Xiaoyan felt a twinge of hurt at Liang Ying's cold demeanor, but also a sense of grievance. She had made mistakes, but had accepted her punishment. Why, then, could Liang Ying not forgive her? Liang Ying, I wish to convey to you that it is unwise to engage in wagers with Lin Lianhua. You may not be aware, but she was involved in the grievous matter of falsely accusing you of stealing the television ticket. Liang Ying interjected, I am aware of this. Bai Xiaoyan's mouth fell open in disbelief. How could you possibly know? She never disclosed this to anyone, and Lin Lianhua would certainly not divulge her own vulnerabilities. You and Lin Lianhua have been whispering to each other incessantly. Even a blind person could deduce it, Liang Ying remarked coolly. Bai Xiaoyan appeared quite awkward, stammering. I was merely encouraged by her. Liang Ying, you do not comprehend how cunning Lin Lianhua is. She is undoubtedly trying to ensnare you once more. Whether she intends to harm you is not your concern, Liang Ying retorted, brushing Bai Xiaoyan's hand aside. We are no longer friends. You need not trouble yourself over my affairs. With that, she departed, for there was a considerable amount of work awaiting her in the workshop. Liang Ying had little interest in squandering time on Bai Xiaoyan, especially given her propensity for creating trouble. True to form, upon returning home after work, Bai Xiaoyan was immediately confronted by her mother-in-law, who inquired, So, did you manage to borrow the money? Bai Xiaoyan hung her head, replying that the person had ignored her. If she disregards you, will you not persist? In my view, you are utterly useless, her mother-in-law scolded. Had I known my son would marry someone like you, I would have never allowed you to enter our home. You are a jinx, you cannot even manage to borrow 2 or 300. Hurry and prepare dinner. Bai Xiaoyan bit her lip as she retreated to the kitchen, her emotions oscillating between despair and frustration. Recently, her husband had attempted to earn some money by riding a tricycle, only to accidentally injure someone, leading to a demand for 300 yuan in compensation. The family had no money to spare. If they had funds, why would he be pedaling a tricycle? Both her maternal and marital families were impoverished. And when she thought it over, the wealthiest person she knew was Liang Ying. Just observing Liang Ying's daily attire made it evident that her family was not lacking in resources. Bai Xiaoyan believed Liang Ying to be compassionate and thought that a few kind words might persuade her to lend money. Little did she know that Liang Ying, though soft-hearted, could be quite ruthless. Once a relationship was severed, she would not even spare a glance. For the sake of the competition, the women in the workshop exerted themselves tirelessly. From dawn until dusk, they did not indulge in a moment of idleness. In the past, some would bring work from home, but seeing everyone so dedicated, they felt embarrassed to do so. Everyone was contributing their share. Liang Ying brought a bag of candy to the workshop. Chen Shiwen glanced over, astonished. Where did this candy come from? Did you buy it, team leader? Not at all. It is wedding candy from my husband's friend. Enjoy it. Take a break. Liang Ying replied. She was never stingy with small acts of kindness, and when she noticed others hesitating, she generously filled their pockets with the candy. This white rabbit candy is quite expensive. Why not save it for your child? One of the women hesitated, torn between refusing and feeling guilty. Her family was modest, and her grandchildren had never tasted such treats. Oh, my child hasn't even fully developed their teeth yet, and we don't particularly enjoy sweets. Please share it among yourselves. It would be a shame to let it go to waste, Liang Ying reassured them. Upon hearing her words, the others felt relieved to accept the treats. Liang Ying did not show any bias against Zhang Xing'e either, offering her a handful as well. Zhang Xing'e was momentarily taken aback, but murmured her thanks. Chapter 56. The 56th day of eavesdropping this month felt neither excessively long nor particularly short. Throughout this period, the weather in Beijing grew warmer, prompting everyone to shed their cotton jackets in favor of lighter garments, while the more spirited youths boldly donned denim jeans imported from Hong Kong. These form-fitting jeans had the remarkable ability to make a 17 or 18-year-old the center of attention on the street. Such a trend drew scathing criticism in the newspapers, however. The allure of Hong Kong fashion rendered such critiques futile, resulting in a surge of denim sales across the city. The fervor surrounding these jeans had little to do with Liang Ying and her colleagues. Though they were all part of textile factories, their establishment did not manufacture the fabric required for denim. Throughout the month, they toiled diligently, racing against time during meals, all in pursuit of victory in their wager. Today marked the final day, with results to be revealed tomorrow, and everyone remained fixated on the spinning spindles, their eyes unblinking. "Group leader, I've gathered some information," Chen Shiwen announced as she hurried back to Liang Ying's side. Liang Ying promptly inquired, how many bolts of fabric did their workshop produce this month? "I heard it was over 4,200, Chen Shiwen whispered. Being neighbors with Zhao Dajia from the third workshop, who was known for her loose lips, she had no trouble obtaining such information. Over 4,200? Liang Ying's brow furrowed slightly. This figure was indeed lower than what she had anticipated from her time in the first workshop. If it were merely a matter of personnel changes, that wouldn't suffice to explain the discrepancy. "This number seems rather close to ours," a nearby elder sister remarked. "Group leader, we might actually stand a chance of winning." I remain skeptical. This figure may not be accurate. Can we really trust what Zhao Dajia said? Zhang Xinger, who had approached unnoticed, scoffed. Consider this. Last month, they produced over 4,000, and this month they had a few extra days. How could they possibly produce less? Chen Shiwen bristled at the insinuation, glaring at Zhang Xinger. "You seem to be overly complimentary towards their workshop." "I'm simply stating facts, whether you like it or not." Chen Shiwen. "It appears you are being led around by them," Zhang Xinger retorted, hands on her hips. "All right, everyone, let us keep the peace," Liang Ying interjected quickly, sensing that a quarrel was brewing. "As we approach the night shift, we need to focus on our own progress, regardless of their production numbers. Let us all give our best effort on this final day." Upon hearing Liang Ying's words, Chen Shiwen and Zhang Xinger exchanged fierce glares but ultimately refrained from further argument, turning their attention back to the machinery. During the shift change, Liang Ying noted, "Our workshop has produced just over 4,200. While this number was not insignificant, the odds of winning appeared slim." "All right, everyone head home and rest well tonight," Liang Ying said, surveying the group. Though she didn't voice it, she sensed that everyone else shared her apprehension, as their faces reflected a sense of despondency. As Lin Lianhua and her companions passed by after work, they cheerfully knocked on the door. "Liang Ying, we're counting on you for ice cream tomorrow, so don't forget to bring money," Lin Lianhua said, prompting laughter from Zhao Dajia and the others, while Chen Shiwen fumed. Liang Ying maintained her composure, replying, "All right, but don't get ahead of yourself. You need to remember to bring your own money too. However, if you forget, I can lend you some." "You're quite the joker, Liang Ying." Lin Lianhua chuckled as she departed. Chen Shiwen simmered with frustration, muttering about their presumptive attitude. Liang Ying remained silent, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. The night shift this year saw fewer workers, as fabric rationing had ceased, resulting in a significant reduction in production tasks. Late at night, Gu Jinshui accompanied Liang Ying back to the factory, muttering as he pedaled, "Wife, earning this 10 yuan is truly a challenge. Here we are at the witching hour, and you still have to work overtime. Enough chatter." Liang Ying playfully smacked his shoulder. "This isn't just about money. It's about face." As the couple bantered, they heard the sound of bells ahead. Liang Ying turned her flashlight toward the source and recognized Zhang Xinger. "What are you doing here?" An awkward expression crossed Zhang Xinger's face as she cleared her throat. "Well, Chen Shiwen insisted we all come in for overtime, so here I am," reluctantly. "Do you know her?" Gu Jinshui asked quietly. Liang Ying patted his shoulder and jumped off the bike. "She's my colleague." "It's fine. I'll have her give me a ride. You head home." "All right then," Gu Jinshui nodded, watching Liang Ying hop onto Zhang Xinger's bike as they made their way to the textile factory. He scratched his chin, amused. Wasn't Zhang Xinger the very one his wife had described as a thorn in her side? How had their relationship improved so dramatically? Unbeknownst to Gu Jinshui, even Chen Shiwen and the others were taken aback when they saw Zhang Xing'er and Liang Ying enter together. Everyone's here. Liang Ying greeted with a smile as she removed her gloves and hat at the door. Let us not dawdle. We should get started while we still can. Right. Chen Shiwen and the others finally responded. Lin Lianhua, brimming with confidence, joined the shift. She had promised Song Chaohua, if I win against the capitalist lady next door today, I'll bring you some pancakes tonight. Song Chaohua merely nodded, showing little interest. Lin Lianhua hummed a cheerful tune as she entered the workshop, exchanging light-hearted banter with her co-workers while contemplating which ice cream flavor to enjoy later. After a while, Deng Mei approached to summon Lin Lianhua and Liang Ying outside. How much fabric did your two workshops produce this month? Lin Lianhua shot a triumphant glance at Liang Ying. Group leader, we produced 4,353 bolts. As I suspected, Chen Shiwen fumed, realizing Zhao Dajia had deceived her. I told you so. They were definitely pulling your leg, Zhang Xing'er chimed in. Fortunately, we're clever enough to come in for overtime. That's quite a lot, Liang Ying. What about you? Deng Dajia inquired. Liang Ying replied with a smile. We produced nearly the same as the first workshop, just 15 bolts more. Lin Lianhua's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. You clearly only had over 4,200 yesterday evening, and with so few people on the night shift, how could you produce an extra 100 bolts overnight? Because we came in for overtime last night, Liang Ying stated confidently. We even borrowed machines from other workshops. Is that not feasible? Despite having endured a sleepless night, Liang Ying felt a surge of satisfaction upon seeing Lin Lianhua's astonishment. Lin Lianhua was left speechless, clearly unable to fathom Liang Ying's determination or the newfound unity of their typically disjointed workshop. The creamy ice cream was delightfully sweet, rich in dairy flavor. Although Liang Ying had indulged in the ice cream Gu Yinxing had brought home, the taste of this particular treat far surpassed any she had previously encountered. Group leader, Weavy surely left everyone else astounded. Chen Shiwen joyfully relished her ice cream, exclaiming, this is the first time our workshop has triumphed. Zhang Xing'er felt a tumult of emotions within her. Initially, she had thought that consistently coming in last was of little consequence, yet upon experiencing the thrill of victory, she discovered that the taste of winning was far sweeter, especially when hearing others praise their workshop's diligence, which filled her heart with indescribable joy. Although this is our first win, it certainly will not be our last, Liang Ying remarked. I've long recognized that when it comes to hard work, the elder sisters are second to none. Moreover, we possess experience that surpasses the inexperienced newcomers in other workshops. There's no reason we should be outdone. She continued, let us strive harder in the future, aiming for more bonuses, just like Workshop 3, which earns 50 yuan a month. A chorus of applause and cheers erupted, and in that moment, no one dared to dampen the spirits. Sister Deng, standing at the doorway, listened to the jubilant voices within, unable to suppress a smile. Liang Ying had indeed underestimated her. Clearly, she had won the hearts of her colleagues. The news of Workshop 1's victory astonished everyone in the factory. For several days, Chen Shiwen and her team walked with an air of pride, and whenever Liang Ying was mentioned, only praise followed, devoid of any disparagement. One day, after completing her night shift, Liang Ying returned home, feeling less burdened by work and contemplating buying toys for her daughter. She purchased 2 sets, both featuring a chick pecking at grains. Gu Yousi glanced at them and turned away, showing no interest in such childish toys, while Lan Lin was utterly captivated, tugging at the string and watching the little chick peck excitedly, grinning with delight. Chen Liang, while helping to prepare vegetables, mused, this child is peculiar. Her grandfather bought her expensive toys, yet she shows no fondness for them. Why does she prefer these inexpensive ones? He Chunlian chuckled. Children don't concern themselves with price. If they like something, they deem it good. These toys are quite affordable, merely 20 cents each. You should buy a few for your grandchildren to take home. Chen Liang considered this and felt a tug at her heartstrings. Having been in Beijing for some time, although her husband visited every month, her grandchildren could not come due to the fear of losing them amidst the crowd. She longed to buy something for them, fearing that they might forget their grandmother. As they chatted, Dizzy burst in, breathless and drenched in sweat. Aunt, is my brother at home? Gu Jinshui, engrossed in antique books, heard his voice and opened the window. Duzi, what's wrong? Brother, something terrible has happened. Shan Hu's house was attacked. Duzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinshui sprang into action, leaping off the bed without even putting on his shoes. Shoes. He Chuanlian hurried into the room and tossed him a pair, urging, ride your bike. Gu Jinshui deftly caught them, slipping on his shoes as he mounted his bicycle. Hurry! Duzi quickly took his place on the back seat, slapping his forehead in realization, wondering how he had forgotten to ride the bike. He was truly flustered. Chapter 57. The 57th day of eavesdropping. Gu Jinshui inquired relentlessly. And, at last, he understood the situation. Today was precisely the day Shan Hu was to obtain his marriage certificate with Qi Zhenju. Duzi had borrowed a suit from his brother, a Zhongshan suit, intending for Shan Hu to not only secure the certificate, but also to capture a photograph with the young lady. However, upon arrival at Shan Hu's residence, they were met with a cacophony of voices. Brother, you have no idea, Duzi exclaimed. That girl's brothers and a multitude of cousins have shown up. Her father is particularly overbearing, blocking the doorway and demanding 2,000 yuan as a bride price, insisting we cannot proceed without it. 2,000 yuan? Gu Jinshui pedaled furiously, the wind whipping against him, tousling Duzi's hair as he shielded his head and huddled in his coat. Indeed, they insist on 2,000 at once. Shan Hu is unwilling to part with that much, suggesting perhaps 300 to 500, but they refuse adamantly, even resorting to throwing things. I sensed the situation was escalating. So I called my brother for assistance and hurried to find you. Fortunately, Shan Hu's home was not far. Gu Jinshui arrived swiftly, abandoning his bicycle at the entrance, and hurried inside with Duzi. As they approached the courtyard, they found a throng gathered at the entrance to Shan Hu's room, where the sounds of heated argument and scuffling echoed within. Make way, make way. I am a friend of Shan Hu, Gu Jinshui declared. He pulled Duzi through the crowd and, upon entering, was struck by the disorder. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candy littered the floor, and several lengths of red cloth lay discarded, marked by numerous shoe prints. Brother! Shan Hu's face revealed an awkward embarrassment upon seeing Gu Jinshui. Who are you? This is a matter between our two families. What concern is it of yours? A gaunt man, resembling a scarecrow, glared at Gu Jinshui. Ignoring him, Gu Jinshui focused on Shan Hu. Who are these people? Zhenju's brother. Qi Dafei, Shan Hu rasped, his voice laced with anger as he regarded Dafei. How can you, as her brother, cause such a ruckus? Qi Dafei sneered, rolling up his sleeves, ready to unleash a tirade. An unkempt old man, seated on the Kong while smoking, interjected, Shan Hu, while Dafei's actions may be excessive, your sincerity is also in question. You've made a decent living over the years. My daughter Zhenju marrying you deserves more than a mere 300 to 500. Other families demand at least 1,000. 1,000? Gu Jinshui gasped in astonishment. Duzi interjected hastily, brother, do not listen to his nonsense. Yes, a bride price exists. But consider the girl's qualifications. She's a college graduate with a stable job. And what about your daughter? She hasn't even completed elementary school, yet has the audacity to demand 1,000. Preposterous. At this, the Qi family's expressions fell. The old man shot a furious glance at Duzi and turned to Shan Hu. I don't care about others. I know you can afford 2,000. Will you pay or not? Gu Jinshui's heart sank. He glanced at Shan Hu, realizing that his financial situation had become common knowledge. Otherwise, the old man would not be so brazen in his demands. So are you going to pay or not? If not, we'll call off this wedding. Qi Dafei shouted from the side. The onlookers in the courtyard reveled in the spectacle, some commenting on the audacity of the Qi family, while others lamented Shan Hu's misfortune in pursuing such a girl. 2,000 yuan, an amount most in the courtyard had never seen. Shan Hu clenched his fists, veins bulging, and turned to Zhenju. Zhenju, must you insist on this 2,000 to marry me? With her head bowed, Zhenju, adorned in a lovely pink dress, her cheeks painted crimson, tears streaming down her face, replied, Tiger brother, my father has struggled to raise me. Please, just give him the money. You will earn more later. Duzi nearly exploded with frustration. How easy it was for her to demand money when it was not her labor that had earned it. He had toiled day and night alongside Shan, who, sometimes even risking altercations with unsavory characters. These funds were hard-earned, blood and sweat encapsulated in every yuan. Unable to contain himself, Duzi opened his mouth, but Gu Jinshui restrained him, fixing his gaze on Shan Hu. Let Shan Hu decide for himself. Though Duzi hesitated, he ultimately succumbed to silence, crossing his arms in resignation. He could almost envision his brother Shan Hu becoming the biggest fool in the city by tomorrow. What if I cannot earn money in the future?
Shan Hu asked.
Are you willing to work alongside me to make a living? Jinju instinctively retorted. How could that be? Aren't you quite capable of earning? Her words rendered the room momentarily silent. Realizing her gaffe, Jinju sprang to her feet, grasping Shan Hu's hands. Tiger brother, I truly wish to build a life with you, but my family is too poor. Your family's poverty is not my fault, Shan Hu replied coldly, pushing her hand away. Jinju's face fell in disbelief. She clearly never anticipated that Shan Hu would reject her. Since you all feel this way, let us call off the wedding. I am unworthy of your daughter, Shan Hu declared, his heart bleeding as his eyes reddened, yet he refused to shed a tear. However, Shan Hu's naivety led to chaos. Almost immediately after his declaration, the Qi family erupted in outrage. What did you say? You think you can just refuse? What will become of my daughter? Qi Dafei thundered, furiously tossing his smoking pipe aside and advancing toward Shan Hu. Qi Dafei seized a plate from the table and hurled it at Shan Hu, who was caught off guard and staggered from the impact. Gu Jinshui rushed to steady him, pointing at the Qi family. What are you doing? Are you intending to assault someone? Do you wish to go to jail? The elder Qi glared, spitting on the ground in contempt. I've lived long enough. Do not threaten me. If you have the guts, call the police. I will accuse this scoundrel of assaulting my daughter. Either you pay today, or we will report this. Yes, we will report this. This matter is far from over. Qi Dafei and the others echoed. With cold sweat beading on his forehead, Duzi sidled up to Gu Jinshui, whispering, what do we do now? If they call the police, this could turn ugly. What could be ugly about it? Gu Jinshui replied, masking his concern with a calm demeanor. If we report it, we report it. Assault is not determined by mere words. The police will investigate. Everyone knows they were courting, so let us see what happens if they report it. His reasoning was sound. Yet Qi Dafei and his companions, uneducated and streetwise, did not grasp the validity of his argument. Sensing their fear, Gu Jinshui pressed on, pointing at Jinju. And don't think that accusations of assault apply only to men. Women can be charged as well. If my brother ends up in jail, your daughter will join him. How splendid! They can serve time together. My brother may endure a few years, but your daughter, what will become of her? Jinju paled, stepping back repeatedly until she reached the elder Qi. Father, I don't want to go to jail. What's it to you? Just shut your mouth. The old man Qi chided softly. Pearl bit her lip and stepped back, colliding with a rather unscrupulous-looking man, who then pinched her waist. She cast a discreet glare at him. Unaware of the tension, old Qi turned to Gu Jinshui and asked, who are you? Gu Jinshui, brother of Mountain Tiger,
came the reply.
Noticing the old man's weakened demeanor, Gu Jinshui tossed him a pack of cigarettes. Seeing it was a brand of Chaohua, the old man coughed lightly and accepted it. All right, I've heard of you. A promising young man indeed. However, this matter cannot be easily dismissed. Your brother bullied my daughter, and we must reach an understanding. An understanding can certainly be reached, Gu Jinshui replied, surveying the disarray of the room. But what about the destruction done to my brother's home? How does that factor in? Before Qi Dafei could retort, old Qi intervened. What do you propose? Exactly. Gu Jinshui continued. If you're going to be obstinate, we won't hold back either. If we approach this with courtesy, we too shall reciprocate. Today's events require me to consult with my brother. The marriage is undoubtedly off, but we can negotiate compensation. Negotiate? My sister is a pure young woman. Qi Dafei began, but was swiftly silenced by a slap from old Qi. The old man glared at him, signaling him to remain quiet. Qi Dafei, holding his face, felt disgruntled, but dared not defy his father. How do we negotiate? My daughter has wasted so much time on your brother. A woman's youth is invaluable.
As you well know.
Old Qi rubbed his hands together, scrutinizing Gu Jinshui's attire, seemingly weighing how much he could extract from him. What price do you propose? Gu Jinshui inquired. At least 3,000. Old Qi blurted out, only to reconsider, raising 4 fingers. No, 4,000. 4,000? Is your daughter made of gold? Daodu could no longer contain his expletive. Old Qi chuckled, a smug expression plastered across his face. So what if my daughter is worth her weight in gold? If you think it's too much, fine. Just bring 2,000 to marry her. That price is unacceptable, Gu Jinshui retorted. If that's your stance, we might as well call the police. Old Qi's expression darkened as he sized up Gu Jinshui. Then what price do you suggest? That requires discussion back home, Gu Jinshui replied, showing no sign of fear amidst the 7 or 8 men opposite him. If you agree, we shall meet here the day after tomorrow. Very well. Old Qi pondered briefly before surprisingly nodding to let Gu Jinshui and Mountain Tiger leave. Qi Dafei, anxious, gritted his teeth and said, Dad, what if Mountain Tiger runs away? He won't, Old Qi replied confidently. Everything he owns is here. Where could he go? Besides, I can see he has feelings for Pearl. After all, their child is in her womb. He is merely trying to intimidate us. That 2,000 will surely be forthcoming. Qi Dafei suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Right.
Dad.
Experience trumps all. You are indeed clever. Chapter 58. The 58th day of eavesdropping throughout the journey. Shan, who remained silent as Gu Jinshui led them to the Gu family home. Upon seeing Shan Hu, Chunlian was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh dear, why is there a swelling on Tiger's head? Shan Hu's face flushed crimson, feeling awkward and unsure of how to respond. Gu Jinshui addressed Chunlian, saying, Mother, please fetch a bottle of ointment for him to apply. All right, she replied, immediately sensing the gravity of the situation from her son's expression. She hurried inside to retrieve the ointment and motioned for Gu Yinxing to follow her outside, saying, You two chat for a while. We'll have lunch here. And I'll go buy some groceries. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie. I'll take care of it, Shan Hu murmured. He poured some ointment onto his injury. The swelling alarmingly pronounced, yet he seemed indifferent, his spirit visibly deflated. Stop right there, Gu Jinshui commanded, halting him. If you leave now, how will this matter be resolved? Brother, I've come to a conclusion. Shan Hu turned to Gu Jinshui, his eyes dull as ashes. They are after the 2,000 I have. If I give them the money, it will resolve everything. I cannot burden you all. Have you lost your mind? Duzi exclaimed anxiously, leaping to his feet. This money is what you've painstakingly saved over the years. You've sacrificed so much for it. How long will it take to earn it back if you give it away? How long it takes to earn back is my concern, Shan Hu replied sullenly. I have hands and feet. I am not afraid of starving. Very well, Gu Jinshui clapped his hands. Duzi's eyes nearly bulged out. Is my brother out of his mind? Shan Hu's madness goes unchecked, and he is applauding. You may give, but do you think they will be satisfied with just that amount? Gu Jinshui scrutinized Shan Hu. Initially, they demanded 4,000. If you give them 2, they will simply fixate on the remaining 2. Moreover, giving them money only provides them with more reasons to haunt you. Unless you intend to leave Beijing for good, they will come back to extort you as soon as you have any wealth. Shan Hu's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks.
I.
He lamented, striking his own head in frustration. It's my fault. I should not have acted so foolishly. Lianging entered, cradling a child. Upon seeing Shan Hu's distressed demeanor, she couldn't help but feel sympathy. Earlier, she had overheard the conversation and understood that Shan Hu's marriage had taken a turn for the worse, with the woman's side resorting to extortion. Gu Yousi blinked, observing Shan Hu with a hint of compassion. If this turmoil stemmed from his marriage, it was no wonder he might flee to escape the peculiarities of the Qi family. Suddenly, she recalled a past incident. During the latter part of Song Jianjie's wealth accumulation, he narrowly escaped a scam. Thanks to Song Chaohua's timely revelation of the true nature of a certain family, exposing that the seductress had an affair with her cousin, and that their child was indeed fathered by him. That seductress was also named Pearl, wasn't she? And that family bore the surname Qi? Could it truly be that coincidental? Cousin? Child? Gu Jinshui's eyelids twitched. Clearing his throat, he inquired of Shan who is that striking individual dressed in jeans you mentioned? What is their name? That was Pearl's cousin, Shan Hu replied. I believe he is called Shui. Indeed, that is the name. Gu Yousi clapped her hands.
No.
Shan Hu, I must tell you something. Gu Jinshui leaned forward, resting his hand on his thigh. You must brace yourself for this news. What is it, brother? Shan Hu asked, sensing the seriousness in Gu Jinshui's demeanor and feeling anxious. Earlier, when I came looking for you, I noticed Pearl was quite intimate with Shui. He even had his hand on her waist. Their relationship is likely more than it seems. Initially, Gu Jinshui had observed this, but hadn't he delved deeper, preoccupied with the task of extricating Shan Hu from the predatory Qi family. Now, however, upon hearing his daughter's words and piecing together the details, the situation became clear. As the saying goes, a man's head, a woman's waist. Such contact is forbidden. Regardless of familial ties, no one should be permitted to touch another's waist. Suddenly, Shan Hu sprang to his feet, causing the table to shake, and his chair clattered to the ground. His face twisted in horror. It's impossible. This cannot be true. Shan Hu, do you think your brother would deceive you? Duzi quickly intervened, restraining Shan Hu. Not only did my brother see it, but I witnessed it too. I saw Pearl exchanging glances with her cousin, and their looks were anything but innocent. Unlike the single Shan Hu had remained untouched for years. Duzi was more astute in matters of romance, having spent on relationships. Shan Hu's face shifted from green to pale. He opened his mouth, stammering, but there was blood on the bed that morning. First, tell me what transpired that night, Gu Jinshui urged. Noticing his daughter eavesdropping with keen interest, he quickly added, wife. Take our daughter outside. This conversation is inappropriate for children.
What?
Such scandalous gossip, and I cannot hear it? Gu Yousi was thoroughly incensed, especially since Shan Hu, though naive, had always brought her gifts. Shan Hu continued, that night, she brought me marinated beef, peanuts, and some liquor. We were drinking and chatting when we both got quite drunk. The next morning I discovered we had. Well, you know. Wait a moment, Gu Jinshui interrupted sharply. You say you were drunk? Yes, I was terribly intoxicated. I can't recall what happened afterward, Shan Hu admitted. Duzi gasped, exchanging glances with Gu Jinshui. Gu Jinshui subtly urged Duzi to speak. Feeling awkward, Duzi scratched his head. Well, Shan Hu, there is something you might not know. When a man is drunk, he often cannot perform. What? Shan Hu was initially confused, but suddenly realized the implication. You mean he cannot? Exactly. How many drunken men do you know who can still function? They turn into a puddle of mud, incapable of moving. Duzi observed sympathetically. Initially thinking the woman was merely demanding a hefty bride price, Shan Hu now faced the unsettling realization that the alleged encounter was a fabrication.
So,
does that mean, Shan Hu's mind cleared, I had nothing with her? Nothing at all. Gu Jinshui confirmed. That child. Could it be, not mine? Duzi couldn't help but chuckle. Shan Hu, you didn't even touch her. How could the child be yours? Gu Jinshui added, that child likely belongs to Shui. Shan Hu finds himself in a state of both elation and anger. The joy stems from the fact that he has no children. Regardless of how things may unfold with Jinshui, a child remains innocent. His willingness to part with 2,000 was rooted in a sense of guilt towards her and the child. Now, relieved that the child is not his heart lightens considerably. Conversely, his ire arises from having been played for a fool by the woman he genuinely cared for. It was a close call. He nearly became the man who wears the green hat while supporting another's offspring. Well, Shan Hu, now will you still give her the money? Gu Jinshui inquired, observing the expression on Shan Hu's face, fully aware of his thoughts. Shan Hu's face flushed with embarrassment as he gritted his teeth and retorted. Why should I give anything? Had she borne my child, parting with 2,000 would be justifiable, but she deceived me. This Shan Hu had never cursed a woman before, but in his fury, he could only manage the words, this woman possesses a heart of utter malice. Gu Jinshui connected the dots, suggesting that she and her family had set their sights on him due to his persistent efforts to earn a living, leading to this elaborate scheme. Brother, this cannot end here, Duzi exclaimed, pounding the table. They have conspired against us. This matter is far from over. After his outburst, He furrowed his brow, acknowledging that their family's machinations were too meticulous, leaving them with no apparent loopholes. The only evidence they had was a fleeting moment when they witnessed that woman's cousin touch her waist, which hardly sufficed. I have a plan, Gu Yinxing suddenly declared, beckoning Dou Zi and Chaohua closer, whispering his strategy. Dou Zi's eyes widened as he observed Chaohua's crimson face, a wicked grin forming on his lips. Chaohua, if you say to do it, I shall follow your lead, he responded, his face ablaze with embarrassment. When Chen Lian and the others returned from grocery shopping, Chaohua and Dou Zi had already dined. Dou Zi took Chaohua out to stay with friends for a few days. Gu Jinshui signaled to Gu Yinxing, summoning her into the room. Brother, what is the situation with Chaohua? Gu Yinxing asked with concern. Gu Jinshui patted her shoulder and inquired, Yinxing, how does Chaohua treat you? Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, he treats me well. Why do you ask? Now that Chaohua is in trouble, will you lend a hand? Gu Jinshui asked with a smile. Just as Gu Yinxing was about to nod in agreement, a sudden wariness washed over her, and she took a step back. Brother, you aren't considering betrothing me to Chaohua, are you? I must inform you that I already have a partner. Gu Jinshui was at a loss for words, playfully flicking her forehead. Have you lost your mind?
Who mentioned that?
I merely need you to assist Chaohua in obtaining a medical certificate stating he is unable to engage in intimate relations. A certificate? Gu Yinxing was about to agree when realization dawned upon her, her face flushing. Brother, you must be out of your mind. How can you ask a young maiden like me to procure such a document? What will people think? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
You are the only nurse in our family.
If I were a doctor, I wouldn't need your assistance, Gu Jinshui reassured her, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. Consider how well Chaohua has treated you. During your studies, he often helped escort you to and from school. Now that he is in need, it would be rather ungrateful of you not to lend a hand. Feeling both bashful and indignant, Gu Yinxing finally relented. Fine, I will help, but only this once. I absolutely refuse to assist with such matters in the future. Come now, how many times could such a situation arise? Once in a lifetime is surely enough. Chapter 59, the 59th day of eavesdropping. Thank you, Sister Qian. I shall intrude upon you again when time permits. Gu Yinxing exchanged pleasantries with the doctor clad in a white coat before closing the door behind her. After ensuring no one was around, she exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried towards the nurse's station. Internally, she cursed her older brother for his unreasonable demands. If not for him, she would not have found herself in such an embarrassing situation, requesting this particular form. It was fortunate that Gu Yinxing was currently undergoing training at Chaohua Hospital. Otherwise, if she had to procure this form at her own hospital, it would have been a scandal of monumental proportions. As she walked a few paces, contemplating how to extract a little compensation from her brother, even a modest sum would necessitate a meal in return. Lost in thought, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a woman accompanied by a young man knocking on the office door. Gu Yinxing quickened her pace, only to suddenly pivot back. Rubbing her eyes, she realized was that Zhao Donglai who had just passed by. Zhao Donglai was visibly agitated, his face flushed, especially upon discovering that the physician attending to him was a woman. He attempted to leave, exclaiming that a female doctor was unacceptable and suggested they depart. Zhao Ma promptly restrained him, advising, Son, what is wrong with a female doctor? I've inquired, and her medical expertise is exceptional. Many have been treated here. After that, Zhao Ma turned to the doctor with a smile. Doctor, please don't take it to heart. My son is still young and shy. Dr. Qian, having spent years in practice, was unfazed and replied amiably. What seems to be the problem? Although this question was somewhat redundant, as most male patients visited the urology department for similar ailments, it was a necessary formality to preserve the patient's dignity. Zhao Donglai's demeanor softened slightly, but he stammered, struggling to articulate his condition. Zhao Ma had no choice but to pull the doctor aside and whisper several points to her. Dr. Qian nodded, donned a pair of gloves, and instructed, All right. Please remove your trousers for an examination. In her quest for gossip, Gu Yinxing lingered nearby, waiting patiently. Just as her impatience began to swell, the office door finally swung open, revealing none other than Zhao Donglai. She had indeed not been mistaken. Zhao Ma turned back to inquire, Doctor, How many times a day should he take this medication? Dr. Chen responded, twice a day. Start with a month's supply and return for follow-up. Very well. Zhao Ma replied eagerly, ushering Zhao Donglai away in haste. Dr. Chen discarded her gloves into the trash and, upon raising her head, spotted Gu Yinxing darting into the office like a cat. Startled, she exclaimed, "Little Gu, you gave me quite a scare. Is there something else you need? Did you forget to fill out a form?" Feeling somewhat awkward, Gu Yinxing quickly glanced over the medication list on the desk, swiftly jotting down the names before smiling. "Oh no, I just remembered we have a bicycle ticket at home, but we can't afford a bicycle. Sister Chen, would you like it?" Sister Qian's eyes brightened, albeit with a hint of reluctance. "You should keep it, or perhaps sell it to someone else. I can't possibly take your belongings." "Nonsense. You've been so kind to me, and the knowledge you've imparted is worth far more than any ticket. You must accept it, or I shall feel embarrassed to keep coming to attend your classes," Gu Yinxing said with a radiant smile. Sister Qian felt a warm glow in her heart and accepted, secretly thinking that this young lady truly knew how to navigate social situations, which explained her securing a spot in the training program. After exiting the office, Gu Yinxing made her way directly to the pharmacy. The nurses, accustomed to frequenting the pharmacy, did not suspect her motives. She quickly located the medications, and upon examining their effects, her eyes nearly bulged out of her head. "Oh my!" After finishing her shift, Gu Yinxing parked her bicycle in the backyard and called out loudly for someone. Before He Chunlian could respond, Gu Jinshui emerged from the house, asking, "What's all this shouting about?" "Mind your own business. I'm looking for my mother. Has she returned?" Gu Yinxing shot him a glare while searching through the house. Gu Jinshui grabbed her arm. "Mom went out to buy popsicles. Just tell me what you need, and what about that ticket?" He raised an eyebrow. Gu Yinxing ignored him and pulled out the form, slapping it into his hands. Take it, take it." Just as she was about to discuss the bicycle ticket, He Chunlian returned, carrying an enamel basin filled with several popsicles. These were homemade green bean popsicles, made by boiling the beans and adding some sugar. He Chunlian distributed the popsicles to the children, Chen Liang, and the teachers, then nibbled on one as she entered the house. "What's the rush? Why are you so flustered?" "A big matter, a big matter." Gu Yinxing licked her popsicle, finally recalling her earlier intent, and hurriedly pulled He Chunlian inside. "Mom, you won't believe who I saw today." "Who?" He Chunlian asked, puzzled. Gu Yinxing pointed towards Song Jianxi's direction. Since Gu Yinxing's breakup with Zhao Donglai, Song Mei had grown quite close to him. Although Gu Yinxing was currently in training, Chen and others would often mention how Zhao Donglai frequently picked up Song Mei from work. Huang Shirong had even spread rumors in the yard that her daughter was dating Zhao Donglai, and a wedding date was nearly set. "Song Jianxi?" He Chunlian inquired. Gu Yinxing quickly shook her head, revealing her impatience. "No, it's Zhao Donglai." "Zhao Donglai?" He Chunlian's immediate reaction was, "What? Is he bothering you at the hospital? I'll have your brother teach him a lesson." "No, he was there for a consultation." Gu Yinxing indicated below. "It seems he has some issues." A look of gossip lit up Gu Yinxing's face. He Chunlian's expression froze as she processed this information. She glanced at her daughter, who was unabashedly discussing such matters, and silently lamented the demise of her hopes of raising a refined daughter. What kind of lady would speak of a man's capabilities in such a manner? "Really?" He Chunlian whispered. "You're not just repeating hearsay, are you?" Gu Yinxing rolled her eyes. "Mom, do you take me for someone who spreads rumors? While I think Zhao Donglai is a bit foolish, I wouldn't stoop to fabricating tales. Besides, I'm currently infatuated with Yunnan. If he hadn't shown up at our hospital, I wouldn't have bothered to inquire. Is he truly incapable?" He Chunlian believed her daughter. Although she was a tad gossipy, she wasn't one to speak untruths. Gu Yinxing nodded. "I saw the medication list. It was all for that kind of issue. I suspect it's quite serious." He Chunlian was taken aback. "But Zhao Donglai is still so young. How could this be?" "Exactly. I'm puzzled too. However, he mentioned that the Zhao family has been solely passing down their lineage for 5 generations. I suspect it might be a hereditary condition." Gu Yinxing pondered aloud. "It seems men with such a lineage ought to be avoided in the future." He Chunlian playfully slapped Gu Yinxing's arm. "You silly girl. What are you saying?" "I'm telling you. Keep this to yourself and don't share it with anyone, understood?" In her heart, she felt a secret relief. Thanks to the fact that my daughter did not end up with Zhao Donglai, had they succeeded, the consequences would have been dire. He Chunlian, a woman of experience, fully understands that if a man is lacking in that regard, it can lead to a warped perspective, particularly if he is unable to father children. Ultimately, it is the woman who suffers. Society will not say that the man is infertile, rather, they will lament his misfortune for being saddled with a hen that cannot lay eggs. Mother, what about Song Mei? Gu Yinxing hesitated. Though she had her differences with Song Mei, they were both women and could empathize with each other. Knowing full well that Zhao Donglai is a pit of fire, could one merely stand by and watch another leap into it? He Chunlian's emotions became complicated. She had not considered this angle earlier. She was merely shocked by the situation and had not thought of Song Mei's predicament. Yet, at the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Despite her daughter's flaws, her character remained intact. Do not intervene in this matter just yet, He Chunlian advised. Setting aside the past, you nearly became involved with Zhao Donglai. If you speak ill of him, Song Mei may not believe you and might even suspect that you wish to rekindle old flames. What should we do then? Gu Yinxing asked quietly. What should we do? Look at you, so nosy. You've brought this upon yourself, He Chunlian chided, giving her daughter a light tap on the head. Enough of this. Leave it to your mother to find a solution. Thank you, mother. You truly are the most capable, Gu Yinxing exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to embrace her mother.
Ah!
You silly girl, you've got ice cream on my clothes, He Chunlian exclaimed. Gu Yinxing, unable to contain her laughter, dashed out of the room. Chen lying smiled. Yinxing, hurry along, or your mother will catch up with you. In light of such an awkward situation, Gu Yinxing wished to avoid Song Mei. However, life has a peculiar way of bringing forth that which one wishes to evade. That evening, she had made dinner plans with Yunnan. Instead of dining in a lavish restaurant, they opted for a quaint, privately owned eatery. After their meal, Yunnan insisted on escorting her to the entrance of the courtyard, and while navigating through the alley, they encountered Song Mei and Zhao Donglai. Upon spotting Gu Yinxing with Yunnan, Song Mei's face lit up with a radiant smile as she approached them. Yinxing, are you out with Yunnan? Gu Yinxing glanced between her and Zhao Donglai, feeling an increasing sense of awkwardness. Yes, is there something you need? What could it possibly be? We just finished dining out and were returning with some groceries, Song Mei replied nonchalantly. She raised her hand, seemingly absent-mindedly brushing her hair aside, revealing gold earrings adorning her ears. Look at Zhao Donglai. I told him not to buy me gold earrings, but he insisted. I couldn't stop him. You are my girlfriend. Who else would I buy for? Zhao Donglai remarked, as if intentionally flaunting it to Yunnan. Gu Yinxing observed the earrings with a complex mix of emotions. Were she unaware of the underlying circumstances, she might have considered Zhao Donglai quite generous. However, understanding the context, she couldn't help but wonder if his lavish gifts were merely a ploy to ensnare Song Mei. Unable to suppress her candidness, Gu Yinxing blurted out, Song Mei, these gold earrings, while nice, are not what truly matters. What's most important is the goodness of a person's character. Upon hearing this, Song Mei chuckled, playfully draping her arm around Zhao Donglai's, and with a teasing smile said, Yinxing, your words sound a tad envious. Are you feeling jealous? Gu Yinxing was momentarily taken aback, ready to retort, but Song Mei continued, sweetly laughing, I'm just joking, Yinxing. Don't take it to heart. Gu Yinxing clenched her fists in frustration. Chapter 60. The 60th day of eavesdropping. Do you want something?
Yunnan suddenly inquired.
Gu Yinxing, still fuming and her mind clouded, retorted, What do you want? What do you want? Gold. Yunnan replied, I can buy you a gold bracelet, larger than those earrings. As Gu Yinxing regained her composure, she halted, lifted her gaze to Yunnan, and, seeing his solemn expression, paused momentarily before responding. All right, go ahead and buy it. A smile graced Yunnan's lips. If I buy you gold, will you tell me why you're unhappy? Gu Yinxing's expression was akin to seeing a ghost as she stared at him with wide, almond-shaped eyes. What nonsense are you babbling? Why would I be unhappy? I'm quite happy. Is that so? Yunnan raised an eyebrow, his handsome demeanor lending an air of masculinity to his playful gestures. If you are truly happy, then why did you display such a face just now? Gu Yinxing began. That was because. But halfway through, she caught on, hands on her hips. Well, Captain Yen, you've used your probing techniques on me. A smile flickered at the corners of Yen Ren's mouth as he pinched Gu Yinxing's cheek. Comrade Yinxing, your reaction is quite swift, yet your lips are tightly sealed. Of course, Gu Yinxing huffed. Do you think I'm easy to fool? With that, she suppressed her thoughts and continued, I've taken leave for tomorrow morning. Come by at 10. Should we bring anything for your grandparents? What do they enjoy eating? Gu Yinxing had developed a good rapport with Yen Ren, and he had mentioned that his grandparents were eager to meet his partner upon hearing from their daughter. Without hesitation, Gu Yinxing agreed. Nothing is necessary. I'll handle it. Just come tomorrow. My grandparents would be happier to see you than to eat anything, Yen Ren assured. Gu Yinxing felt a mix of wanting to scold him and wanting to laugh as she scrutinized him, pondering how Yen Ren seemed to have never had a girlfriend before. Yet his conversational skills surpassed many men she had encountered. All right, off you go. Hurry up and leave. Whenever I try to discuss something serious, you always make me laugh. Gu Yinxing coughed lightly, feigning seriousness, while gesturing for Yen Ren to depart. Yen Ren insisted on accompanying her to her doorstep before leaving. Gu Yinxing leaned against the window, watching him walk away before finally turning around, only to be startled by He Chunlian.
Mom.
You nearly scared me to death. Do you have such a weak constitution? He Chunlian, folding clothes, replied nonchalantly. Do you need your mother to help you prepare something for tomorrow?
Mom. You were eavesdropping on us.
Gu Yinxing exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed up like a small frog. He Chunlian scoffed. Eavesdropping? I wouldn't bother. What's the big deal? Fine. Manage it yourself.
Mom, wait.
Gu Yinxing quickly grabbed her mother. Despite her insistence that she wouldn't help, it was evident that she was still concerned. This was Gu Yinxing's first time meeting her partner's family, especially his grandparents, so it warranted a careful approach. The next day, He Chunlian insisted on buying 2 boxes of freshly made pastries and a basket of fruits, along with a box of ginseng, which was given to them by Lan Yeping, presumably imported from abroad. The Gu family had no need for such supplements, but letting it sit unused seemed wasteful. Mom, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Gu Yinxing asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she fidgeted with her braid. He Chunlian explained, simply put, this is our gesture of goodwill. Our family background pales in comparison to theirs, and whether we give more or less, people will always have something to say. However, we're gifting this not to just anyone but to Yen Ren's grandparents, as a sign of respect for him. Do you understand? Gu Yinxing nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, when Yen Ren arrived and saw the abundance of items prepared by the Gu family, although he knew it was unnecessary, his smile was brighter than usual. Gu Yinxing felt a deep admiration for her mother, realizing that experience often outshines youth. Yen Ren's grandparents lived in a standalone house within a compound. Access required scrutiny, and even though Gu Yinxing was aware that Yen Ren hailed from an affluent background, it was only now that she truly comprehended the extent of that privilege. So, this is Comrade Gu? Yen Ren's grandmother, with her gray hair and warm smile, adjusted her reading glasses. What a remarkable young lady. Yen Ren, you've chosen well. Yen Ren's grandfather, though stern, made an effort to appear amiable. He glanced at the items Gu Yinxing had brought and remarked, why bring so many things when you visit? No need to spend so much money.
Grandpa.
These are just a small token from our family, Gu Yinxing replied with a sweet smile. My mom says Yen Ren treats me so well. I should reciprocate and show respect to you both. Hearing this, Yen Ren's grandmother's heart swelled with joy. She pulled Gu Yinxing closer, asking her various questions, and Gu Yinxing, unembarrassed, shared details about her family's situation candidly. She had no intention of fabricating stories. The reality of her family's circumstances was evident, and boasting would only lead to awkwardness later on. As anticipated, the elderly couple remained courteous, and Yen Ren's grandmother even inquired about her work at the hospital. Gu Yinxing responded, it's busy, but I believe being young means it's good to be busy, as we learn more. Exactly. The young should learn to endure hardship before enjoying the fruits of their labor. Yen Ren's grandfather nodded approvingly. Young Comrade Gu embodies this principle well. As a nurse, you save lives and should fulfill your societal value. Seeing that the old man was about to delve into another profound exposition, Yen Ren's grandmother felt a pang of concern, hoping not to frighten Gu Yinxing away. Yet, Gu Yinxing appeared thoroughly engaged, even responding enthusiastically. You're absolutely right. I often share this sentiment with my colleagues. Yunnan shot her a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. This girl often complained about her feet hurting from walking too much, yet here she was, advocating for enduring hardship before seeking pleasure. Mom. Dad, are you home? Just as Gu Yinxing was engrossed in conversation with her elders, a woman clad in a gray wool coat, wearing leather shoes and carrying a basket, entered the living room. Upon noticing Gu Yinxing with Yunnan, the woman seemed surprised and clapped her hands. Yunnan is here too. Who is this? This is my girlfriend. Yunnan's smile faded as he met Gu Yinxing's inquisitive gaze, nodding. This is Aunt Lu. You can just call her Aunt. Hello, Aunt Lu. Gu Yinxing quickly recognized her as Yunnan's father's second wife. Good. Aunt Lu smiled warmly, her well-maintained complexion revealing no signs of aging as she approached. I brought honey for you. I didn't expect to find Yunnan's girlfriend here. Lu Yulan set the basket down. Unfortunately, I only brought honey and this box of chocolates. Here, a gift for the young lady. She cheerfully handed a box of chocolates to Gu Yinxing. Thank you, Aunt. Gu Yinxing accepted it with gratitude. Lu Yulan paused. As if only then truly noticing Gu Yinxing, these are French chocolates, with liquor filling. Have you tried them? Mom, if you're free, perhaps you should head back home first. Yunnan's grandmother interjected gently. We weren't aware you would be joining us for lunch today. A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Lu Yulan's face. She chuckled. Mom. Are you worried that I might overindulge? I merely came to deliver something, and will leave afterward. She lifted the basket, as if to depart, but then smacked her forehead, saying, oh right, it's my fault for my poor memory. I actually came to convey a message from old Yen to Yunnan. Uncle Song and Auntie Song are coming over to our house tonight. They have a daughter who is a year younger than you. You two played quite well together when you were children, and now she is a doctor. You tell him I want to be going. Yunnan interrupted Lu Yulan directly, asserting that he did not require her concerns. Lu Yulan secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet her face contorted into a frown as she replied, I cannot dare to tell old Yen that. He would surely be upset. Old Yen truly means well for you. A partner ought to match one's social standing. If that were the case, my son would never have chosen you as his wife. Grandma Yen subtly unleashed her trump card. Lu Yulan's face suddenly expressed embarrassment. Grandma Yen turned to Gu Yinxing and smiled. Our family does not abide by such feudal customs. As long as character is commendable and the children like each other, that is sufficient. You should tell my son that it is I who disapproves of this matter. Yes.
Mom.
Lu Yulan quickly composed herself, smiling in agreement. Despite Lu Yulan's interjection, the overall meeting with the parents was satisfactory for both parties. Grandma Yen was particularly pleased with Gu Yinxing's openness and lack of shyness. If it were He Chunlian, it would be deemed brazen and attention-seeking. Noticing Gu Yinxing's fondness for Sichuan sausages, Grandma Yen thoughtfully set aside some for her to take home. Although the old gentleman said nothing, he presented Gu Yinxing with a red envelope. Upon exiting the courtyard, Gu Yinxing felt an immense sense of relief. She exhaled deeply, her eyes scanning the surroundings. She had never been to this area before, only hearing about it in passing. Are you fearful after witnessing all of this?
Yunnan suddenly inquired.
What? Gu Yinxing, distracted by a butterfly fluttering by, momentarily failed to grasp the question. She glanced at Yunnan and said, Oh, you mean that Aunt Lu? If you are with me, you will inevitably have to interact with this woman in the future, Yunnan remarked. Although I plan to move out after we marry, my father and the family he has formed with her cannot be severed so easily. Gu Yinxing chuckled lightly. What is the worry? Is she just a wicked stepmother? Don't underestimate me. I, Gu Yinxing, possess ample means to handle such matters. Seeing that Gu Yinxing seemed unfazed by the situation, Yunnan finally felt a sense of relief as he grasped her hand, assuring her, I want to allow her to bully you. Trust me. Gu Yinxing's ears flushed crimson as she kicked a stone on the ground. I want to let her bully you either. Just wait. I will become exceptionally formidable. Even more so than that daughter of Uncle Song. She was no fool. Aunt Lu had clearly inquired about her identity and occupation beforehand. She was a nurse, while the other was a doctor. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to overshadow her? If it were mere coincidence, how could there be so many in the world? Chapter 61. The 61st day of eavesdropping at 3 in the afternoon, the Chi family patiently awaited at the entrance of Chaohua's home. Qi Dafei, noticing the sun climbing higher in the sky, expressed his concern. Father, do you think Chaohua might not come? Impossible, replied old Qi, seated on the threshold, one hand scratching at his body while the other held a pipe. I had someone check on him. He has been staying with friends these past few days. Hasn't gone anywhere. Qi Dafei sighed in relief. He cast a sideways glance at the old man, pondering how shrewd he was, thinking the old man had genuine confidence when in reality, he had merely sent someone to inquire. Here they come. Xian Yuejin, with keen eyes, spotted Chaohua and his group approaching and quickly alerted the others. Qi Dafei immediately straightened his posture, while old Qi feigned indifference, remaining squatted until Gu Jinxue and Chaohua drew nearer. Only then did he lift his eyelids, tapping the pipe against the doorframe as he stood. Ah, you've arrived. How have you all been these past few days? With a smile, Gu Jinxue greeted him. Qi Dafei huffed dismissively, crossing his arms defiantly. What does it matter how you've been? Have you made up your minds? Will you pay or marry my sister? Brother Shan. Qi Zhenju's face appeared haggard, dark circles under her eyes. She wore the outfit Chaohua had gifted her, a fitted shirt and tight jeans accentuating her long legs. If Chaohua had seen her like this before learning the truth, his heart would surely have softened. Yet, at this moment, he felt nothing but disgust. He averted his gaze, leaving Qi Zhenju bewildered and angered. Chaohua addressed old Qi. Let us discuss this inside. Hey, you're quite resolute, Qi Dafei chuckled, his eyes wide with mock bravado as he rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Old Qi sensed the tension and, with a fleeting glance, nodded. Very well. It's better to discuss such matters at home rather than out in the open. However, considering the modesty of Chaohua's dwelling, any conversation inside could easily be overheard from outside. Moreover, his home had recently been vandalized, with broken windows yet to be repaired. Chaohua opened the door, retrieving 2 stools for Gu Jinxue and Dizzy to sit upon, then turned to old Qi. Today, I must ask you again, are you truly insisting that I pay?
What? Pay?
I've been courting your daughter for so long. Old Qi sneered, gesturing towards Qi Zhenju. If it's just for a dalliance, surely some compensation is in order after all this time. Qi Zhenju showed no sign of embarrassment, even casting a reproachful glance at Chaohua, as if blaming him for turning a good situation sour. Duzi muttered under his breath, what kind of talk is this? ISN Tishia's daughter? Why speak of her so disrespectfully? His brother chimed in, can't you see she doesn't mind? This whole family is shameless. What do they care for dignity? Sir, could you speak more courteously? Qi Zhenju interjected calmly, though Chaohua's anger began to simmer. Clenching his fists, he declared, I assure you, I never laid a hand on your daughter. You're lying. Qi Dafei sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Chaohua. If you didn't touch my sister, then how did she end up with a child? I warn you, if you don't admit it and don't pay up today, we'll report you for assault. Just wait and see. Very well. Gu Jinxue stood with a smile, surveying the crowd, then nodded toward Chaohua. Let us head to the police station and let them sort this out. Brother Shan, you can't treat me like this. Qi Zhenju's eyes brimmed with tears, her nose reddening. Chaohua looked at her. Zhenju, I ask you one last time, did we truly have an encounter that night? Caught off guard by his question, Qi Zhenju's heart raced as she grasped the hem of her garment. Are you questioning my integrity? Would I jest about my virtue? Indeed, my sister is already with child. Qi Dafei smirked, casting a derisive glance at Gu Jinxue and his group. We visited the hospital yesterday. She is expecting. A heavy silence blanketed the room. Old Qi, now playing the role of the concerned elder, coughed and spat on the ground. Chaohua, I genuinely like you as a son-in-law. If you consider not just Zhenju but also your son, how about you give us 2,000? This afternoon you can both register your marriage, and our families will be united. Doesn't that sound agreeable? Why make this matter so ugly? Duzi burst into laughter, disregarding the venomous glares from the Qi family. He nudged Chaohua, show them the report. With a subdued response, Chaohua, his ears reddening, retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it over. Take a look for yourselves. Old Qi was taken aback, exchanging glances with Qi Dafei, who snatched the document, scrutinizing it closely. Examination results indicate that Chaohua male suffers from erectile dysfunction, rendering him incapable of What does this mean? Qi Dafei's eyes nearly bulged from his head. Old Qi shot up, snatching the paper from his hands to inspect it, then glared at Chaohua. You're pulling a fast one, aren't you? Duzi chuckled. Sir, can one really deceive about such matters? Our Chaohua has indeed faced some challenges. Otherwise, with his physique and income, he wouldn't have remained single all these years. You've picked the wrong target for your schemes. Then how do you explain my sister's condition? Qi Dafei raked his fingers through his hair, clearly distressed. Qi Zhenju, now pale as a ghost, trembled as she seized the paper, examining it thoroughly before looking at Chaohua. Brother Sean, tell me, are you deceiving me? How could this be? Her mind recalled how, on that fateful night, Chaohua had been thoroughly intoxicated, and despite her efforts, nothing had worked. In the end, she had to give up. You truly can't? Indeed, this has been a painful truth for my brother. Gu Jinshui stifled a laugh, patting Chaohua on the back. Chaohua cast a sorrowful glance at Gu Jinshui, as nearly all the men in the room now looked toward Chaohua's lower half. Their expressions a mix of sympathy, ridicule, pity, and even understanding. Qi Zhenju's face was a portrait of despair, her expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Gu Jinshui raised his gaze to her. So, dear lady, the child in your womb could belong to anyone, but it certainly cannot be my brother's. Then who is responsible for my sister's pregnancy? Qi Dafei, now fully grasping the situation, demanded, fists clenched. That's a question for your sister. How could we possibly know? Duzi gestured dismissively, making a face. Thank goodness our Chaohua and your sister didn't end up together. Otherwise, a green hat would have been firmly placed. All eyes turned toward Qi Zhenju, while old Qi glared at her, filled with rage. What on earth happened? Who is the father of this child? Father, I.
I.
Qi Zhenju instinctively glanced toward Chen Yuejin. Chen Yuejin hastily lowered his head, attempting to slip away amidst the crowd, but Chaohua directly approached and seized him, throwing him to the ground. It's you, isn't it?
Not me.
I haven't done anything. The child in her womb is not mine. Chen Yuejin fell hard, wincing in pain yet persistently shaking his head, denying any connection to the child. Qi Zhenju's eyes glistened with hurt as she implored, Cousin, you promised to protect me. The child is yours. She stepped forward to help Chen Yuejin up, only to be shoved aside, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Chen Yuejin coldly retorted, Don't drag me into your mess. Women like you are fair game for any man. Chaohua nearly wore the green hat. I'm not that foolish. You claim the child is mine, but that doesn't make it so. You scoundrel. After all these years of helping you, this is how you repay me. Old Qi, taken aback by the revelation that the scoundrel was his own nephew, clenched his fists in fury and lunged at Chen Yuejin. The latter barely managed to evade him, cursing, I'm the scoundrel? You're the real scoundrel. Our family was once affluent. If not for you seizing our belongings while my father was being criticized, we wouldn't have needed your help. I'll be honest, I did it deliberately. Your daughter is shameless and fell for my advances. Blame her for lacking integrity. Upon hearing this, Qi Dafei could hardly contain his anger and shouted to his brothers, What are you waiting for? Let us beat this scoundrel to death. Those close to the Qi family immediately rushed in, while those who had a good rapport with Chen Yuejin hesitated to intervene. Amidst the chaos, onlookers alerted the authorities, prompting a swift police response. Before long, everyone found themselves at the police station. Although the incident stemmed from Chaohua, he was minimally involved and was soon released. While the situations of the Qi family and Chen Yuejin grew increasingly complicated, their statements still incomplete as Chaohua and his companions left. Is this it? Duzi scratched his head in surprise. Gu Jinshui pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and tossed another to them. It's settled. They won't dare to harass Chaohua again. However, Chaohua, you should move out of that cramped place. Now that you have some money, buy a house for yourself. Chaohua grunted in agreement, taking a drag from his cigarette, his mood pensive. Noticing his gloominess, Duzi attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Well, we've certainly gained some insight. Who would have thought the situation was so convoluted? Old Qi is indeed a piece of work, stealing from his own nephew. That's why they say to guard against fire, theft, and relatives, Gu Jinshui chimed in, laughing. When you're broke, relatives are relatives. When you're wealthy, they become enemies. Brother, Chaohua finally spoke, holding a cigarette. Do you think I'm destined to remain single? Finding a partner seems as easy as a meal for others, yet I encounter such scenarios. It was a difficult topic to address. Gu Yinxing comforted him. Don't overthink it. Consider this a blessing in disguise. If even a partner like that crossed your path, surely good fortune awaits you. Indeed, with Chaohua's physique. Who wouldn't he be attracted? Yusi clapped Chaohua on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll ask my mother to help you find a partner. It's not hard to find a two-legged woman, even if a three-legged creature is rare. The group's encouragement gradually lifted Chaohua's spirits. Yusi urged Chaohua to gather his belongings, suggesting that the house was bad luck, especially with the Qi family lurking nearby. However, upon returning home, Chaohua was met at his doorstep by a couple standing there. Chapter 62. The 62nd day of eavesdropping. Chaohua, you have finally returned. The woman spoke warmly, holding a piece of meat in her hand. The man remained silent, merely glancing at Chaohua before frowning upon seeing Gu Yinxing and others. His face clearly displaying disdain and wariness. What brings you here? Chaohua inquired, his mood darkening. Is that how you speak? Have you forgotten your brother and sister-in-law after a few years? Chaohua scolded with a furrowed brow. Oh, why speak to your brother like that? It's been a while since Chaohua has seen us. It's understandable that he feels a bit distant. The woman patted Chaohua's shoulder and turned to Chaohua, saying, Chaohua, we heard you are getting married, so we specially brought this piece of meat. You should have informed us about your wedding plans. We only learned it from others. Yusi exchanged glances with Gu Yinxing, implying how eloquent the woman was. Previously, when the couple got married, they had looked down upon Chaohua, scolding him at home, and even giving him disapproving looks whenever he ate more.
Now,
they spoke as if Chaohua had intentionally distanced himself from them. Then you can return, Chaohua replied, picking up a broom from the ground. My wedding plans have fallen through. You have come in vain. What? Chaohua's frown deepened, his expression growing more unpleasant. He pointed at Chaohua. What kind of behavior is this? You treat such an important matter as marriage so lightly? If our parents knew, could they rest in peace? Yusi could no longer hold back and laughed. Brother Chaohua, you are absolutely right. How could Chaohua's parents rest easy below, knowing that their own brother and sister-in-law have driven him out of the house without a penny? If that were my son, I would have choked him. Recalling past events, Chaohua and his wife felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, the woman quickly responded with a smile. Yes, we acknowledge our past mistakes, which is why we are here to make amends. Chaohua, if your marriage has fallen through, let it be. There are plenty of good girls out there. Your house seems too small. Why not come back home with us? Living together as a family would be wonderful, and your sister-in-law can help you find a partner. Our parents would surely feel at ease. While speaking, the woman snatched the broom from Chaohua's hand and diligently began sweeping the floor inside. Chaohua allowed her to continue, but Chaohua, upon entering the house, looked around with a frown, noticing the sparse furnishings. Why do you have so little? What about a radio or a television? Chaohua looked at him in confusion. What radio or television? This is all I have. Little brother. You are so wealthy yet so frugal, the woman said with a laugh while sweeping. If only your brother were like you. We earn so little. And he insists on buying a television. Do you know how expensive they are? We can't afford one. Both of you have jobs and still can't afford it? Gu Yinxing scoffed, and someone like Chaohua, who is unemployed, could never manage it. How is that possible? The woman exclaimed, I've heard Chaohua has several thousand. The room fell silent for a moment. Chaohua and the others suddenly understood. No wonder they hadn't visited for years. They had come today because they heard Chaohua was wealthy, and their intentions were clear. I have no money, Chaohua stated firmly. You need not bother me anymore. Just leave. When I left home, we agreed to part ways as two separate families. Are you not afraid of lightning striking you for saying such things? Chaohua became furious, his face trembling with rage. His wife quickly intervened. Dear, be nicer to your brother. He is just speaking out of anger. He's still young. So why take it to heart? Chaohua, this is not about two mountains being written together. You two have relied on each other since childhood. Your brother may have said some foolish things, but why take it so seriously? Gu Yinxing watched in silence, thinking to himself how articulate the woman was. No wonder she and Shan Mu had managed to drive Shan Hu out of the house empty-handed and still maintain a good reputation. I am speaking from the heart. You came here for my money, didn't you? Shan Hu frowned, perhaps because he had been bottling up his anger for days, and now it all poured out. Stop pretending to be good people. You used to call me a street punk and a rogue, even accusing me of peeping at you while bathing, driving me out of the house because you were scared I would cause trouble. Now that I have money, you are no longer afraid. It turns out money truly is a wonderful thing. When an honest man, who rarely showed anger, finally erupted, it was a spectacle to behold. Not only were Shan Mu and his wife taken aback, but even Gu Yinxing and the others were somewhat startled. Once Shan Mu regained his composure, he became even angrier. His face flushed. Is your sister-in-law wrong in what she said?
So, what if you have money?
Look at your life. Living in this dilapidated house. And your fiancé, he has already run off. If you continue associating with these people, you will surely amount to nothing. No woman would want you.
Dear.
The woman waited until Shan Mu had finished his tirade before pretending to interject. Why say such hurtful things? You can show concern without being cruel.
Shan Mu, fuming,
turned his head away, unwilling to look at Shan Hu. The woman then turned back to Shan Hu with a smile. Tiger, what you say is true. But those are all past matters. Your sister-in-law sincerely apologizes. She and your brother genuinely want you to return. If you continue this way, when will it end? No girl would dare marry you with your current situation, would she? She glanced meaningfully at Gu Jinxue and the others, implying that Shan Hu's reputation was tarnished by associating with them.
Who says that?
I don't care. A clear girl's voice rang from the entrance. Gu Jinxue and the others turned to see a girl with a long braid and slightly dark skin standing at the door. Dressed in simple clothes, a gray jacket and black pants, faded from washing. Dalin, this is none of your business. You should go home, Shan Hu said, seemingly familiar with the girl. But Dalin bit her lip, raised her chin, and walked in directly. Shan Hu, do you think I'm joking? I'm serious. If you want to, we can get the marriage certificate right now.
What?
Gu Jinxue almost dropped his cigarette in shock. He quickly flicked the ash and extinguished the cigarette, looking at Shan Hu. Who is this girl? Just a girl from our compound who helped me collect scrap. Shan Hu scratched his head, not mentioning that he had once saved her. In such a mixed community, there were all kinds of people. Although Dalin was a bit dark, she had a good figure and worked hard to support her mother and sister, which had drawn the attention of some unsavory characters. Fortunately, Shan Hu had heard the commotion outside one night and rushed out to drive them away, saving Dalin from trouble. Don't be ridiculous. This marriage is a serious matter. You're just a girl. Don't make such claims. Go home, Shan Hu told Dalin. I mean it. My mother agrees too. If you find me unworthy, just pretend I never said anything. Dalin looked at Shan Hu, but I truly like you. Even if you have nothing, I would still marry you. Gu Jinxue and Duzi exchanged glances. Duzi silently questioned, what does even if mean? Gu Jinxue nodded, acknowledging the implication. This girl is quite remarkable, willing to marry under such circumstances. Shan Hu remained silent, his lips quivering. Dailing's face flushed red before gradually losing its color. She clenched her hands, her thick eyelashes trembling. I understood. She was pretending I hadn't said anything. She turned and walked away, tripping over the threshold and falling to the ground, likely scraping her hand, yet she remained silent. However, a single tear fell to the floor, eliciting a sense of pity from Duzi. The girl stood up without uttering a sound and continued on her way. What a peculiar person. It is truly astonishing that there are still those who come to offer themselves so willingly, the sister-in-law remarked with a sneer. Gu Jinxue ignored her, patting Shan Hu. Why are you dawdling? Shan Hu stammered, feeling somewhat lost. Gu Jinxue quickly urged, hurry after her. That young lady mustered the courage to express her feelings to you. If she runs off and something happens, you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Right.
Shan Hu's mind was a chaotic tangle, and without a second thought, he rushed out. Gu Jinxue turned to Shan Mu and his wife, smiling. What about you two? Are you planning to wait here? Shan Mu and his wife, intimidated by Gu Jinshui's amiable demeanor, awkwardly departed. As dusk fell, Gu Jinshui returned home with a piece of meat, telling He Chunlian, Mom, We want to be cooking tomorrow night. What's this? Are you treating us? He Chunlian teased. Gu Jinshui replied with a grin, not me. Sean who is treating. He got his marriage certificate today and will be inviting our whole family to celebrate tomorrow night. He Chunlian was taken aback, halting her preparations, wiping her hands on her apron.
What?
How did this happen? Wasn't he just with someone else? It's a new one, Gu Jinshui said, eyeing the freshly fried meat with temptation, and absent-mindedly popped a small piece into his mouth, only to be chastised by He Chunlian for not washing his hands. You're worse than your daughter when it comes to hygiene. At that moment, Gu Yousi, holding half an apple, slowly gnawed at it, looking up in response. Hey, isn't it only natural that my daughter surpasses her peers? Gu Jinshui boasted with pride. He Chunlian was rendered speechless. His audacity was thicker than a city wall. What do you mean a new one? Can marriage really have new and old versions? Believe it or not, today's events are truly unprecedented, Gu Jinshui remarked, finding the situation rather amusing. He recounted how Lin Lu had come to confess her feelings, how Sean who was startled, how Lin Lu fled, and how Sean who went after her. They returned with flushed faces and went to inform Lin's mother, who promptly sent them to obtain their marriage certificate. In less than 2 hours, Sean who transitioned from single to married. Not only was Gu Jinshui flabbergasted, but even He Chunlian, a seasoned observer of relationships, was wide-eyed, exclaiming, "This is truly remarkable. I always said Sean who is destined for good fortune, and this only proves it." Gu Jinshui's lips twitched in response. His mother had not expressed such optimism. She had said that if Sean who were to remain a bachelor, they, as his brothers, would have to support him. Chapter 63. The 63rd day of eavesdropping the wedding of Sean who, though hastily arranged, was not lacking in essentials. He had previously ordered a considerable amount of poultry and fish, which he initially intended to cancel. However, with the wedding now imminent, there was no need to return the provisions. As for friends and family, he primarily invited Gu Jingshui and Dizzy, along with a few aunts and cousins from Lin Lu's side. Thus, despite the hurried nature of the event, organizing a respectable affair was hardly a challenge. Early in the morning, just as Gu Jingshui was about to leave, he received a call informing him that Chen Dingxing was looking for him. Gu Jingshui immediately surmised it was regarding the blood-soaked jade and hastily called back before rushing to Chen Dingxing's residence. "Xiao Gu, count it. It's a total of 72,000, isn't it?" A stack of bills lay before him. It would be disingenuous for Gu Jingshui to claim he was not tempted. He directly replied, "Uncle, given our familiarity, is there truly a need for counting? I trust you." "Ha ha ha, friendship aside, rules are rules. You should still count it," Chen Dingxing chuckled, cradling a purple clay teapot and taking a few sips, clearly in high spirits. "Xiao Gu, your business is thriving. Should you come across such fine items again, do not hesitate to seek my assistance in selling them." "Thank you so much, Uncle Chen." Gu Jingshui expressed his gratitude, not wishing to refuse, and counted the money himself. His wife possessed a collection of gold bars and jewelry worth at least several 100,000, yet Gu Jingshui had never been envious. Only this pile of cash stirred his heart and made it race. 72,000. After confirming the amount, he withdrew 2,000 and pushed it towards Chen Dingxing. "Uncle Chen, this is a token of my appreciation. Please do not find it lacking." You should take that back," Chen Dingxing replied, somewhat surprised yet smiling warmly, setting down the teapot and waving his hand. "The buyer has already given me a red envelope. Your gesture is unnecessary. Buyers are buyers and I am me. This is merely my way of showing respect," Gu Jingshui insisted. "I understand how challenging it is for you to facilitate things behind the scenes. I cannot let you run errands for free." Recognizing Gu Jingshui's thoughtfulness, Chen Dingxing's regard for him grew. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Then I shall accept it. But only this once. In the future, just consider giving a red envelope as you see fit." This implied a desire for a long-term business relationship. Gu Jingshui felt elated and agreed with a smile. He took a tattered nylon bag, tossed the cash inside, and stuffed it with cotton fluff. Anyone who happened to glance at it would never suspect it contained such a substantial sum. Chen Dingxing nodded approvingly and asked, "Xiao Gu, didn't your master ask you to go to Xi'an to clear the land?" "Indeed, he did, but I thought about the multitude of matters at home and couldn't leave." Gu Jingshui replied casually. Chen Dingxing sighed, such a pity. Xi'an is quite different from Beijing. There are many fine goods there. I have heard that many of our peers have gone. If it weren't for my current obligations, I would be tempted to visit myself. Gu Jingshui's curiosity was piqued by this remark, prompting him to inquire, Uncle Chen, is there something happening over there? Chen Dingxing shot him a glance. What? Didn't your master mention anything to you? He rarely engages with others, Gu Jingshui chuckled, rubbing his nose. I suppose my master thought I was somewhat oblivious and chose not to inform me. Then perhaps you should return and inquire with your master, Chen Dingxing suggested, his demeanor reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. Gu Jingshui felt resigned, contemplating that perhaps his master had indeed intended for him to go, but due to his busy schedule over the past month, he had neglected the matter, likely causing his master some displeasure for not reminding him. Despite recognizing a missed opportunity, Gu Jingshui felt a surge of joy from the considerable sum he had just acquired. During Chaohua's wedding, he presented a pair of dragon and phoenix bracelets he had purchased that afternoon as a gift for the newlyweds. The radiant bracelets dazzled many onlookers, including Lin Lu's aunts, who were so captivated they momentarily forgot about the food. The banquet was lavish, featuring an array of cold and hot dishes, accompanied by wine and snacks, along with a couple of pig trotter dishes, braised fish, stewed old hen, and freshly roasted duck. Brother, your gift is far too extravagant. We appreciate your sentiment. But please take it back, Lin Lu, adorned in a typical bride's ensemble of a red suit and dress, with a flower at her neckline, said with a smile that added a touch of color to her appearance. She spoke with Gu Jingshui and the others with such grace that it made her seem quite admirable. Indeed, brother, you have cared for me so much over the years. I cannot accept your generosity, Chaohua echoed, his face glowing with happiness, perhaps from the joy of the occasion or the effects of the wine. Liang chimed in. You are all calling him brother. If you refuse this bracelet, it would indeed be ungracious. Our Jinshui has only you few brothers. On this momentous day of your marriage to Shaolin, if he doesn't make a gesture, I shall have something to say to him. Exactly. Did you hear what your sister-in-law said? Quickly accept it. Gu Jingshui insisted, pressing the box into Chaohua's hands. Chaohua and Lin Lu exchanged a shy glance, lowering their heads in gratitude. Duzi and the others also presented gifts. Duzi offered a bicycle ticket, stating, Chaohua, as a grown man, it's fine to walk. But now that you have a wife, you cannot let her suffer. This bicycle ticket is for your wife. I don't. Chaohua began to refuse. But Duzi playfully patted his chest. What's this? Are you looking down on it? If you don't accept it, you aren't a brother. With Duzi's insistence, Chaohua had no choice but to accept the gift. Naturally, he could not refuse the other gifts from his brothers either. Lin Lu and her aunts gaped in astonishment. In these modern times, it was customary to give only 2 or 3 yuan for gifts at weddings, which was already quite generous. Who could be as lavish as Chaohua's brothers, presenting both golden bracelets and bicycle tickets? As the wedding feast concluded, the younger generation proceeded to celebrate the newlyweds. Lin Lu's aunts assisted in tidying up the leftover food, ensuring that nothing went to waste. They either saved it for the following days or distributed it among relatives to share in the joy. Chaohua, understanding the financial difficulties faced by Lin Lu's aunts, was eager to help. Realizing that they had not been able to assist Lin Lu and her mother significantly over the years due to their own constraints, he proactively suggested to Lin Mu that the leftover food be shared with these relatives. Are you really giving this to us? Lin Lu's third aunt gazed at the pig trotter in disbelief. Sister, please don't forget about yourselves. You will still need to rely on this son-in-law in the future. We. She hesitated, wanting to refuse but unable to voice it, knowing that the children had not had meat since the Lunar New Year and that this abundance could last them for several days. This is a gift from my son-in-law. He said that since you all came early to help, he felt it was only right to share this with you. Lin's mother lifted the steamer lid, revealing soft, fluffy white buns, each adorned with a red, specially made for the children. I calculated that 6 would be sufficient for your family to take home. Enough for the children to share. The fragrant aroma of the buns wafted through the air, the subtle scent of wheat lingering in everyone's mouths. Unable to refuse, the guests blushed and accepted the offering. Uncle San remarked, initially, we were concerned about the sparse population of the mountain tiger-s family, but today, It appears he has quite a few brothers. Henceforth, if any troubles arise, you need not fear. Indeed, Lin's mother wore a smile that never faded throughout the day. I had always thought highly of this child and felt he was too good for others. Who would have imagined he would end up with our daughter? The front yard was lively and boisterous, while the Qi family dared not emerge from their home. Mr. Qi, having forsaken his smoking, bitterly lamented the delightful scents and joyful laughter wafting from the front. After assisting in tidying up at the mountain tiger's home, the Gu family returned home. Upon arrival, Gu Jinshui immediately instructed Gu Yinxing to close the door, entering the room with a nylon bag and saying, "Everyone come in. What's in that bag of cotton?" Gu Yinxing yawned as she stepped into the east room. Liang Ying shut the window, while Gu Yousi blinked, noticing the bag seemed heavy, suggesting it contained more than mere cotton. Gu Jinshui cast an admiring glance at his daughter, recognizing her intelligence. He pulled out the cotton from the top and began to reveal bundles of cash. The expressions of Gu Yinxing and others shifted from surprise to astonishment, eventually settling into disbelief. The calm was gradually covered with stacks of renminbi, and He Chunlian rubbed her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "So much money?" Though she lowered her voice, she quickly covered her mouth. Gu Jinshui nodded. "Guess how much?" 50,000, brother. You've struck it rich." Gu Yinxing's eyes sparkled as she caressed the delightful bills, suddenly realizing how enchanting this small room had become. It must be 70,000. Liang Ying, though pleasantly surprised, had witnessed grander spectacles and was not overly shocked by the sum. She merely felt happy for Gu Jinshui. Gu Jinshui gave Liang Ying a thumbs up, affirming, "My wife is clever. Indeed, it is 70,000. My goodness, son, you didn't rob a bank, did you?" He Chunlian closed her jaw, gazing worriedly at Gu Jinshui. "We may not be wealthy, but we are not lacking in money. Mom, do you think your son is foolish? I don't need to rob a bank to earn a fortune." Observing his family's delighted reactions brought Gu Jinshui immense joy. He handed a bundle to Gu Yinxing and another to He Chunlian, declaring, "Here is some pocket money for you. This money is earned honestly from selling antiques." Gu Yinxing, clutching the cash, looked at Gu Jinshui in admiration. "Brother, you are incredible. I believe you are even more handsome than Takakura Ken. Comparing me to that Japanese fellow? You should take your money back." Gu Jinshui feigned anger, attempting to reclaim the cash. Gu Yinxing quickly corrected herself. No, I misspoke. You are the most handsome and intelligent man in the country." He Chunlian, overhearing her daughter's words, found it hard to believe that such flattery could come from her. She glanced at Gu Jinshui and shook her head, marveling at how this shameless person seeking praise was indeed her own son. Chapter 64. The 64th day of eavesdropping. As I surveyed the considerable sum of money strewn across the bed, a blend of joy and apprehension washed over me. With salaries barely reaching a few dozen yuan each month, the sudden windfall my son had acquired could easily incite envy if word got out. Despite the government's stringent crackdowns over the past 2 years, petty theft had not ceased. The influx of returnees to the city had created a scarcity of job opportunities, leaving many with no choice but to resort to clandestine means of survival. The conditions in our courtyard were relatively better. At least each household could make ends meet. Furthermore, children could still earn a bit of pocket money by collecting scrap materials or coal, especially with Gu Jinshui around, who ensured they received a fair price for their efforts. "Mom, I plan to buy a house," Gu Jinshui declared, his face flushed with excitement. "What do you think about a Sahyuan? A Sahyuan like Uncle An's?" Gu Yinxing chimed in enthusiastically, clapping his hands. "That's great. Brother, I fully support you. Just make sure to save a room for me." Even Gu Yousi, usually reserved, raised her plump little finger in agreement, exclaiming, "Bye-bye." It was a surprise to see her father showing such foresight. "We must secure that Sahyuan. With 70,000 yuan, we can afford it now, but in 10 years, this amount might barely cover a latrine." "Then let's buy it," He Chunlian responded without hesitation. Thus, the family unanimously agreed to the purchase. Gu Jinshui was a man of action. He immediately resolved to contact the Housing Reform Bureau the following day. However, that morning, he left to visit the old master, bringing along a porcelain cup and buying some fried dough sticks and pancakes nearby. The old master had recently developed a fondness for pancakes filled with fried dough, and indeed, it was a delightful treat. When Master Shi opened the door and saw the breakfast in Gu Jinshui's hands, he nodded and retreated inside. Gu Jinshui followed him in, setting down the food and cheerfully suggesting, "Master, I noticed your room hasn't been clean since I wasn't here yesterday. May I tidy up a bit?" "Master," she glanced at him, "if you have something to say, just say it. No need for flattery." Unfazed, Gu Jinshui noticed the old man was about to read the newspaper and quickly fetched his reading glasses. You understand me well, Master. I heard from Uncle Chen that Xian has been quite lively lately." "Master," she opened the newspaper, taking the glasses, and replied, "Lively indeed. Foreigners and overseas Chinese have flocked there to buy antiques." Upon hearing this, Gu Jinshui understood. The presence of wealthy foreigners and overseas Chinese would undoubtedly attract many eager to profit from the situation. In recent years, few dared to engage in the antique trade domestically, often having to hide their possessions to avoid persecution. Now, with affluent buyers arriving, those with antiques would be tempted to sell, creating a bustling market akin to a rural fair. "Master, that." Gu Jinshui chuckled as he approached to massage the old man's shoulders. "Master," she replied nonchalantly. "You're late. Those people have already left." "Left?" Gu Jinshui had his suspicions, but was not too disheartened. "Do you know where they are staying, Master?" "Master," she looked at him, unable to suppress a smile.
What can I say about you?
"You're quite something." He shook his head, amused, then retrieved a note from a stack of books on the side table. "They called and are staying at this guest house. If you wish to go, feel free."
You should know what you need to.
"Thank you, Master." Gu Jinshui recognized the old man's tough exterior concealed a soft heart, as he intentionally noted the address for him. He planned to return from Xi'an with some treasures for the old man, who now seemed indifferent to most things but had a fondness for ancient texts. As he made his way out, he noticed the lady from earlier waiting outside. "Oh, dear sister, why are you still waiting out here in the sun?" Seeing her smile, Gu Jinshui hurried over. "It's nothing. I just came out myself. Today is indeed a lovely day for house hunting. Everything is so clear." "Indeed," Gu Jinshui agreed, handing her the fruits he had brought. "This is a small token for you to take home to your children." She noticed the fruits and her eyes lit up. "How can I accept this? These bananas are quite precious. You should take them home for your children." "Nonsense, my children have plenty. This is for yours." "You should not be so polite with me," Gu Jinshui insisted. Reluctantly, she accepted and led him to view the house. It was the same property near Tsinghua University that Gu Jinshui had rushed through previously, but this time he examined it with great care. The two courtyards were well kept, the garden lush with flowers, and birds occasionally flew overhead, filling the air with their melodious songs. "What do you think? Isn't this courtyard wonderful?" she asked as they walked. "If I could afford it, I'd buy it myself. Living here with the family would be so comfortable, and we could grow our vegetables right here, eliminating the need to buy any." She gestured towards the empty patch beside the locust tree, now overgrown with wildflowers, but once likely a flower bed, surrounded by brick walls. "It is lovely, but can we negotiate the price down from 60,000? Gu Jinshui inquired cautiously. She smiled at him. "I can't make that decision. If you're interested, we can step outside to call and ask." "That would be ideal." Gu Jinshui nodded. She stepped out to find a phone booth to make the call. After speaking, she returned and said, "Xiao Gu, let's wait here. The property owner will be arriving shortly." Gu Jinshui invited her to a nearby tea house to wait. Not long after, the owner arrived, a 34-year-old man wearing glasses, appearing cultured, yet bearing the calluses of hard labor. "Are you Comrade Gu?" The owner paused, clearly surprised by Gu Jinshui's youth. Gu Jinshui nodded. "That's me. What should I call you?" "My surname is Zhang. You can call me Old Zhang." He adjusted his glasses, speaking sparingly and coughing occasionally, indicating some health issues. Once Old Zhang arrived, the lady guided them to the Sahiwan, as the tea house was bustling with too many prying eyes. Old Zhang was quite easygoing. After arriving at the location, he surveyed his surroundings with a complex expression and inquired, "If you wish to negotiate a lower price for this house, how much are you hoping to reduce it by?" Gu Jinshui tentatively responded, "How about a reduction of 2,000? Old Zhang remained silent for a moment before suddenly posing another question. "I heard from my sister that during your previous house purchase, you assisted the owner in driving away a troublesome tenant. You seem to have a certain reputation here in Beijing?" Gu Jinshui immediately glanced at his sister, who appeared quite embarrassed. She hurried to clarify, "Little Zhang, it's not so simple. Young Gu is known for his helpful nature, not for bullying anyone." "I understand that." Old Zhang nodded, "But I wanted to inquire if you have seen our other courtyard house. Is it the one that has had its backyard occupied by someone?" Gu Jinshui recalled that property, which was indeed larger than the current one, though it was located in a less desirable area, and given the circumstances, he had never considered it when thinking of purchasing a house.
Yes.
Mentioning this matter, old Zhang's face displayed a look of anger. "If you can help us resolve the issue with that family, we would sell both houses to you for 80,000. If not, for this house alone, I can only offer you 1,000 discount." His sister quickly exchanged glances with Gu Jinshui, warning him silently to refrain from getting involved in this matter. Old Zhang, catching the glance, exhibited a slight smile and remarked, "You may discuss it among yourselves. I won't pressure you. If it works out, splendid. If not, so be it." His sister promptly pulled Gu Jinshui aside and cautioned, "Little Gu, don't act impulsively. Such a bargain is not easily obtained. Sister, if I heed your advice, has anything changed regarding that house recently?" Gu Jinshui hesitated to decide, choosing instead to inquire about the situation. That house was originally valued at 28,000, meaning both together should total 88,000. Yet, old Zhang was offering him an 8,000 discount, which could certainly cover years of indulgence. If there were no hidden issues, it would indeed be a rare find. While it is true that one may occasionally encounter unexpected fortune, it is often fraught with peril. You may not know this, but last month I took some people to view the house, and it was quite a sight. Oh, it was dreadful. The relatives of the occupants in the backyard had taken over the 2 front courtyards and refused to allow viewings. If anyone attempted to see the house, a group would gather to scrutinize them. Who would dare to purchase under such circumstances? His sister expressed her exasperation regarding the issue. Encountering such a situation is truly infuriating. Those people are insatiable. They've already occupied the backyard, and now they've encroached upon the front as well. Who in their right mind would buy a property under such conditions? If those ruffians refused to vacate, it would be equivalent to giving the house away to someone else. It was no wonder that the price had been reduced by 8,000. Old Zhang likely harbored some frustration himself, having heard of Gu Jinshui's reputation, and perhaps sought to leverage it. He was quite candid, not hiding anything. Allowing Gu Jinshui to make his own decision, whether to take the bait or not was entirely up to him. Chapter 65. The 65th day of eavesdropping. Gu Jinshui firmly resolved in his heart and said to his elder sister, "Thank you for your reminder. But this time I wish to meddle in others' affairs." His elder sister stared at him, wide-eyed, as if she were gazing upon a creature with horns. "Are you truly certain?" she inquired. Gu Jinshui nodded in affirmation. With a sigh, she replied, "Well, if you are determined, I have no further objections. However, you young ones often see a bargain and wish to seize it, yet you must consider whether such a bargain is truly so easy to obtain. You may find yourself in trouble later." Despite her concerns, she relayed Gu Jinshui's words to old Zhang. Old Zhang looked at Gu Jinshui and asked, "Did your sister inform you about the situation in the courtyard?" "Yes, I am already aware of it," Gu Jinshui replied. "If you are willing, I can provide you with a deposit of 10,000, but I will need some time to gather the remaining funds." "No rush. As long as you can bring the money within 2 months, that will suffice." Old Zhang regarded Gu Jinshui, a hint of approval crossing his face. He patted Gu Jinshui on the shoulder and added, "If you can manage that family, I will personally reduce the price by 100. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinshui felt a surge of joy, chuckling, "If you say that, it seems you have misjudged me. I am quite amicable and do not enjoy quarrels. However, I also do not wish to be taken advantage of." Old Zhang understood his intent and nodded. Gu Jinshui returned home to retrieve the money, with his sister as witness. Both signed their names, sealing the agreement. "Did you purchase both sets?" he Chunlian asked, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. She glanced outside and, seeing no one around, quickly ushered Gu Jinshui inside. "Where are you going to find that 10,000? Is it so easy to earn?" Furrowing her brow, she thought, "I have saved over 400, but that is still insufficient." The more she pondered, the more troubled she became. Seeing her son grinning beside her, she couldn't help but smack his head. "Why are you so pleased? I wonder why you are so greedy for money." "Mom, last night when you took my money, You praised my cleverness, Gu Jinshui replied, retreating slightly, his smile ever present. He Chuanlian shot him a glare. That was then, this is now. Our family is not large. Why do we need so many houses? Can we even occupy them all? Moreover, I'll tell you now, even if we buy the house, we should not move in right away. He Chuanlian had her own concerns. The Gu family had been living well, and everyone could see it. Having meat to eat every few days was nothing unusual. After all, it was well known that Gu Jinshui earned a considerable income, and they all had jobs. So their good fortune was understandable. But if they moved into a courtyard house, it would draw too much attention. Whether or not the neighbors were envious, people would surely wonder where the money came from, and it would inevitably attract unwanted scrutiny. Mom, you heard what your granddaughter said. This house will appreciate in value. Gu Jinshui had his own thoughts on the matter, adding, besides, once we buy the house, we can even enjoy the roof tiles. Think about how delightful that would be. At this, the elderly lady felt a flicker of excitement. Gu Jinshui quickly continued, moreover, we can arrange a stage in one of the rooms for you to showcase your opera props. So you won't have to search for a venue every time you perform. He Chunlian had a lifelong passion for opera, and Gu Jinshui's words resonated deeply with her. She sighed, fine, since we have already purchased it, how do you plan to manage the money?
Don't keep me in suspense. Well,
I intend to travel out of town for a while, perhaps for a month or two, Gu Jinshui said, bowing slightly to He Chunlian. During this time, I fear you may need to look after matters at home. He Chunlian shot him a disapproving look, knowing her son was up to no good. All right, off you go. Discuss this with your wife. If she agrees, then I have no further objections. Very well. Thank you, dear mother, Gu Jinshui replied, bowing again, which elicited a laugh from He Chunlian. As for Lianging, she had little to add but remarked, you go on your own. The roads may not be safe. I was thinking of asking Shan Hu and Dozy if they would accompany me, Gu Jinshui stated. It was evident he wasn't merely seeking a quick fortune. In recent months, many have been trading food stamps and foreign exchange certificates. It's not a lucrative business. I plan to engage in a different venture, antique dealing, which is still relatively untapped and respectable. If they are willing, a change of pace would be beneficial. Lianging nodded. You make the decisions. I'll prepare some clothes for you to take along. Don't forget to bring some food stamps. How considerate of my wife. Gu Jinshui chuckled. Initially, he thought Dozy would be interested, but Shan Hu's participation was uncertain, given that he had just married. To his surprise, it was Dozy who declined, while Shan Hu agreed to go. Dozy awkwardly scratched the back of his head. It's too far away. My mother will worry if I go. Sorry, brother. Apologies are unnecessary. You're right, Gu Jinshui replied, momentarily taken aback. But Shan Hu, you must think this through. You've just married. Will your wife agree? My wife will definitely agree, Shan Hu nodded. She often says I should listen to you, as you are a wise man. Following your advice can't be wrong. Gu Jinshui twitched his lips, unsure whether to laugh or respond. You should check with her first. If she agrees, give me a call, and we'll set off the day after tomorrow. All right, Shan Hu readily accepted without hesitation. Dozy, feeling guilty for not joining, went out the next day to gather a pile of food stamps and a wooden gun. When Gu Jinshui saw the wooden gun, he was taken aback. Where did this come from? This was a gift from my brother's friend. He said it was collected from the village, Dozy explained. This bag contains bullets. Brother, feel free to shoot. 3 lines of black crossed Gu Jinshui's forehead. Are you out of your mind? We're going to dig up land and gather items.
Not to shoot at ghosts.
Should I take it back then? Dozy asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gu Jinshui glanced at the wooden gun and cleared his throat. Let this be the last time. Don't bring such things again.
I'll accept it this time.
This was indeed a wooden gun. Gu Jinshui had seen people play with such items before. Those ruffians often had something on hand, be it homemade guns or grenades, and he never engaged with them. However, given the uncertainties of their journey ahead, having something on hand could prove beneficial. By the way, brother, speaking of which, I encountered something strange today, Dozy said. What was it? Gu Jinshui inquired. Today, I was supposed to find food stamps for you, but I ran into your wife's cousin and our neighbor. They were all exchanging food stamps. Isn't that a coincidence? Dozy laughed, not delving deeper into the matter. Gu Jinshui did not think much of it either. Liang Rennie had borrowed money from friends and family, but when the country failed to deliver, he was left with a mountain of debt, recently relying on exchanging food stamps to make ends meet. As for Song Jianxi, he had struck it rich, and his family was feasting daily.
Who knew why he wanted food stamps?
After packing everything, the train tickets were booked for the following day at 5 in the afternoon. That night, Gu Jinshui asked Liang Ying to retrieve the few small yellow fish Song Jianxi had previously given to Liang Rennie. These items were difficult to sell in Beijing, but they would be easier to exchange elsewhere. The next morning, He Chun Lian prepared a substantial amount of pancakes, steamed a pot of buns, and boiled several eggs. Gu Yinxing gazed at the spread with envy. Mother, are you planning to cook for brother for an entire month? Nonsense. It's not as if your brother is going out alone. He's going with Shanhu, who eats quite a bit. I need to prepare more so that they can have their fill on the journey, He Chun Lian replied, deftly shaping the dough. By afternoon, the Gu family and Lin Lu gathered to bid farewell. The train station was bustling with a throng of people. Fearing the crowd would jostle them, Gu Jinshui said at the entrance, "You all should go back. It's already crowded inside with so many people. Shanhu and I will manage." "All right, Jinshui. Just make sure to look out for each other on the road. Be careful, do you understand?" He Chun Lian expressed her concern. Liang Ying, standing by, said nothing but helped Gu Jinshui secure the zipper of his bag. Farewells always bring forth an avalanche of words. Not only was Gu Jinshui reluctant to part, but even the robust Shanhu had a hint of mist in his eyes. There was no place to sit in the train station. People had already spread newspapers on the floor to sit or lie down. The sounds of crying children, quarreling couples, and the occasional blaring of horns created a cacophony. Fortunately, their train arrived shortly. They had booked soft sleeper tickets, thanks to Yan Ren's assistance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to secure such tickets, no matter how much money one offered. "Brother, this is our carriage." Shanhu, tall and robust, quickly found their compartment, hefting the bags inside and exhaling a sigh of relief. "I've never been to a train station before. I had no idea Beijing could be this crowded." Gu Jinshui remained silent, his gaze fixed outside, as if searching for someone. Shanhu, puzzled, approached him. "Brother, what's wrong?" Gu Jinshui motioned for him to quickly close the door. A familiar voice called from outside, "Uncle Gu, is this the right carriage? What are you asking for? Hurry and bring your things in. I'm exhausted." The response was breathless, hinting at a disagreement with a person who had spoken earlier. Gu Jinshui lifted the curtain of the window to peek outside. The individuals entering the opposite carriage were none other than Liang Rennie and Song Jianxi. With a grin, he opened the door. What a coincidence. Everyone is heading out today. Song Jianxi and Liang Rennie were startled, exchanging glances. Liang Rennie chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, what a coincidence. "Where are you off to?"
To Xi'an.
"You two aren't heading there as well, are you?" Gu Jinshui leaned against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, his tall frame and relaxed demeanor exuding charm. "Who is this person?" inquired a well-dressed gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, addressing Liang Rennie and his companion. Liang Rennie whispered, "My brother-in-law, traveling together." "Oh," the gentleman understood, sizing Gu Jinshui up. "You're quite young. How long have you been in this line of work? Is that any of your concern?" Gu Jinshui replied with a smile, though his tone was anything but polite. "I merely wanted to say hello, as we are bound to cross paths again, lest you think I'm avoiding you." With that, he shut the door firmly. Across from them, the gentleman's face flashed with irritation. He paused, his cane tapping the ground. "I've never encountered someone so arrogant." Song Jianxi chimed in sarcastically, "Uncle Gu, you clearly don't understand. He's quite the arrogant one, looking down on others simply because he has a bit of knowledge." Chapter 66, the 66th day of eavesdropping brother. How did they end up in Xi'an? Shanhu pondered, tossing several bags of clothes onto the bed while placing the food underneath. Their compartment contained 4 berths, but it was just the two of them, allowing for unguarded conversation. The train had already departed, the rhythmic clatter echoing throughout. On the platform, the farewell gestures lingered. Gu Jinshui lowered the window to prevent dust from entering, remarking, "Who knows? Perhaps they are aware that there are many foreigners in Xi'an now, eager to profit." He was perplexed about how Song Jianxi and Liang Rennie had joined forces, and who that old man was. Gu Jinshui had no inkling. The collaboration between Song Jianxi and Liang Rini was born out of necessity. Both sought to make a fortune in the antiques trade, yet neither possessed the requisite knowledge. However, Gu Pa did. Formerly the second manager of an antique shop, Gu Pa had not been persecuted during the upheavals, yet his family assets were seized. Though he was later vindicated, his possessions were long gone, with many cherished items destroyed. Gu Pa had an eye for value but lacked financial means, while Song Jianxi had wealth but was devoid of insight. Liang Rini, on the other hand, had nothing, yet he was audacious enough to coerce Song Jianxi, claiming he would share in the labor's rewards, essentially seeking to swindle him. Should Song Jianxi refuse, Liang Rini would relentlessly pursue him. Left with no choice and feeling guilty, after all, he believed he had wronged Liang Rini, Song Jianxi reluctantly acquiesced. The three of them were united in their quest for fortune in Xi'an. Liang Rini and Gu Pa sought hidden treasures, while Song Jianxi harbored more complex aspirations. Gazing out the window at the passing scenery, he recalled his daughter's words about a hidden stash of gold and jewels, igniting a fervent desire within him. The journey from Beijing to Xi'an lasted over 3 days. Upon their arrival in Xi'an, it was past 3 in the afternoon, and both Gu Jinshui and Shan Hu bore weary expressions. They first checked into a guest house, skipping a shower and collapsing straight into bed, only to awaken the next morning. Finally recuperated. After breakfast, spicy meatball soup and crispy beef pancakes, Gu Jinshui found the soup somewhat unaccustomed, but relished the beef pancake. After sending a telegram home to assure their safety, he and Shan Hu set out to seek someone. They were informed that this person had ties to Elder Shi, claiming to be the grandson of an old friend of his family who had been involved in the trade for generations. Upon reaching the guest house, as Gu Jinshui inquired, someone approached from behind, asking, "What do you need from me?" Turning to find a young, portly man in his early 20s, dressed reasonably well in a military coat and jeans, with a hint of wariness in his demeanor. "Are you He Fei?" Gu Jinshui inquired. "I am," He Fei replied. "What can I do for you?" Noticing that the front desk attendant was eyeing them, Gu Jinshui led He Fei a few steps away. "I am Gu Jinshui, a disciple of Elder Shi. Has my master mentioned me to you?" "Oh, it's you," He Fei exclaimed, recalling, "You're here to scout for opportunities, aren't you?" Gu Jinshui smiled modestly. "Not at all. Merely here to broaden my horizons and gather some items." "No way. My grandfather told me your master considers you a genius," He Fei said, clapping Gu Jinshui on the shoulder. "You must show me your skills." However, he added, "I must apologize. I'm quite busy lately, helping others collect items." Gu Jinshui did not feel disheartened by this, understanding that they were strangers in a foreign land, and it was reasonable for He Fei not to assist them. Then, "Perhaps we arrived too late. May I inquire about some locations if it's not too much trouble?" Gu Jinshui asked. "Not at all," He Fei replied generously, detailing several antique markets in the vicinity. He warned, "There's a ghost market near the east gate that opens around 3 or 4 in the morning, with many valuable items. But be cautious as newcomers may be easily deceived." "Thank you for the warning," Gu Jinshui acknowledged, his eyes catching the chicken heart pendant around He Fei's neck, exclaiming, "What a fine piece. A Han Dynasty treasure, isn't it?" He Fei paused, then raised his thumb in approval. "Impressive eye, my friend. I must treat you to a meal soon." With a smile, Gu Jinshui and Shan Hu departed. "Brother, why did that fellow ignore us?" Shan Hu questioned, puzzled. Gu Jinshui suggested they find a restaurant, ordering 2 bowls of wide noodles. "I suspect he has a significant operation underway, and doesn't he wish to share the spoils with us?" he speculated. "What kind of operation?" Shan Hu inquired curiously. Just then, a man at the next table leaned in. "Brothers, you're from out of town, aren't you?" Gu Jinshui and Shan Hu exchanged glances, but remained silent. The man, unperturbed, pulled up a chair. "Don't mind me. I could tell by your accents that you're not locals, Beijing, right?" "Good ear," Gu Jinshui acknowledged. "You sound local yourself." "Your ear is quite sharp as well," the man replied. "I noticed you and He Fei were in discussion. I thought I'd say hello since we share a trade. He and I are old acquaintances." "What a coincidence." Gu Jinshui smiled. "Why not join us for a meal?" "It's on me. Thank you." The man introduced himself as an who accepted the invitation. Over the meal, He revealed that He Fei was currently assisting the Lin family in gathering items. The Lin family was involved in business with an overseas Chinese who owned an antique shop abroad and was looking to procure a significant quantity of goods to export. An E extended a hand. Gu Jinshui squinted. 50,000? 500,000. An E corrected, shaking his head, and in U.S. dollars. They prefer to settle in dollars due to the hassle of exchanging foreign currency. Just think how much our currency would yield for $1. Recently, everyone in Xi'an has been frenzying, with fellow traders bringing in goods from afar. $500,000 was no trivial sum. Gu Jinshui and Shan, whose hearts raced. No wonder He Fei had been disinterested in engaging with them. Such a substantial transaction would overshadow even the most significant personal events. Gu Jinshui asked, "Are you sharing this information freely with us?" And Yi chuckled. "You outsiders wouldn't know, but everyone in this trade is aware of it. If you have valuable items, you might seek out the Lin family. They won't shortchange you. The overseas Chinese, however, can be elusive." Gu Jinshui understood. He nodded, smiling. What treasures could we possibly have? We've come all this way merely to broaden our horizons. And Yi laughed lightly but did not dwell on the topic, simply providing the Lin family's address. Shan, who found an E peculiar, scratching his head, but seeing Gu Jinshui jot down the address, he refrained from commenting. At least they had received some news. He Chunlian received the telegram and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly instructed Yinxing to call Lin Lu, so the young wife would not worry incessantly about her husband. After all, it was a concern not only for her son but also for the husband of another. "Is Annie home?" Upon receiving a telegram, He Chunlian was greeted by Chen Liying's arrival. She hurriedly stepped outside and, upon recognizing her visitor, exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, what brings you here? Are you here to see sister-in-law?" He Daniu's face flushed, and he scolded. "What are you saying? I have important matters to discuss with you." "Brother, please come in and have a seat," He Chunlian quickly urged, calling for Yinxing, who had just returned, to boil water for tea. He Daniu sat awkwardly in the main room, noticing He Chunlian preparing some snacks. He hastily interjected, "There's no need for all that. We're family. There's no need to fuss over such things." "Brother, what are you saying? It's perfectly fine for family to share a few snacks. Since you've come to the city, you must stay for lunch, and sister-in-law, you must stay too." He Chunlian beamed with a smile. Chen Liying added with a laugh, "Auntie, you don't need to worry. Your elder brother has a favor to ask." She nudged He Daniu gently. He Daniu fidgeted, grasping his trousers nervously. "Well, sister, aren't you performing in the theater? The village chief from our neighboring village has been discussing whether we could invite you to perform a few days in our village." As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. "What's the big deal?" Though surprised, He Chunlian quickly agreed, without further thought, reasoning that she could always contribute some money for her colleagues later. Chen Liying exclaimed, "Oh, your brother is not articulating it well. This isn't about working for free. We will pay you 30 yuan a day for 3 days, totaling 100. Are you willing?" "Yes, indeed, we will pay," He Daniu added, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "You have no idea. The neighboring village is quite prosperous now. They have been engaging in rural collective projects, making all sorts of furniture, earning quite a lot throughout the year." "So, it's the neighboring village providing the funds?" He Chunlian began to understand, pondering how her maternal village, which was impoverished, could afford such expenses. "It turns out the neighboring village is footing the bill. We plan to set up a stage in the open space between our villages and invite you to perform," Chen Liying explained. "Then it's settled. I will discuss it with my colleagues." "When does your village want us?" He Chunlian inquired. He Daniu replied, "At the end of this month." "Next month. Everyone will be busy. Who will have the time to watch a play?" "That doesn't leave us with many days," He Chunlian said, a touch of helplessness crossing her face. However, since their school was relatively idle, with teachers earning meager salaries and scrambling for substitute teaching opportunities, when such a chance to earn some extra income arose, everyone agreed quickly. Thus, at the month's end, He Chunlian entrusted her granddaughter to Chen Liying for assistance and took her colleagues to the countryside to perform. Indeed, once the performance commenced, villagers from miles around flocked to watch. Observing the spectacle, several nearby villages were stirred to action. After finishing work, Gu Yinxing returned home to find the house unusually quiet. She called out "Mom," but received no response. Calling for her sister-in-law, she finally got an answer, albeit from behind her. Turning around, she saw Liu Yinxing entering, holding her daughter's hand. Gu Yinxing hurriedly asked, "Sister-in-law, where is Mom? Didn't she say she'd be back today?" Liu Yinxing, smiling as she placed the dishes in the outer kitchen, replied, "Stop worrying. Mom called to say that the Liu family village insisted on inviting them to perform, and they couldn't refuse. They probably won't return for 3 to 5 days." Chapter 67. The 67th day of eavesdropping. The ghost market at the East Gate only opens around 3 or 4 in the morning. Recently, Gu Jinshui and Shan, who have amassed quite a collection of items nearby, primarily ancient coins such as the Kaiyuan Tongbao, Xian in the Tang dynasty, served as the capital known as Chang'an, thus abundant in ancient tombs and treasures. Even in the countryside, many households possess antiques like ceramic bowls and jars. Gu Jinshui finds these ceramics hard to sell and fears losing them, whereas ancient coins are far more manageable. A pile can be tucked away in a bag, wrapped in newspaper, and is less likely to attract unwanted attention. Before dawn, Gu Jinshui nudged Shan Hu, and the two hastily consumed some biscuits before heading out. The ghost market lies at the East Gate, and upon arrival, the area was shrouded in darkness with stalls set up on both sides. Gu Jinshui had visited several times, making him somewhat familiar with the layout. He skillfully maneuvered past vendors selling grains and ration tickets, heading towards the back where genuine antiques were sold. Yesterday, Gu Jinshui had his eye on a stall specializing in ancient coins and porcelain. He intended to gather a few sets of the Great Five Emperors coins, known for their protective properties. As long as they were authentic, selling them would not pose a problem. As he approached the stall, Shan Hu tugged at his sleeve, pointing to a stall behind them. "Brother, isn't that he Fei?" Gu Jinshui turned to look, and a smile spread across his face. "Indeed. How peculiar that he has crossed paths with Song Jianxi and the others." As they approached, they noticed a crowd gathered around the stall, where He Fei and Song Jianxi were engaged in a heated discussion. He Fei, veins standing out on his forehead, pointed at a tiger-shaped pillow on the ground, insisting to Song Jianxi, "Come on, don't be unreasonable. I spotted this first. Why are you trying to snatch it from me?" Song Jianxi, unfazed, stood with his hands shoved in his pockets, exhaling a puff of white mist. "You claim it as yours just because you saw it? I was interested in this yesterday. Besides, you haven't even paid for it yet. What gives you the right to stake a claim?" He Fei's face flushed with anger, his features trembling. Liang Rini chuckled. "There's no need for hostility. We can let you have it. However, you must share some of old Kai's items with us." "Not a chance." He Fei's expression darkened immediately. He realized that the interest in the item stemmed from old Kai's goods. Frustrated, he pointed accusingly at Song Jianxi and his companions. "So, you all have come to bully me, have you? Well, if that's how you see it, there's nothing we can do." Gu Pu, clad warmly with a dog-headed hat, glanced at the tiger-shaped pillow and remarked, "This is a rare find, a remarkable piece. Boss, how much for this?" He Fei's face turned crimson with frustration. Gu Jinshui observed the scene, weighing his options, and discreetly pulled Shan Hu aside to whisper a few instructions. Shan Hu nodded in agreement, raising his voice. "Brother Jinshui, you go ahead and buy. I'll keep an eye on these folks." Upon hearing Gu Jinshui's name, Song Jianxi reacted, as if stepping on a cat's tail. He pushed through the crowd to find Gu Jinshui squatting in front of a stall, admiring a colorful covered jar. "What price for this, boss?" he inquired, fascinated by the piece. The stall owner recognized Gu Jinshui from his previous visit and was momentarily taken aback by his sudden interest in the jar instead of ancient coins. However, in the business of trading, no one would turn away from potential profit. The owner gestured 6 with his fingers, indicating 60. Before Gu Jinshui could respond, Song Jianxi interrupted, "I'll pay 70. He not only approached but also brought Gu Pu and others along. Despite Gu Pu's initial reluctance upon seeing the vibrant covered jar, he nearly exclaimed its provenance, only to be silenced by Song Jianxi's quick action. Gu Pu considered the jar a worthwhile investment, as they had previously discussed purchasing items that could serve as decorative pieces. Song Jianxi, initially hesitant, felt reassured by Gu Pu's words. They had been relying on Gu Pu's keen eye for valuable finds in Xian, and although profits were modest, they were pleased with their successful start. What is going on here? Gu Jinshui feigned anger, casting a sidelong glance at Song Jianxi. You really want to compete with me? Aren't you afraid of being outsmarted again? Song Jianxi scoffed, lifting his chin in disdain. Do you think your words can intimidate me? We have capable hands here, with Master Gu. So how could we fall for your tricks? Meanwhile, Hefei, puzzled by Song Jianxi's sudden appearance, approached after acquiring the tiger-shaped pillow. To his surprise, he found familiar faces, seemingly at odds with his own. Embracing the philosophy that an enemy's enemy is a friend, Hefei sidled up to Gu Yinxing, casting a glance at the colorful cover jar. Its intricate patterns and vibrant colors dazzled him. This is truly a rare find, Hefei muttered, admiring the craftsmanship. In the past, it could have easily been the centerpiece of an antique shop. Gu Yinxing, seeing Hefei as admiration, offered a wry smile. It seems my luck is waning encountering this group. He turned to the stall owner, signaling a figure. Let us settle this quickly. How about 100? What? 100? That price seems rather low, the stall owner replied, despite his humble appearance, revealing a shrewd business acumen. Leaning back in his chair, he flashed a yellow-toothed grin. You see, this is a fine piece. 100 won't suffice. Perhaps you should reconsider. Frustrated, Gu Jinshui cursed under his breath. The stall owner was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation, having aided Hefei. Come on, 100 is too little. We'll offer 200. Song Jianxi interjected eagerly. Guapu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the covered jar, entranced by its beauty illuminated by the moonlight. 200? Song Jianxi. Are you intentionally making this difficult for me? Gu Jinshui gritted his teeth. 300, and I'll also take the ancient coins from the stall for 50. How does that sound? Purchasing these ancient coins for 50 yuan is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Currently, ancient coins are quite affordable. This collection comprises both genuine and counterfeit pieces. However, the authentic ones are certainly in greater abundance, as it is not cost-effective to forge such inexpensive items. I bid 400. Liang Rini exclaimed with a grin, addressing Gu Jinshui. Gu Jinshui, if you're short on funds, you ought to withdraw now. Liang Rini, you're still my brother-in-law. Are you really trying to take advantage of your own? Gu Jinshui replied, his expression one of feigned hurt. Hefei murmured softly, Brother Gu. If you're in need of money, I have 200 I can lend you. Gu Jinshui was momentarily taken aback, about to respond.